On the scarred earth, the lingering smell of decay and rot filled the air. Everywhere, broken walls and ruined structures silently told all passing life that this was a world dying. Hurry up this way. They're chasing us, we can't escape, return the supplies, and surrender. Before he could finish, a gush of crimson blood spurted from his— Kong, are you out of your mind? Don't you know blood will attract zombies and mutant beasts? Those things will kill us. The man named Kong, he kicked the still bleeding corpse away. He's scared out of his mind, can't you see? If we didn't get rid of him sooner, do you want to be dragged down by him? But, no buts. We stole a lot of supplies from the base. That hateful woman Xia Momo is already chasing us with her people. She is a level 7 wood ability user with 7th level mutation. If you don't want to die, follow me and run faster. Kong, he wiped the bloodstains from his face, revealing a meaningful smile on his dirty face. Then the others saw a faint cyan energy appear under Kong E's feet. Just as they were wondering what he was doing, he grabbed the thin space ability user beside him. Using wind energy to wrap around his feet, Kong, he took a light step, and in the blink of an eye the two had moved more than 10 meters away. In just a few seconds the two left only a small silhouette. That scoundrel Kong, he actually dared to take the space ability user alone and abandon us. That scoundrel. I told you he had bad intentions, but you didn't believe me. Stop arguing. Zombies are coming. There are mutant beasts among them, we're doomed. That bastard deliberately killed to attract zombies, hoping to drag us down, so he could keep the supplies for himself. Yes, but it's too late. The remaining 3 faced 5 zombies, 2 zombie dogs, and 1 zombie cat surrounding them, their faces filled with despair. Meanwhile, Kong E, who had abandoned them, was facing no less formidable opponents. Xia Momo looked at Kong E with a cold, merciless gaze. Kong E, I order you to release the space ability user immediately. Both of you will come back to the base with me to accept punishment. Xia Momo, don't forget you are my girlfriend. We were engaged. We are a family. Why do you oppose me? Family. Such a strange word. Xia Momo, today if you just come with me obediently, we can build a new base together. Then we will have power in our hands and share all the supplies in the space. Wouldn't that be more comfortable than being a slave here? Kong E, for the sake of our past engagement, come back with me. I can plead for you and save your life. Xia Momo, why do you like being someone's lackey so much? Kong E, after so many years in the apocalypse, why can't you see the situation clearly? As Xia Momo was still thinking about Kong E's level 6 wind ability and what a valuable combatant he was for the base, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Xia Momo, you wretch, die. The sudden pain made Xia Momo instinctively activate her ability. Thick vines appeared and violently flung the figure behind her away. However, as she was busy dealing with the attacker behind Kong, he also attacked her. Pincered from both sides, Xia Momo had to use all her ability to fight back. Countless vines covered the area, forming a green spiky ball that trapped the 4 inside. After a desperate fight, Kong, he was pierced by vines, his body withering into a dried husk. To Xia Momo's surprise, after the space ability user died, his space didn't disappear and spew out supplies. Instead, a jade pendant wrapped in energy appeared above his corpse, hovering over his chest. Xia Momo grabbed the jade pendant with her bloody hand, then turned to look at the person who had stabbed her in the back. Xia Ninian looked at Xia Momo's bleeding chest, coughing blood, while laughing maniacally. Why? Haha, what a good question. Why are you Xia Momo, a rich lady, while I Xia Ninian am just a maid's daughter? Why does everyone respect you and despise me? Why, as daughters of the same father, can you live in luxury while I struggle to get by? Why were you Kong E's public girlfriend while I was only his secret lover? Xia Momo coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body in extreme pain, but her expression remained cold. So you instigated Kong E to steal the base's supplies. Do you know how many people this will kill, eh? Haha, I did instigate him, but it was originally his own idea. Your ability is too strong. His wind can't beat you, and my water can't either. In the base you have so many supporters. We couldn't find a chance, so we had to lure you out. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed from Xia Momo's mouth. So your goal this time was not just to steal supplies, but also to kill. Yes, but unfortunately you are too strong. Kong E is dead, and I'm dying too. But the zombies are coming, and you won't survive. Ha ha ha. The zombies around, attracted by the fight, had already surrounded them in a dark mass. Even in her full state, she couldn't resist, let alone after being severely wounded. This time she really couldn't survive. Xia Momo instinctively tightened her grip on the jade pendant and activated all the remaining energy in her body. Bang! In an ancient, dilapidated courtyard upon an old carved wooden bed lay a plump young woman dressed in ancient attire. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a white cloth was wrapped around her head. The white cloth wrapped around the plump young woman's forehead had long since been stained with dots of brownish blood that had seeped through. Her obese frame lay still upon the bed, resembling a small mountain of flesh. Despite a young maid's desperate all-out efforts to shake her, she remained completely motionless. Miss, please wake up. Miss, please wake up. Don't frighten Xiao Chui. Slap. Slap. Miss, you've been asleep for 3 days now, why won't you wake up? Slap. Slap. Miss, please wake up. Whoa. Why am I so unlucky to have a mistress as unfortunate as you? Slap. Slap. Wake up. The heavy slaps landed on the plump face of the woman on the bed, causing her large face to turn to one side. Miss, wake up. Please wake up. You've been unconscious for 3 days. If you don't wake up today, the mistress will have you buried alive. Whoa. My miss, if you are buried alive, what will happen to me? The household surely won't keep me. The mistress will sell me off. Why is my life so bitter? After slapping the woman on the bed a few times, the young maid threw herself onto her and wailed loudly. Xia Momo had already regained consciousness when the maid was slapping her. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift her heavy eyelids. When the maid lay on her chest, it pressed down on her, making it even. Just as she was trying to force her eyes open, she heard the sound of the door being slammed open. Has that little wretch died yet? Greetings, mistress. Please have mercy. Please wait a little longer. Our miss is much better today. She should wake up very soon. Please wait a little longer. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of a forehead forcefully hitting the wooden floor, and it stirred a surge of anger in Xia Momo's heart. Mistress, our miss is truly much better today. I just checked, her breathing is much stronger than it was 2 days ago. She'll definitely wake up by tonight, at the latest tonight. That little wretch's life is certainly tough. Falling from such a high place and cracking her head open, and she still manages to pull through. Mistress, I'm not lying. Our miss is truly much better. Bang. The sound was somewhat dull, like the maid being kicked down while kowtowing. Someone dragged this troublesome little wretch away from me. Mistress. Slap. Noisy. Gag her, and drag her out for a beating. MMPH. All of you leave. I have words for my dear daughter. Several sets of footsteps receded, while one set of footsteps slowly approached her position. Xia Momo's breathing grew heavier again. She remembered perishing together with a horde of zombies, but the pain in her body, head, and face reminded her that she was apparently. She desperately wanted to know what was happening to her. But no matter how many times she tried, her thin eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and simply wouldn't open. Just then she felt a warm, delicate hand land on her face. The hand gently stroked her swollen cheek, and then a heavy slap landed on it. Little wretch, you certainly have 9 lives. All these years, no matter how I tried, I couldn't kill you. You really are a lowly creature with a long life. This time I finally found a good family for you, but you had the audacity to try and climb over the wall to escape. Why didn't you fall to your death? Her cheek was slapped hard again. Xia Momo's anger soared. Forget about the marriage with the Xia family in your current fat pig state. Only a daughter born from my womb is worthy of a young talent, like young Master Xia. As for you, you bastard child, either take your own life now, or marry into the Jinnan prince's mansion, and be a joybringer bride for that sickly son of theirs. I heard that sickly fellow only has a breath left in him. Originally, I planned to bury you alive. But since your birth chart matches his so well, I'll spare your life for today. Saying this, the woman lowered her voice, a hint of excitement seeping through. Little wretch, if you survive this, you can look forward to marrying that sickly man and living as a widow in all but name. If you die this time, I'll arrange a ghost marriage for you too, so you can be a pair of ghost spouses down below. My dear daughter, no, I should say dear niece, isn't your Annie good to you? It's just your fault for being as detestable as your damned mother. Another heavy slap landed on Xia Momo's face. Then the woman rose gracefully and left. A few minutes later, the sobs of the young maid Xiao Chui sounded once again, and having tried many times to open her eyes without success, Xia Momo felt utterly exhausted. Unconsciously, she slipped back into unconsciousness. Chirp, chirp. Is this the sound of birds? In the apocalypse, there were only mutated birds or zombie crows. Where could such a pleasant birdsong come from? Xia Momo broke out in a cold sweat, startled, and suddenly opened her eyes. But everything she saw felt so unfamiliar. She lay on a carved wooden bed with clean curtains draped around it. The air also lacked the stench of decay, mixed with a foul odor that she had grown accustomed to. Where's this? She tried to get up, but her head throbbed painfully, her body felt as heavy as Mount Tai, and even moving a finger was exceptionally difficult. Is anyone there? A hoarse voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz was squeezed out from her throat with great difficulty. She thought no one would be able to hear the sound she made. Unexpectedly, the moment she made a sound, someone threw open the curtain and knelt with a thud beside her bed. Whoa, miss, you're finally awake. Whoa, this is wonderful. Now that you're awake, Xiao Chui won't be sold off by the mistress. Xia Momo remembered this voice belonged to Xiao Chui, who had kowtowed and begged that woman for mercy. But this girl, though loyal, lacked common sense. Water. Miss. Water. Water. Oh, it's all this servant's fault. Wait a moment, miss, I'll get you some water right away. The young maid quickly got up, walked to the table, poured a cup of water, and brought it over. Miss, Heiress the water. Xia Momo was lying in bed, lacking even the strength to turn her neck. Fortunately, the girl wasn't completely foolish, as she fetched a spoon, scooped up some water, and brought it to Xia Momo's lips. Xia Momo opened her mouth with difficulty, letting the slightly sweet water flow into her long-parched throat. Such good-tasting water couldn't even be produced by a 5th-tier water-type ability user in the apocalypse. Xiao Chui helped Xia Momo drink a cup of water. Although half of it was spilled, it still managed to alleviate her condition somewhat. Xiao Chui, help me up. Yes, miss. Xiao Chui hurriedly put down the teacup, and using her frail small frame did her utmost to support Xia Momo, who was nearly 3 times her size. Xiao Chui broke into a sweat, finally managing to prop Xia Momo up and lean her against the headboard. Xia Momo was parched with thirst. Xiao Chui, bring me some more water. Xiao Chui obediently brought another cup of water. This time Xia Momo had her lift the cup to her lips, and drinking from her hand, she drained every last drop. Miss, would you like more water? Having drunk 2 cups, Xia Momo felt a sliver of strength return. She gently shook her head. Just then her stomach let out a loud growl. Miss, you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. You must be hungry, right? Is there anything to eat? Miss. Xiao Chui, her cheeks still swollen, and a scab forming on her forehead, lowered her head with reddened eyes. In our room we only have a few dry cakes you hid away last time. Their young lattice courtyard was the most remote and dilapidated, and the food she received was worse than even the servants. Cakes and such were out of the question. Xiao Chui took out a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief from the cabinet. Unwrapping it revealed 2 pieces of walnut pastry already half crumbled. These pastries were from when the young lady had last visited her maternal grandfather's home to wish him a happy birthday. Her cousin had found them distasteful and tossed them on the ground, and she had secretly picked them up and brought them back. Her young lady had always been reluctant to eat them, only taking them out to sniff when she craved a treat. Now they would benefit the transmigrated Xia Momo instead. Xia Momo didn't mind. Using the cold tea, she had Xiao Chui break the pastries into pieces and feed them all to her bit by bit. With a little food in her stomach, Xia Momo felt some strength return. She raised her hand to touch her forehead. It still hurt badly, a sign of a significant injury. Having read many novels during her idle time in the apocalypse, Xia Momo had a guess about her current situation. Xiao Chui, I injured my head. Now besides you I don't remember anyone else. Miss. Her young lady was already simple-minded before, and now she had lost her memory. How would she survive in the future? Xiao Cui's eyes filled with tears, ready to spill at any moment. Xia Momo quickly stopped her. I'm fine. I have all my limbs, and am not crazy or senile. I've just lost my memory. It's not a big deal. Just tell me everything carefully. Not crazy. That's a relief. What would you like to hear, miss? Start with the situation in our household. First tell me my name and about the family. Poor miss, without the madam's protection, she had fallen from a pampered eldest daughter to being banished to a remote shabby courtyard. And now with a head injury, she couldn't even remember her own name. Xiao Chui wiped the tears from her eyes and spoke in a muffled voice. Miss, your name is Xia Mingzhu. You just turned 16 this year. You are the eldest daughter of the vice minister's residence. You also had a younger brother named Xia Qingyan, but he got lost at the age of 7. Ever since he disappeared, the madam fell ill and never recovered. All affairs of the household were handed over to concubine 1. Xiao Chui, are you saying that our household is now managed by a concubine? Miss, it seems you have truly forgotten everything. Concubine 1 has long since become the official madam of the vice minister's residence. Well, tell me more. Concubine 1, whose original name was Li Wenwen, is the illegitimate daughter of your maternal grandfather. She is the half-sister of your biological mother Li Wenjing. When the madam married the master, your father vice minister Xia Yuanxiao, your maternal grandfather had concubine 1 serve as a dowry maid and enter the residence with the madam. The madam, thinking of their sisterly bond and pitying her for being forced into becoming her dowry maid, took the initiative to elevate concubine 1 to the status of a concubine 3 months after the wedding. You're saying my maternal grandfather made my mother marry my father with his illegitimate daughter, and then my mother voluntarily made that illegitimate daughter my father's concubine. Was my mother stupid? Wasn't she just inviting a wolf into the house? And what's with that so-called grandfather? He has a screw loose. Making his illegitimate daughter a concubine to his legitimate daughter, isn't that just trying to harm my own mother? Xia Momo's blunt words made Xiao Cui's mouth twitch. Criticizing the madam and the grandfather behind their backs was something the miss shouldn't say, and she as a maid definitely couldn't either, even though she thought the same way. After a few complaints, Xia Momo quickly calmed her emotions. Xiao Chui, continue. Xia Momo could guess the rest of the story, but she still wanted to hear what Xiao Chui had to say. Later, just half a month after you and the young master were born, concubine 1 gave birth prematurely to the second miss. How those 2 adulterers were indeed having an affair. Xiao Cui's mouth twitched again, but she still didn't dare to speak. After the young master disappeared, the madam was confined to her bed with illness. Within half a year, she had withered away to nothing. A month after the madam passed away, the master elevated concubine 1 to the status of legal wife. And then, as Xiao Chui spoke, she began to cry again, which made Xia Momo, who had never shed tears even in the face of bloodshed in the apocalypse, want to slap her twice. What are you crying for? Shut up and continue. After taking charge, the new madam used the excuse that you miss needed to observe 3 years of mourning for your mother and moved you to this courtyard. She also said that you must abstain from meat and fish to show your sincerity in mourning for your late mother. So ever since you moved here, there hasn't been a drop of oil or meat in our meals. Even the vegetarian meals have gotten worse day by day. Now our food isn't even as good as what the lowliest servants eat, and it's often withheld or reduced. Xia Momo's gaze turned cold and sharp. For someone from the apocalypse, food was the most important thing in the world. Anyone who dared to starve her was asking for death. As a 7th-level wood-type mutant, she had never gone hungry in the apocalypse. There was no way she would endure the feeling of being, but when she clenched her fist, she realized it was huge. She patted her belly, which was round and bloated fat as a ball. This body of fat didn't seem like it was from the kind of starvation and deprivation Xiao Chui described. Xiao Chui, tell me the truth. How did I get this fat? I don't know either, miss. I only remember that before the madam passed away you were beautiful and slender. After we moved to this courtyard the food got worse and worse, but your body seemed to be fed on rich meats and fine fish, gaining weight at a shocking rate. This was clearly abnormal. After you got so fat, miss, even the master who used to visit occasionally stopped coming. As for your maternal family, except for your grandmother who occasionally remembers you and sends someone to check on you, no one else bothers with your getting inexplicably fat and ugly, then losing your value and becoming ignored. That was normal. However, a person wouldn't suddenly gain so much weight for no reason. There was likely a hand behind this, perhaps that Madam one. Xiao Chui, who else is in our family? What are their names? Tell me everything. Miss, your grandmother, the old Madam Xia from the Qian family, resides permanently at Nanshan Temple on the capital's outskirts, devoting herself to Buddhism. She has raised 3 sons and 1 daughter in her lifetime. The other 2 masters, the second master Xia Yuanji, stays at the ancestral home in the old countryside, living the life of a wealthy squire. The third master Xia Yuanda has secured a post as a county magistrate. He will return to the capital next year to report on his duties, and it's likely he will remain here to serve as an official. The master is the eldest son, named Xia Yuanxiao, serving as the vice minister of rights. His rapid promotion is largely due to the support from your mother's family. The current madam is named Li Wanwan. She manages all affairs within the household, and even holds the dowry of the original madam in her grasp. A mere concubine daring to control the dowry of the principal wife. Truly an act of flagrant audacity. Next is you, the eldest miss, born to the original wife. You possess nothing, and have been exiled to this remote place to eke out a difficult existence. But do not fret, miss. This bitter life won't last much longer. Once you marry into the Xia family, things will improve. You mean I am to marry that young master Xia? Reminded by Xiao Chui, Xia Momo recalled the dilemma she faced: either to perform a Chong 11 ritual to ward off evil spirits, or to enter into a ghost marriage. Miss, have you remembered everything? A hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Xia's eyes. No, it's just that while I was unconscious I heard someone mention it in my ear. Oh. Xiao Cui's bright, sparkling eyes dimmed with disappointment. Xiao Chui, continue telling me about this young master. Young Master Xia is the eldest son of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. It was your mother while she was alive who arranged this betrothal for you. Is this young Master Xia very handsome? Huh. Xiao Chui was at a loss for how to respond, as it was hardly proper for a young lady to comment so directly on a man outside the family. Xiao Chui, what are you spacing out for? Speak up. Oh, young Master Xia's given name is Xia Huayu. His reputation for talent is widespread, and he is said to be exceptionally handsome. It's rumored that many noble ladies in the capital wish to marry him. Many noble ladies, which would surely include my dear half-sister, wouldn't it? By the way, Xiao Chui, what is my sister's name? The second miss given name is Minghua. She is a renowned, talented woman in the capital with a delicate and charming appearance. The young gentlemen have dubbed her the #1 beauty of the capital. This highly celebrated second miss is often paired with the capital's top scholar, young Master Xia, and they are playfully referred to as a talented man and beautiful woman. Xia Momo stroked her plump chin and nodded thoughtfully. A talented man and a beautiful woman, huh? By that logic, those two have probably already gotten together. No wonder concubine when said that only her daughter is worthy of that young Master Xia. Miss, what did you say? Xiao Chui didn't understand. What do you mean only the second miss is worthy of young Master Xia? That young Master Xia is your betrothed. The Xia family made an agreement with the Xia family long ago. Once you reach the age of 15, they would come to marry you. However, last year, when you came of age, the Xia family postponed the wedding, citing young Master Xia's need to prepare for the imperial examinations. They've already delayed it by a year. This year, they should surely come. Xiao Chui worried endlessly over Xia Ming's marriage. Xia Momo saw it all, but she knew that this particular hope was destined to be dashed. Xiao Chui, you don't understand. The Xia family will never seek to marry your miss. Why, oi? Just look at your Miss obese figure, then think about Xia Mingyue, the #1 beauty of the capital. If you were a man, who would you choose? I. Xiao Chui looked at her Miss' large, round, plate-like face and eyes that were squeezed into slits. She truly couldn't bring herself to say something against her conscience. But you are betrothed. How could they do this to you? A betrothal is as worthless as a fart. As long as it wasn't explicitly written, as Xia Mingzhu, the Xia family could marry any daughter of the Xia family. Even if her name were written, they could easily frame her for a serious illness or adultery, or use other slanderous schemes to ruin her reputation. Then the marriage contract would naturally fall upon Xia Minghua. Xia Momo patted the shoulder of Xiao Chui, who was on the verge of tears. All right, let's set this matter aside for now. Continue telling me about my family. Who else is there in my generation? Xiao Chui sniffled before continuing. In this generation, you the eldest miss are the oldest. Next is the second Miss Xia Minghua. The first young master Xia Qing'an has gone missing. The second young master Xia Qingda is a year younger than you. He studies at the academy, but after all these years, he hasn't even passed the lowest level of the imperial examination. There are also two concubines in the household, concubine Li and concubine Zhuang. They were both personal maidservants of the current madam, who were elevated in status. These two concubines have two daughters, the third Miss Xia Mingxing, who is 8, and the fourth Miss Xia Mingwan, who is 4. In over a decade of flat wife and two concubines, yet among the three of them, not a single son was born. Li Wenwen certainly has formidable methods. After understanding the basic situation of the Xia household, Xia Momo felt a wave of mental exhaustion. The injuries from her soul's self-destruction and subsequent journey through time into this ancient body were simply too severe. Upon inheriting this body, her constitution was already weak, compounded by the severe trauma suffered during the spiritual energy detonation. All of this would require a long period of careful recuperation to restore. Xiao Chui, I'm tired. Help me lie down for a rest, and remember to wake me when it's mealtime. Yes, miss. Though her stomach was empty, given her current standing in the household, finding any food now was simply impossible. Xia Momo didn't want to trouble Xiao Chui, who looked like a perpetual pushover. If that girl went out, anyone could probably scold. Having received Xia Momo's instructions, Xiao Chui nodded obediently. After helping her miss lie down, she left the courtyard and headed towards the main residence. She needed to report the news of the miss waking up to the madam, and hopefully, she could beg the madam to give her miss more food. Her miss was injured and unconscious for days, as she desperately needed proper nourishment. Xia Momo didn't know what Xiao Chui said to Madam Li, but when she was woken up, she saw the young maid, her face swollen and red, smiling, as she placed a food box on the table. Miss, you must be starving. Let me help you up to eat. Miss, the madam was kind-hearted today. Not only did she give us 2 extra steamed buns, but she also bestowed upon us a plate of leftover minced pork eggplant from their own meal. The eggplant looks so glossy and rich with lots of minced meat in it. It smells absolutely wonderful. Miss, sit down. Let me fetch some water to wash your hands. The girl's chatter was ceaseless and her hands moved quickly. Soon she had brought a basin of cold water. Miss, our courtyard doesn't have a small kitchen, so we only have cold water. I know you shouldn't touch cold water while recovering from a serious illness, but given our circumstances, as you know, we'll have to make do. This lively, spirited girl with genuine sincerity considered her miss' well-being above all. Even receiving a plate of Madame Li's leftovers, she couldn't bear to take a single bite herself and rushed over to give it to her mistress. Xia Momo sighed inwardly. Enough. Xia Mingzhu, I Xia Momo have taken over your body, and this is my new life. Since I Xia Momo have taken over your body, I will live on under your name. Rest assured now that I have accepted your body, and from now on I will protect your maid. I will avenge your wrongs. You may go in peace. As Xia Momo acknowledged the name Xia Mingzhu in her heart, and made these promises, she felt a sudden lightness throughout her body. She felt an invisible shackle release itself from this body of hers. When she moved again, she found her every action and gesture had become noticeably lighter and more agile. After attending to Xia Ming's hand-washing, Xiao Chui opened the lunchbox and brought out a plate of braised eggplant with only a little sauce left at the bottom. There were also 2 steamed buns dusted with ash, which were presumably the ones Lady Li had rewarded to Xiao Chui. A plate of boiled cabbage stalks without a single trace of oil, 2 blackened cornmeal buns, and a bowl of thin gruel with dark dregs floating in its broth. These were their usual fare, and sometimes even this much was unavailable. At the sight of such food, Xia Mingzhu was so furious she wanted to overturn the table. As a 7th-tier mutated wood element ability user, even during the apocalypse, she had never eaten such swill. She never imagined that after transmigrating to this ancient world without zombies, her first meal would be this garbage. Gururu, miss, you haven't eaten for 3 days, you must be starving, right? Xiao Chui pushed the plate towards Xia Mingzhu. Eat while it's hot, miss. Use the bun to soak up the eggplant sauce. It's delicious. As she spoke, Xiao Chui unconsciously swallowed her saliva, and the rumble of the girl's stomach was clearly audible to Xia Mingzhu. The girl was clearly famished and eager to eat, yet she held back, without taking a single bite, persistently urging her mistress to eat. Such pure selfless care was something Xia Mingzhu had only ever felt from her own mother. Since her mother's death, she had never again experienced such unadulterated, untainted concern. It was a feeling that was profound. She smiled at Xiao Chui, then gently picked up a white bun and tore off the dust-laden outer layer. Unable to stomach the bowl of dishwater-like broth, she poured a cup of cold water and ate the bun with it. Xiao Chui watched Xia Mingzhu tear off the bun's skin with a pang of heartache. Miss, tearing that off is a bit wasteful. White buns are so rare. We only get one a year during the new year. As she spoke, she picked up the discarded bun skin from the table and popped it into her mouth. So fragrant. Miss, don't drink cold water. Eat the eggplant while it's hot, and have some porridge. Once it cools, it won't taste good. Watching Xiao Chui savor the bun skin with a blissful, squinting smile, Xia Mingzhu felt her eyes sting with emotion. She handed the other white bun to Xiao Chui, who waved her hands frantically, insisting she wouldn't take it. Xiao Chui, be a good girl and take it. Today we're having these white buns. You must trust your miss. This meal of pig slop is the last one we mistress and servant will ever eat. From now on I promise to bring you to feast on the finest delicacies every day and never let you suffer such indignities again. Though she thought her miss was boasting, Xiao Chui still nodded obligingly. MHM Xiao Chui believes that miss will one day lead us to a good life. The girl refused the bun, and Xia Mingzhu didn't press her. After finishing one bun and gulping down 2 cups of cold water, she felt her stomach stretch to fullness. This meager intake was utterly disproportionate to her bulky frame. After the meal, she lay back down on the bed, leaving the remaining dishes on the table for Xiao Chui to eat or not as she pleased. Having already slept a full day, she felt no drowsiness at all. She lay down mainly because her spirits had improved, and she wanted to examine the current state of her new body. Lying flat, Xia Mingzhu channeled her spiritual energy for internal inspection, methodically scanning her limbs inch by inch, then her internal organs. This examination indeed uncovered some anomalies. Her body appeared obese, but it was actually soft, bloated flesh, more accurately edema. She saw a faint, barely perceptible dark green substance clinging to her blood vessel walls, its nature unknown. The dark green substance was even more abundant in her internal organs. No wonder she gasped for breath after just a few quick. This condition resembled poisoning. She wondered if her Woodeleman ability would ever return. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was truly poison, she could swiftly purge it all. Xia Mingzhu slowly moved her spiritual energy upward. Why was there a jade pendant in her mind? It looked somewhat familiar. Her heart pounded violently. This must be the spatial jade pendant dropped by that spatial ability user. For true spatial ability, users only drop supplies upon death. Only contracted ability users drop their contract mediums. Xia Mingzhu sat up and drew the bed curtains, shielding herself completely from view. Xiao Chui, I'm going to take a short nap. Once you've eaten, rest on your own, and don't disturb me. Understood, miss. Having settled Xiao Chui, a thrilled Xia Mingzhu once again channeled her spiritual energy, gently touching the azure luan bird jade pendant that radiated a soft, lustrous glow within her mind. The next moment Xia Mingzhu found herself standing in a square confined space of only about a dozen square meters. The space resembled a square box, tiny and utterly bare with nothing inside. Surrounded by dense white mist, she attempted to breach it, but found it impenetrable. Standing in the empty void, Xia Mingzhu was bewildered. She recalled that the spatial ability user had collected enough supplies from a 10th sand-person base to sustain them for a year along with countless other miscellaneous items. This tiny space clearly couldn't have accommodated all of that. Where had those things gone? Had they been destroyed during the spatial shift alongside her transmigration? After a brief pang of regret, Xia Mingzhu ceased dwelling on it. What was lost, as she could always accumulate more in the future. The small size of the space didn't matter either. Since she was now a single soul with no dependents to feed, this much space was more than sufficient for her storage needs. Now that she had the space, whether her ability had vanished or was merely dormant, it was of little consequence. After all, this world posed no real danger. Even without her ability with the combat skills Shed honed killing zombies in the apocalypse, she feared nothing unless she was overwhelmed by a mob. Having successfully soothed herself, Xia Mingzhu's gaze swept across the barren space. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as a plan took shape. She left the space, returned to bed, and lay down with her eyes closed, feigning sleep. Only when she heard 3 resounding bang 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 beats of the night watchman's gong did she scramble out of bed, gently part the curtains, and slip out the door. Guided by the hazy moonlight, Xia Mingzhu followed her instincts and picked a direction along the main path. Unfamiliar with this place, she figured whoever's courtyard she stumbled into first would simply have bad luck. What she didn't know was that her own courtyard sat in the farthest corner of the inner quarters, separated from the outer quarters by just a single wall, and still a long distance from the courtyards of the inner residence's main figures. Before she had walked many steps, Xia Mingzhu came upon a towering courtyard wall. With her apocalypse-era agility, scaling such a modest wall would have been effortless. But with her current bloated physique, forget it, she'd rather not risk it. Xia Mingzhu followed the base of the wall for about half an hour before the aroma of food reached her nose. She hadn't expected to be so fortunate finding the large kitchen she sought with such ease. The main kitchen prepared meals for everyone in the inner and outer courtyards, and only the compounds of a few esteemed masters had their own private kitchens. It was the dead of night, the hour when sleep was deepest. Xia Mingzhu approached the main kitchen and peered through the crack in the door. Inside, a single bean-sized oil lamp flickered on the table. A young servant boy lay sleeping on a pile of straw by the stove, presumably the night watchman tending the fire. He was clearly exhausted, sleeping so soundly that he didn't even stir when Xia Mingzhu pushed the door open with a creak. Once inside, mindful of her limited space, she wasn't greedy. She gathered the leftover buns, steamed bread, fried cakes, and some durable pastries from the kitchen into her space. The cold roast chicken, duck, pork hocks. Anything cooked hot or cold was all swept into her space as well. She also took the silver ear and pear soup, peach gum, and snow swallow soup, and fish maw, and black chicken soup prepared for the masters. All of it was taken, for her body was in dire need of nourishment. After stowing these items, the floor of her small space was cluttered. Xia Mingzhu cast a regretful glance at the mountain of food left in the kitchen before quietly slipping out and returning to her own courtyard under the cover of night. The little she had taken today was a drop in the bucket for the main kitchen. The stewards, fearing their master's wrath, would likely secretly replenish the supplies. It was a pity her space wasn't larger, and she wasn't sure if it could preserve freshness. Otherwise she'd have cleaned them out completely, leaving not even a fire poker behind. Then they'd all be in deep trouble, and that would be satisfying. Xia Mingzhu seethed inwardly at the wicked servants who had abused her original body. This grudge she would settle sooner or later. Today was her first day in this world, and both her body and mind were exhausted. She needed a couple of days to rest and recover some strength before planning her next move. Half an hour later, Xia Mingzhu returned to her pitch-black courtyard. The legitimate eldest daughter of a deputy minister's household, yet her room wasn't even allotted a single oil lamp. This grievance, Xia Mingzhu would remember. She tiptoed back to her bed and slipped into her space. After that little walk, the bun she had eaten earlier was long digested and her stomach began to rumble again. Upon entering the space, she casually picked up a stew pot from the floor. Caught off guard by its heat, she nearly dropped it. Xia Mingzhu hastily set the pot down, rubbing her scalded fingers as she burst into a wide grin. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. I never imagined this little space could preserve heat like this. At least half an hour has passed since I left the main kitchen, yet this soup is still as scalding hot as if it had just come off the stove. This space is a treasure. Even if it can't preserve food forever, it should at least slow down spoilage. Having a space is truly wonderful. Xia Mingzhu set aside the scorching stew pot and picked up 2 still warm buns. After filling her belly, she left the space, returned to her room, drank a cup of cold water, and went to bed contentedly. Fortunately, she had arrived in early autumn. Apart from the slight chill at night, the temperatures were bearable. Had she arrived in the dead of winter with no food or warm clothes, Xia Mingzhu wouldn't have lasted a single night. The night passed. When Xia Mingzhu woke up, she didn't hear Xiao Cui's chattering voice. After a quick wash, she casually took a stew pot from her space. She touched it gently, and indeed it was still piping hot. She then took out the buns that still held their warmth. As she expected, they were exactly as warm as they had been last night. She brought one to her lips and took a gentle bite. The skin was soft and chewy, and the meat filling inside still emitted wisps of steam. Xia Mingzhu savored the buns, then opened the lid of the stew pot, picked up the small spoon, and blew on the steaming soup before, after she had eaten and drunk her fill, washed the pot and put it away, she finally saw Xiao Cui's figure appear at the courtyard gate. The young girl walked in with her head hung low, her washed-out skirt marked with 2 dark footprints. Xiao Cui's appearance told the whole story. She had been bullied. Miss. Upon seeing Xia Mingzhu, Xiao Cui forced a smile onto her tear-stained face. Miss, the main kitchen was robbed last night. Old Madam Sun said there will be no meals today. Our courtyard only has 1 leftover white bun from last night, nowhere near enough for you today. It doesn't matter if I don't eat, but you've just recovered from a serious illness, miss. You need nourishment. You can't go without food. As she spoke, Xiao Cui began to cry. After a few sobs, she wiped her face haphazardly as if she had made a firm decision and spoke with resolve. Don't worry, miss. I'll go and beg the mistress to give you some food. The mistress is kind-hearted. She will surely give you something to eat. Xiao Cui was a woman of action. Having made up her mind, she turned to leave, but Xia Mingzhu grabbed her arm and pulled her back. The girl was loyal but terribly naive. Xiao Cui, are you tired of living? Don't you want to keep your life? Have you considered that if you dare go to Li Wanwen and ask her for food from me, she'd have you beaten to death right then and there? Xiao Cui was startled by Xia Mingzhu's words, her speech becoming stammer. The mistress. She wouldn't stoop to bother with a little maid like me, would she? Xia Mingzhu poked her forehead with a finger. Are you stupid? Everyone in the mansion knows she mistreats me. Even my own father turns a blind eye. As long as it doesn't blow up, he pretends not to see. That's because all this has never been brought out into the open. If you go begging her for a morsel of food for me today, you'd be blatantly telling the world that she, a concubine elevated to the status of wife, is mistreating the legitimate daughter of the first wife. That would be slapping her right in the face. Think about it. If you cause a scene today and make her lose face, my father would have to reprimand her, even if it's just for show. You've made her lose face. Do you think she'd let you, a helpless little maid, off easily? Xiao Cui was so frightened, she didn't dare. Miss, we can't go to the mistress. The kitchen won't give us food. We have no money for bribes and no one to protect us. We can endure a day or 2 of hunger, but what if they refuse to feed us from now on? What will we do then? Xiao Cui, panicking, started crying again. Xia Mingzhu affectionately patted the head of Xiao Cui, who was a year younger than the original Bodis age, then led her by the hand into the room and latched the door behind them. Xia Mingzhu had Cuier sit down at the table, then she stepped behind the bed curtains, retrieved 2 meat buns from her space, and handed them to Cuier. Cuier let out a low gasp as she took the still warm buns. Buns, these are buns, miss. Where did these buns come from? Cuier joyfully offered the buns back to Xia Mingzhu. The buns are still warm, miss. You should eat them while they're hot. Xia Mingzhu declined. Silly girl, I've already eaten. I saved these specially for you. Miss, this servant isn't hungry. Before she could finish, Chui's stomach let out a loud grumble. Xia Mingzhu let out a soft laugh, and Chui blushed with embarrassment. Since I've given them to you, eat them. Don't worry about where they came from. As long as you stay loyal to me, I'll make sure you never go hungry. Chui was tempted and famished, but she still couldn't bear to eat such a rare treat. Miss, this servant truly isn't hungry. Save the buns for Miss. This servant is fine with the leftover white steamed buns from yesterday. Chui swallowed her saliva as she pushed the tempting buns back towards Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu was almost amused by the girl's stubbornness. I told you to eat, so eat. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Chui, listen carefully. From now on, whatever I give you, eat. No refusing and no asking questions. Otherwise I'll be sure to punish you. Under Xia Mingzhu's threat, Chui devoured the warm buns with tears of happiness streaming down her face. Burp. This servant thanks Miss for the reward. The buns were so fragrant. This servant hasn't eaten this well in a long time. Are you full, eh? This servant is full. Since you're full, go back to the main kitchen and keep watch outside. Remember to act like you're weak from hunger. Do you understand? Chui's eyes sparkled. She nodded firmly. This servant understands. You want them to think we have no food, and are go on then. Chui ran out of the courtyard happily. Xia Mingzhu stayed in her room, starting to exercise her rusty stiff limbs. To contend with the Xia family, she needed to be able to protect herself before any confrontation. Otherwise everything else was just empty talk. Chui was gone for most of the day and only returned to the remote little courtyard with a glum face as dusk fell. In the morning after Chui left, Xia Mingzhu hid in her room to exercise. Unfortunately, her body was ridden with old ailments, and she was exhausted after just a few movements. Gritting her teeth, she managed to last half an hour before needing a break of over 10 minutes. This cycle repeated throughout the day, leaving her thoroughly worn out. When Chui returned, Xia Mingzhu had already eaten and drunk her fill, washed up, and was drowsily lying in bed. Hearing Chui enter, she tossed her 2 more buns and fell into a deep sleep. Chui was obedient. Since Xia Mingzhu told her not to ask, she didn't pry, simply eating the buns and going to sleep. The next morning after eating her buns, Chui went back to squat outside the main kitchen while Xia Mingzhu continued her exercises. In this manner 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Their meals resumed after dinner on the second day. The kitchen staff probably feared that starving Xia Mingzhu to death would bring trouble, so they dared not be too harsh. They grudgingly gave Chui 2 bowls of rice rinsing water with a few grains of rice to take back, as if tossing scraps to a beggar. During those days Chui left early and returned late, and all the food she brought back was dumped out by Xia Mingzhu. The mistress and servant enjoyed meat and fish daily, and with the constant exercise Xia Mingzhu gradually regained some strength. She felt the time was ripe to turn the tables. The double ninth festival on the 9th day of the 9th month was a perfect occasion. Chui, tell me, what's the procedure for this festival in the Xia household? Miss, on the double ninth festival at the hour of Chun 7 a.m., as the sun rises, the master leads the madam, the young masters, the young misses, and the clan descendants up the mountain peak to the ancestral hall for worship. Afterwards they ascend to the highest point of the peak, face the sun, bathe in the morning light, and gaze into the distance to dispel misfortune. At noon, 12 p.m., everyone places offerings at the ancestral hall, pays respects to the ancestors, and then all clan members share the sacrificial food, symbolizing the ancestors' blessings. At the beginning of the hour, 5 p.m., the master hosts a family banquet every year, and all clan members who participated in the climb are invited. Xia Mingzhu leaned back in a faded chair, playing with her 2 chubby thumbs, and asked lazily, Chui, as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family, I should be eligible to attend the banquet, right? Miss, you certainly have the right, but ever since the madam passed, you've never been allowed to attend. Xia Mingzhu nodded without asking further. As for today's food, she didn't have Chui dump it out, but carefully stored it away. When the Shin hour was half over, around 4 p.m., Xia Mingzhu judged it was about time. She first filled both her own and Chui's stomachs, then had Chui pick up the food basket and follow her. Over the past few nights, Xia Mingzhu hadn't been sleeping the whole time. She occasionally slipped into the inner courtyard to scout the routes to various compounds. The mistress and servant wound their way along the mansion's paths for nearly half an hour, evading the servants, until they reached the outside of the reception hall located at the junction of the front and rear courtyards. From within the reception hall, the aroma of fine wine and delicacies drifted outside. A crowd of lavishly dressed men and women were engaged in animated conversation. Maids and servants stood behind them, attending diligently, a scene of harmonious revelry. 2 servants guarded the main entrance while others continuously delivered fine wine and dishes through the side door. As they drew closer to the reception hall, Chui realized her mistress' intentions. Her legs trembled with fear. Xia Mingzhu, undaunted by the guards at both entrances, led Chui directly and boldly to the front door. Seeing the mansion's most neglected eldest daughter appear, the 2 servants blocked her path. One servant plastered on a smile and tried to dissuade her. Eldest Miss, I'd advise you to go back where you came from. This is no— The other servant, however, cursed at her outright. Pa, you call yourself an eldest miss? Look at you, a bloated pig, and with that ugly fat face of yours you should be rotting in a corner, not out here embarrassing yourself. Eldest miss, please go back quickly. If you accidentally disturb the honored guests inside, the master will surely punish you. Saner, why are you being so polite to this fat pig? With her wretched appearance, are you afraid she might turn things around one day? Brother Liuzi, that's not how you say it. Sai, leave some leeway for future encounters. Forget it, I can't explain it to you clearly. Eldest miss, this servant begs you, please go back. Don't make things difficult for us. The two servants, one playing the good cop, and the other the bad cop, cooperated quite harmoniously. Xia Mingzhu smiled faintly without a word. She raised her hand and delivered a fierce slap, sending the foul-mouthed servant tumbling to the ground, rolling twice before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Xia Mingzhu turned to the other servant, a cold gleam shooting from her narrowed small eyes. Would you rather faint yourself, or let me slap you unconscious? The servant shivered, looking at his companion on the ground, then at Xia Mingzhu's palm, as large as a palm leaf fan. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap on the face, but he didn't faint. He immediately lay down on the ground, rolled twice, got covered in dust, then wriggled to the shadow under the wall and understandingly closed his eyes. This bizarre scene left Xiao Chui dumbfounded. Having smoothly dealt with the two servants, Xia Mingzhu left Xiao Chui waiting at the door. When the dancing girls in the reception hall finished a piece, she picked up the food box, stepped over the threshold, and strode boldly into the noisy reception hall. Seeing Xia Mingzhu's bulky figure appear, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Xia Mingzhu, completely unflustered, strode directly to the center of the reception hall, set down the food box, and announced loudly, "Daughter Mingzhu pays respects to father and mother." Mingzhu, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family, greets all esteemed clan elders, relatives, and siblings. Seeing the foolish, fat, and stupid legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family in the hall, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Yuanxiao, seated at the head, had his smile instantly vanish. Xia Yuanxiao shot a vicious sidelong glare at Li Wenwen, annoyed that she couldn't even manage the household properly. On such a fine day, how had she let this disgraceful thing in? Li Wenwen was also furious at Xia Mingzhu's sudden appearance, twisting the handkerchief in her hands. But as a stepmother with a reputation for kindness, she had to force a smile onto her face. However, the venom she failed to conceal in her eyes was clearly visible to everyone. Li Wenwen explained, "Mingzhu, my good child, you've been ill for several days. Your mother intentionally let you rest well in your courtyard, so I didn't have anyone inform you to attend today's family banquet. Why are you so disobedient, sneaking out and catching the wind? If you get even sicker, it's you who will suffer." Li Wenwen's words were well spoken. She was concerned about Mingzhu's health, so she deliberately kept her from coming out. But with the wind blowing today, it might worsen her illness, even to the point of death. Xia Mingzhu completely ignored Li Wenwen's veiled threat. "Daughter, thanks mother for your consideration. But today is the Double Ninth Festival. In the daytime, I was already unfilial for not being able to accompany my parents to the ancestral rites and mountain climbing due to illness. Now with the family banquet entertaining all the relatives as the legitimate eldest daughter of father, if I still don't come out to pay respects to the clan elders, wouldn't that be a breach of etiquette? If so, I would cause others to laugh at the Xia family's eldest daughter for being ignorant of propriety, and it would also bring shame upon mother and the Xia sisters. If that happens, I would become a sinner of the Xia clan. This damn girl, why has she suddenly become so sharp-witted today?" Xia Mingzhu's words had already elevated the matter to the propriety of the mother and all the Xia women. Li Wenwen couldn't refute it, her hands trembling with rage. Her expression grew uglier, but in front of so many relatives, she had to hypocritically praise Xia Mingzhu for being "Good child, you are thoughtful. Since you have come to pay respects to the clan elders, and you have seen them, you should go back and rest early. After all, you are still ill." "Daughter, thanks mother for your concern. But Mingzhu regrets deeply that due to her illness, she could not accompany father and mother to the mountain climbing and ancestral rites, nor could she join the esteemed elders and siblings in lively conversation and drinking. To express my apology, Mingzhu has specially brought my own meals today to add a dish for father, mother, and all the clan elders to change the flavor and liven the occasion." Hearing Xia Mingzhu mention her own meals, Li Wenwen's expression drastically changed. "Mingzhu, you are a long ill person. Your meals are bland and unsuitable for today's banquet. Take them back and eat them yourself." "Hua Lianhua, are you dead? Can't you see the eldest miss is unwell? Take her back to rest at once." Li Wenwen's words were beautifully spoken, every sentence seemingly concerned for Xia Mingzhu. Upon hearing Li Wenwen's words, the two maids immediately stepped out from behind her, strode forward, and reached out to grab Xia. But before they could get close, Xia Mingzhu had already opened the food box she had brought, took out a bowl of pot-washing water floating with black grease, and trotted around in front of the relatives. "Xia Mingzhu, you rebellious daughter. Today's banquet is no place for your madness. Put that away and get out." In response to Li Wenwen's guilty scolding, Xia Mingzhu only gave her a provocative look. "Father, mother, esteemed clan elders, this is the first dish today, named Thousand Wash 100 Flavor Soup. Please look carefully. I have been consuming this soup for nearly 6 years. It not only opens the appetite and strengthens the spleen, but also quenches thirst. It was specially prepared by my good mother's orders to the kitchen. As soon as that bowl of greasy pot-washing soup appeared, it caused the relatives to whisper among themselves, and even the looks directed at Li Wenwen carried a hint of contempt. Li Wenwen's lips turned white with anger. "You two idiots, drag her out quickly." The two maids quickened their steps, but still couldn't match Xia Ming's speed. With quick eyes and hands, she placed the bowl of pot-washing water on the table of the old man, sitting in the front row, presumably the Xia family's clan elder. Then she stepped back to the food box, and took out a bowl of boiled old cabbage stalks. This bowl of old cabbage leaves had wormholes, yellow leaves, and the soup floated with some green insect droppings. "Everyone please look. This is the second dish today, named Beauty and Anti-Aging Caterpillar Fungus Soup. This soup is not only nutritious and delicious, but also prolongs life. Oh, and it can probably fatten you up and strengthen your body. If you don't believe me, esteemed elders, you can look at Ming's own body of fat. It was cultivated by this soup. Tell me, isn't this soup a great tonic?" Hearing Xia Ming's increasingly outrageous words, Xia Yuanxiao thundered, "Xia Mingzhu, you cursed creature. Get out of here. Do you think you can rebel against heaven?" Xia Mingzhu just giggled, still completely ignoring the outwardly tough, but inwardly weak Xia Yuanxiao. On this occasion, in front of the Xia clan relatives, could he dare to kill her? "Father, don't be angry. Today is a joyous festival. Daughter only wanted to offer father the delicacies personally arranged by mother. What wrong have I done? You. Xia Yuanxiao trembled with rage at Xia Ming's words. However, due to the presence of clan elders, he refrained from scolding her loudly. Seeing Xia Yuanxiao fall silent, Xia Mingzhu curled her lips and casually set down the old cabbage soup, then took out another plate from the food box. "Dear clan elders, please look. This is the third main dish, the youthful and immortal ginseng fruit. This is the treasure that Mingzhu has relied on to survive these past 6 years." Xia Mingzhu held up 2 black steamed buns, their color comparable to the bottom of a pot, and patiently displayed them one by one before the clan elders. Soot from the bottom of the pot mixed with worm-infested flour plus 2 handfuls of plant ash, perhaps even other good ingredients. Unfortunately, Ming's knowledge is too shallow to distinguish them. Under mother's personal supervision and the careful craftsmanship of the kitchen chef, they must have spent considerable effort to develop such an authentic treasure. This precious item not only fills you up after 2 bites, but also staves off hunger extremely well. Holding one, a person can go an entire day without feeling hungry. To obtain such a treasure is Ming's honor, but Mingzhu dares not keep it to herself. Therefore, on this climbing festival, in the presence of all clan elders, I present it to father. If father finds it acceptable, we can promote it widely in the manor. Over a year, it will surely save the household a great deal of silver. If it proves feasible in the manor, it could even be recommended to the court as military provisions. Once adopted by the sage, father's promotion and ennoblement will be imminent. Watching Xia Mingzhu point at the food that even pigs and dogs would not eat, claiming she wanted to offer it to him, and have him present it to the sage, Xia Yuanxiao trembled with fury. He had indeed known that Li Wenwen was mistreating Xia Mingzhu, but he never imagined that Li Wenwen would actually feed her such things. Meanwhile, Li Wenwen was still shouting in panic, "Guards! More men! Drag that wretched girl away and lock her up. Take away those meals." Slap! Xia Yuanxiao struck Li Wenwen hard across the face. On Li Wenwen's well-maintained face, several bright red finger marks immediately appeared. It was all because of this wretch Li Wenwen that he had lost all face today. Even though everyone present today were Xia clan members and household servants, and even if he immediately sealed their mouths, he was certain that within a day word would spread outside that the Xia family mistreated their legitimate eldest daughter. Walls have ears, and there are no secrets that can be hidden in the mansions of the capital's officials. This venomous woman Li Wenwen, instead of thinking about timely remediation, was only adding to the chaos. Her pig-headed mind didn't consider could Xia Mingzhu still be beaten, scolded, and imprisoned at will. Did he, the vice minister of rights, still have any face to maintain? Xia Yuanxiao forced himself to save face. "Madam Li, after my original wife passed away, I promoted you to equal wife, because I thought you were gentle and respectful. My original intention was for you to help me manage the inner courtyard and take good care of the legitimate eldest daughter left by my wife. But instead, while I was busy with official duties and had no time to attend to the back courtyard, you dared to treat my legitimate eldest daughter so harshly." After being slapped, Li Wenwen's mind finally cleared a little. "My lord, your concubine is wronged. Ever since I took over the household management, I have never mistreated the young lady. In every matter, I placed her first. I arranged everything according to the rules. As for the young lad's suffering, it was all because the subordinates were outwardly compliant, but inwardly disobedient, secretly deducting her food. The young lady herself never spoke of it, so naturally, I didn't know about these things. I beg my lord to believe me, your concubine is truly wronged." Li Wenwen wanted to shift all the blame onto the treacherous servants, but this was all within Xia Ming's expectations. However, her purpose today was not just about a little bit of food. Xia Mingzhu bent her knees and knelt before Xia Yuanxiao. "Father, your daughter knows that mother was deceived by treacherous servants, so please do not blame mother for her negligence. Hearing Xia Mingzhu speaking on her behalf, Li Wenwen's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly took over the conversation. Mingzhu, you are a good child knowing that your mother was wronged. Rest assured, I will strictly investigate those treacherous servants who bullied their mistress and give you justice. After a display of motherly kindness and filial piety, the atmosphere eased considerably, and even Xia Yuanqio's expression improved. However, Xia Mingzhu had no intention of letting the matter drop. Thank you, mother, for being willing to seek justice for your daughter. But mother may not know that over the years those treacherous servants not only deducted my food, but also my seasonal clothing. Xia Mingzhu stood up and turned around, showing everyone her attire. From head to toe, not only were there no ornaments, but even her dress was worn out, short and small, completely ill-fitting. The legitimate eldest daughter of the vice minister's mansion, her attire was inferior even to that of the household servants. Xia Yuanqio's just relaxed expression turned ugly again. Mother, your daughter has not only gone 6 years without new clothes, but even the monthly allowance for 6 years has been entirely deducted by those treacherous servants. Over these years, those treacherous servants have taken everything from me, leaving me without enough to eat or wear. I beg mother to seek justice for me. When Li Wenwen met Xia Yuanqio's cold snake-like gaze, her heart trembled with fear. She pinched her palm hard to barely maintain her composure. I have already understood this matter. Mingzhu, you may withdraw for now. Later, I will give you a resolution. Xia Mingzhu's chubby face broke into a smile piled with fat. Mingzhu thanks mother for her kindness. Please don't mind your daughter being troublesome. I beg mother to help your daughter ask those treacherous servants where do they get the audacity to dare let me, the legitimate eldest daughter of the vice minister of rights, live in the most dilapidated courtyard near the outer compound. Li Wenwen was so angry she turned green. All those matters were personally instructed by her, and now being scolded to her face by Xia Mingzhu, she couldn't even lose her temper. Father, mother, and all clan elders, it is not that Mingzhu intentionally stirs trouble. You may not know, but that courtyard is separated from the outer compound by only a wall, old and dilapidated. In winter, the room is drafty everywhere with no charcoal fire for warmth. Fortunately, your daughter was blessed and not frozen to death inside. In summer, mosquitoes swarm around, keeping Mingzhu awake all night. Your daughter is the legitimate eldest daughter of the vice minister's mansion, father's eldest daughter. Even if I cannot live in the largest and best courtyard, I should not live in a place even the servants disdain. Your daughter being so mistreated and abused by servants. If this gets out, it will disgrace the vice minister's mansion. I beg father and mother to seek justice for your daughter. Faced with Xia Mingzhu's accusations, Li Wenwen had no defense and could only continue to prevaricate. Mingzhu, my dear daughter, you have suffered these years. It is all because your mother's household management was lax, allowing those treacherous servants to wreak havoc. Xia Mingzhu covered her face with her sleeve, her shoulders heaving with sobs. Mingzhu, my dear daughter, you have suffered these years. It is all because your mother's household management was lax, allowing those treacherous servants to wreak havoc. Today, thanks to the presence of all esteemed elders and relatives, your unfilial daughter begs mother. Could you please punish those treacherous servants? Daughter's presumptuous actions today were born of desperation. Mother, you have seen my condition. I eat those things every day and go to bed hungry every night. I dare not ask for the same fine clothes and delicacies as Sister Mingyue, nor for the same plush bed and soft pillows as second brother Qingda. I only wish to have enough to eat and wear. On winter nights, I am no longer frozen until I cannot sleep. On summer nights, I am no longer bitten by mosquitoes. Xia Mingzhu spoke pitifully with the blood-stained white cloth wrapped around her head, her faded, patched, ill-fitting dress exposing her wrists and ankles. Her embroidered shoes had several holes, and she indeed looked like a figure of utter grievance. Even though she was plump and unappealing, she still evoked sympathy from many clan members. Outrageous. The sound of a shattered cup came from an elder with a grizzled beard sitting in the front left row. This old man has truly seen something today. The legitimate eldest daughter of the Shirlang mansion has been driven by a concubine to live in a courtyard near the outer quarters. On the right, an elderly woman adorned with pearls and jade set down her teacup heavily. The legitimate eldest daughter of the Shirlang mansion, the eldest daughter of the Xia family's main branch, is daily underfed and underclothed, living in the shabbiest courtyard wearing ill-fitting garments. If this gets out, won't the Xia family become the laughingstock of the entire capital? Xia Yuanxiao, even if you are now a vice minister of rights, your doting on a concubine and neglecting your wife must have limits. Are you not afraid of the censor's pens? Yuanxiao, you are muddled. When your first wife passed away, you insisted on elevating this concubine to be your equal wife. The clan originally disagreed, but seeing your firm stance, and since equal wife sounds better, but is essentially a noble concubine, we reluctantly agreed. Do you remember what you promised the clan back then? You promised to treat the legitimate daughter of your first wife well, and to continue searching for the legitimate son who was abducted. But look at what you have done all these years. Xia Mingzhu knelt heavily on the ground, weeping bitterly. Mingzhu thanks the clan elders for standing up for me. But father is busy with official duties, and mother has to manage the vast household. It is not their fault that they cannot attend to me. Please do not blame them, elders. It is already unfilial of me to cause my parents worry. If I further bring blame upon my parents and tarnish the Xia clan's reputation, then I can only atone with my death. Xia Ming's tearful plea made everyone's faces twitch. Even Xiao Chui, who was closest to her, could not help but shrink into the shadow of the corner. Her young lady used to be like a clam with a sealed mouth. She would not utter a word, even when beaten with a stick. Today, however, she dared to do something that utterly shamed the Xia mansion, dragging the clan relatives into the mess. Truly audacious beyond measure. By staging this scene, she had trampled the faces of Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen into the dirt. Now she even says that if her parents are blamed, she will die to atone. Wouldn't that put the clan members who spoke up for her in an awkward position? What exactly does the young lady want? Xiao Cuy's little brain could not fathom what her mistress was trying to achieve with this spectacle. Xia Ming's words made Xia Yuanxiao and the Xia family feel as if they had swallowed a fly. You stirred up trouble, and now that the clan is angered, you plead for us not to blame your father. What exactly do you want? For a moment the reception hall fell into an eerie silence. Xia Yuanxiao, his face dark, cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd. Dear elders and juniors, today was meant to be a good day for climbing high and looking afar. However, my wife's lax household management has caused this farce, which is truly laughable. I implore all esteemed relatives and juniors to keep silent about today's matter and to restrain the servants from spreading it, lest people mock the Shirlang mansion for having a concubine in charge and disrupting social order. The words concubine in charge disrupting social order turned Li Wenwen's face pale. Having once been Xia Yuanqiu's concubine was a lifelong disgrace to her. And the man who once doted on her now referred to her in front of the clan as nothing more than a lowly concubine. Xia Yuanxiao did not notice Li Wenwen's state and continued exchanging pleasantries with the clan members. The clan elder said, "Rest assured, Yuanxiao, my worthy nephew. The character Xia is written the same way. We are one body sharing honor and disgrace. We will not act recklessly after we leave." Xia Yuanxiao cupped his hands again and bowed deeply. "Thank you all. Regarding today's incident and my daughter's matter, I will personally make proper arrangements soon, and those treacherous servants will not be spared. This incident has dampened your spirits for drinking. I will not detain you further today. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. I will select another auspicious day to host a banquet and personally apologize to everyone." This was a clear dismissal, but it was understandable as both husband and wife had been humiliated by Xia Mingzhu. The only reason they had not erupted was out of consideration for the clan. They had to send the guests away immediately to settle the family matters behind closed doors. So the guests departed one by one. In the reception hall, Xia Mingzhu stood up, directly brushed the dust off her knees, and under the murderous gaze of Li Wenwen and her daughter, nonchalantly sat down in a large armchair. Seeing her young lattice's death-defying behavior, Xiao Chui shrunk even more. Before entering the reception hall, Xia Mingzhu had specifically instructed her to find a corner to hide in no matter what happened, and not to show herself until called. After the guests left, the hall was left in disarray. However, since there were still matters to handle, all servants were dismissed. Under the venomous stares of Li Wenwen and her two children, Xia Mingzhu sat firmly in the armchair. She leisurely took a clean empty cup and poured herself some warm tea. Raising the cup to her lips, she caught a faint aroma of tea. Taking a gentle sip, the liquid carried a hint of coolness, and after swallowing, a trace of sweetness lingered in her mouth. Unfortunately, Xia Mingzhu was a Philistine who could not appreciate the fine tea. She merely let out a comfortable sigh and said, "Good tea." Faced with the arrogant Xia Mingzhu, Li Wenwen and her son did not confront her on the spot. After all, the incident at today's banquet had escalated to such a degree that it was no longer something she, a woman of the inner chambers, could decide on her own. Now all they could do was wait for the head of the family, Xia Yuanxiao, to handle it personally. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, after seeing off the guests, Xia Yuanxiao returned to the chaotic reception hall with a face as long as a mule's. The door to the reception hall was slammed shut. Xia Yuanxiao strode to the seat of honor and sat down, slamming his palm heavily on the table. "All of you kneel down now." Li Wenwen and her three children's legs went weak and they knelt heavily in a row. Li Wenwen had already received a slap at the banquet. She knew her actions had caused Xia Yuanxiao to lose immense face today, so she was now extremely obedient. Xia Mingwei usually put on the airs of a proper young lady in public, but in reality, she was arrogant and domineering. At the slightest dissatisfaction, she would beat or scold the servants and maids in the household. She even dared to talk back to Li Wenjing, but she was terrified of her own father, Xia Yuanxiao. Once when she was young, she had lost her composure in front of outsiders, and Xia Yuanxiao had nearly beaten her to death. Since that incident, whenever Xia Yuanxiao was present, Xia Mingwei wouldn't dare to make a single unnecessary sound, let alone provoke him when he was in a furious rage. As for Xiao Qingde, the only son of Xia Yuanxiao, he was not afraid of his father at all. Relying on his father's influence, he was idle and useless, often sneaking out to indulge in a life of pleasure. Although he was only 15 by nominal age, he had already learned many tricks from the courtesans in the pleasure houses outside. He had even secretly slept with all 4 of his personal maidservants in his courtyard. But he wasn't stupid. It was Xia Mingzhu, that fat pig, who had angered Xia Yuanxiao today. He wouldn't be the one to stand up to his father and share the brunt of his wrath. Li Wenwen and her children obediently knelt. Xia Mingzhu remained seated unmoving. As expected, Xia Yuanqiu's anger immediately shifted towards Xia Mingzhu, just as Li Wenwen and her children had anticipated. Xia Mingzhu, you wicked child! I told you to kneel, yet you dare to defy your own father. Xia Mingzhu replied, Father, you wrong me by saying such things. All the elders in the clan know that I, Xia Mingzhu, am a filial daughter. Otherwise I wouldn't have offered all my food for the day to my most esteemed father as a token of respect. Xia Yuanqiu's eyes bulged with rage as he stood up and pointed a trembling finger at Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu, you wicked child, you still have the nerve to mention that swill from today, eh? Heh. Xia Mingzhu laughed in fury, slamming her hand heavily on the table. The force of the slap was so immense that it shattered the solid wooden low table into pieces. Cups and dishes crashed to the floor, scattering everywhere. The flying shards startled the kneeling Li Wenwen and her children, who let out screams of terror. Xia Yuanqiu was also startled, stumbling backward. He rose to his feet in fury, his pointing finger trembling. Wicked child! Wicked child! So disobedient! Do you intend to defy heaven itself today? Xia Mingzhu burst into loud laughter. Heaven? Huh? Xia Yuanqiu, you piece of trash, you dare to compare yourself to heaven. Xia Yuanqiu, rebellious daughter. I am your own father, and you dare to call me trash. With anger blazing in her eyes, Xia Mingzhu stepped forward, treading on the broken porcelain shards, closing in on Xia Yuanqiu. Xia Yuanqiu, you are unworthy of being a father. How dare you presume to lecture me? The burly and stout Xia Mingzhu stood before the frail, scholarly Xia Yuanqiu, like a solid wall, exuding immense pressure. It scared Xia Yuanqiu so much that he couldn't even speak clearly. Rebellious daughter. I am your own father. What do you think you're doing? Xia Mingzhu slapped him hard on the shoulder, causing his legs to buckle and nearly collapse. Don't worry, trash. I, Xia Mingzhu, will not commit patricide. There's just something I can't quite understand, and I need to get it off my chest. I'd like to discuss it with my dear father now. I trust you won't refuse me, will you? The bones in his shoulder creaked under the crushing grip of Xia Mingzhu's large hand. Wincing in pain, Xia Yuanqiu stammered. No, I won't refuse. Xia Mingzhu released her grip with satisfaction. Good. Since you won't refuse, let me ask you this. Since you knew that stuff was swill, why did you turn a blind eye to your eldest legitimate daughter's meals for 6 years? Xia Yuanqiu was speechless. Did you truly not know that your eldest legitimate daughter had been eating what you call swill for 6 whole years? Xia Yuanqiu didn't dare to speak, casting a sharp glare at Li Wenwen. Xia Yuanqiu, let me ask you this. After your first wife, my own mother, passed away, your eldest legitimate daughter was mistreated and tormented by your concubine in every way possible. Why did you deliberately pretend to be blind and turn a blind eye to it all? Xia Yuanqiu, you spend your days cuddling with your concubine, buying expensive silks and finery for your illegitimate daughter, and lavishing money on fine stationery and inkstones for your illegitimate son. But why is it that you cannot see your eldest legitimate daughter, who suffers hunger and cold day after day, eh? Xia Yuanqiu continued to play the fool, staying silent like a quail. Xia Yuanqiu, answer me. Xia Mingzhu's furious shout made everyone in the hall tremble. Xia Yuanqiu stammered in defense. Xia Mingzhu, your mistreatment at the hands of Li Shi is indeed a failure on my part, as your father. As for the things you lack in your courtyard, I will arrange for everything to be replenished for you later. Xia Mingzhu let out a cold sneer. You'll replenish everything. Xia Yuanqiu, if I hadn't made this scene today, and you weren't afraid of the shame of mistreating your eldest legitimate daughter getting out, would you really have been willing to give me those things? Xia Yuanqiu snorted through his nose, not answering her question. Instead, he said, Xia Mingzhu, do you even know why I, the master of this household, don't think highly of you, my eldest legitimate daughter? Don't you know yourself? Look at yourself, a fat, stupid, and ugly mess. In the entire capital, there isn't a second young lady as disgraceful as you. Someone like you wouldn't be valued in any family. Hearing Xia Yuanqiu's words, Xia Mingzhu suddenly grinned. She grabbed Xia Yuanqiu by the collar and delivered 2 solid thuds to his stomach. Xia Yuanqiu, you dog, how dare you call this young lady disgraceful? Rebellious daughter. You dare to hit your own father. Xia Yuanqiu, you bastard, am I being too nice to you? Someone. Xia Yuanqiu, with that pathetic look of yours, you dare to provoke me, eh? Stop hitting. I won't dare anymore. With a few more thuds, Xia Mingzhu's punches left Xia Yuanqiu seeing stars and begging for mercy. As soon as Xia Mingzhu let go, Xia Yuanqiu curled up in pain, writhing and wailing on the ground. The violent Xia Mingzhu, with her bear-like build, lifted the chicken's eyes Xia Yuanqiu with ease, as if it were child's play. As Xia Yuanqiu screamed in pain, Li Wenwen and Xia Qingde rushed over to help, but Xia Mingzhu was impartial. With 2 resounding slaps, she sent the mother and son sprawling to the ground, trembling in fear. Xia Mingzhu dropped the now soiled Xia Yuanqiu and turned her gaze to Li Wenwen and her children. Just her sheer size and fierce glare were enough to send them scrambling backward in terror. Xia Mingyue, the renowned talented woman and the foremost beauty of the capital, was startled into a shrill scream by the sudden upheaval, desperately seeking to flee and summon help. Yet with a flick of her wrist, Xia Mingzhu hurled a teacup that struck her squarely on the bend of her leg. Clutching her leg, which throbbed as if it were shattered, Xia Mingyue begged for mercy through her sobs. Such brutal scenes were utterly unheard of among the womenfolk of the capital's great houses, and she was nearly frightened out of her wits. The commotion within the reception hall was considerable, yet the servants outside, having been forewarned by Xia Yuanxiao, kept their distance far from the guest hall. Even upon hearing the agonizing cries from within, they dared not approach, without Xia Yuanqiao's explicit command. After finishing with Xia Yuanxiao, Xia Mingzhu strode over to Li Wenwen and her 3 children, meting out a beating to each in turn. She paid special attention to the delicate flower-like faces of Li Wenwen and Xia Mingyue, the resounding slaps bringing her immense satisfaction. My face as the legitimate eldest daughter is naturally plump and prosperous. You two, one my mother, the other my sister, look so gaunt and haggard. Standing beside me, we hardly seem like kin. Slap. Slap. Xia Mingzhu pleased patted their now swollen cheeks. There, now that you're properly puffed up, you finally look like you belong to the same family as me. Having vented her vengeance, she felt refreshed and invigorated. The sight of the 4 members of the Xia family curled up on the ground like pathetic shrimp filled Xia Mingzhu with immense delight. You unfilial wretch. You ungrateful fiend. Xia Yuanxiao, once the pain subsided, began his reckless cursing anew. Tisk tisk, Xia Yuanxiao, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. As Xia Mingzhu brandished her fist the size of a sandbag before him, once more Xia Yuanqiao's spirit completely crumbled. No more hitting. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Xia Mingzhu kicked him over, then delivered a solid blow to his stomach, sending him rolling twice across the floor before he came to a stop. Witnessing the fate of their own father, Xia Yuanxiao, the other 3 remained utterly silent, curling themselves into tight balls in a desperate attempt to minimize their presence. Satisfied that they had all been subdued, Xia Mingzhu dragged over a chair and sat down before them with a commanding, imposing. Xia Yuanxiao, Li Wenwen, you've brought this calamity upon yourselves. Don't blame me. Who told you to mistreat me so blatantly? This is the price you have to pay. The 4 of them knelt obediently in a neat row, not daring to voice a single word of dissent against Xia Mingzhu's declaration. Everything has come to a head today, so I've taken the liberty of settling old scores. This is all your own doing, and I trust you have no objections. The 4 of them shook their heads in unison. Good. No objections. Then let's consider today's matters settled. Listen carefully, all 4 of you. I'm officially informing you now, from this day forward, I settle my grudges on the spot. So you'd all better watch your step around me. They nodded their heads vigorously, like pestles pounding rice. Whatever their true thoughts, their immediate priority was to get through. Xia Yuanxiao, Li Wenwen, as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family, the treatment I deserve must be arranged for me immediately. As for what you owe me from the past, you will compensate me in full. Otherwise, the next price you'll have to pay. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. The 4 knelt upright, silent. Xia Mingzhu was not pleased with this. Cat got your tongues. Xia Yuanxiao, Li Wenwen, have I made myself clear? She punctuated her question with a swift kick. Xia Yuanxiao toppled over with a pained grunt, gritting his teeth as he replied, hiss. I heard you. He'll make the arrangements right away. Li Wenwen's face was so swollen that her eyes were nearly shut. Seeing Xia Yuanxiao get kicked, she fearfully shuffled backward before giving a muffled, indistinct assent. Miss, I will arrange your allowances immediately. Rest assured I will never dare to mistreat you again. Their answers finally satisfied Xia Mingzhu. Her gaze then shifted to her younger siblings. Xia Mingyue, Xia Qingde, you 2 bastards born of a concubine have enjoyed the good life that rightfully belonged to me and my own younger brother. The beating you receive today is merely a pittance of interest on the debt you owe. Remember this, I am your legitimate elder sister, while you 2 are nothing but the playthings of a concubine. From now on you will treat me with the utmost respect. Should you dare show me the slightest disrespect. Xia Mingzhu's smile turned sinister and cruel. She casually picked up a teacup, her fingers slowly tightening around it until it shattered with a sharp, crisp crack that echoed in their ears. The sheer force of her display drained the color from their faces, leaving them trembling in silence. Mess with me, and I'll end you. Have you all got that? Xia Qingde, the pampered and cowardly son, was reduced to a sniveling, tear-streaked mess, utterly terrified by his violent elder sister. Elder sister, I promise to be obedient from now on. He'll do whatever you say. Xia Mingyue could only nod vigorously, her swollen cheeks streaked with tears. Xia Yuanxiao, seeing his beloved children so humiliated by Xia Mingzhu, felt a surge of rage that reignited his. Xia Mingzhu, you unfilial daughter. Not only do you beat your own father, but you also bully your younger siblings. Before he could even finish, Xia Mingzhu walked over, hoisted him up, and swiftly dislocated all his limbs. The sudden excruciating pain tore a guttural roar from Xia Yuanqiao's throat. His face contorted, veins bulged on his neck, and beads of sweat the size of pearls erupted on his forehead. With his limbs dislocated, Xia Yuanxiao could do nothing but scream, incapable of even shifting his body. A profound terror gripped his heart. The mother and her 2 children witnessed Xia Yuanqiao's ordeal firsthand. They trembled uncontrollably, biting their lips hard to stifle any sound, terrified they might be next. This Xia Mingzhu was terrifying. Could her years of weakness have all been an act? Having savored the sight of Xia Yuanqiu's misery, Xia Mingzhu finally hoisted his half-conscious form up to face her. She gently patted his pale, flabby cheek with her large, fleshy palm. Why so gentle? Because this old, pale face still had to go to work to earn money. So when she beat him, she was always careful with her strikes, ensuring no obvious marks would mar his appearance. Wake up, Xia Yuanxiao. You must be seething with hatred for me, wishing I were dead, aren't you? Xia Yuanxiao just rolled his eyes and remained silent. Ha ha ha. And you three, you've paid lip service to submission, but in your hearts you're probably wishing you could slice me into 1,000 pieces, right? Demon. Heh. Listen, well, all four of you. I, Xia Mingzhu, am officially telling you now that weak, timid Xia Mingzhu, who everyone could bully, she's dead. You killed her. The Xia Mingzhu standing before you now is a demon clawed her way out of hell. I repay every slight, and anyone who provokes me will be destroyed. You four pieces of trash aren't even worth a second thought. Don't you ever think about using the same tricks you used on the old me on the new me? We're not that stupid. Now listen up. Starting tomorrow, I, Xia Mingzhu, will reside in the finest courtyard in this manor, where the most exquisite clothes and no meal shall consist of fewer than 18 dishes. Having said this, seeing that the four showed no reaction, Xia Mingzhu raised her hand and slapped the nearby table. With that single strike, wood chips flew and cups crashed to the floor. Xia Mingz's casual palm strike was terrifyingly powerful. Xia Yuanxiao was so startled by her move that his pupils constricted. He immediately clamped his mouth shut, swallowing the threatening words that had nearly escaped his lips. Xia Mingz's gaze swept over the floor, a crooked smirk curling on her lips. Listen carefully. If my courtyard does not meet my liking, if the allowances I'm owed for these years are not made up to my satisfaction, if even a single dish of my meals displeases me, for every single thing that fails to satisfy me, I will punch any one of you. Don't think you can avoid me by staying together. Day or night, sooner or later, I'll catch one of you alone. When that happens, well, see how many lies you have left for me to toy with. Guarding against a thief in the household day and night, never being alone, never having a moment of peace, not even a sound sleep. The four of them shuddered just thinking about it. And if they dared refuse? Now they were the fish on the chopping block, and the entire family of four was no match for Xia Mingz's single hand. Better to escape first, then carefully plan how to deal with this demonic, bull-strong daughter. It was impossible to make her die of illness in the short term, especially since word had just spread today that they had mistreated the legitimate eldest daughter. Xia Yuanqiu's mind raced, but his face frantically shook. Mingzhu, your father agrees to all your conditions. Put my limbs back in place, let us out, and I will immediately have Li Sure arrange a courtyard for you. From now on I will never again withhold the allowance befitting the legitimate daughter. Li Wen also chimed in. Mingzhu, your mother guarantees that your food, clothing, and expenses will be the best in our household. The 6 years of allowance you're owed, I will have the steward make up for. Your mother will also set up a small kitchen in your courtyard with 2 cooks dedicated solely to your 3 meals a day. Li Wen flattered Xia Mingzhu obsequiously, but the word mother grated on Xia Mingz's ears. Still, she would have to stay in this mansion for a while longer, and this didn't seem like the best time to turn hostile. Her eyes swept over the 4, each more wretched than the last. Xia Mingzhu was satisfied. Father, mother, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? I, Xia Mingzhu, am a well-bred young lady from a noble family, not someone unreasonable. If you had agreed to my reasonable requests earlier, our family wouldn't have come to such a state. Xia Mingz's eyes crinkled with a smile. The 4 kneeling on the ground smiled awkwardly. If only we were sitting in chairs, and you were kneeling when you said that we might believe you. Having reached this point, Xia Mingzhu decided to quit while she was ahead. As for these 4 wretches, there would be plenty of time to deal with them slowly. She stood up, grabbed Xia Yuanxiao, and with a few cracks reset his arms and legs. With one hand, she forcefully dropped him onto a chair and casually shoved a cup of cold tea into the hands of Xia Yuanxiao, whose clothes were now soaked with water stains. Then she grabbed Li Wen by the collar, placed her on another chair, and also pressed a cup of tea into her hands. Father, please have some tea. Mother, please have some tea. Xia Yuanqiu's face twitched. With trembling hands, he gulped down the cold tea. Li Wen, her eyes swollen shut, also tremblingly brought the cup to her lips. After both had drunk the tea, Xia Mingzhu said with a smile, Father, mother, your daughter has been exceedingly rude today. I have just offered you tea as an apology. Since you have both drunk my tea, that should mean you forgive me, right? Yes. Xia Yuanxiao was a man of few words, and Xia Mingzhu didn't press him. Father, mother, and younger brother, and sister, since everything is settled, I'll go back to rest. You should also retire early. Tears welled up. The demon was finally letting them leave. However, the 4's hearts tightened. After today, if you try to arrange assassins to kill me, and I happen to survive, I guarantee that the next day, they'll stab a bloody hole in each of you. The 4 shook their heads in unison. Even if they harbored such thoughts, they dared not reveal a hint of it now. If in my meals I discover something that shouldn't be there, whether or not it was your doing, I guarantee that the next day each of you will receive a double dose. The 4 shook their heads again. Each silently thought to deal with that damned Xia Mingzhu, they must strike a fatal blow, or else not move at all. Their thoughts were almost written plainly on their faces. How could they fool Xia Mingzhu, who had clawed her way through the apocalypse and witnessed the depths of human evil? Xia Mingzhu smiled without a word, leaving the four behind and swaggering away. The reception hall was left in shambles with the four members of the Xia family in utter disarray. Xia Mingzhu left the reception hall, crossed the winding corridor beside the pond, skirted the rockery and pavilion, and pushed open the tightly closed courtyard gate. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiao Chui, who was anxiously shedding golden tears, leaning against the door. When she pulled the door open, Xiao Chui nearly stumbled into the courtyard with it. "Miss, you're finally out. Woo, it's so good you're safe." The little maid grabbed Xia Ming's hand, looked her up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming she was unharmed. "Eldest Miss, you're out. Where's our madam? Did she call for us to serve?" "Eldest Miss, did the master call for us?" "Eldest Miss." A group of eager servants chattered, asking Xia Mingzhu what had happened inside. A few insolent maids and matrons, used to being arrogant, even reached out to grab Xia Mingzhu. Slap! Slap! Xia Mingzhu raised her hand and delivered several ringing slaps. Those who knew no respect tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. Two matrons she had singled out even spat out a couple of teeth from the force. This display of power from Xia Mingzhu silenced the entire crowd of servants in fear. The mistress and maid swaggered away, leaving the servants groaning on the ground. The confidence behind Xia Ming's actions today came from the strength she had been honing over the past few days, growing stronger by the day. Moreover, she could feel a trace of wood element spiritual energy flowing within her body. She guessed that the reappearance of her ability had altered her physique, making her movements more agile and her strength greater. Although her current skills were far from what she had in the apocalypse, in this safe world they were more than enough to deal with ordinary people. It was precisely because her body had been improved by the ability that she dared to stir up trouble today. With skills surpassing ordinary people's strength far beyond theirs, and a wood element power that could neutralize most poisons, she had no fear of retaliation from the four members of the Xia family. Xia Mingzhu, accompanied by her maidservant, Xiao Chui, swaggered away. Due to Xia Yuanqiu's intimidating presence, the servants waiting outside the courtyard gate, though anxious, dared not step inside. By the time Xia Mingyu, the least injured of the four, managed to hobble out and summon help, nearly half an hour had passed. The four inside, groaning in pain, called for a physician to tend to their wounds. Li Wenwen, still sporting a face swollen like a pig's head, spent the entire night arranging a new courtyard for Xia Mingzhu, selecting servants to attend her, and preparing to make up for the previously withheld allowances. Meanwhile, Xia Mingzhu, having departed in triumph, led Xiao Chui back to their remote and dilapidated little courtyard, and the next morning Xia Mingzhu, fully rested, woke to see Xiao Chui standing by her bed, beaming with joy. "Young miss, you're finally awake. Let me help you wash up." Xia Mingzhu stood and stretched out her arms, allowing Xiao Chui to help her change. Everything about this ancient world was fine, except the clothes were far too cumbersome, and she hadn't quite adapted to them yet. "Xiao Chui, you seem very happy today. Has something good happened?" "Hee, indeed there is some good news." "Care to guess what it is, young miss?" "What good news?" "It could only be that Xia Mingzhu and Li Wenwen got beaten yesterday and lost face in front of the clan. So they probably plan to swallow their pride, pretend to be nice to her for a few days, and put up a superficial front. I bet Xiao Chui wants to get married." Xiao Chui was stunned. "Young miss, what are you saying? Didn't you say there was good news? I guess you found someone you fancy and want to marry. That would indeed be joyous." "Young miss, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Chui was momentarily dumbfounded, but once she understood Xia Ming's words, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Xiao Chui doesn't want to marry, and there's no one I fancy. I want to serve by your side forever." Xia Mingzhu stroked her thick chin, feigning deep thought. "I guessed wrong. Let me try another." With Xiao Chui looking at her expectantly, she continued, "I bet you've come into some money. Found a treasure this morning. Or perhaps you are the long-lost daughter of a wealthy family, and your birth parents have come to find you." Xia Ming's guesses grew more and more absurd. Xiao Chui giggled at her antics. "Young miss, stop your nonsense. It's not my good news, but yours." Xia Mingzhu pursed her lips, unconvinced by Xiao Xu's so-called good news. "Young miss, look at the new clothes you're wearing today. Feel this satin, it's so smooth. The people the madam arranged to serve you are already waiting in our courtyard. She also said you're to move to a new courtyard today, so she only sent them to pay their respects, and brought just this one new outfit for you to change into. The madam also said the rest of your belongings have been sent to the new courtyard." Xiao Chui was genuinely thrilled, chattering away like a little sparrow, her mouth going a mile a minute. Amidst Xiao Cui's chatter, Xia Mingzhu looked down at her clothes. The fabric was of decent quality, but the rough stitching was a clear sign it had been hastily sewn together last night. Amidst Xiao Cui's chatter, Xia Mingzhu looked down at her clothes. The fabric was of decent quality, but the rough stitching was... The material was good, but the dark red pattern was old-fashioned, and the fabric itself was years out of style, better suited for the elder matriarchs of the household. Li Wenwen had deliberately picked it out, making it into clothes for an unmarried young lady like her. It was an insult, banking on her ignorance of such details. Although the clothes weren't to her liking, they were still more comfortable than the faded, patched, and 2 short garments she used to wear. Xia Mingzhu didn't lose her temper immediately. Xiao Chui helped her dress neatly, and after washing up she opened the door. Stepping into the courtyard, she was greeted by a motley crew of servants. This servant pays respects to the eldest young miss. Seeing the new servants bowing, Xia Mingzhu walked past them slowly, not bidding them to rise. She strolled leisurely past the group. In the Xia household, servants' clothing colors differed according to their rank. This time Li Wanwen had assigned her 2 senior maidservants for indoor duties, 4 junior maids for cleaning, 1 stewardess, 1 cook, and 1 gatekeeper. This matched the number of servants in Xia Mingyu's service. However, those serving Xia Mingyue had been carefully selected by Li Wanwen, and then personally vetted again by Xia Mingyue herself. The ones sent to Xia Mingzhu, however, were the best Li Wanwen could scrape together overnight, from the laundresses, the chamber pot cleaners, and the kitchen hands who slopped the pigs. Each one was hideously ugly and utterly uncouth. If Li Wanwen thought such petty tricks could control her, then she had sorely underestimated her. Only that silly girl Xiao Chui, having endured so much hardship over the years, and being so young, couldn't see the underlying. Seeing so many servants assigned to her mistress, she was overjoyed and didn't mind their appearances at all. Xiao Chui grinned at Xia Mingzhu. "Young miss, these are all specially arranged for you by the madam. The clothes you're wearing were brought over by them this morning. Young miss, they've been waiting since early morning for you to wake up and move to the new courtyard." Seeing Xiao Chui so happy, Xia Mingzhu didn't have the heart to dampen her spirits. "You may all rise. Since you've all been assigned by my mother to serve me, you'd best tread carefully and keep your heads down while in. As long as your work is passable, I can overlook minor shortcomings. However, if any one of you dares to harbor treacherous thoughts of betraying me, you can all be prepared to be sold off together." It was standard procedure for a new mistress to lay down the law to new servants. Whatever the other 8 truly thought, they dutifully murmured their assent after hearing Xia Ming's warning. Only the stewardess, old Madame Lu, though, she also murmured her agreement, wore a defiant expression on her face. She lifted her chin slightly, casting a haughty sidelong glance at Xia Mingzhu, looking down her nose in a way that was just begging for a beating. Seeing old Madame Lu's demeanor, Xia Mingzhu smiled. Without wasting a word, she strode over and delivered a resounding slap to old Madame Lu's face, sending 2 of her aged teeth flying. "You old hag, you're nothing but an old dog gifted to me by my mother, and you dare to glare at me. You impertinent old slave, do you really think I'm still the same pushover you could bully at will?" The stewardess, surnamed Lu, was one of Li Wenwen's people, deliberately placed with Xia Mingzhu to act as overseer, her purpose unmistakable. Old Madame Lu, who once served by Li Wenwen's side, had bullied and thrown her weight around in the mansion, even personally laying hands on Xia Mingzhu several times. Old Madame Lu's memories remained frozen in the past, when she could push the young lady around at will. That was why, when Li Wenwen assigned tasks last night, she volunteered. But the Xia Mingzhu before her was no longer the same person. Old Madame Lu had thought being assigned to Xia Mingzhu would be a cushy job, yet she never expected to be struck the moment they met. Spitting out 2 teeth, old Madame Lu wailed with a mouthful of blood, "Boo-hoo, Xia Mingzhu, you bitch, how dare you hit me? I'm telling you, I'm Madame's trusted person. You knocked out 2 of my teeth for no reason. I'm not letting this go." Old Madame Lu shrieked as she scrambled to her feet, one hand covering her swollen cheek, the other pointing at Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu smirked, grabbed the outstretched finger, and bent it backward with a gentle twist. Crack. "Yeah." Old Madame Lu let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Xia Mingzhu, you fat pig, how dare you treat me like this? He'll kill you, you little slut. Just you wait. He'll go tell Madame, and she won't let you off." Slap, slap, slap. Old Madame Lu spewed curses and threats, but Xia Mingzhu wasn't about to indulge her. She grabbed old Madame Lu by the collar and delivered several resounding slaps, leaving the old woman dazed and seeing. Finally, she kicked the noisy old woman flying. Old Madame Lu lay sprawled on the ground, her ears ringing from the slaps, finally forced to shut up. Xia Ming's sharp gaze swept over the terrified servants in her courtyard and lingered on the battered gate. The smile on her. "What an insolent, ill-mannered old slave. Daring to call herself old lady in front of me, point her finger at me, and even curse me to my face. Such a disrespectful slave has no place in my courtyard. Someone take this ill-mannered, rank-blind, old wretch to mother's. I shall ask mother to seek justice for me, to ask this slave whether those words came from her own heart, or if she was instructed by someone else to come and bully me, the legitimate eldest daughter of the vice minister's mansion." By the time Xia Mingzhu landed the first slap on old Madame Lu, everyone in the courtyard had knelt. Hearing her orders and emboldened by her display of force, the group scrambled to their feet and lifted old Madame Lu. With Xia Mingzhu led the way, Xiao Chui followed closely, and behind them a motley crew of servants carried the battered, wailing old Madame Lu. The procession marched in full force toward Li Wenwen's courtyard. Before Xia Ming's group even set out, the maids and servants lurking outside her courtyard had already raced off to deliver the latest news of the living hell Xia Mingzhu to their respective masters. When Li Wenwen received the second-hand news that Xia Mingzhu was coming to confront her, she nearly fell off her bed in fright. With her swollen pig face, she scrambled up in panic, had a maid fetch a silk scarf to cover her face, barely concealing her That demon was coming. She was coming to make trouble. Li Wenwen could hardly contain her hatred for that blind, old Madame Lu. Her intention in assigning old Madame Lu had indeed been to keep an eye on Xia Mingzhu, but she never expected the woman to be so. That ill-mannered old slave had blurted out nonsense and handed Xia Mingzhu a weapon. She deserved to be beaten to death. Touching her own pig face, Li Wenwen's heart raced. Someone go see where that demon is now. A young maid sprinted out. Lianhua quickly helped me to the front hall to wait. Prepare the best tea and snacks. Hahua, gather everyone in my courtyard and have them wait outside the front hall. If that little wretch throws a fit, they can at least block her. And Momo, bring out the silver and jewelry I prepared last night. Parting with the silver stings, but it's only temporary. Shall pay back every penny with interest. Li Wenwen had prepared a full month's allowance for Xia Mingzhu. But the jewelry was all show and no substance, though she thought the ignorant girl wouldn't notice. Whether or not it would work, Li Wenwen arranged everything she could think of. For Xia Mingzhu, that ruthless bull-strong demon, Li Wenwen dared not provoke her. Only endure. She knew that Xia Yuanxiao, who had been beaten and humiliated yesterday, would never let Xia Mingzhu run wild in the mansion. She only needed to endure a few days to see her revenge. Just as Li Wenwen finished preparing, Xia Mingzhu's figure appeared at the courtyard gate. The gatekeeper, already instructed, respectfully let the group in. Old Madame Lu was dumped heavily onto the bluestone floor in front of the front hall. The sound of her landing made even bystanders wince. Li Wenwen's teacup slipped from her hand at old Madame Lu's scream, shattering with a crisp sound. Xia Mingzhu strode into the front hall, gave a perfunctory bow, and stood straight. Your daughter Mingzhu pays respects to mother. Xia Mingzhu's salute was far from proper and utterly dismissive. Li Wenwen wanted to scold her, but her face twitched as she forced the words back down. She softened her tone. Mingzhu, you're here. You must be tired. Sit down and rest, have some tea and a snack. Xia Mingzhu didn't refuse as she plopped down the chair, groaning under her weight. Everyone's eyes fixed on the chair, fearing it might collapse. Xia Mingzhu drank tea and ate snacks without a word about why. When she had nearly finished the plate of snacks, Li Wenwen couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. Mingzhu, I've arranged a new courtyard for you and had new clothes made. Are you satisfied? Li Wenwen mentioned the courtyard and the clothes, but deliberately avoided mentioning servants, probably intimidated by old Madame Lu's miserable state. Mother, I haven't seen the courtyard you arranged. I wonder if the residence of the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia mansion will be at least as good as that of a concubine's daughter. Li Wenwen forced a dry laugh, secretly relieved that she hadn't been foolish when arranging the courtyard. Of course not. The Elan court I arranged for Mingzhu is just as nice as your sister's courtyard. Xia Mingzhu nodded slightly. She had visited Elan court at night and found it quite pleasant. As for the clothes you arranged, mother, I don't care for them. They're made of outdated fabrics and shoddy workmanship. If I were to go out dressed like this, it would bring shame to the vice minister's residence. Mother, don't you agree? Li Wenwen was at a loss for words again. Mingzhu, you make a valid point. It's just that the seamstresses were rushed and didn't put in their best effort, resulting in clothes that don't please you. But don't worry, Mingzhu. They'll have those servants punished later, and they'll send for new fabrics so you can choose for yourself and have new clothes tailored to your measure. Whether Li Wenwen's attitude was sincere or not, Xia Mingzhu was somewhat satisfied. These are trivial matters and I hadn't intended to pursue them. But since you've offered, mother, I'll leave it to your discretion. Li Wenwen looked at Xia Mingzhu suspiciously. Why had she become so agreeable? Meeting Li Wenwen's gaze, Xia Mingzhu smiled brightly, sending a chill down Li Wenwen's spine. Mother, matters of food and lodging are trivial, and I don't mind them. But the maidservants you specially arranged to serve me are truly exceptional. Each one carefully chosen. Those misfits. How could they be exceptional? Li Wenwen could only force a dry laugh, unsure how to respond. Hey, if you're not pleased with them, Mingzhu, they'll summon a matchmaker later and let you choose your own. This wretched girl had learned to speak in circles, making her hard to handle. Mother, you jest. The ancients say what the elder gives the younger dares not refuse. Whether it's the courtyard, the clothes, or these carefully selected maidservants, they are all tokens of your kindness, and I naturally— Was Xia Mingzhu really so easy to please? Li Wenwen couldn't figure it out. Xia Mingzhu had come in force, clearly intending, but now she was acting so agreeable. What was she up to? As long as you're willing to accept Mingzhu. Seeing Li Wenwen's brows relax as if she had let out a sigh of relief, Xia Mingzhu said, with a faint smile, Mother, the morning tea and pastries here are quite good. It seems you'll have to visit more often to enjoy them. Li Wenwen glanced at the empty plates, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ahua, bring another pot of tea and a plate of pastries for the eldest young lady. Seeing Xia Mingzhu pick up another piece of pastry and eat it, Li Wenwen had an idea. Lianhua, pack up some of the young lad's favorite tea and pastries for her to take home. 2 paper packets were quickly presented to Xia Mingzhu, who casually handed them to Xiao Chui. Seeing Xia Mingzhu stand up, Li Wenwen thought she was finally leaving, and a flash of joy appeared in her eyes. But then, Xia Mingzhu said, Mother, I didn't come all the way here this morning just for tea and pastries. Li Wenwen's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. Here it comes. First, I came to pay my respects, as filial piety is paramount for a child. Second, since you've given me a new courtyard and so many maidservants, isn't there something you've forgotten, mother? Li Wenwen looked puzzled. What have I forgotten? Then it dawned on her. You're right, Mingzhu. I did forget something. Someone bring it out. At Li Wenwen's call, nurse and emerged from behind the screen, carrying a tray. Li Wenwen pointed at the items on the tray. Look, Mingzhu, this silver is the allowance you were shortchanged over the years. I was negligent before, but now it's all made up to you. And these are some jewelry suitable for a young lady. I had them prepared overnight. Take a look and see if you like them. Xia Ming's gaze swept past the silver ingots and settled on a pile of tacky gold hairpins and bracelets. She picked up a hairpin and examined it. Li Wenwen watched Xia Mingzhu pick up the hairpin, her eyes full of contempt. Sure enough, she's nothing but a vulgar thing dazzled by the sight of valuable jewelry. This girl, besides being as strong as an ox, was still as easy to fool as ever. Just as Li Wenwen was secretly gloating, a crisp crack sounded. The gold hairpin in Xia Ming's hand snapped cleanly in two. When the gray-black core inside was revealed, Li Wenwen's face turned pale. Xia Mingzhu looked at the ashen-faced Li Wenwen with a mocking gaze. Mother, no wonder father says you can't manage the household properly. Look at the servants you keep. The maids you assigned to me are ill-mannered, but they can still be trained. But these servants of yours dare to brazenly steal the jewelry meant for the legitimate eldest daughter. Theft can be a minor or major issue. If it were only these pieces of jewelry being swapped, it wouldn't be so bad. But if your private treasury has been emptied and replaced by these sly servants, and the public storeroom has also been tampered with, that would be a serious matter. Mother, perhaps we should report this to the authorities. Without waiting for Li Wenwen's reply, Xia Mingzhu grabbed a handful of gold jewelry and headed outside. Li Wenwen rose and chased after her in panic. You can't report this to the authorities. Mingzhu, this can't go to the officials. Come back. This is a family matter. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Truly, we can't report it. Mingzhu, come back. Ignoring Li Wenwen's pleas, Xia Mingzhu continued walking out. Li Wenwen's panic grew. Not only would this become a laughingstock in the capital if it got out, but she would also lose face. Moreover, Xia Yuanxiao, who valued his reputation above all, might even beat her to death. Someone closed the door. Stop the young lady. Hurry. The maids and matrons waiting outside, unaware of what was happening, rushed in upon hearing Li Wenwen's call and tried to grab Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu smiled, revealing her teeth, and rolled up her sleeves to meet them. With a flurry of punches and kicks, she quickly knocked down everyone in Li Wenwen's courtyard. During the scuffle, she also smashed several ornaments in Li Wenwen's room, causing the heartbroken Li Wenwen to clutch her chest and gasp for air. The pack of despicable servants in Li Wenwen's chamber had tormented the orphan young mistress relentlessly over the years. Now that she finally had the chance, how could Xia Mingzhu possibly let them off easily? The room was strewn with wailing servants, each one nursing a broken arm or a shattered leg. The sorry sight of her servants in such a state made Li Wenwen's heart pound with terror, and cold sweat trickled down her back. It also sent chills down the spines of the servants newly assigned to Xia Mingzhu, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The eldest miss was absolutely brutal. Who was it that claimed the eldest miss was obese, foolish, and incompetent? Were they blind? Meeting Xia Ming's gaze once more, Li Wenwen saw within it the gleeful satisfaction of a cat toying with a mouse. Was she doing this on purpose? She was doing it on purpose. She had seen through my attempts to deceive her all along. Beating these servants was her way of making an example, a deliberate act of revenge against me. Standing amidst the groaning servants, Xia Mingzhu looked at Li Wenwen with a smile shimmering in her eyes. A blatant provocation. Mother, why do you stop your daughter from reporting this to the authorities? Could it be that you orchestrated all of this yourself, mother? Of course not. Li Wenwen denied it vehemently, fearing that a moment's hesitation would bring Xia Ming's formidable fists down upon her. If this wasn't arranged by you, mother, then it must be insolent servants bullying their mistress. Yes, it was those treacherous servants who secretly replaced the jewelry I had prepared for Mingzhu. Is that so? Xia Mingzhu pried open another gold bangle, revealing the dull gray-black metal beneath. These servants have acted with such audacity against their mistress. How does mother intend to deal with them? Insolent servants. Deal with them. Xia Mingzhu pressed her advantage, relentlessly forcing Li Wenwen into a corner where she had to make a choice. Her gaze swept over her retinue of servants, the maids sweeping the courtyard, the attendants who couldn't get close. Even if she chose one of them, Xia Mingzhu would certainly not believe it. To quell this matter, she would have to select one of her own trusted confidants to confess. Her two senior maids had served her for years. They were essential for maintaining her husband's favor, as Xia Yuanxiao had not yet tired of them. They could not be sacrificed. There was the matron who handled her dirty work, the steward's wife and manager of the inner court, whom she found indispensable. She knew too much, and her husband held many of Li Wenwen's secrets. This one could not be touched. The other chamber matron was her wet nurse, who had followed her from her natal family. She was childless, alone, utterly dependent, and fiercely loyal to her. Could she really abandon her? Li Wenwen's gaze slowly settled on Nanian. The woman she had raised from infancy understood her intent with a single glance. The light in Nanian's eyes dimmed. She knew all too well just how ruthless the young mistress she had raised could be. Very well. She was alone with no ties to bind her. If her mistress wanted the one thing she had left, her life. Supporting herself with one broken arm, Nanny and forced herself upright, knelt, and kowtowed 3 times to Li Wenwen. Young mistress, eldest miss, it was this old servant who stole and swapped the jewelry. Li Wenwen burst into theatrical sobs. Nanny, and you were my wet nurse? I trusted you implicitly. If you needed silver, why didn't you tell me directly? Why did you have to go behind my back and commit such a betrayal? Nanny and gazed at Li Wenwen with lingering affection. Young mistress, this old servant has wronged you. Some days ago, I made contact with a distant nephew from my family. Unfortunately, he is addicted to gambling and owes a mountain. Gambling is a bottomless pit. I was too ashamed to ask you for money, young mistress, so I stole the jewelry behind your back to exchange for silver, giving it to my nephew to clear his debts. Li Wenwen said, Nanny, and your actions have deeply disappointed me. But considering the years of faithful service you've given me, I will not hold your theft against you. Today I return your indenture papers. Leave at once. This old servant kowtows in gratitude, young mistress. Seeing Li Wenwen's intention to let the matter slide, Xia Mingzhu was displeased. Mother, as I understand it, Nanny and was sold to the Li household with a lifetime contract and had long severed ties with her family. How is it that the moment the jewelry goes missing, a distant nephew suddenly appears? The mistress and servant had already exchanged glances, planning to gloss over the affair, when Xia Mingzhu unexpectedly, anger flared in Li Wenwen's eyes, while Nanny and seemed to have already foreseen her fate. Nanny, and what is the name of this distant nephew of yours? Where does he live? When did he come to find you? Do you have witnesses or evidence? Were there accomplices in the theft? Confess everything now, and I will personally investigate. If I am quick enough, perhaps I can recover some of the silver. If you refuse to confess honestly, then for Mother Sake, I will have no choice but to report this to the authorities, lest Mother be harmed by those closest to her. Mother, everything I do is for your own good. Don't you think I make a valid point? Xia Mingzhu refused to let go of Nanian. Li Wenwen's eyes were filled with helplessness. When she spoke again, her voice was hoarse and trembling. Nanian, listen to the eldest miss. Confess everything truthfully, and I will show you leniency. If you don't, the crime of stealing from the mistress of the house will be confirmed, and even as my wet nurse, I cannot save your life. Li Wenwen's tone was sorrowful, for she did share a deep bond with Nanian. Yet when her gaze fell upon the old woman, the trace of ruthlessness hidden within her reluctance was clearly visible to Nanian. The young mistress she had raised with her own milk, the girl she cherished as her own life, was now harboring murderous intent towards her. Nanian closed her eyes in despair. Young mistress, this old servant has lived a lifetime without children, and my nephew is my only blood relation. I could never give him up. The jewelry I stole has long been converted to silver and given to him to pay his debts. It can never be recovered now. This old servant knows her sins are grave. I have failed your trust and am unworthy of your kindness. It is all my fault for tarnishing your reputation and causing the eldest miss to misunderstand your motherly love. This old servant's death cannot atone for her crimes. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nanny and wept on the spot. After kowtowing once more, she slowly rose to her feet. Once standing, Nanny, and catching everyone off guard, hurled herself violently against a nearby pillar. A dull thud echoed through the room. Driven by her will to die, Nanny struck the pillar with tremendous force, producing the dramatic effect of blood splattering 3 feet and instantly ending her life. It was the first time Xia Mingzhu, a transplant from the apocalyptic wasteland, had witnessed such a method of death, and it left her. Grieving the loss of Nanny, and who had genuinely loved her, Li Wenwen soon regained her composure after a brief moment of sorrow. Men wrapped this treacherous old slave who betrayed her master in a straw mat, and throw her into the mass grave to feed the dogs. 2 maids with broken arms quickly fetched straw mats. Li Wenwen looked at Xia Mingzhu, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. Mingzhu, are you satisfied with this disposal? Mother, you jest. The treacherous servant belongs to your courtyard. How you choose to deal with her is your affair. Your daughter dare not interfere. Li Wenwen was so infuriated by Xia Mingzhu's words that she nearly fell backward. This damned fat pig. If you hadn't been so aggressive just now, putting on a grand show, why would I have sacrificed Nanny to appease you? Now that she's dead, you suddenly become agreeable. As if I deliberately forced my own wet nurse to her death. In that moment, she loathed Xia Mingzhu with a vengeance, wishing her dead immediately. Mingzhu, your mother still has matters to attend to here. Why don't you return to your courtyard to rest? After I've settled things here, I'll have the replacement jewelry sent to you, alright? This accursed jinx. Li Wenwen only wanted to send her away quickly. This time Xia Mingzhu appeared quite cooperative. Very well, mother. When you arrange for someone to deliver my jewelry, remember to also send over the deed contracts of the servants in my courtyard. Lest one day I discover a treacherous servant by my side, and cannot even have them beaten to death or sold off. Her schemes thwarted once again, Li Wenwen could only grit her teeth and nod in agreement. Mother, that ill-mannered servant in your courtyard. My humble abode cannot accommodate her, so I want take her back. Li Wenwen shot a fierce glare at the quail-like old Madame Lu, then nodded. Having achieved a complete victory, Xia Mingzhu departed in high spirits with her ragtag group, swaggering toward her new courtyard. Only after the shadow of Xia Mingzhu vanished did the pent-up fury in Li Wenwen's chest erupt. Her face twisted into a hideous grimace as she lifted her foot and viciously kicked the crippled servants kneeling on the ground. She kicked until she was drenched in sweat, then collapsed onto the chair staring blankly at the ceiling. How many years had it been? Since she had murdered her elder sister, she had never suffered such humiliation in the Xia mansion. Xia Mingzhu must die? She regretted not having killed that pest sooner, leaving her alive to torment her. Meanwhile, Li Wenwen's venting and subsequent cleanup is a story for another time. Xia Mingzhu led her ragtag group through the mansion's garden toward her new courtyard. The Xia clan was originally a scholarly family once ennobled as marquises and chancellors enjoying unparalleled glory. But later generations failed to live up to their legacy. By the time of Xia Yuanqiu's generation, the noble title had long been forfeited. The entire clan now relied on Xia Yuanxiao, who held the highest official rank of the second grade, along with a few members serving in the Hanlin Academy and some dispatched as prefectural officials. The one who upheld the family's prestige was none other than Xia Yuanxiao, the third young master of the direct line. Though the Xia clan had declined, they were still an established scholarly family with deep roots, so their lives remained quite affluent. The mansion they now occupied was once the imperial gift to the Marquis of Qingjian, Xia Yuanqiu's great-grandfather. After the Marquis' death, the title was reduced to Earl of Qingyan, inherited by Xia Yuanqiu's father. During a drunken brothel visit, the Earl of Qingjian got into a jealous quarrel and crippled a man, rendering him sterile. Later he learned that the man was the cousin of the imperial consort. Because of that incident, the emperor nearly had the Earl of Qingjian executed to appease the consort. In the end, out of respect for the late Marquis of Qingyan, the emperor only stripped them of their noble title. Not long after that upheaval, Xia Yuanqiu's father died of illness. The once glorious Xia clan suffered a severe blow and had to lie low for a long time. Later, when the new emperor ascended the throne, Xia Yuanxiao achieved the rank of Tanhua, third place in the imperial examination. Gradually, several more talented descendants of the Xia clan entered officialdom, and the family slowly recovered. To return to the main story, the Xia family's current residence was the former imperial gift of the Qingjian Marquis mansion. Naturally, the estate was enormous. The mansion had many courtyards. As they walked, the garden featured a riot of colorful flowers, and the pavilions and towers were intricately carved and painted, captivating Xia Mingzhu's gaze. She had never seen such exquisite courtyards in the apocalypse. Xia Mingzhu calculated the time. It took their group nearly 20 minutes to reach the courtyard Li Wenwen had assigned to her. Pushing open the door, they entered her courtyard. Seeing the scenery inside, Xiao Xiu's eyes curved with delight. "Miss, look, there's a lotus pond over there. They'll go pick a few lotus flowers for your room later. Miss, look over there. Several osmanthus trees. No wonder the courtyard smells so fragrant. Miss, those should be orchid. They bloom so beautifully. No wonder this place is called Elon Court, Orchid Court. Miss, there's a swing over there. After dinner you can sit on it to cool off. It must be very comfortable. Wow, such a large grove of mottled bamboo. Placing a lounge chair in the bamboo grove to sip tea. How delightful that." The little maid was so excited in the new place that the ragtag group behind her looked at the mistress and made with disdain in their eyes. But intimidated by Xia Mingzhu's authority, they dared not utter any sarcastic remarks. Though the little maid didn't notice, Xia Mingzhu saw everything clearly. She sighed inwardly. Xiao Chui was far too naive. When she was not by her side, she would surely be bullied by those people. Xiao Chui was young, inexperienced, and lacked the skills to manage the seasoned servants. If she were to stay in the Xia mansion for long, she would need to find a capable, loyal maid to assist her. As Xia Mingzhu strolled leisurely through her courtyard, she pondered her next steps. Xiao Chui chattered joyfully, her cheerful voice echoing along the way. A quarter of an hour later, they finally reached the main hall. Having grown up in the apocalypse with little education and a limited vocabulary, Xia Mingzhu glanced around the room and merely commented, "It's passable." Li Wenwen naturally wouldn't tamper with the furniture. However, Xia Mingzhu, who had seen many fine things, could tell that the decorative items in the room were all cheap trinkets. As for the bedding, curtains, and small accessories, she noted that while the quality was decent, they were as outdated and dowdy as the clothes. Never mind, she would make do for today. She had just caused a scene, and the other side was likely still cleaning up the mess. She couldn't push them too hard all at once, lest they develop a desperate fight-to-the-death mentality, which would make things much more troublesome. Arriving at the new courtyard, it was already mid-morning. Hearing Xiao Xiu's stomach rumbling, Xia Mingzhu suddenly remembered she hadn't had breakfast yet. Her courtyard was assigned a cook, but since she had just moved in today, nothing was prepared in the kitchen. Xia Mingzhu called over her two senior maidservants. "Xiao, by Xiao, hey, you two go to the main kitchen and bring back my breakfast." "Yes." Xia Mingzhu had renamed all the maidservants. Of the two senior maids, one was listless and pale, the other shiny and dark, so she named them after their colors. As for the four maids responsible for sweeping, they had pockmarks and moles on their faces. For convenience and easy memorization, she simply called them Itong or Tong Santong and Sitong. The old woman who guarded the gate had many spots on her face, whether age spots or something else, so she was called Mapo, pockmarked Granny. The cook's face was fine, but a large birthmark on the back of her hand earned her the name Shao Qing, Little Green. The names Xia Mingzhu gave were terrible, even worse than their original names. But since Xia Mingzhu was the mistress, and they were servants, even if they didn't like the names they had to accept them with a forced smile. Because the steward Lu Pozi was returned to Li Wanwen by Xia Mingzhu, Xiao Chui temporarily managed all the servants in the courtyard, and was responsible for Xia Ming's clothes, jewelry, money, and so on. Xia Mingzhu settled in, and for the time being there was nothing else to do. Now Xia Yuanxiao had been severely beaten by his own daughter last night, and was filled with anger. He barely slept all night, and before dawn he had to drag himself out of bed to attend the morning court. After finishing the morning court in a daze, he returned to the Ministry of Rights, where he was scolded by his superior for mishandling a trivial matter, failing to flatter properly. His work for the day went very poorly as well. Struggling to hold on until the end of his shift, he declined his colleagues' invitations, clutched his still-aching stomach, staggered out of the Ministry of Rights, and climbed into the Xia family carriage. After climbing into the carriage, Xia Yuanxiao collapsed in the cabin, staring blankly at the roof. The previous night's experience felt like an unreal nightmare. If not for the lingering pain in his stomach, he would have thought it was just his imagination. The moment he thought of the demon Xia Mingzhu, Xia Yuanxiao slowly clenched his fists. That audacious rebel of a daughter, he would teach her a lesson today. Master, we have arrived at the residence. The carriage stopped at the Xia family gate. The accompanying servant trotted over, set up the mounting stool, lifted the curtain, and helped Xia Yuanxiao dismount. The two sturdy men on horseback following closely also dismounted. These two were experts specially hired by Xia Yuanxiao from the escort agency today. He thought the household guards were no match for Xia Mingzhu, and he couldn't easily deploy the Xia family secret guards. Borrowing guards from others would be embarrassing, so on the coachman's advice, he ended up renting 2 men from the escort agency. Xia Yuanxiao got off the carriage and straightened his slightly wrinkled official robe. He took a deep breath, adjusted his facial expression to appear as deep as an abyss, intimidating enough that no one would dare provoke him, then stepped toward the main gate. But just as the 4 of them entered the Xia residence, before Xia Yuanxiao could even change his clothes, he was blocked by a maidservant with one arm hanging in a cloth sling. The visitor was Lianhua, the senior maidservant of Li Wanwen, and one of Xia Yuanqiu's bed companions. Her eyes, which Xia Yuanxiao usually liked, were now full of tears. Master, please seek justice for the lady, and for this servant. Xia Yuanxiao dismissed his personal attendant and the 2 escort guards, then personally helped Lianhua up and gently wiped the hot tears from her face. Lianhua, what's wrong with you? Wasn't everything fine last night? How did your arm get hurt while I was at court? Lianhua gently leaned into Xia Yuanqiu's arm, sobbing. Well, master, this servant's arm was broken by the eldest miss. The mention of Xia Ming's name again made Xia Yuanqiu's face change drastically. What exactly happened today? Lianhua, tell me in detail. Master, this is what happened. This morning, after listening to Lianhua's account, Xia Yuanxiao felt a headache coming on. That foolish woman Li Wanwen. Knowing full well that the demon Xia Mingzhu even dared to beat her own father, how could she still openly try to control her? Today she only beat a bunch of servants. That was too lenient. Why didn't that rebellious daughter give that stupid woman a good beating? After understanding the whole story, Xia Yuanxiao, heartless and indifferent, flicked his sleeves. He sent Lianhua back, telling her to inform Li Wanwen that he had important business to attend to in his study tonight. In reality, Xia Yuanxiao took a detour and went straight to concubine Li's courtyard. Being attended to by a beautiful and gentle woman was far better than facing a resentful wife with a pig-like face. Xia Yuanxiao was no fool. Li Wanwen, failing to receive Xia Yuanqiu's consolation, slapped Lianhua several times and made her kneel in the courtyard as punishment. Upon hearing that Xia Yuanxiao had gone to concubine Li's room, the lame Hua received the same treatment as Lianhua, and the newly replaced ornaments in her room were all smashed to pieces by Li Wenwen's own hands. Xia Mingzhu, having no connections, knew nothing of what happened in Li Wenwen's courtyard. Having eaten her fill and exercised to exhaustion, she simply washed up and slept soundly in bed. As night fell and all was silent, the soundly sleeping Xia Mingzhu was unaware of the danger approaching. The 2 escort guards, having slept well in the afternoon after dinner, each embraced a maidservant specially arranged by Xia Yuanxiao, groping them. They dallied until midnight, and only after eating a late-night snack did they send the maids away. Xia Yuanqiu's personal attendant personally led the 2 men to the outside of Xia Ming's Elan courtyard. Gentlemen, this is the courtyard our master mentioned. Once you go and find the fattest one, beat her up severely, hold nothing back, just leave her alive. Our master also instructed that once you subdue her, she's yours to do as you please. Damn, not only a beating, but also to ruin her innocence. What kind of deep hatred is this? Escort 1, may I ask, young sir, who is this inside? The attendant's face darkened. You're paid to do a job. Finish the job, keep your mouth shut, and leave. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Escort 2, haha, the young sir is right. We escorts are paid to do a job, we know the rules. Rest assured, young sir. The 2 escort guards let out eerie chuckles, then with a quick dash they easily vaulted over the low wall and entered Elan courtyard without trouble. Escort you out of the residence immediately. The 2 escort guards let out eerie chuckles, then with a quick dash they easily vaulted over the low wall and entered Elan courtyard without trouble. The gatekeeper old Ma Pu was dozing in a haze. Through her drowsiness, she thought she heard some commotion outside. By the rules, she should have gotten up to check. But just thinking of that fierce and terrifying mistress and the ridiculous name she had bestowed upon her, she couldn't be bothered to. The two escorts landed and swaggered across the garden to the main door. Thinking that inside was just a slightly plump weak woman, they didn't even bother to soften their footsteps. Moreover, their actions were sanctioned by the most powerful person in this household, which made their behavior even more audacious and unrestrained. Escort number 1 pried the door open with a dagger. The faint hazy glow of the lantern allowed them to barely make out the situation inside the room. In the outer chamber, a withered-looking little maid lay on a small couch. Unaware of her dreams, she smacked her lips and let out a silly chuckle in her sleep. Escort number 1 walked over and struck the maid Xiao Chui with a knife-hand blow, knocking her out cold. The two circumvented the screen and lifted the heavy bed curtains. They saw that on the large, intricately carved canopy bed the blanket was piled high. Judging by the height of the mound, the person beneath was indeed quite stout. Escort number 2 muttered under his breath, "Bro, I don't fancy fat pigs. How about you take a turn?" The tall, thin escort pulled a packet of medicine from his chest and handed it to the slightly shorter one. "Scram, a big bun and a tiny waist are what I love. I don't want to play with such a fat pig either. Bro, we have to do this. We've already taken the money. You're the younger brother, so they'll let you go first. Respect for seniority, you go first, brother. We've taken the money to solve this problem, so don't decline, little brother. Bro, you took this job. You got the bigger share of the reward, so you should go first." The two escorts stood before the bed, pushing the task onto each other. Xia Mingzhu stood in the shadows behind them, watching these two fools defer to one another. They couldn't make a decision for a long time, and she found it utterly boring. Two wooden splinters materialized in Xia Mingzhu's palm instantly. With a wave of her plump hand, she drove them into the unsuspecting necks of both escorts. The splinters carried a numbing toxin. Within 2 breaths of being struck, the 2 men collapsed limply. Before their bodies could hit the floor with a sound, Xia Mingzhu grabbed one by the belt with each hand and strode out of the room. Reaching the wall, Xia Mingzhu broke into a run and easily leaped onto it. Outside the wall, a servant hidden in the shadows only saw a massive figure appear on the top. Before he could flee, a large embroidered shoe smacked him right in the face. Dazed and seeing stars, he didn't collapse limply to the ground until he saw his long-departed great-grandmother. Xia Mingzhu jumped down, picked up the shoe, and put it back on. When she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with piercing, bone-chilling coldness. "Xia Yuanxiao, you are truly something else." A wicked smile curled at the corner of Xia Mingzhu's mouth. She reached out, picked up the 2 escorts, tucked the servant under her arm, and strode off into the darkness. That night, after finishing his business with concubine, Li Xia Yuanxiao didn't stay in the rear courtyard. Instead, he went straight back to his study to sleep. After all, he had sent Lianhua to tell Li Wanwan that he would be sleeping in the study. Towards the woman he had truly loved, he still afforded her a bit of respect. But he slept terribly that night. He felt like a salted fish on a chopping board, constantly being flipped over and over. The exhausting night finally passed. When he woke up, before even opening his eyes, Xia Yuanxiao felt an intense pain, especially in his lower back region. Even the slightest movement made him gasp in pain. Enduring the agony, he opened his eyes and discovered he wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing. And lying next to him, clinging tightly to him, was his own personal servant. What was most terrifying was that he too was completely. Xia Yuanxiao clutched his chest, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. Half an hour later, a fully dressed Xia Yuanxiao reclined sideways on the soft couch. Why doesn't Xia Yuanxiao sit down? His chrysanthemum is too wounded to sit. The servant had also gotten dressed. He knelt upright before Xia Yuanxiao, his knees on the ground. Xia Yuanxiao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and barely managed to suppress the rage within him. "Speak. What happened last?" "Exactly. And why were you with this lord?" When the servant had woken up that morning, he had almost been scared to death by the master. "This servant doesn't know what happened either. I only remember waiting outside Ilan courtyard last night for those 2. Within a quarter of an hour, I saw a monstrous figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appear on the courtyard wall. That monster threw something at me. I couldn't dodge in time and was knocked out by it. I know nothing of what happened after that. When I woke up this morning, I found myself with you, master." The servant timidly raised his head, showing the bruised shoe print on his face as proof that he wasn't lying. Xia Yuanxiao gasped in shock at the ugly shoe print on his servant's face. He leaned back, accidentally aggravating a wound somewhere, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. "So this is how much the first time hurts. Where are those 2 men? This servant does not know. Get out and find out immediately." The servant hurriedly left. Another half hour later, he returned with 2 terrified escorts. When he had gone looking for them, the 2 brothers were carefully tiptoeing along the wall, seemingly planning to escape the mansion. Because they weren't familiar with the mansion's layout, they had taken many wrong turns before the servant found them. Once the 3 entered the room, the servant quickly shut the door tightly. "Xia Yuanxiao, speak. How did your business go last night? Why are you only reporting back now?" The 2 escorts were reluctant to revisit the events of the previous night, because they knew that if they confessed, they might not be able to walk out of this mansion alive. But the servant had eyes and ears everywhere in the mansion, and knowing they couldn't hide it, they had to confess. In response to your lordship last night, we brothers followed your arrangement, snuck into that courtyard, and entered that room. After that we were knocked out. Continue. After being knocked out, we don't remember anything until we woke up this morning. But when we woke up this morning, we brothers found ourselves in the beds of the mistress and the young master respectively. As soon as the escort said this, Xia Yuanqiu's face turned frosty and murderous intent surged within him. The two escorts jumped up from the ground in an instant. They stood back to back looking at Xia Yuanqiu with tense expressions, their hands resting on the long swords at their waists. They seemed ready to fight to the death if a single word was spoken out of turn. They knew they were in the wrong. Having inexplicably slept with the man's wife and son, any man with blood in his veins would find it hard to let go. The escort's words infuriated Xia Yuanqiu so much that he nearly vomited blood and died. Seeing their actions, he was so enraged, he almost jumped to his feet. I, Xia Yuanqiu, am the esteemed Vice Minister of Rights, a court official, not one of those mindless brawling brutes of the market. Even if I wanted to deal with these two brothers, I couldn't recklessly silence them when others know I invited them into my residence. At this moment, he didn't resent the two escorts nor the servant who had taken his first blood. He only resented that damn Xia Mingzhu. When had she become so formidable? Why was she so ruthless to her own father? She not only laid heavy hands on her parents, but she refused to spare her only brother. Thankfully, his precious daughter Xia Mingyue, the capital's foremost talented woman, still had her purity intact. This was the only thing that brought Xia Yuanqiu any solace. Kongning, go to the accounts and draw 200 taels of silver to compensate these two masters for their fright, and personally escort them out of the residence. The servant replied, as you command. Xia Yuanqiu said, two masters, regarding last night's events. Please keep your lips sealed and act as if it never happened. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. The escort said, Master Xia, we brothers are merely doing a job for money. As long as the promised payment is delivered, you can rest assured about everything. Good. I hope you remember your promise. Kongning, see them out. After the two escorts left the residence, they didn't even dare return to the escort agency. They hastily fled the city to save their lives. When Xia Yuanqiu later dispatched his hired retainers to the agency at night to silence them, the two escorts had already sailed south. The rage kept him awake all night, and aggravated by the pain in his nether regions, he had the servant apply medicine to his wounds 7 or 8 times. Only the servant's gentle touch could momentarily alleviate his suffering. The torment of that night forced Xia Yuanqiu to recuperate at home for a full 3 days before he barely returned to normal. Xia Qingde, being young and delicate, was injured even more severely when he faced the burly escort. Because the matter was disgraceful, Xia Yuanqiu dared not summon an imperial physician. He merely had a servant secretly purchase some medicine from an outside pharmacy for Xia Qingde to use internally and externally. With such furtive healing, a week passed before Xia Qingde could barely get out of bed. Among the 3 people who received Xia Mingzhu's blessing, the one who recovered the best was Li Wenwen. The experience that night felt to her like a wonderful erotic dream. In the dream, she was deeply satisfied. When she woke in the morning, she lay disheveled on the bed, the sensual atmosphere in the room still lingering. Though her body ached with many marks and her voice was hoarse, she still believed she had merely enjoyed a beautiful dream. Her night attendant heard nothing upon waking. She only felt a stiff neck and assumed she had slept awkwardly. The maids who weren't on night duty, however, many of them heard the sounds Li Wenwen made, and the sharp-eared ones even caught the excited voice of a man. But no one dared enter the room to check, fearing they might disturb Li Wenwen's affair and incur her wrath, leading to their own demise. When they attended to her in the morning, they didn't see the man in her room. They assumed he had slipped away in the dark, unaware that even Li Wenwen herself didn't know he existed. Aside from that one night of passion, Li Wenwen's days were calm. Occasionally in the middle of the night, she would still savor the memory of that dream satiety. The severely injured Xia Yuanqiu couldn't attend court and was forced to claim illness for several days. During this time, he hid in his study, attended only by his servant, and never once went to see Li Wenwen. Even when Li Wenwen personally came to bring him soup, he didn't show his face, claiming he was swamped with official duties. Xia Qingde also claimed illness and refused to see her. In the past, Xia Qingde had feigned illness several times to avoid his studies. This time, hearing his vigorous voice from outside his room, Li Wenwen didn't think much of it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Xia Yuanqiu's birthday banquet. Given the family's recent misfortunes and his fear of Xia Mingzhu's devastating power, he decided to hold only a small family gathering. After all, with the unpredictable Xia Mingzhu around, it was best not to invite other dignitaries to the house to witness their family's disgrace until he had dealt with her. On the day of the family banquet, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Xia Qingde, followed by his servant, swaggered in and drove out all the busy cooks. A row of simmering pots contained 8 treasures pigeon soup. In refined households, such pots were assigned individually to each master. For instance, Xia Mingzhu's pot had a crescent moon etched on it just like her name. One glance, and you knew it was hers. Li Wenwen's pot was adorned with an orchid symbolizing elegance and purity, while Xia Yuankio's featured 2 verdant bamboo stalks. Xia Qingde opened a paper packet and poured all the powder inside into a pot engraved with a string of pearls. He even picked up a spoon and carefully stirred the powder until it was completely invisible. Only then did Xia Qingde leave with his servant satisfied. After questioning Xia Yuanxiao about the incident that night, he learned that it was all the doing of that damn Xia Mingzhu. That cursed Xia Mingzhu. She had made him less than a man now. How could he ever swallow this anger? He had paid a hefty sum for today's medicine, which contained not only a special laxative, but also goo worms from the Miao frontier. After today, he would make Xia Mingzhu wish she were dead. At the Elon courtyard, seeing that the banquet time was near, Xia Mingzhu casually grabbed a lotus root-colored dress that Li Wenwen had prepared for her and changed into it. Xiao Chui quickly styled Xia Mingzhu's hair and adorned it with a few pearl hairpins. With this simple grooming, Xia Mingzhu led Xiao Chui with Bai and Hei following behind towards the flower hall where the banquet was set. Xiao Cui's expression had been odd ever since Xia Mingzhu changed into the new clothes. Miss, you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Xia Mingzhu pinched her chubby hand in dissatisfaction. It still felt as thick as ever. I don't see it. Really, miss, haven't you noticed? The waist of this dress you're wearing today is a size smaller than the ones the lady sent over last time. Xia Mingzhu chuckled and ignored Xiao Chui. She had merely gone from a 200 fat lady to a 108 fatty. There was truly nothing to celebrate. Although her wood-type ability had awakened the most urgent task, now wasn't losing weight, but expelling the toxins clinging to her. Also, she couldn't slacken her cultivation as she still needed to protect herself within the Xia family. Xia Mingzhu possessed remarkably keen senses, having detected the presence of formidable masters lurking within the manor on several occasions. She had often wondered why Xia Yuanxiao would rather hire external escorts than deploy these experts against her. She speculated that his reluctance to use them against her stemmed either from a concern for his reputation or from certain restrictions governing their deployment. She leaned toward the latter theory. After all, she was certain Xia Yuanxiao would abandon all pretense of decency if it meant eliminating her. Otherwise, had he sent those experts after her, while she could certainly defend herself, she would no longer be able to strut around the Xia manor with impunity. She guessed those individuals were the Xia family's ultimate trump card, not to be deployed lightly, perhaps only when Xia Yuankio's life was in peril or when the clan faced a catastrophic threat. After all, the novels Shed Red always featured noble clans cultivating loyal death warriors and shadow guards to safeguard the family's lineage. Xia Mingzhu and her companions strolled leisurely, unknowingly crossing the grand garden. Xiao Chui tugged at her mistress' sleeve, whispering a warning. Miss, that person ahead seems to be the second young master. Xia Mingzhu shook off her reverie and looked up. Indeed, not far ahead, Xia Qingde was strutting with a swaggering gait, blocking the narrow shaded path like a crab. He walked while laughing uproariously, clutching his sides as if possessed by madness. The servant boy beside Xia Qingde had clearly spotted Xia Mingzhu. The servant boy humbly tried to alert his master, only to be rewarded with a stinging slap across the face. This Xia Qingde truly had a short memory, forgetting his past lessons so soon. Knowing his legitimate elder sister was right behind him, he was bold enough not to come and pay his respects. Xia Mingzhu narrowed her small eyes, silently wondering what scheme Xia Qingde was concocting. She knew that regarding the incident that night, Xia Yuanxiao only needed a brief inquiry to discover she was behind it all. Having suffered such a great loss, it was absolutely impossible for father and son not to seek revenge. But she feared no storm. The crab-walking Xia Qingde was soon caught up by Xia Mingzhu. She quickened her steps, said not a word, grabbed the back of his collar, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Xia Mingzhu, you lunatic, let me go. Ow ow. It hurts so much. I didn't do anything. Why are you hitting me? Xia Mingzhu flung Xia Qingde onto the pebbled path like a dead dog. A sharp stone happened to jab him right where the escort had once favored him. Xia Qingde howled, leaping to his feet, tears and snot streaming down his face in agony. Xia Qingde, you concubine-born brat. Seeing your legitimate elder sister, you not only fail to come forward and pay respects, but you dare to hog the entire path, deliberately blocking the way so your elder sister cannot pass. Tell me, don't you deserve a beating? Xia Qingde wailed in despair. Xia Mingzhu, Boo-hoo. I just blocked your path. You could have just told me to move aside. Boo-hoo. Xia Mingzhu, you fat pig. Not only did you hit my face, but you also made me. Xia Mingzhu advanced with a sinister grin. Seeing her raised hand, Xia Qingde was so terrified, he scrambled backward. He roared with false bravado, Xia Mingzhu, that's enough. You've already slapped me twice. Today is father's birthday banquet. If you bruise my face and others see it, it will surely ruin your reputation. Oh, but I recall I haven't had a reputation to ruin for quite some time. Xia Mingzhu's icy gaze roamed over Xia Qingde, as if she were deciding where to strike next. The large hand drew closer and closer. Remembering the nightmare he endured that night, Xia Qingde's legs turned to jelly. With a thud, he knelt before Xia. Elder sister, I was wrong. Please don't hit me again. You'll never dare to do it again, boo-hoo. I truly know I was wrong. Her palm finally landed on his face, but it was a gentle pat as she slapped his cheek lightly. Xiaqingde, you must recognize that you are nothing but a lowly concubine's son, while I am the sole legitimate daughter of this house. Xiaqingde with tearful eyes whimpered, I understand. And you must also remember from now on whenever you see me you will come over promptly and pay your respects to this eldest miss. If you ever block my path again, you will step aside willingly. Otherwise I shall exercise my rights as your elder sister and teach you how to properly respect me, the one and only legitimate daughter of the Xia household. Elder sister, I truly understand now. Having taught Xiaqingde a small lesson, Xia Mingzhu was in exceptionally high spirits. She stepped over the disheveled Xiaqingde and strode purposefully toward the main hall. Inside during the gift presentation segment, Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen sat regally at the head. Xia Mingyue, clad in white, swayed her hips as she approached gracefully. She knelt before the head table. Daughter Mingzhu wishes father great fortune and boundless blessings. A priceless painting of green bamboo was carefully presented to Xia Yuanxiao by a maidservant. This is a painting I personally sought for you, father. It's a work by Master Qi, your favorite artist. I hope it brings you joy. Scholars and literati cherished such artistic pursuits, and Xia Yuanxiao was no exception. He happily had the painting unrolled for viewing, muttering praises continuously, showing that Xia Mingyu's gift had truly hit the mark. After a moment the painting was put away. Xiaqingde, having changed his clothes, stepped forward nervously under Li Wenwen's encouraging, Father, your son doesn't have second sister's discerning eye. I only managed to find this white jade Mithriya Buddha, wishing father a life filled with smiles. A servant opened a sandalwood box revealing a lifelike jade Buddha carved from white jade. Such an ornament was perfect for display and admiration, and Xia Yuanxiao accepted it with a smile. All eyes then fell upon the eldest daughter, Xia Mingzhu. Typically the gift presentation would begin either with Xiaqingde, the only son, or with Xia Mingzhu, the legitimate eldest daughter. Xia Mingyue had deliberately stolen Xia Ming's thunder to embarrass her. But such petty tricks were of no consequence to Xia. Seeing everyone's gaze upon her, Xia Mingzhu didn't stand on ceremony and stepped forward boldly. Father, today is your birthday. Apart from a few taels of silver my mother just gave me, I truly have nothing else to offer. Even all these taels combined couldn't buy second brother's jade Buddha, let alone second sister's famous painting. Xia Mingyue smiled with smug satisfaction. Xiaqingde, however, was so frightened his face turned ashen. Xia Mingzhu continued, Father, your daughter is truly poor. But even in poverty, I cannot neglect propriety on your birthday. So, Xia Mingzhu waved her hand behind her, and Xiao Chui promptly brought forward a wooden casket that looked quite cheap. She took it and opened it herself, revealing a compartment filled with thumb-sized pieces of loose silver. Father, please look. This silver is all the money I have left. I now give it all to you. After receiving her allowance from Li Wenwen, Xia Mingzhu made a grand show of buying grain cooking porridge and distributing it to the Xia Yuanxiao, and the others had naturally heard about this. They had never understood why she did it until today, when it finally all became clear. Xia Mingzhu said, My gift is indeed not as valuable as the ones from my younger siblings. But the sincerity I hold for you, father, cannot be compared to anything they have given. Xia Mingyue retorted inwardly, My gift is worth 1,000 gold pieces, and your box of loose silver is worth 10 taels, yet you dare say it's more sincere than mine. Xiaqingde thought, I spent half a year saving for that jade Buddha, and it's all for nothing. Both siblings grumbled inwardly, but dared not voice their thoughts. Xia Mingzhu paused for a moment, letting her words sink in before continuing. Father, if my younger siblings had 10,000 taels of silver, they would at most be willing to spend 1,000 on a gift for you. My gift may be humble, but it represents everything I own. Please, father, do not despise my heartfelt offering, for I cannot spare even one more tael of silver. The legitimate eldest daughter of the vice minister's household, after 7 days of distributing porridge, had a total fortune of merely 10 taels of loose silver. Once word of this spread, their household would once again become the talk of the town. Xia Ming's words made Xia Yuanqiao's aged face cycle through shades of red, green, purple, and white, a colorful display that was quite a sight to behold. He was of course aware that Xia Mingzhu had no money. He had expected her to follow the example of other young ladies embroidering a pouch or painting a picture, as those things cost nothing. When she presented her gift, he could have made a cutting remark and taken the chance to humiliate her. But no one had anticipated that the accursed Xia Mingzhu would convert every last bit of her silver into loose change, just to slap Xia Yuanxiao in the face. Once today's events got out, people would mock Xia Mingzhu while also ridiculing the eldest daughter of the vice minister of Right's household. She was so mistreated by her own father and stepmother that she couldn't even afford a gift. How utterly shameful. Yet this pitiful gift had already been placed before Xia Yuanxiao. Meeting Xia Ming's openly threatening gaze, Xia Yuanxiao had no choice but to force an ugly smile and accept. Xia Yuanxiao, feeling utterly stifled, was nearly driven to the point of explosion by Xia Mingzhu. He had thought that accepting the casket would make her retreat. Little did he know Xia Ming's offensive had only just begun. Father, you see how impoverished I am, unable to even afford a birthday gift for you. How about allocating a portion of the dowry my late mother left me and letting me manage it myself? This way the next time someone has a birthday or a celebration, they'll have money to buy a gift, and I won't inadvertently embarrass you. Xia Ming's bold move to demand her late mother Li Wenjing's dowry caught everyone completely off guard. Li Wenjing's dowry had fallen into Li Wenwen's hands during her severe illness, and it had been under her control ever since. Over the years, much of the dowry's contents had been quietly diverted by Li Wenwen to support the household. Among the estates and shops in the dowry, several profitable ones had already been transferred to Xia Mingyue and Xia Qingde. Li Wenwen had even promised Xia Mingyue that the portion of the dowry belonging to Xia Mingzhu would later become her own marriage trousseau. Xia Yuanxiao was aware of all this, yet he had always turned a blind eye just as he played deaf and dumb towards Xia Mingzhu. If trouble ever arose, he could shift all the blame onto Li Wenwen and remain perfectly untarnished. Hearing Xia Mingzhu openly ask for her dowry, the members of the Xia family, who considered it their own spoils, all glared at her with reddened eyes. They longed to overturn the table in fury, but the memory of their previous two encounters with her formidable martial prowess held them. His authority as the head of the family was being challenged yet again. If Xia Yuanqiu's glare could kill, Xia Mingzhu felt she would have been chopped into pieces by now. Xia Qingde's lips moved as if to speak, but the stinging pain on his cheek was a stark reminder to keep still. Having learned their lesson the hard way, the father and son dared not speak. But Xia Mingyue, who had yet to taste retribution, and Li Wenwen, lost in her delusions, had no idea what was coming. Xia Mingyue, her eyes brimming with tears, threw herself into Li Wenwen's arms. Mother, look at sister. She is still an unmarried young lady. How can she shamelessly demand her dowry in public like this? As the eldest legitimate daughter of our household, her complete lack of decorum today will ruin the reputation of all the young ladies of the Xia clan if this gets out. I care not for such empty fame, but there are dozens of unmarried sisters in our clan. If their marriages are affected by her actions, and they lose their chance at a good match, how will she answer to them? Li Wenwen also feigned distress, her eyes red, as she complained to Xia Yuanxiao. Husband, look at the eldest miss. How can she make such an outrageous demand? Among the noble ladies of the capital, I have never heard of any who insisted on holding their dowry before marriage. Husband, this is simply against all propriety. Li Wenwen, once a charming beauty in her prime, had been Xia Yuanqiu's first love and the apple of his eye. But after the incident that night, she had become nothing more than a repulsive stain in his eyes, so disgusting that he couldn't bear to look at her. If it weren't for their only son Xia Qingde, he would have cast her out long ago rather than maintaining her current facade of respectability. Xia Ming's eyes were as cold as a blade. Father, I asked for my dowry. What say you? Xia Yuanqiu's face darkened like water. Nonsense. Your mother is right. This is utterly improper. Xia Mingzhu retorted, is that so? Then I ask you, father and concubine, what would it take for you to return what is rightfully mine? Li Wenwen was so infuriated by Xia Ming's address of concubine that she nearly screamed. That title, a symbol of her lowly and humiliating past, had not been uttered since Li Wenjing's death. Xia Yuanxiao was also privately reluctant to return that dowry. After all, when he had married Li Wenjing, it was with a grand procession and 10 miles of dowry, the envy of all onlookers. Xia Yuanxiao wished to placate Xia Mingzhu while he devised a more perfect solution. Let us discuss the dowry another day. But Xia Mingzhu had raised the matter today, and without achieving her desired outcome, she was far from willing to let it go. Another day? May I ask, father, which day do you have in mind? Is it the day my dowry is completely depleted, or perhaps the day after I die and concubine sends me off to a ghost marriage? The mention of a ghost marriage silenced the entire hall, one could hear a pin drop. Li Wenwen's face drained of all color, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Smash! A teacup was hurled to the ground by Xia Yuanxiao, shattering into pieces. Xia Mingzhu, you are insolent. Have you forgotten that today is your father's birthday banquet? Xia Yuanxiao, his face flushed with rage, rose to his feet and bellowed. Xia Mingzhu was utterly unafraid of his wrath. I just presented you with a birthday gift, father, so I have hardly forgotten. Xia Yuanxiao, you defiant girl. Since you know it is your father's birthday, why do you prattle on about dowries and ghost marriages? Why deliberately choose today before my very eyes at this family banquet to speak of such things? Xia Mingzhu, father, why are you venting your anger at me? What do you mean I deliberately chose today? I brought up the dowry because I am strapped for cash, so poor I couldn't even afford a birthday. As for the ghost marriage, you should ask your dear, equal wife concubine one. It was she who personally selected this fine match for the eldest legitimate daughter of the Xia family. Father, you see, my marriage has already been decided over my head by your concubine one. So it's only reasonable that I ask for my dowry in advance, wouldn't you say? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone's gaze subtly fell upon Li Wenwen. The ghost marriage was indeed her secret scheme. She had even been in contact with the other party just yesterday. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone's gaze subtly fell upon Li Wenwen. The ghost marriage was indeed her, but now Xia Mingzhu had exposed it all in public. Although today was only a family banquet within the Xia residence, and no branch families were invited, the relatives of the main line in the capital still filled several tables. Adding the maids, servants, and nannies they brought, the number was considerable. Xia Yuanxiao couldn't guarantee that all these people would keep today's events a secret. Xia Yuanqiu's blood boiled. He nearly ground his teeth to dust. The matter of the ghost marriage is pure nonsense. I don't know where you heard such crazy talk. As for your dowry tomorrow, I will have your mother first inventory a portion and transfer it to you for your daily expenses. The rest will be given to you in full when you marry. Seeing Xia Yuanxiao concede and agree to give her a part of the dowry, Xia Mingzhu decided to stop while she was ahead. She perfunctorily bowed to Xia Yuanxiao and stepped aside, yielding the floor to her two half-sisters to present their gifts. Several cousins also came forward one by one to offer their congratulations. The farce was soon swallowed by laughter and cheer. After the gift-giving ceremony, it was finally time for the meal. Servants filed in bearing a table laden with delicacies, and Xia Mingzhu ate with great relish. Born and raised in the apocalypse, she considered herself lucky to have enough to eat, let alone such delicacies. Xia Mingzhu ate quickly, though her manners were not crude. It was merely her corpulent frame that made her eating look somewhat. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the squab and 8 treasures soup, which Xia Qingda had been eagerly anticipating and the kitchen had prepared with great care, was finally served. Except for Xia Mingzhu and a few others who had marked stew pots, everyone else was given identical white porcelain ones. Seeing the stew pots finally arrive, Xia Qingda, who had been quiet for a long time, became visibly excited. He opened his own pot, and despite the heat began to sip the soup. His furtive little glances, however, kept darting towards Xia. Xia Mingzhu, with her keen senses, noticed Xia Qingda's odd expression immediately. After careful observation, she zeroed in on the stew pot before her. Under his expectant gaze, she slowly moved the pot towards her, gently lifted the lid, and picked up a small spoon to scoop. As Xia Mingzhu was about to bring the soup to her lips, Xia Qingda's excitement was almost palpable. Convinced that her stew pot was tampered with, Xia Mingzhu had no intention of letting his scheme succeed. Concealed by her wide sleeve, she extended a vine as thin as a hair from her palm. It snaked along her fingers and quickly made contact with the squab and 8 treasures soup in the pot. Within the soup, she detected a black substance indicative of poison, as well as tiny worms invisible to the naked eye. What kind of poison was it? What kind of worms? Xia Mingzhu couldn't identify any of them, but she only needed to confirm that the soup was compromised. Again, using her sleeve as cover, she transferred the entire contents of the stew pot into an empty bowl within her space. Then she picked up the now empty pot and pretended to drink the soup. When she set it down and saw the excited glint in Xia Qingda's eyes, she knew the fool thought his plan had worked. The squab and 8 treasures soup was delicious, nourishing, and said to be good for the complexion. It was a pity that such unclean things had been added to it, Xia Mingzhu mused with a hint of regret. Li Wenwen and her daughter also enjoyed this soup. Their pots still had some left, and both had opened the lids to let it cool. As it was a family banquet, only the men's and women's sections were separated without a screen. The good daughter Xia Mingwei rose to toast Xia Yuanxiao, reciting poetry and showing off her literary talent. She always relished such opportunities to shine. The good son Xia Qingda also picked up his wine cup and eagerly followed. Xia Mingzhu, excusing herself to use the restroom, stumbled as she passed Xia Mingyu's seat and had to steady herself against the table. As her sleeve brushed past Xia Mingyu's stew pot, she swapped the soup inside in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xia Mingzhu clutch her stomach and leave the table, Xia Qingda grinned like a fool. He thought his trap had finally caught her. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Xia Mingzhu had no intention of returning to the banquet after she took her leave. She flicked her sleeves and sent Xiaobai to inform Li Wenwen that she was suffering from a severe stomachache and could not possibly endure until the feast concluded. At the banquet, with the bothersome Xia Mingzhu gone, the atmosphere became noticeably more lively. The guests clinked glasses, drank wine, and composed poems, enjoying themselves immensely. Yet less than a quarter of an hour after Xia Ming's departure, Xia Mingwei also clutched her stomach, her face turning pale as death from the pain. After Xia Mingzhu left due to her stomach pain, Xiaobai sought out Li Wenwen to request that she summon the mansion physician. Li Wenwen refused, citing that it would be inauspicious to bring a doctor into the mansion on Xia Yuanqiu's birthday. But when it was Xia Mingyu's turn, she cared not for such superstitions and hastily summoned the mansion physician. However, the physician was too inexperienced to determine the cause. Forced into a corner, they took Xia Yuanqiu's name card and urgently sent for an imperial physician in the dead of night. After a night of torment with the imperial physician's treatment involving emetics and silver needle acupuncture, Xia Mingwei vomited and suffered from diarrhea, nearly losing her life. Only then did her condition finally stabilize. Only after the imperial physician announced that Xia Mingwei was out of danger did everyone disperse. Xia Qingda returned to his own courtyard in a daze. The imperial physician's words echoed in his ears. The second Miss Xia had been administered a purgative, but mixed within it was a type of parasitic worm that devours one's internal organs. Fortunately, this old man detected the anomaly in time, for had it been delayed 3 days, the worms would have migrated into her vital organs, rendering her beyond any medical help. Xia Qingda broke out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. This purgative, he had paid a hefty sum for it, obtained from a wandering That wandering physician had only said the drug would cause diarrhea, and those tiny bugs would induce abdominal cramps. Head also claimed that the victim would only suffer for a day before recovering without further treatment. He never imagined the poison would be so potent. Although Xia Mingzhu was despicable, having beaten him several times, and even sent men to humiliate him, he truly never intended to kill her. One thing still puzzled him. He had clearly administered the drug to Xia Mingzhu, so why had Xia Mingwe ingested it? He had personally placed it, and had witnessed with his own eyes Xia Mingzhu drinking that bowl of soup. He hadn't delegated the task to anyone else, so logically such an accident should have been impossible. He also remembered that Xia Mingzhu had been clutching her stomach when she left after drinking the soup. When her maid came to inform his mother of her departure, she had even requested a physician. Could it be that she had also been poisoned? Thrilled by this thought, Xia Chengde quickened his pace and turned a corner heading towards Yilan Court. Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw the interior was brightly lit. Peering through the crack in the gate, he vaguely saw all the maids and servants waiting at the main hall's entrance. From the main hall, occasional agonizing groans could be heard. The voice sounded somewhat hoarse, and Xia Chengde couldn't discern whether it was truly Xia Ming's. However, it was most likely her. The resentment in Xia Chengde's heart finally dissipated. A sense of relief washed over him. Curling his lips into a smile, he trotted back to his own courtyard with light, cheerful steps. Over at Yilan Court, A Xiao Chui was alone in Xia Ming's room, pacing anxiously in circles. She had to periodically let out a few agonized wails. Her voice was slightly hoarse, completely different from her usual tone. She had no idea how her mistress had done it. She only remembered the young lady using a sharp wooden thorn to prick her throat twice, which inexplicably altered her voice. The young lady had instructed her to stay in the room and pretend to be her, while she herself had slipped out through the back window. Xiao Chui was terrified. She desperately wished her mistress would return quickly. The Xia Mingzhu that Xiao Chui yearned for, however, had already snuck into Xia Mingyu's courtyard and had watched the entire process of the imperial physician treating her. Now that everyone had dispersed, it was finally her turn to exact revenge on the Xia family members. After all, she had once made a promise that if they dared to lay a hand on her, she would repay them twofold. She knocked out the maid keeping watch over Xia Mingwe and strode boldly to the bedside of the sleeping girl. Given how much Xia Mingwe had suffered tonight, she dared not use the potent purgative she had bought last time. Xia Mingzhu delivered a precise chop to ensure Xia Mingwe wouldn't wake up. Then she tore her clothes to shreds and slapped her face until it was swollen. Even after all this, Xia Mingzhu still felt unsatisfied. Her gaze swept across Xia Mingyu's boudoir, which was filled with many fine treasures. With a grand sweep of her hand, and then another, she gathered all the less bulky gold and jade ornaments from the room. She swept all the jewelry from the vanity and found the box of silver notes hidden in the bed, stashing everything into her personal space. Xia Mingzhu even took a peek inside that box. The notes amounted to nearly 10,000 taels. There were also deeds for several manors and shops, which rightfully belonged to her. All the items were collected into a corner of Xia Ming's space, piled up carelessly like worthless junk. Looking at Xia Mingyu's bare vanity and the sparsely filled curio cabinet, Xia Mingzhu stroked her rounded chin with satisfaction. She was confident this surprise would be most pleasing to Xia Mingwe. Leaving Xia Mingyu's courtyard, Xia Mingzhu headed towards Li Wenwen's Qinxin court. This courtyard originally belonged to Li Wenjing. Every plant, every ornament within it was chosen to her liking, using only the finest quality items. But now it had fallen into the hands of that concubine Li Wenwen. Xia Mingzhu didn't waste any time. After confirming no hidden experts from the Xia household were lurking nearby, she dashed up the wall and nimbly vaulted into the courtyard. That night, everyone in the Xia mansion had been thoroughly exhausted, and most had just fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. Following the route she used when paying her respects, Xia Mingzhu quickly arrived at Li Wenwen's doorstep. Xia Yuanxiao hadn't stayed the night at Li Wenwen's, so no guards were stationed at her door. Xia Mingzhu gently pushed open the bedroom door and struck the young maid on night duty in the outer room, knocking her unconscious. She softly lifted the bed curtain. In the dim lamplight, Li Wenwen lay with her hands resting on her chest, sleeping serenely. A sinister smile spread across Xia Ming's face as she retrieved the purgative she had prepared during her last shopping trip. After rendering Li Wenwen unconscious, she mixed the purgative with cold tea and forced her to drink it. As an overdose of purgative could easily prove fatal, Xia Mingzhu only administered a single packet to Li Wenwen. Since she had promised twofold revenge, but had now delivered a reduced dose, she decided to compensate with some insignificant gold and valuables. Next, Xia Mingzhu began by collecting all of Li Wenwen's jewelry into her space. Subsequently, she also discovered and retrieved a small box that Li Wenwen had hidden in a secret compartment. Prying open the small box, Xia Mingzhu saw that inside, besides a thick stack of silver notes, there were also many slave contracts and deeds to shops and estates. She accepted them all with satisfaction. Xia Mingzhu searched every hidden nook in Li Wenwen's room. Aside from finding a dowry list under her bedboard, she found nothing else. Turning back, she collected all the exquisite ornaments in the room except for large items like screens, tables, and chairs, and stored them all into her space. Having successively robbed both Li Wenwen and her mother, her gains were considerable. The only thing that displeased Xia Mingzhu was that although there were many silver notes in their rooms, she saw very little ready silver. She guessed that the silver was probably locked in private or main treasuries and only withdrawn when needed. Leaving Li Wenwen's courtyard, Xia Mingzhu hurried to Xia Qingda's courtyard. Xia Qingda was sleeping like a log, and judging by his silly grin, he was having a pleasant dream. Xia Mingzhu circled his room, but found only a few ornaments, a little over 1,000 taels and silver notes, some jade pendants and hairpins, and a few land deeds. Compared to the filthy rich Li Wenwen, and her mother Xia Qingda was practically destitute. She wondered whether his money was controlled by Li Wenwen or squandered on wine and women. Despite her disdain, Xia Mingzhu took everything without leaving a trace. Before leaving, she also remembered to pour the laxative down his throat. Leaving the impoverished Xia Qingda's courtyard, her final stop was the study of the family head Xia Yuanxiao. Although Xia Yuanxiao had his own independent courtyard, he rarely stayed there, however his valuables were all kept there. Xia Ming's goal today was twofold revenge, and gathering wealth was merely a side benefit. Having witnessed gold and jade piled up like trash in the apocalypse, she cared little for such material possessions. Xia Mingzhu headed straight for Xia Yuanqiao's study. However, upon sneaking near it, she discovered that Xia Yuanxiao was still busy working late into the night instead of sleeping. On the large tree outside the study, the sensitive Xia Mingzhu sensed a dangerous aura. A master was present. Was it a new shadow guard hired by Xia Yuanxiao? Or was it an enemy sent by his rivals? With that person of unknown allegiance around, seeing that the task was impossible, Xia Mingzhu decided to temporarily abandon her revenge on Xia Yuanxiao for today and quietly retreated from the study. Frustrated at not completing her final act of revenge, Xia Mingzhu turned and went to Xia Yuanqiao's Qingsong courtyard. With a wave of her hand, she took everything portable that she found in his room. Since she couldn't inflict physical pain on him tonight, she would cause him heartache tomorrow. With her tasks done, Xia Mingzhu swiftly ran back to Yilan courtyard. In the courtyard, the lights were still on. The maids and matrons at the door were already yawning continuously. Inside, the hoarse wailing had become weak and feeble, as if on the verge of death. Xia Mingzhu returned to her bedroom via the same route. Seeing her mistress finally back, Xiao Chui was so excited she almost burst into tears. She pointed at her throat in grievance, shedding tears while complaining to Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu looked at the tearful girl before her and couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl Xiao Chui was simply adorable. She conjured a wooden thorn to restore the girl's voice, then used the thorn to prick acupoints, making her own voice sound hoarse. Xiao Chui, go tell those people outside that the young lady is feeling much better now, and let them all go rest. Xiao Chui, whose eyes could barely stay open, heard she could sleep, and her big eyes curved into two crescents. She opened the door and dismissed the others. Upon returning, she saw that Xia Mingzhu had already drawn the bed curtains. Not wanting to disturb her, she lay down on the small couch outside, closed her eyes, pulled the covers over herself, and soon began to snore softly. In bed, Xia Mingzhu was still awake. Her little space was now piled up to the brim. If she didn't deal with those items, she would have no place to store food in the future. After all, in the bones of someone from the apocalypse, food is far more important than those lifeless objects that can't be eaten or drunk. While ransacking Xia Yuanqiao's courtyard, she had noticed that the space was full. At that moment, she wanted to enter the space physically to see if she could discard some junk. But she couldn't, because there was no place left for her to stand. Now she was troubled. Those lifeless items that couldn't be eaten or drunk had to be dealt with somehow. How she wished the space could level up. Xia Mingzhu sighed and sent her spiritual energy into the space. She planned to use it to quickly inventory the items inside and see which ones were suitable to sell. But what was happening? In the blink of an eye, Xia Mingzhu, who was lying in bed, found herself standing in a dramatically transformed space. The space, originally just 10 square meters, had now expanded dozens of times over. Within this expanded space, there appeared a thatched cottage with a fenced yard and an ancient well with sweet-tasting water. There was also a small stream shallow enough to wade across, and a lush verdant hill. However, the stream had no fish, and the hill had no animals. The space was still surrounded by thick white mist, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. The green hills, clear water, thatched cottage, ancient well, fenced yard, and the expanded space. All of this filled Xia Mingzhu with delightful surprise. After walking around the entire space, she returned to the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage consisted of 3 rooms. From the outside, each room appeared to be less than 10 square meters. But when Xia Mingzhu pushed the door open, she found the interior space was vast and boundless like a sea of stars. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Could this be the legendary immortal technique of Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed? Xia Mingzhu couldn't be sure, but she was overjoyed. In the first room, she saw the spoils of war collected tonight neatly and systematically arranged on a row of display shelves. She looked at them one by one. Gold and silver jewelry, silver notes, land deeds, gold ingots, silver ingots. They were all there, but she didn't see a single piece of jade. Even the gold-wrapped jade ornaments had their jade core completely gone, leaving only a thin layer of gold. Could the expansion of the space be related to the vanished jade? Xia Mingzhu smiled so hard her eyes narrowed into slits. She seemed to have figured out the method to expand the space. After reviewing tonight's gains, she pushed open the second room, which was equally boundless. The food she had stored previously was also neatly placed in small compartments, making it very convenient to retrieve. Xia Mingzhu took out a meat bun from a compartment, took a gentle bite, and it was still warm tasting, just the same. She then took out an apple she had put into the space yesterday. Its color hadn't changed at all, it was cool and crisp with a sweet taste. Xia Mingzhu finally confirmed that this was a room that could keep food warm and fresh. After Xia Mingzhu had eaten her fill, she walked to the door of the third room. She pushed gently, it wouldn't budge. She pushed harder, still no movement. Only when she had exhausted herself did a line of text finally appear on the door. Destin 1. Do you wish to live forever? Do you wish to retain eternal youth? Do you wish to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth? Do you wish to attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality? As long as you strive to upgrade this space, your dreams shall eventually come true. Apart from this sentence on the door, Xia Mingzhu found no other clues. Feeling tired from all the exertion, she couldn't be bothered to rack her brains any further. She went to the courtyard, drew a bucket of well water, took a few sips, washed up casually, and returned to her bed. A sound sleep. In the morning, Xia Mingzhu was still not awake. Miss, are you up yet? Miss, let me tell you something huge happened in our manor last night. Miss, last night the courtyards of the madam, the second miss, the second young master, and the master were all robbed by thieves. Miss, last night the second miss's illness was cured, but the thief entered her boudoir and tore her clothes into shreds. Fortunately, she had soiled herself, and the little thief found it revolting, thus preserving her chastity. The little thief, Xia Mingzhu. Miss, I just received the latest news. Before the fifth watch, the household physician was summoned into the manor. The second young master and the madam have also started suffering from stomachaches. It's said to be quite severe. They've been constantly rushing to relieve themselves all morning. Before Xia Mingzhu even opened her eyes, she received this wonderful news from the chattering little sparrow that disturbed her sleep. Today should be a fine day. Also a perfect day for collecting debts. Rising, she washed up, had her meal, and after eating her fill, Xia Mingzhu climbed over the wall and went out, spending nearly half an hour before returning. After returning, she handed a booklet to Xiao Chui, whispered a few words in her ear, and Xiao Chui nodded before hurrying out of it. As for herself, she picked her troops, gathered her forces, and at the precise moment leisurely marched toward Li Wenwen's courtyard. Inside, Li Wenwen had taken her medicine and was lying on a soft couch, letting a young maid rub her stomach. Frustrated, she furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. Alas, what is all this? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes were already rimmed with red. The three of us, mother and children, were inexplicably poisoned. Fortunately, the poison isn't lethal, it just causes severe diarrhea. A couple of doses of medicine and some proper rest should see us through. But that wretched little thief, he actually sneaked into our rooms and stole all the valuables. I wanted to report it to the authorities, but the master said it would harm Mingyue's reputation and forbade me from doing so. Are we just supposed to let that thief go so easily? Do you know? The stolen banknotes alone amount to tens of thousands of taels, not to mention the deeds to countless fields and shops. The more she spoke, the more distressed she became, and Li Wenwen felt a pain in her chest. A stifling rage churned in her chest, unable to rise or fall, suffocating her. Just then a young maid rushed in to report that the eldest miss had arrived. Upon hearing that Xia Mingzhu was coming, the already weak Li Wenwen shot to her feet. In an instant the room erupted into chaos. The maids scurried to prepare the finest tea and snacks, while the older servants inspected the room for anything amiss. They all knew well that Xia Mingzhu, that living ancestor, had a heavy hand. She was one who would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. How could they dare to be negligent? Soon Xia Mingzhu's massive figure appeared in the courtyard. Greetings, mother. Your daughter heard this morning that you were unwell, so I have. Last night, over the matter of the dowry, Xia Mingzhu had publicly addressed Li Wenwen as concubine 1. At that time, in mentioning Xia Mingzhu's biological mother, she had blurted out concubine when in a moment of anger. One could say it was merely a rash remark. Since Xia Yuanxiao still acknowledged Li Wenwen as his legal wife, Xia Mingzhu had no intention of having a complete falling out with her just yet. Even if she wanted to, she would wait until the dowry was secured. As the saying goes, never strike a smiling face. Li Wenwen had been prepared for a confrontation with Xia Mingzhu, but she never expected her to humble herself first. What did this demon want? Oh well, since she wasn't here to cause trouble, perhaps if I don't provoke her, everything will be fine. Li Wenwen forced a smile onto her face. Thank you for your concern, eldest miss. I feel much better already. It is a daughter's duty to care for her mother's well-being. You need not thank me, mother. Li Wenwen thought if you would just put away that smug, gloating expression, I might believe you a little. Xia Mingzhu picked up the fragrant tea, took a light sip. The flavor was refreshing with a hint of sweetness, truly a fine thing. She felt a slight regret. Why hadn't she thought to clean out all the good tea that Li Wenwen had stored away last night? Mother, I heard a rumor this morning that your courtyard was burgled last night. May I ask how much was lost? At the mention of last night's losses, Li Wenwen felt a pang of pain. Though those items were but a drop in the ocean compared to what was in her private treasury, it was still a considerable sum. Despite the pain, how could she admit it to Xia Mingzhu, who had come to gloat? Eldest miss, you certainly have sharp ears. Before you've even left your room this morning, you already know about the theft in my courtyard last night. That is because your daughter is concerned for your safety, mother, and thus pays extra attention. Li Wenwen thought I believe that when pigs fly, it is my fault for causing the eldest miss to worry day and night. But last night my courtyard merely had a petty thief. He only stole a few worthless trinkets, nothing worth mentioning. Li Wenwen gritted her teeth as she spoke the lie. Xia Mingzhu watched her expression and laughed with unrestrained delight. Mother, if it truly was just a petty thief stealing some trifles, then I am relieved. Heh. Relieved? She ought to be hoping for my misfortune. Why would she be so kind? Mother, I have come today for 3 matters. First, to inquire after your health and pay respects. Second, to express concern over the theft in your courtyard. Since you are well, and the thief only took a few worthless items, let me speak of the third matter. What is it? A sense of foreboding rose in Li Wenwen's heart. She felt that this demon was about to stir up trouble again. Mother, do you recall that during yesterday's evening banquet when father presented gifts, he promised to hand over some of the dowry shops left by my biological mother for me to manage personally? Li Wenwen thought, that little bitch, truly an ill-intentioned visitor. Li Wenwen, Xia Mingzhu wants to take something from me. It won't be that easy. This concubine naturally remembers the master's instructions, but elder sister has passed away for many years, and her dowry list from before has long been lost and difficult to find. The young lady wants to obtain the dowry shops in advance. Originally, this concubine should hand them over immediately. However, now that the dowry list is missing, I need to spend more time to reorganize the dowry. Li Wenwen was smug inside. She had long been wary of the day when someone would settle Li Wenjing's dowry. Only after all those dowries are fully registered in the ledger can I invite the young lady to pick a few favored shops to practice on. In ancient times, when marrying off a daughter, many families made 3 copies of the dowry list, 1 kept by the maiden family, 1 by the married daughter, and 1 sent to the yamen for record. Li Wenwen did not find the dowry list that Li Wenjing had. The copy kept at the maiden family had long been stolen by her, and now it was pressed under the bedboard of the bed she slept on. The copy filed at the yamen was stolen for her by a petty official she bribed, and she personally destroyed it. After Li Wenjing died, Li Wenwen dug 3 feet deep, but still could not find her dowry list. After pressing her maids and old nurses, they all said they had personally seen Li Wenjing accidentally drop the dowry list into the brazier while warming herself by the fire in winter, burning it up. 2 of the 3 copies were gone, and the only one was pressed under her own bedboard. Li Wenwen didn't believe Xia Mingzhu could have any way to force her to give up Li Wenjing's dowry. At the thought of seeing Xia Mingzhu suffer a setback, a smug smile spread across Li Wenwen's face. Unfortunately, her smile was short-lived, because she saw Xia Mingzhu pull out a dowry list from her sleeve and spread it on the table. The task of inventorying the dowry is very tedious, so there's no need to trouble you, mother. I have here a transcribed copy of the dowry list which records all the dowry of my biological mother. Shops I wish to use for practice have already been marked. Please give me the deeds for these shops now, mother. On the table, the ink on the spread manual was still fresh, and the faint smell of ink slowly wafted through the air. Staring at the long dowry list, Li Wenwen widened her eyes in disbelief. Her hand trembling, she took the list and examined it. It was exactly the same as the items recorded on the real list. Where did you get this dowry list? My dowry list naturally came from my biological mother, the original wife of this young. I think concubine, one who once served as a dowry maid for the original wife, should be able to distinguish the authenticity of this dowry list, right? Concubine one. What a humiliating 3 words. Li Wenwen nearly ground her silver teeth to pieces. Young lady, you jest. As a younger sister, I naturally remember what elder sister's dowry consisted of. But for the young lady to take elder sister's dowry relying solely on this transcribed copy, I'm afraid it's against the rules. If I agree today, then if someone else brings another transcribed copy to the manor tomorrow to cause trouble, would I have to bow my head and accept it? Li Wenwen planned to deny the contents of this list until she saw the original stamped by the authorities. After all, no matter where this matter went, she would be in the right. Xia Mingzhu could probably guess Li Wenwen's thoughts. Mother, the joke you told is not at all funny. I am here to claim the dowry left by my biological mother. I don't see which part is unreasonable or improper. Li Wenwen, young lady, you have misunderstood my meaning. I do not intend to forcibly occupy elder sister's dowry, but if you expect me to hand over the dowry based solely on this transcribed copy in your hand, I regret I cannot comply. Xia Mingzhu let out a sneer. This fool Li Wenwen. If she didn't have a real dowry list, where would this transcribed copy have? Mother, it is understandable that you do not recognize this transcribed copy for the sake of my dowry's safety. However, what if I say I have a dowry list stamped with the official seal of the yamen? I wonder if mother would be willing to return the dowry that originally belonged to my biological mother. Li Wenwen's face turned extremely grim. How could you possibly have that list? Xia Mingzhu's eyes were mocking. How could I not possibly have it? No, you absolutely cannot have it. Nothing is impossible. Seeing Xia Mingzhu's certainty, Li Wenwen, overwhelmed by a surge of blood, lost her composure in her words. If today you can truly produce a dowry list belonging to elder sister that bears the official seal of the yamen, Not only will I let you have a portion of the dowry in advance for practice, but even if you say to give you all the dowry, I will not utter a single word of objection. Li Wenwen's thoughtless promise thrilled Xia Mingzhu. Give me all the dowry. Are you sure? I am sure. You won't regret it. Hell, although I am a woman, I know the principle that a word spoken is a horse that cannot be overtaken. Once I say something, I will never regret it. Good, good. Two good sounds emerged simultaneously. The first came from Xia Mingzhu's mouth. The second came from Everyone turned their heads to look only to find a crowd of people standing at the door at some unknown time. Leading them was a man in official robes, and an official hat beside him stood Xia Yuanxiao in plain clothes, his face extremely grim. Something major had happened in the manor last night. Even his own courtyard had been burgled. Xia Yuanxiao was so furious he spat blood. In the morning he ordered someone to request leave for him, then returned to his courtyard to personally inventory the losses. The dignified vice minister's residence had been visited by a petty thief. If it were just a loss of some money, reporting it to the authorities was not impossible. At most it would be another loss of face. However, he had heard that his favored daughter Xia Mingyue was not only poisoned and robbed last night, but also nearly had her chastity violated by the petty thief. If not for the filthiness on her lower body, she would have fallen into that thief's hands. That was his carefully raised daughter, and he had hoped to arrange a marriage with the Wei Yuan Marquis family so that they could help him in the future. If last night's incident were to spread, this daughter would be ruined, and even the reputation of the women of the Xia clan would suffer some damage. Losing money was a trivial matter. Suffering disgrace to one's reputation was paramount. Xia Yuanxiao was extremely unwilling, yet he had to pinch his nose and swallow this bitter cup. The petty thief Xia Mingzhu had no idea they would consider so much. She still thought that after losing money last night, they would report to the authorities this morning. As for Xia Mingyue, whose clothes she had torn, she was entirely outside her considerations. At dawn, after hearing Chui's report, Xia Mingzhu slipped over the wall to find a stall-keeping scholar and had him transcribe 2 copies of the dowry list. One copy she used to slap Li Wenwen in the face. The original was handed to Chui to report the matter to the capital's Yamen, requesting Prefect Ma of the capital to come to the mansion and preside over the case of the theft at the vice minister's residence and the seizure of the dowry. A few days ago, while distributing porridge outside, Xia Mingzhu had specifically inquired and learned that this Prefect Ma had quite a reputation. He was never keen on minor cases, usually delegating them to his subordinates. However, he would rush over with great alacrity for the trivial household squabbles of the noble families. It was precisely this trait that Xia Mingzhu had counted on, which was why she sent Chui to invite him. Once she presented her terms, she was certain he would come without fail. When the prefect arrived at the Xia residence after the gatekeeper announced his presence, he was led unimpeded all the way to the study. Despite Xia Yuanqiu's reluctance, and under Prefect Ma Digang's constant urging, Xia Yuanxiao was compelled to lead Ma Digang to Li Wenwen's courtyard. In fact, they had already reached Li Wenwen's doorstep when Xia Mingzhu produced the list. Xia Yuanxiao wanted to barge in directly, but Ma Digang, not having had his fill of the drama, would never allow him to spoil his good entertainment. Thus they overheard the foolish Li Wenwen personally promise that if Xia Mingzhu could produce the officially stamped document, she would return the entire dowry. Xia Yuanxiao was nearly furious enough to die. Yet with Ma Digang present, he couldn't vent his anger. This humble wife pays respects to my lord and to your excellency. Your daughter pays respects to father and to your excellency. After the formal greetings, everyone took their seats. The room fell into a brief, heavy silence. Ahem, Lord Xia, Madam Xia, this official has received a report of a theft at your residence last night, involving a loss of gold and silver. I have come to investigate. Ma Digang spoke of investigating, and he truly intended to do so, having brought a full 20 yamen runners with him. Hearing Ma Digang's intent to investigate, and seeing the group of runners peering around the courtyard, Xia Yuanxiao felt an even sharper pang of headache. With Ma Digang, this troublemaker who feared nothing, now aware of today's events, it was impossible for this matter to end peacefully. If he were allowed to investigate freely and uncovered the near violation of Xia Mingyue, how could that be managed? Xia Yuanxiao quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Prefect Ma, last night only a petty thief entered my residence, stealing a few worthless trinkets. It's hardly worth pursuing. As for the gold and silver you mentioned, that is merely baseless rumors spread by those unaware of the facts. Is that so? Naturally. Ma Digang stroked his short beard with an air of profound thought. Oh, so the theft of gold and silver from your residence was just a rumor. Since you've only lost some worthless trinkets, this official will not delve deeper into the case. Xia thanks Prefect Ma for his understanding. With the conversation reaching this point, and no more drama to be had within the household, surely he would take his leave now, wouldn't he? Both Xia Yuanxiao and his wife looked at Ma Digang with pleading eyes, hoping he would volunteer to depart. Unexpectedly, Ma Digang leisurely took a sip of tea, then produced a booklet from his sleeve and spread it open. Xia Yuanxiao glanced at the composed Xia Mingzhu and the little maid whispering to her, and a sense of foreboding welled up within him. Li Wenwen's face turned ashen at the sight of the booklet. That plague upon their house was certainly resourceful, even inviting that harbinger of misfortune, Prefect Ma Digang, into their home. Just now this official overheard Madame Xia mention to first Miss Xia the dowry of the late wife of Vice Minister Xia. I also heard Madame Xia promise that if first Miss Xia could produce the officially stamped dowry list, she would return all of the late wife's dowry to first Miss Xia. As it happens, this official has such a dowry list in his possession, and it coincidentally belongs to Vice Minister Xia's late wife. Lord Xia, please take a look. Is this the dowry list of your late wife? Is this signature in your late wife's handwriting? Xia Yuanxiao pulled a long grim face following the direction of the prefect's finger. The official seal was genuine, and the signature was indeed in Li Wenjing's handwriting. A cursory scan revealed that the items on the list were all part of Li Wenjing's dowry. Alas, all was lost. That damned Xia Mingzhu with Ma Di Gang, that bastard presiding over it, she was certain to get her hands on this vast dowry this time. Ma Di Gang, Lord Xia. Brother Yuanxiao. Is it, or isn't it? Do speak up. Xia Yuanxiao spoke with difficulty. This is indeed the late wife's dowry list. Ma Di Gang. Oh good, as long as you confirm it. This official has arrived at an opportune moment, so I shall bear witness for first Miss Xia. Since Madame Xia has promised to return all of the dowry belonging to first Miss Xia's birth mother, I shall grant Madame Xia 7 days to inventory the dowry. After those 7 days I will return in person to help first Miss Xia take stock of it. Why would Ma Di Gang go to such lengths to protect Xia Ming's interests? They were unrelated and she held no title or virtue, but there was one thing that could capture Ma Di Gang's heart. Following Xia Ming's instructions, Chuyer had promised Ma Di Gang that once the dowry was fully recovered, she would give him half. Li Wenjing was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Anping, and her wedding procession had been famed for its splendor, the envy of all. Li Wenjing's mother Ne Wu was the second wife of the Marquis of Anping and came from a merchant family with a substantial dowry. She was also a shrewd manager of her assets, and for her only daughter, she gave nearly half of her entire fortune. Her dowry was said to be worth over 1 million taels, and that was no exaggeration. Over all these years, the yield from the farmlands, manors, and shops should have amounted to another 1 or 200,000 taels. When all of this was split down the middle, Ma Di Gang could easily acquire close to 500,000 taels worth of silver and property. It was a veritable windfall. It was more than enough for him to provide porridge to the refugees for a long time, to fund shelter and food for orphans, and to offer a measure of warmth to the wounded soldiers guarding the capital. Xia Mingzhu had the law on her side, and with this dowry list in his hands and the allure of wealth stirring his heart, he was determined to be this witness. Xia Yuanxiao and his wife, unaware of these underlying motives, assumed Ma Di Gang was simply being stubbornly obstinate, deliberately clashing with their family. But since Ma Di Gang had already gotten involved, the Xia family would have no peace unless they surrendered the dowry. Xia Yuanxiao had no choice but to swallow his pride and agree to the 7-day return. Ma Di Gang left thoroughly satisfied. Xia Mingzhu also departed with a smile. This left behind only Xia Yuanxiao, his face ashen with defeat, and the bewildered Li Wenwen staring at each other in dismay. Her dowry has been in your hands all this time. Since you've personally promised to return it all today, you will inventory everything within 7 days. Xia Yuanqiao's words made Li Wenwen feel as if her world had collapsed. Li Wenwen said, "My lord, many of the items in that dowry have been used to supplement the household's expenses over the years. Moreover, a considerable portion was stolen last night. I simply cannot account for every single item." "You cannot. Did you ever consider this day when you were helping yourself to those items, eh? My lord, you have taken your Li, I care not how much you have privately used. After the inventory, you must compensate for every missing item with silver." Li Wenwen broke down in tears. "My lord, where am I to find such a sum of money?" Xia Yuanxiao retorted, "Li, since you dared to use it, you must find a way to repay it. Whether you steal, rob, or borrow, if you cannot make up the shortfall within 7 days, then you will no longer be the madam of the Xia household." After issuing his threat, Xia Yuanxiao stormed off, leaving Li Wenwen sobbing on the floor. That damn Xia Mingzhu, why couldn't she just die? She herself didn't even know the exact amount of the dowry she had embezzled over the years. However, she was certain that even emptying her personal coffers wouldn't be enough to cover it. What am I to do? What can I do? What should I do? If she couldn't fill that hole, her position as the madam of the Xia household was over. If she was no longer the madam, then Mingzhu and Qingda would cease to be the esteemed legitimate daughter and son of the Xia residents. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Xia Mingzhu, why don't you just die? After composing herself, Li Wenwen stumbled back to her bedroom. She forcefully lifted the bedboard only to find that the copy of the dowry list she had hidden was gone. That wretched little thief. That damn Xia Mingzhu. Forced to accept her fate, Li Wenwen could only arrange for her maids and servants to use the transcribed copy to inventory Li Wenjing's dowry. Meanwhile, after washing up, she went to Xia Mingyu's courtyard. Xia Mingwe had been crying since she woke up that morning and hadn't stopped, her eyes swollen like 2 walnuts. Li Wenwen comforted her daughter with heartfelt tenderness, then recounted how Xia Mingzhu had played the thief, stealing valuables from their rooms and making off with the dowry list. Xia Mingyu's grief faded, replaced by fury directed squarely at Xia Mingzhu. "Mother, I have a plan. That fat pig is already 16. I certainly won't let her have brother Huayu. But we can do this. My pearl, truly worthy of being the capital's foremost talented woman. Your plan is excellent. Mother, before that, to be safe, we should host another flower viewing banquet. At the banquet we can do this. Li Wenwen was over. Will go prepare immediately. We'll hold the banquet in 3 days. As long as my daughter's plan succeeds, she won't get a single copper of that dowry. The mother and daughter exchanged a few more intimate words before Li Wenwen returned to her own courtyard and immediately dispatched servants to prepare for the flower viewing banquet. At such a banquet the flowers mattered little, it was the handsome young men and beautiful ladies that were the main attraction. 3 days later. Miss, you must be extremely careful at the banquet today. I know. Miss, don't forget last time it was the madam scheme that caused you to fall and injure your head while escaping over the wall. We can't afford to be careless again. I remember. Miss, at the banquet it's best not to eat anything, and you should also avoid the tea, refreshments and snacks. Alright. Miss, you must remember to stay far, far away from those noble young ladies. They are all friends with the second miss and always love to bully you. Also, you absolutely must not go near the lake. Countless tales of saving a life and pledging oneself in marriage happen in places like that. I will be careful. Miss, pay special attention. If a maid deliberately stains your clothes and lures you to a secluded place to change, you must never go. As the storybooks say, traps are always set in those places. Alright. Miss, I still feel uneasy. Why wouldn't the madam let me accompany you today? Could it be that they truly intend to scheme against you? That's why they deliberately sent me away. Perhaps. Xia Mingzhu praised the little maid inwardly for not being too foolish. Xiao Chui continued to fret with repeated warnings, still unable to relax. Miss, why don't you claim illness today? If you don't show up they can't scheme against you. Xia Mingzhu smiled and tousled the hair of the little maid who worried so much for her. The fluffy texture felt quite nice. She would have to do this more often. Xiao Chui, rest assured. Your miss is no longer what she used to be. I am incredibly formidable now. Now it's only I who schemes against them. As for them trying to scheme against me, they couldn't manage it even if they trained for another 8 or 10. Miss. Xiao Cui's eyes welled up with tears as she clutched Xia Ming's sleeve. Alright, silly girl, say no more. He'll be careful, he'll go in one piece and come back in one piece. Xia Mingzhu strode out of the courtyard, leaving Xiao Chui standing at the gate like a statue, unwilling to return inside. At the flower viewing banquet, there were few actual flowers in the garden, but the real blossoms were the noble ladies and madams themselves. The large garden was loosely divided in the middle by waist-high blooming octagonal plum bushes. Male guests on one side, female guests on the other. Additionally, in the pavilion, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were prepared for the talented scholars and beauties fond of flaunting their literary skills. There were also areas for pitchpot games, archery, and passing the flower while drumming. As Xia Mingzhu stepped into the female guest's courtyard, she saw a group of ladies and misses chatting and snacking. The heavyweight figure, the eldest miss of the Xia family, Xia Mingzhu, no matter where she went, always drew a wave of stares from everyone present the moment she entered. Hey, that tall and stout one, that's the eldest miss of the Xia family, right? That's Xia Mingzhu. She looks like a fat pig, so big and bulky. What a waste of such a beautiful name. Look at her face, full of fat, her eyes squeezed into slits. With a look like Xia Ming's, which noble son in our capital would be willing to marry her? Isn't that right? Just one more glance at her is nauseating. I think the second miss is much better. Not only is she beautiful, but she can also compose poetry. She truly deserves the title of the capital's foremost talented woman. The second miss and young Master Xia are a perfect match made in heaven. But I heard that young Master Xia is betrothed to that fat pig Xia Mingzhu. What? Young Master Xia is betrothed to Xia Mingzhu. How is that possible? What a pity for the refined and elegant young Master Xia. A beautiful flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. If you ask me, young Master Xia is better suited for the second miss. Xia Mingzhu, the subject of these discussions, could only take them as entertainment. After all, she had only 2 palms, and she couldn't slap that many mouths at once. In contrast, Xia Mingyue, who was being praised by the noble ladies, was beaming with joy. Especially when she heard others complimenting her, and Xia Huayu as a perfect match made in heaven. The smile on her face could barely be contained. The gossip continued. I agree with you all. When the young Lord Xia was betrothed to the eldest legitimate daughter of the Xia family, it seemed the Xia household had only one legitimate miss at that time. So everyone assumed the engagement fell upon Xia Mingzhu. But now the Xia residence has 2 legitimate misses. Just then a discordant voice finally emerged. Stop being ridiculous, all of you. Don't you know our dynasty's laws clearly state that a concubine cannot be elevated to the position of a legal wife? Take the current Madame Xia of the Vice Minister's residence, Nei Li. At best, she's considered a parallel wife of Minister Xia. Calling her madam within the household is one thing, and it's tolerable. When other colleagues and noble families address her as Madame Xia out of respect for the Vice Minister, that's already a great honor. But if she were to receive an invitation to a royal or noble gathering, her status would still be that of a lowly concubine, unworthy of even crossing the threshold. Amidst the noisy chatter, Xia Mingzhu clearly caught this distinctive voice. This young lady is interesting, daring to drag Li Wenwen's reputation through the mud right at the Xia family's own banquet. That young lattice word successfully shifted the topic of conversation among the ladies and misses to the hidden scandals of the Xia household. A young lady who was close to Xia Mingyue upon hearing her good friend's mother being so disparaged spoke out in anger. Miss Ma, I know you have repeatedly lost to Mingyue in poetry competitions and hold a grudge against her. You can do whatever you want, but you absolutely should not belittle Mingyue's mother in public just to spite Mingyue. Everyone in our circle knows that I, Ma Sayun, always act with integrity and honor. I would never stoop to the petty behavior of spreading lies to slander someone. You dare to claim I merely spoke a few truths. The person concerned hasn't even spoken up, yet you're barking like an eager little dog. Ma Kaiyun, how dare you insult me? Mingyue, this banquet is hosted by your family. As the hostess, won't you say something? Miss Ma looked with a teasing gaze at Xia Mingyue, whose expression kept shifting. Second, Miss Xia, do you also think I was making things up just now, eh? Now that she was called out under the gaze of everyone, Xia Mingyue could no longer hide, like a turtle retreating into its shell. She had no choice but to steel herself and retort. Miss Ma, I advise you not to go too far with your words. Although my mother is a second wife, she is also the daughter of the Marquis of On. After the original wife passed away from illness, my mother was elevated to the position of parallel wife by my father with the approval of the elders of the Xia clan. How dare you compare her to those lowly concubines? 6 years had passed, and many of the younger ladies and wives were unaware that the matriarch of the Xia household had changed. However, the more senior wives knew quite a bit about the inside story. This second wife, Lady Li, is also the daughter of the Marquis of Anping. I never heard that. I know about this. I also know that when Lady Li entered the Xia residence, she came in as the personal maidservant of the first wife. What? She entered the household as a dowry maidservant. TSK. So Madame Xia used to be a dowry maidservant. And here I was foolishly thinking she was Minister Xia's second wife all along. Oh, with your reminders I recall something strange. Does anyone remember that both the eldest and second Miss Xia have already turned 16 this year? Sisters born in the same year. That's not so strange. What I mean is their birthdays seem to be less than a month apart. Hiss. If what you say is true, then this Li maidservant certainly had some skills. Not only did she shamelessly become her elder sister's dowry maid, but she also engaged in illicit affairs with her brother-in-law during her sister's honeymoon period. Tisk incredible. A lowly maidservant's methods are indeed formidable. She not only managed to outlive the original wife, but also successfully climbed her way up to the position of the head of the household. If it weren't for her seductive tricks, how could a lowly dowry maidservant have succeeded in climbing so high? I never expected the Vice Minister Xia's household to be run by a concubine. No wonder it's in such chaos that even mere servants dare to embezzle the allowances of the legitimate young lady. Exactly. If this matter were to reach the emperor's ears, he would surely charge him with violating propriety and failing to govern his household. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Among court officials, Vice Minister Xia is the only one who has elevated a dowry maidservant to the position of a parallel wife. I also heard that Vice Minister Xia persuaded the elders of the Xia clan to add Li the maidservant to the family genealogy. With such a disgraceful act, isn't he afraid that the spirits of his ancestors will be so angered they can't keep their coffin lids down and will come find him in the middle of the night? Li the maidservant is truly remarkable. Do you think this second Miss Xia has learned any of her mother's seductive tricks? Probably. Otherwise, why would young Lord Xia, who was originally betrothed to the eldest Miss Xia, be so ambiguous with her? From now on, we should all keep a tighter rein on our children and tell them to have less contact with the Xia family, lest they pick up their bad habits. You're right, sister. This family is so muddled, disrespectful of hierarchy, and utterly shameless. It's best to have little to do with them from now on. The discussion sparked by Xia Ming's appearance quickly unearthed Li Wenwen's entire past. Her rise to power shocked many of the wives and young ladies who were unaware of the details. The second Miss Xia Mingyue was famous throughout the capital for her talent, and they had always believed her mother Nei Li was Xia Yuankio's second wife. Little did they know Li was nothing more than a dowry maidservant who had been elevated to the status of a parallel wife. A parallel wife, while she could be addressed as Madam in name and the authorities wouldn't interfere, her status was never legally recognized by the government. Being friendly with a madam who only held a hollow title would only drag down one's own standing. After the story of Li Wenwen's rise spread, many wives and young ladies regretted attending the flower viewing banquet she had organized. In the past, during banquets at the Xia residence, or when attending others' gatherings, there were occasionally whispers about Li Wenwen's affair. After all, everyone cared about face, and since their husbands served in the court alongside Vice Minister Xia, the topic was usually only touched upon lightly. At this banquet, Li Wenwen had become a topic of gossip because of the recent scenes Xia Mingzhu had caused in the mansion, which had already spread throughout every household. A concubine, a mere plaything, daring to cling to the late madam's dowry and mistreat the late madam's only daughter. What a despicable creature. If the mother is rotten, then the children she raised must also be of poor character. Li Wenwen, sipping tea in the garden, listened to the increasingly loud and blatant gossip, forcing a smile onto her face. Only her palms, already bloody from being clenched, helped her maintain a shred of dignity. In a similar predicament was Xia Ming. Once she had prided herself on being the capital's foremost talented woman, the legitimate second young lady of the Xia family, and a perfect match for Xia Huayu. But today the sisters who usually befriended her were loudly discussing how Xia Huayu's betrothed was the legitimate daughter of the and she Xia Mingyue was merely a concubine's daughter cloaked in the status of a legitimate one, a lowly plaything. Xia Mingzhu was about to explode with rage. Meanwhile, her foolish friend, the fifth miss of the Qi family, whom she deemed too stupid to bother with, raised her voice to rebuke those gossiping about Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue wished she could clamp a hand over Miss Qi's mouth. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could only feign a pitiful look, gently tugging at Miss Qi's sleeve and whispering for her to be quiet. Xia Mingyue played the part of a wronged, delicate flower, hoping to preserve her innocent persona amidst the turmoil. The commotion in the garden was beyond Xia Ming's expectations. She had only stepped out for a stroll, and yet those people had unearthed Li Wenwen's old scandal. A pleasant surprise indeed. Xia Mingzhu casually wandered around and found a seat near the edge. She munched on melon seeds, relishing the drama, and the sour expressions on Li Wenwen and her daughter's faces made it all the more satisfying. The gossip showed no sign of stopping. Some had even fabricated tales of how Li Wenwen had climbed into Xia Yuankio's bed. Li Wenwen could no longer bear to listen. But as a guest, and since no one had named her directly, she couldn't very well object. She couldn't stay here any longer. Li Wenwen, swallowing her pride, invited a few ladies who had been friendly with her in the past, and still seemed amicable today, to take a stroll in the courtyard. Whether the ladies truly didn't mind her past, or were merely maintaining decorum, they didn't decline her invitation. Li Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief and led them away with a forced smile. Watching the crowd disperse, Xia Mingzhu thought that if she just sat here, Li Wenwen and her daughter would have no chance to make a move on her. So she rose and decided to wander the garden, especially the spots Xiao Cui had emphasized over and over. The mother and daughter had carefully prepared entertainment for the guests. The ever-helpful her simply had to give them a chance to perform. Strolling along, Xia Mingzhu unknowingly found herself by the lake that Xiao Cui had warned her never to approach. By the small lake near a rockery close to the water, Xia Ming's sharp eyes caught a flash of fabric, quickly disappearing. A smile flickered in her eyes. She crept closer on light feet. How is it? I saw her coming. Then we need to find the right moment. That has to work in one go. With her size, even pushing her into the water will take both of us. That young master who looks like a round winter melon, can he really manage to pull her out? Whether he can or not, our job is just to push her in. You have a point. Quiet now, let's see where she is. Two heads peeked out from behind the rockery, looking in the direction Xia Mingzhu had come from. But as soon as they poked their heads out, they were met with a beaming, plump face. Are you looking for me? Me, miss. Remembering Xia Ming's fearsome reputation, the two immediately went weak in the knees and knelt down. Both were dressed in the servants' uniforms of the Xia household. Both were tall, stout, and round, likely chosen by Xia Mingyu's explicit orders. She must have valued their bulk and the strength hidden within their layers of fat. Xia Mingzhu flashed them a brilliant smile. They were just small fry, as she wouldn't waste her breath. She circled behind them, raised her big foot, and kicked one squarely in his fat rear, sending him flying. With two splashes, both tumbled into the lake, the loud noise scattering a flock of wild ducks. Once in the water, they instinctively began to cry for help, and Xia Mingzhu joined in their calls. Help! Whoa! Help! Someone's fallen into the water. Help! Anyone! The moment the cries rang out, a short, stout figure in green robes shot out from the bushes nearby and dashed to the lakeside. He shouted loudly, Miss Xia, don't worry. I'm coming to save you. With a loud splash, the green winter melon dove into the water and swam swiftly toward the floundering figures. The commotion soon drew the attention of the ladies and misses strolling in the garden, as well as the young gentlemen composing poetry and painting in the lakeside pavilion. A crowd began to gather by the lake. But the short, stout man in the water stared at the two flailing heads before him, utterly bewildered. He recalled that when Xia Mingyue had approached him, she had told him the eldest Miss Xia was fat and not particularly attractive. He hadn't been keen on marrying a plump wife. But for his fairy maiden Xia Mingyue, he was willing to grit his teeth and take the ugly one home just to win her smile. Yet when he finally swam up to the drowning people, he couldn't tell which one was Xia Mingzhu. This eldest Miss Xia was not only fat, but she also looked like a man. The short, stout man felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and his resolve began to waver. He imagined his life after marrying the eldest Miss Xia, being pinned down and toyed with every night by a mannish fat woman, and felt utterly hopeless. But then he thought of his goddess Xia Mingyue and the tearful look she had given him when she made her request yesterday. Perhaps sacrificing himself for her wasn't so bad after all. While the dwarf was hesitating in agony, one of the servants had already scrambled ashore, swimming like a dog. The dwarf gritted his teeth, hooked his arm around the neck of the other servant, who couldn't swim, and paddled desperately toward the shore. In truth, Xia Mingzhu had kicked them into the water only 5 or 6 meters from the bank. The lake water near the shore was shallow. After the initial shock, any normal person could reach safety on their own. By now a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the water's edge. I heard it's the eldest Miss Xia who fell in. Perhaps, but she's still in the water. Hard to tell. The one rescuing her seems to be the dwarf son of the Liuzhou prefect. You must be mistaken. Who would invite him to a bank? True. Not only is he a dwarf, but he's also rumored to be lecherous with no regard for gender. A cripple with such a foul reputation. No family would be foolish enough to invite him and risk ruining their event. That's hard to say. If the person in the water really is the eldest Miss Xia, and the rescuer truly is that dwarf. Hiss, could it be that ruthless? Didn't the magistrate give Lady Xia only 7 days to inventory the first wife's dowry? Alas, wealth stirs the heart. It's a pity the eldest Miss Xia lost her mother early, and being plain-looking herself, she never won her father's favor. The ladies of the capital's noble households were well versed in the sordid schemes of the inner courtyard. In a few exchanged words, some of the sharper minds had already guessed the true purpose behind this staged drowning. Meanwhile, at the lake's edge, the dwarf had laboriously dragged the half-unconscious male servant to the shore. By the time he, with the help of arriving attendants, hauled the man onto land, the other servant had already been resting for quite a while. To solidify the claim of intimate contact with the eldest Miss Xia, the dwarf not only pressed the male servant's chest and abdomen in front of everyone, but also performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Miss Xia, wake up. Miss Xia, don't die on me. I'm sorry I came too late and let you drown. Please wake up. He'll take responsibility for you. Miss Xia. The real Miss Xia stood among the crowd of onlookers watching the scene with great amusement. Xia Mingyu's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could burn that foolish fat dwarf on the ground to ashes and scatter them. Others who knew Xia Mingyu or had already guessed her identity exchanged glances. They looked at the male servant being kissed by the fat dwarf, then at Xia Mingyu standing there calm and composed. They looked again at the two figures nearly inseparable on the ground, then at the utterly indifferent Xia Mingyu. The simple-minded assumed the dwarf had simply mistaken his target. The more perceptive ones cast scornful glances free of charge at Li Wenwen and her mother. The first scheme of Li Wenwen and her mother, drowning, defilement, forced marriage, had utterly failed. Soon the bewildered dwarf and the two drenched servants were led away to change clothes. Li Wenwen and her mother forced smiles and invited the guests to continue their leisure. Xia Mingyu had found the little farce quite entertaining, though it ended too quickly for her liking. She felt it left her wanting more. She drifted away from the crowd, once more strolling leisurely toward a secluded spot. Ahead on the forest path appeared a young maidservant of 12 or 13 carrying a tray with a pot of vividly colored fruit. Seeing the girl approach, Xia Mingyu deliberately stepped aside to give her the path. But the maidservant, as if blind, veered and collided directly into Xia Mingyu. Xia Mingyu made no move to dodge, letting most of the wine spill across her clothes. She was dressed in light colors today, and the red fruit wine spread into large glaring stains. Realizing her blunder, the girl's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees on the gravel path before Xia Mingyu. She knocked her forehead against the stones several times, drawing beads of blood. Trembling with fear, the girl's tongue twisted as she spoke. Miss. This servant. Woo-woo. Truly didn't mean it. I know you didn't mean it. Get up and take me to change clothes. The maidservant looked up in shocked confusion filling her eyes. She had already warned the young lady. Why would she still insist on change? Xia Mingyu, what's the matter? Isn't your task to lead me to the changing room? The girl's heart grew more frantic. Miss. Get up and lead the way. Biting her lip, the girl led the way with a face full of conflict. She had been ordered by the Madam Senior maid to spill the wine on the young lady and then bring her to that house to change. She didn't know what awaited in that house, but her instincts screamed trap. Even her dull mind could sense something was wrong. Surely the clever young lady would too. Yet if the young lady suspected, why was she still going? After less than half a quarter hour's walk, the maidservant stopped outside a small rest pavilion in the garden. Miss, this is the place. You may go. Xia Mingyu stepped toward the courtyard. Miss, there might be a trap inside. The girl still had a shred of conscience. Xia Mingyu decided she wouldn't hold today's complicity against her later. I know. You may leave. The girl pressed her lips together and scurried off. Xia Mingyu strode into the courtyard and pushed open the only ajar door. Sure enough, a dress lay on the bed, but it was not in her size. The moment she stepped inside, the door was bolted shut from outside. The windows were sealed tight, and there was no escape. Worst of all, from a small bronze incense burner in the room, a fragrance arose that could stir unbearable heat in one's body. Xia Mingyu smirked, coaxed a vine to sprout, plucked a small yellow fruit from it, and popped it into her mouth. Then with a serene expression, she sat down on the chair to wait calmly for the performers to take the stage. Time slipped by, and half a quarter hour passed. The voice of Lianhua Li Wenwen's personal maidservant echoed in the courtyard. Listen well. The woman inside, do whatever you like with her. Once the deed is done, you might suffer a bit, but our madam has promised she'll marry her to you, and grant you a manor and 100 mu of fertile land as a dowry. From then on, you'll never have to beg on the streets again. You can tend your land and estate and live as a wealthy man others envy. In response came the voice of a lecherous, slightly aged man. Hee this lowly one thanks the madam for her reward, and thanks the elder sister for choosing me for this fine errand. Rest assured, elder sister, I will see this matter done A sound came from the door. Moments later, a filthy man reeking of stench entered the room. Before he could even take in his surroundings, his vision went black and he lost consciousness. Li Wanwen and her companions had just finished a stroll through the garden and found a place to rest. A maid with a handprint on her face came running over sobbing and knelt before them. Madam, this servant just saw the eldest miss meeting a strange man in the rest pavilion in the northwest corner of the garden. When I saw them, the eldest miss struck me and forbade me from speaking of it. After much deliberation, this servant felt I must inform you, madam. Li Wenwen's expression changed drastically. She violently swept the teacup before her to the ground. You maid, speak no nonsense. Do not slander the eldest miss' reputation without cause. The maid wept loudly, her wails drawing the attention of more ladies and misses. Well, madam, this servant is not lying. If you do not believe me, just go see for yourself, and you will know the truth of my words. A flicker of triumph passed through Li Wenwen's eyes, though her face blazed with fury. Fine, you wretched slave. Since you court death, this madam shall grant your wish. I will go with you to that courtyard to see for myself. If what you say is true, even if it exposes the eldest miss' secret affair, I can spare your life. But if you are fabricating this to falsely accuse her, I will have you sold this very day. This servant truly saw you. I would never dare deceive you, madam. Thanks to Li Wenwen's deliberate scheming, a crowd of curious onlookers quickly gathered. A throng of people followed the maid, eagerly marching towards the small courtyard in the northwest corner. In less than a quarter of an hour, they came to a stop before the courtyard gate. Even from outside the walls, they could hear faint, seductive sounds drifting from within the room. The maid leading the way strode up to the closed door and pointed at the room Xia Mingzhu had entered. Madam, this servant saw with her own eyes the eldest miss embracing a man and entering this room together. A wild elation surged within Li Wenwen. Yet her face was a mask of anguish. Why is the eldest miss so foolish? Men, kick this door open at once and bring those inside out. I wish to see which young master, disregarding all decency, dares to defile our Miss Xia's purity at the vice minister's banquet. Two burly matrons stepped forward and kicked the door with all their might. Boom! The flimsy wooden door flew open, slamming hard against the wall. Yet despite the commotion, the sounds from within continued unabated. The crowd was stunned. Li Wanwen guessed the drug's effect had not yet worn off, inwardly cursing Lianhua for her carelessness. Catching them in the act like this would make it obvious to anyone that the two inside had been set up. Though she had her suspicions, they had already cornered them. The arrow was knocked and had to be loosed. She pointed to the two stout matrons and ordered, "You two go in immediately and bring out the eldest miss and that young master together." Given such a major event unfolding in the garden, Li Wanwen naturally sent someone to fetch Xia Yuanxiao, who was enjoying wine and flowers with his colleagues on the other side. They arrived with another large crowd. Xia Yuanxiao stepped forward, his face dark as thunder. "Madam, what is so urgent that you must drag me here with such a fuss?" Li Wenwen feigned a look of utter shame. "Husband, this matter concerns the eldest miss. I dared not handle it alone, so I had to trouble you to come." "What has happened?" "A servant claims she saw the eldest miss embracing a man and entering this room. And then they did those unspeakable things." Two matrons had already entered the house, yet the sounds of intimacy continued even now. Hearing of Xia Mingzhu's misfortune, a flicker of secret glee passed through Xia Yuanqiu's heart, though his face was a Xia Mingzhu, that rebellious daughter. How dare she commit such a shameless act in broad daylight in the garden on a day when guests fill the estate? What a disgrace to my family to have raised such a brazen daughter. She has brought shame upon the Xia name. Li Wenwen hid her curling lips behind her sleeve. "Husband, now that things have come to this, the eldest miss has lost her purity and can no longer be betrothed to the Marquis of Wa. Since the eldest miss has set her heart on the young man inside, I beg you, husband, why not just grant her wish? Alas, a daughter is hard to keep once she's grown. Husband, what's done is done. This is the only way now. Make the arrangements, madam. Tomorrow send that rebellious girl to his house in a small sedan chair." Just as Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen were putting on their theatrical performance, much to the delight of the onlookers, a lazy voice cut into their conversation. "Mother says your daughter has set her heart on some young master. Why have I not heard of this? And father wishes to grant my wish and send me off in a small sedan chair. Which young master would be taking the vice minister's eldest legitimate daughter as a concubine?" Everyone turned towards the voice. There stood the eldest Miss Xia, now in a light blue dress, looking at her parents with feigned curiosity. Li Wenwen let out a piercing shriek. "Xia Mingzhu, what are you doing here?" As Xia Mingzhu advanced step by step, Li Wenwen's face turned pale with fright, and she stumbled backward in terror. "Mother, I merely want to change my clothes. Why does every word from your mouth suggest I was meeting a man in secret? If I shouldn't be here, mother, where should I be?" In. Let me guess, mother. You were going to say I should be in that room, weren't you?" Li Wenwen, her face ashen, shook her head frantically in denial. "Of course not. How could I ever think such a thing? Mingzhu, you are a child I raised with great effort. Seeing you safe, I am overjoyed. Why would I ever wish to see you in that room? Seeing her plan thwarted once again, Li Wenwen, after the initial shock, quickly recomposed her expression. Li Wenwen said, "This is all the fault of that maidservant who dared to spout nonsense and nearly tarnish the young lad's pure." Guards dragged that malicious wench away and beat her to death. The maidservant knelt on the ground, knocking her head repeatedly. "Please spare my life, madam. I was mistaken, I misidentified the person. Please spare me, I truly did not intend to slander the young lady, I genuinely misjudged." The maidservant was gagged by two matrons and dragged away. She would never return. The maidservant was a household-born servant, and the contracts of her entire family were held in Li Wen. When selecting the girl, Li Wenwen had already warned her that if things went wrong, she must not reveal her mistress' involvement lest her family. Li Wenwen's methods were not sophisticated, merely the usual underhanded tricks of the inner chambers. The noble ladies seasoned in such intrigues could instantly discern the purpose behind this stage drama. Even some young ladies from complex households having grown up amidst such schemes could glimpse the underlying machinations. This spectacle, like the one by the lake, was clearly another of Li Wenwen's ploys against Xia Mingzhu. But Xia Mingzhu, being more skilled, had foiled both mother and daughter. Li Wenwen's second scheme, drugging, ruining reputation, forcing a marriage, had utterly failed. As she watched the maidservant being dragged away, Li Wen raised her head and met Xia Mingzhu's knowing, mocking gaze. At that moment, the lewd sounds from within seemed especially jarring. If Xia Mingzhu, the intended victim, was outside, then who was in? The curious onlookers, growing impatient, murmured among themselves. Since the one inside isn't the eldest miss, could it be the second miss who is also absent? Surely not, for she is her own daughter. But it's hard to say. She did strike first against the eldest miss, so retaliation would be only fair. These words made Li Wenwen's heart tremble. Why haven't the sounds from inside stopped yet? Right, two matrons went in, but it's been so long, and no one has come out. Tisk tisk, that drug must be potent. Where did they? Probably too strong a dose, leaving them senseless. Otherwise, with all this commotion outside, how could they continue it? Whoever planned this went for the kill, intending to finish them off in bed. Indeed, the most venomous is a woman's heart. Li Wenwen thought, ordinary aphrodisiac incense, twice the dosage. How could it be this potent? In the crowd, some were craning their necks, peering toward the door. Though the room was small, a screen concealed the view inside. Such a disgraceful affair, dragging on unresolved, made Xia Yuanxiao feel as if his face was being trampled in the dirt. He shot a furious glare at Li Wenwen, who had failed him, and summoned two sturdy servants to investigate. The two servants soon emerged, carrying two people wrapped in quilts. The first matron had scratches on her face and disheveled hair. The second had her clothes torn at the chest, and her sash was half undone. When they had entered, they saw the couple in the throes of passion and tried to separate them. But once separated, the woman, like an octopus, clung to one matron, scratching her face when pushed away. The man, meanwhile, had pinned the other matron down and was tearing at her clothes and sash, leaving her clutching her chest with one hand and her belt with the other, terrified. Seeing the couple's frenzy, the matrons had no choice but to bring them back together. So when the servants entered, they found the two still locked in embrace. Realizing the futility of separating them, they simply wrapped the couple in a quilt and carried them out. Thus, the deeply intoxicated pair continued their movements even as they were laid in the courtyard. The quilt still heaved. How scandalous. The unmarried ladies and maidservants, blushing furiously, retreated from the courtyard. Even many of the married women covered their faces with sleeves, turning away. Xia Yuanxiao felt he had never been so humiliated. Those two matrons were fools, and the servants were no brighter. Pull the quilt off. I want to see who the hell is in there. A corner of the quilt was lifted, revealing two faces flushed with desire and bewilderment. Xia Mingzhu exclaimed loudly, "Mother, that woman looks like your personal maidservant, Sister Lotus. And the man is covered in filth with matted hair. Could he be a beggar?" Li Wenwen wished she could cover Xia Mingzhu's mouth, but she dared not. Xia Mingzhu continued, "How strange. Why would Sister Lotus be meeting a beggar in this hut? Father, if I recall correctly, Sister Lotus was the chamber maid you prepared for Mother, wasn't she? Tisk tisk, Father, your chamber maid is now rolling around with a beggar. Doesn't that mean your head is turning green?" Xia Yuanxiao glared at Xia Mingzhu. If looks could kill, she would have been sliced 1,000 times by her own. Seeing their anger, Xia Mingzhu felt immense satisfaction. "Mother, why is your personal maid meeting a beggar here? A maid wouldn't dare act so boldly. Could this all be at your behest? Or perhaps the beggar was arranged by Sister Lotus on your order?" Watching the explicit scene, Xia Mingzhu's excitement was barely contained. As she watched, she continued to needle the couple, while also narrating the scandalous details to the ladies and misses outside, who were too embarrassed to look directly. Xia Yuanxiao could bear it no longer. "Xia Mingzhu, shut your mouth." Li Wenwen added, "Young lady, stop your nonsense. That wench Lotus affair has nothing to do with me." Xia Mingzhu pressed on, "Sister Lotus is Mother's trusted maid, and she always obeys you. Do you really expect us to believe she'd meet a beggar behind your back? Father, do you believe that?" Xia Yuanqiao's face had turned an ugly shade of purple. "The young lady is drunk. You there escort her to rest immediately." After arranging for Xia Mingzhu's departure, Xia Yuanxiao bowed deeply to the gathered onlookers. Distinguished guests, my wife and I must excuse ourselves for a moment. Please proceed to the banquet and make yourselves comfortable. Should there be any negligence, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. Having witnessed the spectacle to their satisfaction, and seeing that Xia Yuanxiao wished to clear the scene to handle the aftermath, they did not linger. Meanwhile, the sturdy servants summoned by Xia Yuanxiao had encircled Xia Mingzhu. Yet upon seeing her raise a fist the size of a sandbag, they all stood rooted to the spot, none daring to make the first move. After all, the servants in Li Wenwen's courtyard who had suffered broken arms and legs served as a stark warning. What terrified them most, however, was the prospect of Xia Mingzhu's retaliation. One incident involved slipping someone into the beds of Xia Yuanxiao and his wife. This had come to light only when a trusted servant of Xia Yuanxiao in a moment of drunkenness had inadvertently let it slip. The other was the recent incident with the petty thieves. All 4 members of the Xia family had been robbed, and 3 of them subsequently suffered from stomach ailments. Whether or not Xia Mingzhu was responsible, everyone tacitly agreed she was to blame. They were merely ordinary men earning a pittance to support their families, hardly able to withstand the young Miss Xia's torments. Seeing them encircling her without attacking, their faces twisted in indecision, Xia Mingzhu found the whole affair utterly tedious. Forget it, no need to escort me. I'll see myself out. After all, this sort of filth is an eyesore, and I'd rather not linger. Xia Mingzhu departed with an air of nonchalance, not bothering to eavesdrop further, as she left the courtyard, striding purposefully towards Yilan Court. As for Lianhua and that beggar, their fates were sealed. A death was the only escape. Lianhua was a deed-bound servant held firmly in Li Wenwen's grasp. She could be beaten to death without a single question asked. The beggar without family or backing was unlike the 2 escorts from last time, who had people behind them. For Vice Minister Xia to dispose of him, he merely needed to be slightly discreet, and it would pose little difficulty. Xia Mingzhu crossed the grand garden, took a shortcut through a grove of trees, and in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she would be back in her cozy sanctuary. This path was secluded and rarely traversed. The last time Xia Mingzhu had wandered through here by chance, she had discovered a flower-entwined bed nestled in the woods, and she found it quite beautiful. Since she had nothing better to do, she decided to take a stroll, pick a few flowers to cheer up that silly girl back home. That absurd banquet had produced so many disgusting incidents that she had no desire to return for the feast. After walking leisurely for a few minutes, the sharp-eared and keen-eyed Xia Mingzhu frowned once more. She thought she heard Xia Mingzhu's voice along with a man's. She had noticed Xia Mingyue at the small courtyard during the affair earlier. Why would she come here instead of attending to the noble ladies? Xia Mingzhu lightened her footsteps, creeping towards the source of the sound. She heard, "Brother Huayu, although you once promised to marry Yue is not truly the legitimate daughter of the Xia family. Do you still wish to marry Yue now? Your brother Huayu has said it before, I only love Xia Mingyue, and my wife can only be Xia Mingyue. Whether you are a legitimate daughter or a concubine's daughter, as long as you are Xia Mingyue, I am willing. Brother Huayu, you are so good to Yue. You are the one I hold dearest in my heart. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Brother Huayu, don't be like this. Your brother Huayu truly likes you and yearns to make you my own brother Huayu. This is improper. Be good, my precious Yue, don't squirm. Oh dear brother Huayu, you're so wicked. Do you like your wicked brother Huayu? Yue likes it. Be good Yue, take brother Huayu, please don't. Rest assured Yue. I Qin Huayu swear that in this life I will marry none other than you Xiao. But Yue wishes to wait until our wedding night. Be good Yue. Your brother Huayu is in agony right now. Give yourself to me now, alright? Brother Huayu, you say you'll marry me, but you are still my sister's fiancé. Be good Yue. Your brother Huayu has sworn an oath to you. Do you still not believe in my sincerity? Brother Huayu, Yue naturally believes you. Yue, since you trust me, then give yourself to me, and let me feel your sincerity. But Yue, I know you're troubled by that marriage contract. But you must know I Xia Huayu would never ever marry that fat pig. My heart belongs to only you. Brother Huayu, Yue's heart belongs only to you as well. Be good Yue. To put your mind at ease, I will return home today and beg my mother to come to your residence tomorrow. He'll break off the engagement with Xia Mingzhu and formally propose to you, alright? Really, brother Huayu? Of course it's true. When has I Xia Huayu ever deceived my Yue? Ah, brother Huayu, don't. Yue is scared. A sound of fervent kissing followed. Don't be afraid, Yue. Relax, it will be over soon. Xia Mingzhu's seductive gasps were soon replaced by muffled. From a distance, Xia Mingzhu watched as Xia Mingyue was held in Xia Huayu's embrace. In an instant, she transformed from a properly dressed young lady of a noble house into a courtesan with her clothing slipping off. Then, coaxed and persuaded by Xia Huayu, she was pressed down onto that flower bed with feigned reluctance. Xia Mingyu's precious first time. Yet Xia Huayu showed her not a shred of tenderness. 5 minutes later, Xia Huayu, now satiated, released Xia Mingyue and languidly adjusted his robes. Xia Mingyue was sobbing uncontrollably. She lay collapsed on the flower bed, her upper garments loosened, revealing the delicate pink bodice beneath. Her skirt was pushed up to her waist. Her undergarments were discarded to the side. She struggled to rise, trying to close her clothes, but was pulled back into the arms of the forceful Xia Huayu. Brother Huayu Yue doesn't want this. Xia Mingyue clutched her clothes tightly in fear, her voice trembling. Xia Huayu ignored her protests. He had cultivated a flawless public image, truly appearing as a gentleman of unparalleled elegance and virtue. In reality, however, he was thoroughly rotten, merely concealing it well. In the past, he had harbored some genuine affection for Xia. After all, as the talented and beautiful foremost talented woman of the capital, she was a source of immense pride, whether he married her or brought her out in public. But only today did he learn that the second miss of the Xia family, Xia Mingyue, was merely a concubine's daughter, the base offspring of a serving girl who had climbed into her master's bed. Xia Huayu, proud and arrogant, considered it a disgrace to have once been called the foremost of Jingdu alongside Xia Mingyue, and shameful to have once wished to grow old with her. That lowly wretch, born of a dowry, maid, actually dared to dream of becoming the heir's wife of Wei Yuanhou. She had been deceiving his feelings, and he had almost taken it seriously. Such a disgrace. How could he, Xia Huayu, ever acknowledge? Therefore, before coming to meet Xia Mingyue in secret, he had already decided to wash away the past shame today. That was why he made his forceful entrance. Xia Mingyue, deceived by Xia Huayu's coaxing, and still harboring hope in her heart, reluctantly yielded to him. With the long-admired beauty in his arms on this vine bed frame, it was a novel experience. Xia Huayu, in high spirits, soon regained his interest. Xia Mingyue wept and refused. Xia Huayu persisted in his will. Xia Mingzhu shook her head and quietly left. Xia Mingyue was foolish. Knowing full well that her status did not match Xia Huayu's, she still had intimate relations with him before marriage. In the future, not to mention being a legitimate wife, even becoming a concubine would earn her disdain. The next day, having not slept well all night, Xia Mingyue before dawn was already hoping that Xia Huayu's family would come to. By mid-morning, the Xia family did indeed send someone to propose marriage, but it was for the betrothal of Xia Mingzhu and Xia Huayu. The agreement between Xia Mingzhu and Ma Digang was unknown to the outside world. They only knew that the large dowry left to Xia Mingzhu by Li Wenjing would, under the personal supervision of Ma Digang, be returned to her by Li Wenwen without a single coin missing. As long as one married Xia Mingzhu, a large sum of money would be obtained. This sum of money was exactly what the Wei Yuanhou mansion, burdened with heavy debts, urgently needed. Being able to persuade Xia Huayu to agree to marry Xia Mingzhu, the dowry, was also a key point. After all, it was just about bringing her home. No one forced them to sleep together. After a year or so, making her die of illness would be a very simple matter. The betrothal had been long established, known throughout Jingdu. No matter how unwillingly Wenwen was, she could not overstep Xia Yuanxiao to refuse. Because the Wei Yuanhou family was eager to proceed with the marriage, after consultation, the two families directly skipped the formalities of the 3 letters and 6 rites, setting the betrothal and wedding date a month and a half later. Marrying on the 22nd of the 12th month was an excellent day. When Xia Mingyue learned of this, she almost cried her eyes out. Xia Huayu had clearly promised her yesterday that he only wanted to marry her into the mansion. But today, when the Wei Yuanhou mansion came to propose, how did it turn into him marrying that ugly freak, Xia Mingzhu? When Li Wenwen came to visit Xia Mingyue, she hugged her and wept bitterly, heartbroken. Mother, does Brother Huayu really not want me anymore? Mother, why would Brother Huayu rather marry that fat pig Xia Mingzhu than... Mother, what should I do? Mother, if I can't marry Brother Huayu, I don't want to live. Li Wenwen hugged Xia Mingyue with pity, gently patting her back to comfort her. Your mother's silly girl Prince Xia is deeply in love with you. How could he not want you? But he is going to marry someone else now. Mother heard that the Wei Yuanhou mansion has been short of silver recently. Prince Xia's willingness to marry Xia Mingzhu, I suspect, must be for that dowry. Xia Mingyue, Mother, are you saying that Brother Huayu is willing to marry Xia Mingzhu for her dowry? Li Wenwen, exactly. Otherwise, after Xia Mingzhu's comingafage ceremony last year, the Wei Yuanhou mansion should have come to discuss the marriage. If not for Prince Xia's unwillingness, it would never have been delayed until now, and the wedding date wouldn't have been set so urgently. Xia Mingyue murmured, if that dowry were mine, would Brother Huayu then marry me? Li Wenwen, rest assured, Mother guarantees you that the dowry and that man Xia Huayu, they will all become yours. Xia Mingyu's tear-streaked face, like a pear blossom in rain, revealed a hint of joy. Mother, you are so good to Yue. But everyone in Jingdu knows that the dowry belongs to Xia Mingzhu, and the Wei Yuanhou is seeking her hand. Mother, how do you A deep calculation flashed in Li Wenwen's eyes. Yue, do you know that sickly young man from the Jinyuan general's mansion? Xia Mingyue tilted her head thought for a moment, and said, Mother, are you referring to Gu Haosin, the eldest legitimate son of the Jinyuan general? Li Wenwen nodded. Yes, Mother plans to go in the next few days and arrange your engagement with him, and will also request them to hold the wedding on the same day. Then we can. Mother, you are amazing. The next day, in the rear courtyard of the Jinan Wang mansion, Li Wenwen was sitting with the old lady of the Jinan Wang mansion drinking tea. Old lady, I came to visit you today, still for that matter last time. May I ask for your thoughts? Alas, I am an old woman halfway into the grave. What thoughts could I have? It's just that I pity my Sheener. I truly fear that one day I will have to send off a black-haired child while I am white-haired. I'm afraid that while alive he is lonely, and when he goes down he will still be solitary, without even a single attendant by his. At the sad part, the old lady raised her sleeve to cover her face, wiping tears continuously. Her eldest grandson Guhausen had been handsome since childhood. At 3 he could read, at 4 he could practice martial arts. He spoke delightfully, and whoever saw him would praise him as a young prodigy. As the saying goes, heaven envies genius. To end up bedridden and near death, one can only blame his own excellence. Yes, it was all his fault. As his loving grandmother, the only thing she could do for him was to find a well-matched young lady before his death, so that even as a ghost he would have no regrets. Li Wenwen, old lady, you are the kindest and most loving grandmother I have ever seen. Perhaps heaven has taken note of your loving heart, and thus has allowed me to bring a good marriage for the young prince. The old lady, Lady Xia, has actually found a good marriage for my grandson. I wonder which young lady it is. Why not tell me? Li Wenwen, old lady, after I obtained the young prince's birth chart last time, I compared it with the unmarried young ladies of the Xia clan, as well as my own 2 daughters. The result is that the young prince's and our eldest daughter Xia Ming's birth charts match the best. Truly a heaven sent. Only our eldest daughter was betrothed to someone in her early years. The old lady recalled the rumors about Xia Mingzhu, obese, stupid, fat, with a large dowry, an unloved poor thing. Except for the dowry, which was a bit too much, she was quite satisfied with all other conditions. Alas, since she is already betrothed, it's a pity that such a good heaven-sent match is lost. It can only be blamed on the lack of fate between the 2 children. The old madam was pleased with Xia Mingzhu as a candidate, yet she wore a look of regret on her face, waiting for Li Wenwen to continue. As expected, Li Wenwen could not contain her impatience. A trace of urgency flickered across her face as she hurriedly elaborated on the so-called perfect match. Old madam, as the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than to break up 1 marriage. Our eldest young lady and the young prince are a match made in heaven. If they cannot be together, it will be a lifelong regret for them both. A flicker of contempt passed through old Madame Gus Merc. We are all old foxes here, don't play the saint before me. But Madame Xia, didn't you say your eldest young lady was already betrothed? Even if I favor the eldest Miss Xia as my grandson's wife, I cannot resort to underhanded means to seize her, can I? Li Wenwen, old madam, it's true that our eldest young lady is betrothed, but they have not yet formally married. To fulfill this heaven-sent union between the eldest young lady and the young prince, I am willing to play the villain. The old madam smiled with satisfaction. Very well, Madame Xia. As long as you are willing to facilitate this marriage for my good grandson, you may name your terms, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Hearing that the old witch had finally relented, Li Wenwen flashed her a sincere smile. Old madam, then I will not stand on ceremony. Firstly, I will announce that our family's second young lady Mingyue is betrothed to the young prince. Due to the young prince's health, the ceremony will be modest, and the wedding day is set for the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, the same day as the eldest young lad's wedding. The old madam nodded. 2 daughters marrying on the same day left ample room for manipulation. Agreed. Secondly, the dowries sent with the procession to each household shall belong to the respective young ladies and shall not be reclaimed afterwards. The old madam was even more pleased. She had just been fretting over Xia Ming's excessive dowry, and the avaricious Li Wenwen had voluntarily helped her dispose of it. I can only guarantee that our household will not covet that dowry. But whether the married daughters will swallow this grievance, I cannot control. Li Wenwen was brimming with confidence. Rest assured, old madam. Before they leave for their weddings, I will make sure they agree. Good. One more thing, old madam. You should be aware that the daughter we are sending over is a healthy, pure maiden. As for the young prince, to put it bluntly, there's a risk our daughter might end up a widow in all but name. Therefore, the betrothal gifts must not be meager. Agreed. Also, the betrothal gifts will not be returned. Madame Xia certainly knows how to drive a bargain, not letting go of either dowry or betrothal gifts. However, for the sake of my grandson's good marriage, I agree to these terms. Spending a bit of money to secure a highborn, albeit ugly bride for her sickly grandson seemed like a sound move. Outsiders would find no fault with her. If she were to welcome Xia Mingzhu into the house without a dowry, and even have to part with a betrothal gift, others would praise her, the grandmother, for humbling herself to secure a noble wife for her grandson. Such a perfect and mutually beneficial match was truly excellent. And if that ugly wretch were to scare the short-lived invalid to death on their wedding night. The more she thought about it, the brighter the old madam's eyes became. Even her tone, when addressing Li Wenwen, softened by 3 parts. Alas, for the sake of my grandson, Madame Xia, I agree to all your terms. The old madam is most decisive. The 2 exchanged smiles, each seeing the deep calculations in the other's eyes. Elon Courtyard. Xiao Xi's face was full of joy. This servant congratulates the young lady, wishes the young lady happiness. What young lady? This servant heard that people from the Weiyuan Marquis residence have come to discuss the marriage. The wedding date for you and young Marquis Xia is set for the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Oh, Xia Ming's tone was indifferent, neither happy nor sad, as if Xiao Chui wasn't talking about her own marriage at all. Seeing Xia Ming's expression, the previously beaming Xiao Chui suddenly became crestfallen, as if a thought had struck her. Alas, this matter really has been unfair to our young lady. The Wei Yuan Marquis residence has set the wedding date so hastily there isn't even time for the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes. No wonder you're unhappy. Looking at the little maid's indignant, puffed-up expression, Xia Mingzhu was utterly bewildered. Am I unhappy? I didn't know that. Young lady, your wedding date is so close there isn't even enough time for you to embroider a wedding gown. There's no choice but to urge the mansion's embroiderers to work overtime to rush out the festive items needed for the wedding. But since it wasn't embroidered by your own hand, it just won't be quite as satisfying. The little maid's constant muttering gave Xia Mingzhu a headache. She extended her thick, sturdy fingers in front of the chattering Xiao Chui. Look at your young lattice fingers here. Do you think they can even pick up such a tiny embroidery needle? Probably. Maybe. Staring at the fingers that looked like carrots using them for embroidery did seem to be asking for the impossible, just a tiny bit. But young lady, if you can't embroider the whole gown, how about you embroider a bridal veil? You have over a month. Just stitch a little each day, and you can manage to finish it somehow. Xiao Chui was persistent, still hoping Xia Mingzhu would embroider something herself. Xia Mingzhu sighed helplessly. She reached out, and with a playful, vengeful pinch grabbed Xiao Sa's chubby baby-faced cheeks. The little girl had put on some weight recently, and looked cuter for it. When Xiao Chui finally managed to break free from Xia Ming's clutches, pouting, both her cheeks were flushed red. Young lady, this servant is trying to discuss serious matters with you. Silly Xiao Chui, your young lady is the legitimate daughter of the vice minister's residence, a noble lady from a prestigious family. My marriage, including that so-called wedding gown you mentioned, will be handled by others. All you need to do is eat well, dress warmly, and attend to me. Don't worry your head about other things. But young lady, in our village, even if a family couldn't afford to eat, the bride still had to embroider something by hand to take to her husband. It's not about the item itself, but for good luck and a positive omen. It could be big items like a wedding gown, veil, quilt cover, or pillowcase, or even intimate items like a belly band or underclothes. If your embroidery skills really aren't up to par or the family is too poor, then even a small item like a pouch, a handkerchief, or a pair of socks would suffice. Regardless of size or value, it must be something embroidered by your own hand. Xia Mingzhu. That girl Chuier actually had the audacity to pester her, relentlessly demanding that she personally embroider her wedding gown. Could it be that she'd been too soft on the girl lately, causing her to act so rebelliously? Was that why she'd become so bold and defiant, even daring to talk back to her? Looking at the little maid before her, puffing up like a pufferfish in anger, while still eyeing her hands covetously, Xia Mingzhu felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. Sigh, this was the temperament she herself had cultivated. What else could she do but continue to spoil her? Alright, I'll listen to you this once, and try it now? Is that satisfactory, you little housekeeper? Miss, you're so mean. I'm not some little housekeeper. The girl blushed furiously and dashed out of the room. Only a bewildered Xia Mingzhu remained in the room. She racked her brains, utterly unable to figure out why the little maid had suddenly... Soon Chuier returned carrying a small bamboo basket filled with needles, threads, and fabric scraps. Time passed in a blur, and 2 hours slipped by. The young lady, now listless and hollow-eyed, lay sprawled helplessly on the soft couch. Her hands were spread wide, all 10 fingers meticulously wrapped in white cloth. The previously arrogant Chuier now wore a sheepish grin, carefully holding a plate of pastries as she approached Xia Mingzhu. Miss, these are walnut cookies specially made by the small kitchen today. They're fresh out of the wok and still warm. Xia Mingzhu remained silent, not even flickering an eyelid. Miss, didn't you say this morning that you wanted to try them? Perhaps let your servant feed you a piece. Having suffered great emotional trauma, Xia Mingzhu maintained her deathly still demeanor. Why, good miss, please say something. I admit I was wrong. I won't force you to embroider anything ever again. Please just forgive me this once, and have something to eat, alright? Xia Mingzhu's eyes darted around, but she still refused to look at the sniffling Chuier. Instead, she opened her mouth wide. Missy. Chuier hastily wiped away her tears, pinched a walnut cookie, and gently placed it into Xia Mingzhu's mouth. Xia Mingzhu closed her lips, and quickly chewed, and swallowed the small pastry. Seeing Xia Mingzhu open her mouth again, Chuier hurriedly fed her another piece. 2 days later, the Prince Zenin's mansion, a princely title bestowed by imperial decree, sent a matchmaker to the Xia residence to propose marriage for their young General Gu Haosen to the Xia family's second daughter, Xia Minghua. That sickly young master of the Prince Zenin's mansion was rumored to have been bedridden for a long time. The grand matriarch of the mansion had long announced her intention to find a legitimate daughter from a family of suitable standing to marry him and bring him good fortune. Regardless of who married Gu Haosen, given his half-dead state, even if he didn't die, she would be condemned to a life of living. And if Gu Haosen were to unfortunately die early, the vast and influential Prince Zenin's mansion would certainly not easily permit the woman to remarry. Noble daughters came from prestigious families which valued their reputation above all. So even if the noble lady withered away within the Prince Zenon's mansion, they would never allow her to divorce and return home for. Therefore, despite the Prince Zenon's mansion being one of the most prestigious households in the capital, there were almost no legitimate daughters from families of the third rank or above who were willing to marry into it, and also met the grand matriarch standards. Those families willing to sacrifice their daughters to curry favor with the Prince Zenon's mansion were mostly of lower official ranks. The grand matriarch, to avoid giving others any cause for gossip, directly rejected them all. This time the Prince Zenon's mansion's decision to propose to the second daughter Xia Mingyue at the Ministry of Rights officials' residence was entirely unexpected. Even more baffling to everyone was that the Xia residents had actually accepted the marriage. Many in the capital knew that Xia Mingyue and Xia Huayu were deeply in love. Although everyone knew Xia Mingzhu was the one betrothed to Xia Huayu, it was generally assumed the marriage would eventually fall to Xia Mingyue. Just 2 days prior, the Weiyuan Marquis mansion proposing to Xia Mingzhu was already difficult to comprehend. And now the grand matriarch, who had insisted on a legitimate daughter from a family of the third rank or above for her grandson, the young Marquis, Gu Haosen, had actually set her sights on Xia Mingyue, the nominal legitimate daughter of Xia Yuanqiu's household. The more one thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed. Furthermore, the three families had even agreed to have the two sisters marry on the same day, the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Having enjoyed several free spectacles at the much-talked-about flower viewing banquet at Xia Yuanqiu's residence, the nobles of the capital were particularly looking forward to these two wedding feasts. The day after the Prince Zenon's mansion finalized the engagement with Xia Mingyue, they conspicuously sent over 64 loads of betrothal gifts. These gifts only made a brief stop in Xia Mingyue's courtyard before being entirely incorporated into the dowry meant to be returned to Xia Mingzhu. Seeing all those fine things only briefly pass through her own courtyard, Xia Mingyue flew into a rage and smashed quite a few ornaments in her room. It was only after Li Wenwen's soothing words reminding her that these things would ultimately be hers anyway that her mood finally. With the Prince Zenon's mansion making such a grand show of sending 60 loads of dowry for the false legitimate daughter Xia Mingyue, the Weiyuan Marquis mansion was nearly fuming with anger. Their household was already financially strained. They had originally planned only 32 loads of betrothal gifts. But they hadn't anticipated the Prince Zenon's mansion showing off like that. They sent 64 loads for a false legitimate true concubine-born daughter. The Weiyuan Marquis mansion was marrying a genuine legitimate daughter, one with a massive dowry. How could they possibly send fewer gifts without facing utter shame? So with the entire capital watching, the Weiyuan Marquis mansion managed to scrape together 64 loads of betrothal gifts, 3 days later parading them through the streets to the Xia residence. They managed to meet the number, but what kind of junk was actually loaded onto those trays was something they wouldn't dare publicize. As for these two marriages, Xia Mingzhu's had been settled long ago. With the entire capital watching, Xia Yuanxiao naturally had. As for Xia Mingyue and Gu Haosen's marriage, it sacrificed the future of one of his beloved concubine-born daughters, a price he was more than willing to pay to curry favor with the powerful. Xia Yuanxiao was only too happy to see it happen. Time flew by, and the agreed-upon 7th day arrived. Early in the morning, Ma Digang, the prefect of Jingzhou, led the Yamen's secretary and 20 constables swaggering into the Xia residence. As expected, Xia Yuanxiao had requested leave from work yet again. With the addition of the Prince Zenon's mansion's betrothal gifts, along with Li Wenwen emptying her own private treasury and borrowing from the main storeroom, they finally managed to make up Li Wenjing's dowry. As for the junk sent by the Weiyuan Marquis mansion, it was practically negligible. Li Wenwen gave it a single glance and ordered it all to be sealed in boxes to be returned in full later. Ma Digang leisurely sipped his tea, instructing his secretary to meticulously inventory every item on the list. He scrutinized even the smallest details from needles to thread, not missing a single thing, which made Xia Yuanxiao and his wife gnash their teeth in frustration. In the middle of the process, Ma Digang and his entourage even managed to enjoy a lunch at the Xia residence. After finishing the inventory according to the list, the secretary produced another document, a record of the yields from Li Wenjing's dowry estates and shops over the past few years. Li Wenwen's private treasury had been completely drained, and she had even borrowed 20,000 taels of silver from the main store. Seeing that she truly had no more money to offer and having secured her promise to repay him after their two daughters were married, Xia Yuanxiao reluctantly withdrew 100,000 taels of silver from his own private coffers to make up the shortfall. As for the repayment Li Wenwen had mentioned, although Xia Yuanxiao had not participated in the scheming between mother and daughter, he had long since learned of their plans from Hua. That matter would certainly bring shame if exposed. But as long as the silver could be recovered, he would endure the disgrace. At worst, he would simply stay indoors for a while until people forgot. Knowing this was one thing, but Xia Yuanxiao had always prided himself on being upright and righteous, so he feigned ignorance of those sordid affairs. Once all the items were fully inventoried, Xia Mingzhu was summoned. Daughter pays respects to father and mother. The lady of the Xia family greets Your Excellency. As the golden goose Xia Mingzhu appeared, Ma Digang's eyes could not conceal his delight. Lady Xia, I have fulfilled my duty. The dowry left to you by the late lady of Vice Minister Xia, along with the profits from the estates and shops over these years are all here. This humble woman thanks your excellency and all the officers for your labor on her behalf. Lady Xia, please verify the items. The secretary holding the transcribed dowry list led Xia Mingzhu to inspect the valuable collection. Xia Mingzhu casually walked around. Then in the presence of Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen, and without even avoiding the servants and yamen runners, she did something that astonished everyone. Mingzhu thanks father and mother for returning today all the dowry left by my late mother. I had thought that after years of use little of it would remain. Li Wenwen thought not 10%, but at least 80% is gone. Mingzhu assumed that the missing silver had been used to support the household. Since it was spent on family, I never intended to seek compensation for what was lost. Li Wenwen. You little demon, how dare you say that? Xia Mingzhu. But after today's inventory, I truly never expected that mother not only preserved all of my late mother's dowry, but even generated a surplus. Mother has painstakingly managed my late mother's dowry for years, and for that I feel indebted. I can only express my gratitude. This is what I ought to do. I dare not accept your thanks, young lady. Li Wenwen forced down a mouthful of blood and grudgingly took credit for the achievement. Mother has painstakingly managed my late mother's dowry for years, and for that I feel indebted. I can only express my gratitude. Moreover, I am but a weak young woman of 16. Holding so much wealth serves no purpose. Xia Yuanqiu's eyes suddenly gleamed. Could this rebellious daughter have found her conscience? Xia Mingzhu. Your Excellency, when I walk through the capital, I see the people living in peace and prosperity. Yet I have also witnessed the plight of homeless refugees and starving beggars on the streets. Places of ease and pleasure abound in the capital, while countless poor souls struggle to survive. Born into a wealthy family, I have no right to condemn the extravagance of the rich, while the poor freeze and starve. But my heart aches for the suffering, though I am too young and female to achieve much. Continued from previous, Xia Yuanxiao frowned, increasingly unable to understand his obese, dull, and violent eldest daughter. Ma Digang, hearing this, had already anticipated what Xia Mingzhu was about to say. Xia Mingzhu bowed to Ma Digang and his men. I admire your Excellency's tireless efforts to plead for the people, ensuring the capital's daily peace. I also appreciate all the officers of the Jingzhou Prefecture who toil day and night to maintain the peace for the capital's citizens. Continued. Xia Yuanxiao, displeased that Xia Mingzhu was praising the crude men of Ma Digang's group, scolded her. Xia Mingzhu, what exactly are you trying to say? Meeting Xia Yuanqiu's blazing eyes, Xia Mingzhu's gaze flickered with mockery. She grinned and said, Father, don't be What I wish to say is that today, with the dowry left by my late mother, I intend. Intend what? To donate half of the dowry unconditionally to the Jingzhou Prefecture. Donate half of the dowry unconditionally. Donate half of the dowry. Half of the dowry. Half. Xia Mingzhu's words struck like a thunderclap, echoing endlessly in the minds of Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen. Ma Digang, Lady Xia, your righteousness is commendable. Xia Mingzhu, after the donation, I have one small request, if your Excellency permits. Ma Digang, please speak, Lady Xia. Xia Mingzhu, this half of my dowry after donation may be used to provide for the soldiers who have been disabled or left without support while safeguarding the capital's safety. Granted. It may also be used to aid refugees who have lost their homes due to disaster. Granted. And to shelter orphans who have lost both parents and have no home. Granted. It could also assist. Recovering his senses, Xia Yuanxiao erupted in fury. Rebellious girl. Do you even? Xia Yuanqiu's finger pointing at Xia Mingzhu trembled like a Parkinson's patient. He could not believe that she had just casually given away such a vast fortune. Upon hearing those words, Li Wenwen felt darkness closing in around her. In a daze, she seemed to see the face of Li Wenjing, the woman she had always envied. Ma Digang, Vice Minister Xia, please hold your tongue. Lady Xia's act is one of great righteousness. I, Ma Digang, as governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, accept this half of the dowry on behalf of the office. I never imagined that a young lady of the inner chambers would care so deeply for the people and refugees of the capital, and even show concern for the soldiers wounded in service to the city's peace. Ma Digang straightened his official hat, then solemnly bowed to Xia Mingzhu. His secretary and the yamen runners behind him also bowed deeply in gratitude. Xia Mingzhu hastily stepped aside. Your Excellency, and all you officers, there is no need for such formality. I am merely borrowing a flower to offer to the Buddha. May the small amount of silver left by my late mother bring her a glorious afterlife. End of conversation. Ma Digang, Miss Xia is so kind-hearted. Surely your late mother was a woman of great compassion. Even though she has long since passed, she must be blessed by the Buddha. Xia Mingzhu bowed. I am grateful for your kind words, Lord Ma. Ma Digang, today I will take away the half of your dowry that you have donated. Soon I will convert all this silver into grain, oil, cloth, and medicine and deliver them to those in need. During this process, I welcome Miss Xia to check the whereabouts of this silver at any time. Ma Digang not only did good deeds himself, but also inspired those around him to do the same. He was a living bodhisattva in the eyes of the common folk, denying himself necessities to aid the poor. He was a terror to the noble families. If anyone's affairs fell into his hands, they'd have to part with a hefty sum to settle the matter. Xia Mingzhu chose Ma Digang precisely because of his reputation for integrity and his fearsome demeanor. Xia Mingzhu, Lord Ma's character is renowned. I naturally trust you. Ma Digang, at tomorrow's morning court session, I will report your virtuous act of donating your dowry to the emperor. Ma Digang was going to report this to the emperor. Hearing this, Xia Yuanxiao felt another wave of darkness before his eyes. The matter had already escalated to this point, and was now a foregone conclusion. He could no longer turn the tide. Xia Mingzhu, however, was delighted by Ma Digang's words. Having spent such a large sum, even if she didn't receive a reward from the royal family, merely having her name known to the emperor was a huge gain. I thank you, Lord Ma. The act of donating half her dowry today was already part of their agreement. So during the inventory, the secretary had the yamen runners deliberately divide the items into 2 piles. At the time, Xia Yuanxiao and his wife didn't understand the meaning behind this. Only now did they realize that Xia Mingzhu and Ma Digang had long been colluding in secret. No wonder Ma Digang, the terror of noble families, had intervened in Xia Mingzhu's quest to reclaim her dowry. Someone, the lady has fainted again. Someone, the master is vomiting blood. Xia Mingzhu smiled as she watched the detestable pair being carried away. Ma Digang first had the runners deliver the other half of the dowry which belonged to Xia Mingzhu to her courtyard. Outsiders weren't allowed into the inner chambers. With Xia Mingzhu present, who would dare to interfere? Even half the dowry was worth 5 to 600,000 taels of silver. And as per Xia Mingzhu's request, the valuable and easily liquidated items were mostly allocated to Ma Digang's share. The items she kept were mostly ostentatious and impractical, taking up a lot of space. After the dowry was moved to Elan courtyard, it nearly filled all the empty rooms. Today was a fruitful day. Xia Mingzhu was thoroughly satisfied. Ma Digang also returned happily with his windfall. Only Xia Yuanxiao, Li Wenwen, and Xia Mingyue were overwhelmed with grief. As for Xia Qingde, who had become somewhat effeminate, he now avoided even hearing Xia Mingzhu's name, and would take a detour to avoid. What did it matter if Xia Mingzhu donated half her dowry? Even if she kept it all, not a single coin would fall into his hands. So what did it have to do with him? In the Elan courtyard, Xiao Chui knelt by the soft couch, gently massaging Xia Mingzhu's leg. Miss, the mistress left you such a large dowry, and you just gave away half of it so easily. What a pity. Xiao Chui, your way of thinking is wrong. Think about it. If your miss I weren't willing to give up half this dowry as bait, how could we have hooked Lord Ma from the capital to help me deal with Li Wenwen and her lot? And think again, if Lord Ma weren't willing to stand up for me, do you think that venomous woman Li Wenwen would have willingly returned all? Xiao Chui nodded thoughtfully. Miss, what you say makes sense. The mistress is notoriously stingy, though she even deducts from the servants' monthly wages. If Lord Ma hadn't stood up for you, miss, the mistress definitely wouldn't have returned the dowry. Exactly. So do you still regret the half we gave up? Hee, when you put it that way, it doesn't seem like such a pity after all. Xiao Chui, you must remember that wealth is an external possession. We bring nothing into this world and take nothing out. So you must know when to let go. As long as you keep your life, there will always be chances to earn money back. Xiao Chui nodded, looking slightly bewildered. She continued to knead Xia Mingzhu's shoulders with a gentle touch. Just as Xia Mingzhu was dozing off in comfort, Xiao Chui brought up her wedding dress. Miss, when I went to the embroidery room today to check on your wedding dress, I saw the embroideresses had set it aside. I got into an argument with them. I was so angry. If Sister Linlang hadn't pulled me away, I would have ended up in a fight with them. Now the 4 masters of the house didn't dare to provoke her, and even Xiao Xia's status had risen considerably. She didn't expect that mere embroideresses would dare to talk back to Xiao Chui. Xia Mingzhu became a bit interested. Oh, have they grown bolder? Xiao Chui snorted coldly. They have someone backing them behind the scenes, so of course they've grown bold. Oh, who's backing them? Of course it's the mistress and the second miss. Tell me more. Miss, to avoid any trouble before the dowry handover, you ordered everyone in our courtyard to stay indoors these past few days. So we've been almost blind and deaf, completely unaware of what's been happening in the mansion. Xia Mingzhu frowned slightly. Having no people of her own and being cut off from information was indeed a big problem. Xiao Chui, has something new happened in the mansion these past few days that we don't know about? Xiao Chui nodded vigorously. Miss, Sister Linlang from the embroidery room told me that 5 days ago the Prince Zenon's mansion sent a matchmaker. The mistress has betrothed the second miss to that sickly young prince of the Prince Zenon's mansion. The sickly young prince. Could this be the one Li Wenwen had chosen for her to marry to ward off bad luck, or as a ghost bride? It seemed Li Wenwen's malicious intent was still alive. Xiao Chui. Yes, it's that famously sickly young prince from the Prince Zenon's mansion. Xiao Chui, go on. What else did Linlang tell you? Sister Linlang also said that the day after the betrothal was settled, the Prince Zenon's mansion sent 64 loads of betrothal gifts. But those gifts were only paraded around the second miss courtyard before the mistress merged them into the dowry she was returning. A smile shimmered in Xia Mingzhu's eyes. So this was how Li Wenwen had managed to swiftly cover the missing portion of the dowry, by supplementing it with the betrothal gifts from the Prince Zenon's mansion. 2 days ago the Marquis of Yuan's residence also sent over 64 loads of betrothal gifts. However, the madam only gave them a single glance before ordering them sealed in chests and added to the second miss dowry. Things that even Li Wenwen deemed worthless. She wondered what kind of shabby trinkets they were. It seemed the Marquis of Yuan's household was truly destitute. Xia Mingzhu asked, "Is there more?" Xiao Chui replied, "There is also the matter that your and the second miss wedding dates have both been set for the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month." A sneer escaped Xia Mingzhu's lips. No wonder the wedding date was set with such haste. No wonder both daughters were to be married on the same day. Having read countless novels, Xia Mingzhu had already discerned the blatant schemes of Li Wenwen and her daughter. She supposed there were plenty of clever minds in the capital as well. Yet no matter how much Li Wenwen and her daughter schemed, her own spatial dimension was all she needed to overcome everything. Miss the madam used to dote on the second miss so much. Why would she agree to this marriage, now willingly pushing her own daughter into a pit of fire? Xia Mingzhu flicked Xiao Cui's forehead with her finger. "You silly girl, you may be naive, but Li Wenwen and her daughter are far from it. They are cunning indeed. Huh, I am quite looking forward to their schemes. After all, the pit of fire they envision is in my eyes a rare and wonder." The young prince held a noble status. If Xia Mingzhu became his wife, few would dare to bully her openly, given her news. With her own wealth, Xia Mingzhu would never lack for food or spending money, and thus wouldn't be easily controlled. Since the young prince had been bedridden for so long, she wouldn't need to attend to his every need, nor would she have to share his bed. For someone from the apocalypse like Xia Mingzhu, such a marriage was simply perfect. It was infinitely better than being wed to that tainted Xia Huayu. After all, that tainted man's household was already filled with beautiful concubines, and his estates outside the capital were teeming with illegitimate children. Worst of all, the entire Marquis of Yuan's family looked down on her, yet coveted her dowry. This engagement had been decided long ago. Knowing she couldn't refuse, Xia Mingzhu had made no fuss when the Marquis of Yuan's residence came to propose. Besides, for her, whether she lived in the Xia residence or moved to the Marquis of Yuan's mansion, her days would be the same. At worst, after marrying into the Marquis household, she would once again have to use reason and force to secure her own peaceful days. Xiao Cui's little mouth kept chattering on. But Xia Mingzhu's mind had already wandered far away, her heart quietly beginning to anticipate the arrival of a new life. Time shifted back to the day the young prince of Jinan Guhausen came to propose. In the courtyard of the young prince of Zinan's residence, princess consort, and stood guard by Guhausen's bedside, tears streaming down her face. Guhausen was the first child of her and Prince Jinan Guqingzhou. Even his name was bestowed by the emperor at the request of his paternal aunt, the esteemed consort Xian. From birth, he was showered with adoration. As a child, he was adorable and exceptionally intelligent. Able to read at 3 and practice martial arts at 4, a celebrated young prodigy in the capital. Unfortunately, just as he was entering his youth, he contracted a very rare illness for unknown reasons. Initially, his symptoms only appeared occasionally, sleeping for a day or two at a time, with episodes occurring once every month or two. In the past 2 years, the intervals between attacks had become much more frequent, and he would often sleep for days on end, unable to be roused for food or drink. The fine young prince, once a youth who could wield a brush to chronicle history and a sword to secure the realm, had become a perpetually bedridden, somnolent shell of his former self. Ever since he fell ill, the Prince Zinan's mansion had summoned all the imperial physicians, yet none could determine the cause of Guhausen's excessive sleeping. Over the years they had scoured the land for renowned doctors, but his condition only worsened with each treatment. During his most recent episode, he slept for a full 5 days. Upon waking, he frequently coughed up blood, and it seemed highly likely that his days were numbered. The princess consort of Jinan, overwhelmed by grief, let her tears fall freely. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, sobbing quietly. Her mother-in-law was very fond of this eldest grandson. Distressed that the young man had contracted such a strange illness at such a young age, she had long been seeking a well-matched marriage for him. She herself had also harbored the intention of using a wedding to ward off his ill fortune, but every suitable girl she had her eye on was vetoed by her mother-in-law. Seeing her son deteriorate day by day, she had lost all heart to pursue the matter further. Given his current state, no matter which young lady the old matriarch chose, she would be destined for a life of living widowhood upon entering the mansion. So what difference did it make who he married? After a bout of sorrowful weeping, the princess consort of Jinan carefully wiped away her tears before being supported by her maidservants as she left Guhausen's room. After the princess consort departed, Guhausen, who had seemed unconscious on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. A man in black emerged from the shadows in the corner of the room and knelt on one knee before him. "Master, I heard that old crone has arranged a marriage for me. To report to you, master, the old madam of the Prince Zinan's mansion has arranged for you to marry the second miss of the Xia family, Xia Mingyue. From what I know, Vice Minister Xia holds the second miss, Xia Mingyue, in high regard. Hasn't he always intended to use her to replace his eldest legitimate daughter, Xia Mingzhu, in the marriage contract, in order to curry favor with the empress? To report to you, master, the wedding dates for both young ladies of the Xia residence are set for the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Oh, interesting. Master, regarding this marriage of yours, should we inform the prince? There's no need. She's just a figurehead anyway, it doesn't matter who I marry. Then on the day of your grand wedding shall we? Cough cough. For now let's just wait and see. We'll play the part of mere spectators. Alright, you may take your leave. Yes. The man in black rose, but before leaving, he couldn't help but ask. Master, how is your health? I'm fine for now. When will the Western region's physician arrive? At the earliest by the middle of next month. The middle of next month. He waved his hand, dismissing the man in black. This simple gesture alone triggered a bout of violent. After the coughing fit, a trace of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His handsome face was deathly pale, making him appear as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, yet his gaze was as cold and sharp as shattered jade in a deep pool. Due to the intense coughing, a faint flush appeared on his cheeks, lending him a semblance of vitality. Half a month before the wedding. In the imperial study of the palace, Emperor Ouyang of the Tianqian kingdom, clad in a five-clawed golden dragon robe and adorned with a gilded jade crown, sat solemnly behind the imperial desk. A figure knelt before the imperial desk. Gu Qingzhou, the prince of Jinan, who should have been far away in the southern border of Tianqian kingdom, was now kneeling before the imperial desk. Your subject, Gu Qingzhou, upon receiving your secret decree, returns to the capital. I kowtow to your majesty. May you live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Rise, Minister Gu. Take a seat. Ouyang dismissed his attendants. Your majesty. Elder brother, I have told you before in private there is no need for such formality between us brothers. Your majesty, the rights between ruler and subject cannot be abandoned. Elder brother, you have fought alongside me on the battlefield for many years, faced life and death countless times, and we once swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden. We have long been inseparable, and besides, my son. Every time you speak of rites and rituals, it only creates distance between. Gu Qingzhou's eyes, fierce as a tiger's, brimmed with tears, and he put on a moved and weeping expression. He did not dare to continue contradicting Ouyang verbally, but in his heart he knew that times had changed, and he grew even more vigilant. Second brother, you speak sense. It was I, the elder brother, who was too pedantic. The two sat down separately. Second brother, may I ask what urgent matter required your summoning me to the capital day and night? Elder brother, I indeed have a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of Tianqian kingdom, and I need your assistance. A sense of foreboding rose in Gu Qingzhou's heart. His intuition told him that Ouyang harbored ill intentions. Second brother, speak your mind, without hesitation. Ouyang sighed. Elder brother, I have pondered over this matter, and only you can help me. But it will bring you infamy, and cause your family to suffer greatly. Gu Qingzhou quickly declared his loyalty. For the sake of second brother, and for Tianqian kingdom, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Let alone bearing a few trivial infamies, and enduring a little hardship. Gu Qingzhou's attitude pleased Ouyang. He was unlike their sworn third brother Wang Jinshan, who after Ouyang ascension became the kingdom's foremost imperial merchant and the richest man in Tianqian. When the royal treasury was empty, and Ouyang sought his aid, he dared to be haughty. His current downfall was his own doing. Elder brother, the matter is thus. At that time you need to do this. Then this. And then. Second brother, I am strong and robust, I can bear a little scolding, hardship, and grievance. But you should know about Housen's health, I fear he cannot withstand it. Mentioning Gu Housen, a flicker of reluctance appeared in Ouyang eyes. Alas, that child Housen. I wonder who he offended to contract such a strange illness. For his sake virtuous consort weeps daily in the palace, and observes vegetarian fasts and prayers for several days each month. I will arrange this matter carefully. As the young prince he will certainly endure some hardship, but I will ensure no harm comes to his vital foundation. Hearing that Ouyang was willing to sacrifice even Gu Housen, Gu Qingzhou's heart grew colder. He lowered his eyes to conceal the turbulent emotions swirling within. With your assurance, second brother, I can rest easy about Housen's matter. Second brother, there is another matter concerning Housen's marriage. You must have heard something about it in the capital. I am naturally aware of Housen's marriage. Although Miss Xia's status is not high, she is merely to perform a joyous ritual to dispel his ill fortune. A low status is of no consequence. Once Housen recovers his health, I will personally arrange a match with a noble lady of equal standing to compensate him. Love. Such is the way of things. Second brother speaks truly. Housen's current marriage is indeed a temporary expedient. We can find a way to compensate him later. Ouyang produced a secret decree and a token, handing them to Gu Qingzhou. Elder brother, set aside Housen's matter for now. Time is pressing, I will not detain you today. Go quickly and make the arrangements. Your majesty, take care. Your subject takes his leave. Gu Qingzhou performed the kowtow, withdrew from the imperial study, and hurriedly left the palace. Ostensibly he disguised himself and rushed out of the capital. In reality, he made a detour outside the city, changed his disguise, returned to the capital, and entered the Prince of Zinan's mansion through a secret passage heading straight to Gu Housen's courtyard. Father and son conversed nearly the entire night. Only as dawn approached did Gu Qingzhou ride out to his fiefdom just as the city gates opened. The Xia mansion. The household had been very quiet lately. Li Wenwen wore a constant frown, scraping together a dowry for her. Xia Mingzhu spent her days either shopping, eating, and drinking, or staying in her courtyard, without leaving, actually hiding in the space to exercise. She had lost a little more weight. Her skin had grown a shade fairer. The toxins clinging to her internal organs and meridians had been mostly purged. With fewer toxins in her body, her mental state had become remarkably radiant. If not for the space where she could let loose, she would have already clenched her fists and gone out to rid the world of evil. But spending every day either shopping or cultivating was also boring. The last time she had angered Xia Yuanxiao, he had lain in bed for days before he could go back to work. Recently, he had been extremely well behaved. Now, like Xia Qingda, he was invisible unless Xia Mingzhu went to find him. 10 days before the grand wedding, Xia Mingzhu, having slept too much during the day, could not fall asleep at night. So she decided to go out for a stroll. Donning a dark-colored dress, she boldly climbed over the courtyard wall and left. Wandering aimlessly, she ended up outside the backyard of Xia Mingzhu's residence. From a distance, she saw 3 dark figures sneak into Xia Mingzhu's courtyard, one after another, furtively. Curiosity piqued, Xia Mingzhu quickly followed. She saw the tallest figure enter a flower greenhouse near the wall of Xia Mingzhu's courtyard. The other 2 remained outside the greenhouse door, warily scanning their surroundings. Xia Mingzhu quietly climbed onto the roof of the greenhouse, lifted a tile, and peered inside. Inside the greenhouse, there was a wooden bed for the gardener to rest. On that bed, 2 figures were now tightly entwined. Xia Mingwei was secretly meeting Xia Huayu in the dead of night. Haha, how interesting. Sister Yue, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It has been over a month since we last met. Brother Huayu misses you so much. Xia Huayu pulled Xia Mingwei into his arms, lowered his head to her neck, and breathed in deeply. Brother Huayu, Yue misses you. Come closer, Sister Yu. Let Brother Huayu cherish you tonight. Xia Huayu grew a bit restless. Xia Mingwei lowered her head, using her soft, boneless hand to gently push against his chest. Brother Huayu, please don't. Yue called you here tonight to tell you some good news. Xia Huayu restrained Xia Mingyu's hands, burying his head in the crook of her porcelain white neck to leave his mark before asking in a hoarse voice. Yue, what happy news do you have? Huayu Gij. Xia Mingyue took his hand and gently placed it on her belly. There's a child of yours in here. What? You're pregnant. You got pregnant from that single time. Yes, aren't you happy, Huayu Gij? Xia Huayu felt thunder rolling in his head. I'd be damned if I'm happy. I already have over a dozen bastards back at the manor, one more makes no difference. Though he cursed inwardly, his words were sweet. Yue, since you carry my child, of course I'm delighted. But knowing that in 10 days you'll marry into the Prince Zenin's mansion, my heart aches unbearably. Xia Mingyue was moved. Huayu Gij, I only love you, and I only want to bear your children. So, I will never take your child into the Prince Zenin's mansion. Xia Huayu was so startled by her words that he nearly jumped. Yue, don't be foolish. Though our Wei Yuan Marquis grandmother has some connection to the Empress, Prince Shinan is an imperial prince by decree. Even our Wei Yuan Marquis household wouldn't dare provoke him, let alone your vice minister's residence. Xia Mingyue wept like pear blossoms in rain. Huayu Gij, are you willing to let me take your child and marry that sickly man in the Prince Zenin's mansion to live as a widow for the rest of my life? Of course I'm not willing. But Yue, I can't risk the safety of our Wei Yuan Marquis household for my own selfish desires. Xia Huayu's eyes flickered. However, if an accident were to happen during the wedding procession, as long as our Wei Yuan Marquis household has the upper hand, we could go along with it. The Xia residence was to marry off both young ladies on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. The despised and plain-looking legitimate daughter Xia Mingzhu was to marry the elegant heir of the Wei Yuan Marquis, Xia Huayu. The favored and renowned talented woman of the capital, Xia Mingyue, was to marry the short-lived invalid, the young prince of the Prince Zenin's mansion, Guhausen. On the wedding day, if nothing unexpected happened, the gossiping crowd of the capital wouldn't stand for it. Xia Mingyue understood the implication in Xia Huayu's words. As long as she could successfully swap the marriage on the wedding day, the Wei Yuan Marquis household wouldn't cast her aside. With Xia Huayu's assurance and the child in her belly, her heart settled into calm. Noticing Xia Mingyu's body relax and her expression turn alluring again, Xia Huayu's hands began to wander once more. He was putting in exceptional effort today. He wanted to take the chance to dislodge that bastard child. Even if the marriage swap failed without that piece of flesh in her belly, if Xia Mingyue claimed he had defiled her, he could simply deny. Unfortunately, his body had long been drained by the bevy of vixens in his manor, and he surrendered his weapon before long. The sordid scene in the room was something Xia Mingzhu had intended to observe for educational purposes. But the teacher was woefully inadequate. Before Xia Mingzhu could even get a clear look, the game was already over. She left in boredom before the second round could begin. She wondered what time Xia Huayu had left last night. The next day, when Xia Mingzhu sent Chui'er to inquire about Xia Mingyue, she heard that her sister had caught a chill and needed to rest in bed for a few days. Time flew by, and soon it was the 21st of the 12th lunar month. Xia Mingzhu was once again summoned to the long-visited guest hall. In the hall, Xia Yuanxiao and his wife sat in the seats of honor, and several elders of the Xia clan had also been invited. Upon entering, Xia Mingzhu was led to the center of the hall to stand side by side with Xia Mingyue. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Li Wenwen spoke. Mingzhu Mingyue, since you two are to be married tomorrow, your mother has specially invited you here today to give you your dowry lists and to have the clan elders bear witness. The two dowry lists, already reviewed by the elders, were handed to the sisters. Xia Mingyu's was just a thin booklet looking round. Xia Ming's hands held the same booklet as Xia Mingyu's, but also a thick tome. The remaining half of Li Wenjing's You've both looked over the dowry lists, haven't you? After they nodded, Li Wenwen produced a document which a maid delivered to them. I have a document regarding the dowries here. Once you confirm everything is in order, please sign and seal it. Xia Mingzhu opened the document. Well, that venomous woman Li Wenwen had indeed set a trap for her. The document contained a deliberate explanation of the two dowries. It stated that the dowries would follow whichever daughter they were assigned to upon leaving the residence. The daughter marrying into the Weiyuan Marquis household would receive both Xia Ming's remaining half of Li Wenjing's dowry and the portion prepared by the vice minister's residence. The daughter marrying into the Prince Zinan's mansion would only receive the portion prepared by the vice minister's residence. It also stipulated that once the dowries entered the respective households, neither party could make any claims for any reason. At first glance, this document seemed harmless. After all, since Xia Mingzhu was to marry into the Weiyuan Marquis household, as long as her two dowries followed her there safely, they would remain hers. But if Xia Mingyue were to pull off the swap and enter the Weiyuan Marquis household in her place with this document in hand, even if Xia Mingzhu tried to cause a fuss, Ma Di gang couldn't help her. To go through all this trouble just to target her alone. Li Wenwen truly thought highly of her. At this moment, Li Wenwen was the mastermind. Xia Yuanxiao wasn't directly involved, but he must have known. The clan elders, however, seemed to be kept in the dark. Urged by the crowd, Xia Mingzhu didn't dawdle and pressed her fingerprint. Signing her name was out of the question. She couldn't even write calligraphy, and holding a brush would be an embarrassment. Seeing Xia Mingzhu obediently press her fingerprint, Xia Mingyu's smile couldn't be contained, and she pressed hers right after. The document was made in 4 copies, one for the Xia residence, one for Xia Mingzhu, one for Xia Mingyue, and the last one, once Li Wenwen got her hands on it, was immediately sent by a trusted aide to the government office for filing. The triumph in Li Wenwen's eyes was blatant and unapologetic. After all, if the swap succeeded, her daughter would be the greatest beneficiary. Even Xia Yuanxiao couldn't hide the joy creeping onto his face. If the swap succeeded, Li Wenwen would be able to get money from Xia Mingyue to pay him back. The clan elders were also pleased. With both daughters of the vice minister's family marrying into noble houses, they all basked in the glory. As Xia Mingzhu departed with her dowry list and the document in hand, the upward curl of her lips betrayed her soaring spirit. In the dead of night, a slightly plump figure moved with surprising agility, weaving silently through the Xia household. That night, every kitchen, storeroom, and private vault within the Xia residence, the hidden compartments in the minister's study, and the sealed dowry chests of the two young ladies were stripped of their contents, vanishing without a trace. Oddly, the petty thief had left the personal belongings in the master's bedchambers untouched. The next morning, Li Wenwen was still lost in slumber. Madam, terrible news. Our household has been robbed again. What? Li Wenwen jolted upright from her sickbed, startled. She sprang from the bed, not even pausing to throw on a robe, and dashed barefoot to her vanity. Fumbling open her jewelry box, she found her ornaments intact, and the silver notes and loose change in the lower compartments. Turning to survey the curio cabinet, she saw all her display treasures accounted for. The panic in Li Wenwen's heart slowed. Her legs weak, she collapsed onto the soft couch, gasping for breath. A maidservant knelt before her, carefully wiping her feet with a clean cloth and slipping on embroidered slippers. Li Wenwen shot a cold glare at the kneeling maid. You worthless slave, bursting in here with all this racket at dawn. Are you tired of living? Spare me, madam. I came because the head cook reported a theft in the household. The head cook? What did she say was stolen? She said everything in the main kitchen was taken. Hearing it was only the kitchen, Li Wenwen dismissed it as a false alarm. She cast a disdainful sidelong glance at the clumsy maid. Just some food lost from the kitchen. You worthless girl, shouting at the top of your lungs at this hour. You have no manners at all. Someone slap her mouth. An elderly matron approached, the maid, bamboo paddle in hand. The maid burst into tears, stammering in desperate defense. Please, madam, have mercy. I only came because I had no choice to disturb your rest. The head cook said it wasn't just a few scraps. Everything in the main kitchen is gone. Not just the food, but all the pots, pans, ladles, chopping boards, cleavers. Even the firewood by the stove. Not a single stick left behind. What kind of thief was this? Even the firewood wasn't spared. The cook dared use such an absurd excuse to fool the mistress of the house. Li Wenwen was furious. Preposterous. Our household has over 100 mouths to feed. The amount of provisions in the main kitchen is considerable. Even if the thief had supernatural powers, how could they possibly move all of that out silently without alerting the night guards? The maid sobbed. Madam, these are the head cook's words. I swear I'm not lying. The head cook was Li Wenwen's trusted confidant. She had managed the kitchen impeccably for years. Such a thing was simply impossible. Fear nothing but a lying wench. Have you lost your mind? How dare you claim you're not lying? Please, madam, see for yourself. The head cook is waiting outside the courtyard right now to see you. If you doubt me, just summon her, and you'll know I speak the truth. Oomph, you lying wench. Matron Hua, teach her a proper lesson. The maid's screams echoed through the room. Li Wenwen didn't believe a single word. Who ever heard of a thief stealing someone's firewood? Last time the thief had targeted the inner courtyard, which explained why the outer guards hadn't noticed. Though the thief had made off with plenty, it was all valuables, small and easily carried. It made sense for thieves to go after expensive things. But hauling away firewood, pots, pans, and sacks of grain, that was not only difficult to move, but carried enormous risk. And most importantly, those things weren't worth a copper. What master thief would risk their neck for that? What would be the point? Could the kitchen staff have stolen it themselves, staging this whole farce to fool her? With the wedding feast for her 2 daughters today, perhaps their little scheme had spiraled out of control, and now they were desperate for a flim. Li Wenwen was convinced she had uncovered the truth. Twirling her long, ornamental nail guards, she was already plotting how to punish those insolent servants. After savoring the maid's pitiful state for a moment, she summoned another servant. I'm hungry. Tell the private kitchen to bring. The maid hurried out, but returned moments later in a panic, followed by the private kitchen cook. Both knelt before Li Wenwen. Madam, something terrible has happened. The maid's face was pale, and the cook's was just as ashen. The two of you panicking like this. What is the meaning of this? Madam. Both were too terrified to speak. Their frantic expressions mirrored the maid who had been punished moments ago. A sense of dread crept into Li Wenwen's heart. Could something really have happened? She pointed at the cook. You, tell me what. The cook knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Madam, everything in the private kitchen is gone. Li Wenwen waved her hand, signaling Matron Hua to drag the half-conscious maid away, then turned to the cook. What do you mean, The cook replied, Madam, it's just like the main kitchen. Everything in the private kitchen, food or otherwise, anything that could be carried has been taken. Not a thing remains. The main kitchen stripped bare. The private kitchen stripped bare too. Li Wenwen shot to her feet and strode toward the private. It was barely a dozen meters away. She reached it in moments. From a distance, she could see the wide-open door revealing an empty interior. She stepped across the threshold and scanned the room. The kitchen, once brimming with supplies, now held nothing but the stove, which was built into the floor. Everything else was truly gone. Li Wenwen swayed on her feet. She bit her lip, and only the sharp pain kept her from collapsing. A maid steadied her as she returned. Li Wenwen finally deigned to summon the steward of the main kitchen into her chambers, interrogating him meticulously. To her surprise, the steward's account matched precisely what the little maid had said. Forced to accept the reality of yet another theft within the manor, Li Wenwen felt her vision darken once more. Today was the auspicious day for the vice minister's mansion to marry off its daughters. Guests would arrive in the afternoon. If when the guests thronged the gates the mansion could not even produce tea, refreshments, or teacups for hospitality, then Xia Yuanxiao would surely divorce her, the mistress of the household. With trembling hands, Li Wenwen retrieved 10,000 silver taels and banknotes from her jewelry box. After a moment's thought, she extracted 2,000 and handed them to the steward of the main kitchen. She ordered her to immediately take the servants into the streets to purchase ready-made pastries, fruits, tea leaves, and teacups, as well as pots, pans, bowls, rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat. Whatever was needed to muddle through the day. Given the urgency and large quantity, the prices would certainly not be low. At the thought of the money about to be spent, Li Wenwen's heart ached, as if bleeding. No sooner had the steward left than Xia Yuanxiao arrived at Li Wenwen's courtyard, accompanied by concubine Li, and holding the hand of the fourth Miss, Xia Mingwan, his face dark with displeasure. Before the two could even settle into their seats and state their purpose, another concubine, Zhuang, arrived flusteredly, leading the third Miss Xia Mingxing. Next, the maids of Xia Mingyue and Xia Mingzhu arrived one after another. Since both were brides today, and not suited to appear in public, they had merely sent maids to report that the small kitchens in their courtyards had also been robbed. The last to arrive was the page boy from Xia Qingda's courtyard. Having attended to Xia Qingda for most of the previous night, he was utterly exhausted. After rising early and summoning a meal, he discovered that not a single pastry could be found in the small kitchen. He reported this to Xia Qingda, who, too lazy to stir himself, sent the page to find Li Wenwen. According to the tally, every single kitchen in the entire vice minister's mansion, large and small, had been thoroughly cleaned out by the petty thief. The roomful of people had just been red-facedly criticizing Li Wenwen for lax household management. Now learning that the entire mansion had been stripped of even a single grain of rice, they were all dumbfounded. Madam, what is the mean? Madam, this concubine is of humble status, and can endure a meal or two without food, but the third miss is still a child, she cannot bear hunger. Madam, the fourth miss barely ate last night, and this morning she finally had a small appetite. But now in this concubine's courtyard there isn't even a cup of hot water to be had. My poor fourth miss, what are we to do? The two concubines wept and wailed, clutching their daughters. Xia Yuanxiao also began to press his demands. Li, it is already late, the guests will arrive soon. Take out silver at once and arrange for emergency purchases. On such an important day, we must not disgrace the vice. Faced with a barrage of aggressive faces, Li Wenwen felt nothing but desolation. All the efforts she had expended, the countless schemes she had devised to secure the position of the legitimate wife, now seemed utterly absurd. My lord, after learning of the theft in the main kitchen this morning, I dispatched servants to purchase emergency supplies. However, the purchases will take some time. In the meantime, I must ask you, the two young ladies and the two sisters, to bear with the inconvenience. Li Wenwen spoke the truth, and the others could hardly press further. After all, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook. Without rice, no matter how much they pressured her, she could not conjure food out of thin air. The group refused to disperse and remained seated in Li Wenwen's room to wait. After excusing herself to Xia Yu and Xiao, Li Wenwen tidied her clothes briefly and headed towards Xia Mingyu's courtyard. In Xia Mingyu's courtyard, her 64-tray betrothal gifts and 48-tray dowry were all neatly laid out. Representatives from both households were present, each affixing a seal, making records, and then having servants carry them out of the mansion. On the wedding day, the dowry was sent to the groom's house in the morning. The bride would bid farewell to her parents at an auspicious hour in the afternoon, parade through the streets, and then be delivered to the groom's residence for the wedding ceremony. The porters were sent by the groom's family, and during the transportation, trusted individuals from both sides accompanied the dowry. This was done to avoid any mishaps during the move. The same process was underway for Xia Mingyu, whose dowry was also being carried out continuously. As Li Wenwen entered Xia Mingyu's room, before she even reached the inner chamber, she heard Xia Mingyu retching. "Where are you?" Realizing the possibility, Li Wenwen's face turned ghastly. Xia Mingyu's face was pale, and her gaze wavered when she looked at Li Wenwen. "Mother, why have you come?" Seeing her daughter like this, Li Wenwen felt a headache coming on. "Where, I ask you, are you?" "Mother." Knowing she could not deceive her own mother, Xia Mingyu nodded pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears. "Where are you, you foolish girl?" "Mother, tell me, is the child the heir?" Xia's. Seeing Xia Mingyu nod, Li Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief. "How long have you been pregnant?" "About a month or so." Enraged, Li Wenwen jabbed a finger at Xia Mingyu's forehead. "You reckless, disobedient girl. How could you do something so foolish? If today's affair succeeds, fine, but if it fails, you'll have to hang yourself with a white silk cord, leaving me your mother to bury a child before her time." Hearing Li Wenwen's words, Xia Mingyu finally felt a chill of fear. She clung to her mother's arm, gently shaking it. "Mother, your daughter has already recognized her mistake." Li Wenwen truly loved her daughter Xia Mingyu and had always wished to secure a bright future for her. Having suffered the bitter fate of being an illegitimate daughter, a dowry maid, and a lowly concubine all her life, she hoped her daughter could marry into a noble family with a spotless reputation and hold her head high as a legitimate wife. She never expected Xia Mingyu to be so lacking in self-respect, nearly catching her off guard. "You child, you've simply had too comfortable a life and never tasted hardship, which is why you have so little regard for yourself." Xia Mingyu smiled shyly. "Mother, the child is brother Heiress. As long as I can marry him today, I believe he will treat me well in the future." Seeing her daughter so naively, Li Wenwen felt nothing but bitterness in her mouth. "Even if you do succeed in marrying into the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion today, because you had an affair with the heir Xia before marriage, the Marchioness of Wei Yuan will never look kindly upon you. Even the heir Xia, because of your lack of self-respect, will come to think less of you in the days to come. Mother, brother Huayu promised me he would be good to me forever." "I hope you won't regret this," Li Wenwen said. "Mother, I certainly won't regret it. I trust brother Huayu's character." Thinking of Xia Huayu's impeccable reputation, Li Wenwen's anxious heart eased slightly. Enough. Since things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. At least your belly is only a little over a month along. When you reach full term, we can still pass it off as a premature birth." Xia Mingyu nodded in agreement. That was exactly what Xia Huayu had said to comfort her that night. Li Wenwen sighed. You might fool outsiders with this, but in the Wei Yuan Marquis manor, you certainly won't fool your mother-in-law. Your reputation will be ruined." Recalling the stern, dark face the Marchioness of Wei Yuan always wore upon seeing her, Xia Mingyu felt a chill of fear. That mother-in-law would surely be difficult to deal with. "Mother, I regret it too, but what's done is done." "Yes, what's done is done. There's no use in talking. We'll just have to take things one. Enough of that. Come try on your wedding dress." With the help of her maid, Xia Mingyu carefully donned the bright. It was winter, the coldest time of the year. Li Wenwen had instructed the sewing room to make Xia Mingyu's gown exceptionally thick and large, so that once she wore it she appeared almost twice her size. With the red veil covering her head, her silhouette was nearly indistinguishable from Xia Mingyu, who wore a thin gown. Unless one was a close acquaintance, it would be impossible to tell them apart. It was enough to fool anyone. After putting on the dress, Xia Mingyu spun around in front of Li Wenwen, then placed the veil on her head, and took a few steps with her back. "Mother, how do I look? Do I resemble her?" "Yes, so much so. Both in figure and from behind you look very similar. But that little wench seems to be a bit taller than you." What should we do then?" "Don't worry, your mother has prepared for this." A pair of height-increasing shoes appeared in Li Wenwen's hands. Hua immediately knelt down to help Xia Mingyu put them on. Xia Mingyue stood up in the shoes, and Li Wenwen circled around her. Now you look exactly the same both in figure and height. Li Wenwen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to instruct Xia Mingyue's personal maid. Remember your mistress veil, and that wench's veil are both embroidered with blooming twin lotus flowers. However, on your mistress veil there is an extra long flower bud on the design. This servant remembers. Don't lead the wrong. Rest assured, madam. This servant is my mistress' dowry maid, and am counting on her for a good life. Good. If all goes well today, you will be duly rewarded. This servant thanks madam, thanks mistress. After the maid withdrew, Li Wenwen handed a small box to Xia Mingyue. You enter, here are 5,000 taels in banknotes, a little nest egg your mother has prepared for you. She had originally prepared 10,000 taels, but due to the kitchen theft this morning, she had used 2,000 to purchase supplies. She kept the remaining 3,000 for herself, not giving it to Xia Mingyue to have on hand for emergencies. After all, since she had made up the shortfall in Xia Ming's dowry, she was practically penniless. She even owed Xia Yuanxiao 100,000 taels, hoping that after Xia Mingyu's marriage, she could get the money from her to repay the debt. That 10,000 taels had been scraped together from various sources. The morning's kitchen theft had also stirred a sense of crisis. She thought that if she had no money at all and another theft or accident occurred, she could rely on those 3,000 taels to tide herself over temporarily. Xia Mingyue was completely unaware of Li Wenwen's predicament. She only knew that the 10,000 taels her mother had promised had inexplicably shrunk to 5,000. Upon receiving the 5,000 taels in banknotes, a surge of resentment inexplicably rose in Xia Mingyu's heart. She wanted to lash out, but knowing she would need her family's support after marriage, she was forced to swallow her displeasure. At Xia Ming's courtyard, after sending Xiao He to report the theft in her kitchen to Li Wenwen, Xia Mingzhu pulled Xiao Chui into the inner room. She brought out 2 double-boiled soup bowls and 2 plates of golden crispy crab roe soup dumplings. The two of them ate, and for Xia Ming's wedding, Li Wenwen had given her all the servants from her courtyard, the black and white duo 1 2 3 4 tongs, Xiao Qing from the kitchen, and Meipo the doorkeeper. Xiao Cui's deed had always been in Xia Ming's possession. A few days prior, Xia Mingzhu had freed her from servitude. However, the young girl claimed she had no home to return to and insisted on staying by Xia Ming's side. Xia Mingzhu was quite fond of the girl, so she allowed it. She had specifically instructed Xiao Chui to leave the Xia residence immediately after she herself departed for the wedding and to wait for her at one of her dowry properties. Once she was settled, no later than 3 days, she would personally come to bring Xiao Chui into the manor. The obedient girl had already packed her bags 2 days prior and sent them to the outer courtyard. She was only waiting for Xia Mingzhu to board the bridal sedan that day, after which she would leave immediately, never to return to this Xia residence that disgusted her. Inside the room, the mistress and maid ate merrily. Outside, the stewardess assigned by Li Wenwen to Xia Mingzhu dutifully supervised the dowry chests being carried away one by one in the biting wind. As for those flashy but hollow large items and the ornate chests filled with stones, Xia Mingzhu wished they would value them even more. The more they valued them, now the more heart-wrenching it would be when the chests were opened. At the thought of that scene, Xia Ming's appetite surged, and she immediately brought out 2 more bowls of soup, eating until Xiao Chui was hiccuping uncontrollably. Time flew by, and it was noon. The purchasing staff managed to bring back some meat and vegetables before midday, and the kitchen hastily prepared some food for the mistresses. As for everyone else, they would have to go hungry, or a missed meal or 2 wouldn't kill them. Xiao Chui carried Xia Ming's food box into the room, and opened it to find a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup. There was minced pork, eggplant, braised tofu, a green vegetable, and meatball soup, and a bowl of rice. Xiao Chui puffed up her, "Mistress, look at them. It's outrageous. Even if they can't manage the 18 dishes they promised for every meal, they shouldn't fob you off with this. And today is your wedding day. Giving you this to eat is just bullying." The more Xiao Chui spoke, the angrier she became, her small face flushed red. Xia Mingzhu soothed her. Now, Xiao Chui. We should occasionally try to understand Li Shi's difficulties." Xiao Cui's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that those words had come from Xia Mingzhu, the very girl who had once wished nothing but death upon Li Wenwen. "Xiao Chui, your mistress is getting married today. Do you know what that means? It means him leaving this Xia mansion forever, and he'll never come. So your mistress is in a very, very good mood today? Do you understand?" The little maid nodded, though her eyes were filled with bewilderment. Xia Mingzhu ruffled the little maid's messy hair and continued, "Your mistress is magnanimous and broad-minded, so we'll simply let this meal slide today." Got it this time? Well then, she had thought her mistress had changed her temperament. Turns out she was just in a good mood because she was getting, "All right, mistress. Then today Xiao Chui will also be generous and let it slide." What an adorable little girl she was. Xia Mingzhu grabbed Xiao Chui and kneaded her chubby cheeks until the little maid protested, and only then did she let go with lingering satisfaction. Not long after the meal, a kind-faced madam entered Xia Ming's courtyard. This was the all-blessed madam that Li Wenwen had specially arranged for her. "Greetings, Miss Xia. My maiden name is Li, and my married name is Tian. I am here today to help you with your bridal makeup." This Madame Tian had both parents alive and a house full of sons and daughters. Truly a woman of complete blessings. Aside from her husband being merely a fifth-rank official, everything else about her was perfect. Greetings, Madame Tian. Thank you for taking the trouble to come all this way from Mingzhu. It is my honor to prepare Miss Xia's bridal makeup. You flatter me, Madame Tian. Please sit down, have some hot tea and refreshments before we begin. Despite the freezing weather, Madame Tian hadn't felt too cold on her way here. Still, a cup of hot tea on a winter's day was a welcome comfort, so she didn't decline. After a short rest of about half a quarter of an hour, Xia Mingzhu sat before the dressing table, as instructed her back to Madame Tian. Madame Tian picked up a white jade comb and gently ran it through Xia Mingzhu's glossy raven-black hair. On this day of bridal combing, joy fills the halls. May Xia's jewel Mingzhu adorned today be as radiant as flowers and bright as the sun and moon. May her married life be sweet as honey as she walks hand in hand with her beloved on a path of bliss. First comb smooth to the dark hair's end. Second comb to silver strands at the brow. Third comb to sons and grandsons aplenty. Fourth comb to hearts bound as one. Fifth comb to a harmonious union. Sixth comb to a lifetime of peace and health. Seventh comb to auspicious stars over the whole family. Eighth comb to the couple's fortune and rank. Ninth comb to a love that endures through eternity. 10th comb to growing old together. Comb upon comb, evenly from top to bottom. May the couple share 100 years of harmony, forever united. May their hair turn white together in a blessed and perfect union. Hearing such a combing blessing for the first time, Xia Mingzhu felt she had truly broadened her horizons. Even Xiao Chui gaped with envy, daydreaming about receiving such a blessing on her own wedding day. After the blessing, Madame Tian skillfully coiled Xia Mingzhu's flowing black hair into a matron's bun, adorning it with ornaments crafted from pure gold. When it came time for the makeup, Madame Tian marveled at Xia Mingzhu's skin, so fine that her pores were nearly invisible. Miss Xia, your skin is truly exquisite, so smooth and delicate. If only you were a bit slimmer, it would be even more perfect. Slimmer? What a fancy way to say fat. Xia Mingzhu's lips twitched, but she decided it wasn't worth arguing with an irrelevant person, so she said nothing. Madame Tian clearly hadn't seen her when she had first arrived in this world. Weighing over 200 jin, with a greasy face, rough skin, and acne. Otherwise, who knows if she'd still be doling out such compliments. At present, Xia Mingzhu weighed at most 150 or 60 jin, still firmly within the realm of plumpness. With the toxins mostly purged from her body, losing weight was a trivial matter for her. She had deliberately kept her weight in check, afraid that shedding pounds too quickly would make people look at her as if she were some kind of monster. Besides, her plumpness served as a form of camouflage. When she balled up her fist, the sheer size of it was far more intimidating than any ordinary woman's. Madame Tian, oblivious to Xia Mingzhu's inner grumbling, began applying the makeup. Layer upon layer of white fragrant powder was patted onto Xia Mingzhu's face. Xia Mingzhu felt as if she were wearing a mask. Whenever she twitched her facial muscles, the skin felt taut and stiff, with white powder flaking off. After the powder, Madame Tian picked up a box of rouge and carefully applied it to Xia Mingzhu's cheeks over and over again. She continued until she was finally satisfied. Lastly, she took a blood-red lip balm, dipped her finger into it, and meticulously coated Xia Mingzhu's lips in a thick layer. Setting down the lip balm, Madame Tian glanced at her handiwork and quickly turned her head away, unable to bear looking at it. Miss Xia, you look absolutely beautiful today. My work here is done. All that's left for you is to change into your bridal gown and await the groom's procession. Thank you for your trouble, Madame Tian. Madame Tian took her leave. After she was gone, Xia Mingzhu shook the powder from her eyelashes and struggled to open her eyes. The blurry figure reflected in the bronze mirror nearly made Xia Mingzhu shriek. Good heavens! The person in the mirror looked more terrifying than a zombie from the apocalypse. A ghastly pale face, two rosy red cheeks, and lips that looked like she'd just been drinking blood. When the groom lifted her veil and saw this sight, would he be scared to death on the spot? When that all-blessed madam had recited the combing blessing so earnestly, Xia Mingzhu had thought Li Wenwen had changed her ways. Little did she know this was the trap she'd been setting all along. Staring at her reflection, Xia Mingzhu's shoulders shook with silent laughter. Xiao Chui, oblivious to it all, saw her mistress happy and grinned along foolishly. Xiao Chui, I'm stepping out for a moment. Bolt the door and don't open it for anyone until I return in a quarter of an hour. That Madame Tian had colluded with Li Wenwen to humiliate her. This matter was far from over. Okay. The moment Xiao Chui agreed, Xia Mingzhu had already leaped out the back window and vanished. Madame Tian, having just committed her misdeed, felt a growing unease after leaving the Yilan courtyard. She had always been renowned for her virtue, and thanks to her skilled hands was frequently invited by other noble families to serve as their all-blessed madam. Today she had assumed her task for Miss Xia would be no different from the usual. But upon arriving at the Xia mansion, she received a special instruction from the lady of the house. A young lattice wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and yet she had allowed her to go to her wedding ceremony looking like that. The thought of being resented by Xia Mingzhu for the rest of her life weighed heavily on Madame Tian's heart. As Lady Tian lowered her head and made her way slowly toward Li Wenwen's courtyard, she heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground behind her. When she turned to look, she noticed the young maid leading the way had also collapsed heavily. A sharp pain shot through her neck, darkness closed in, and she lost consciousness. When she finally awoke, it was the searing pain in her stomach that roused her. Her stomach churned violently, as if a tempest raged within. Before she could even find a place to relieve herself, she found herself soiled and reeking. That day, clutching her stomach and shielding her face with her sleeve, she fled the vice minister's residence in such haste that she didn't even stay to witness the departure of the two Miss Xia for their weddings. Back at Ilan Court, Xia Mingzhu barely had time to catch her breath before ordering Chui'er to help her into her wedding gown. "Miss, your gown seems different from second Miss." "Different how, eh? Though both are embroidered with blooming peonies, I saw clearly that yours is a thin jacket, while second Miss, though also thin, has an extra thick lining inside." "Oh, Miss, don't you find this strange?" "What's strange about it?" "I don't know, it just feels wrong somehow." Xia Mingzhu let out a snicker. Silly Chui'er, who in this world adds a lining to their wedding gown? Even in cold weather, one would simply make the gown larger and wear warmer clothes underneath. "That's true, Miss. But why would second Miss have her gown made that way?" "Take a guess." "I can't guess." "If you can't guess, then let it be. Tomorrow you'll naturally understand the secret behind it." Chui'er pouted, then began to act coy. Xia Mingzhu remained unmoved. A knock came at the door. "First Miss, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the main hall to bid farewell to your parents." "Understood." Chui'er helped Xia Mingzhu don her veil and escorted her out of Ilan Court towards the front courtyard. The group of dowry attendants, including the black and white cats, followed closely behind. They passed through the second gate of the rear courtyard, crossed into the front yard, and after another short walk finally entered the main hall. Xia Yuanxiao and Li Wenwen sat at the head with guests seated on both sides, men and women separately. Before they even entered the hall, Chui'er let out a low gasp. "Miss Second Miss is already inside, but she looks very different from usual." "Different how, eh? She seems to have gained weight and looks a bit taller." "Anything else?" "Her gown's pattern and veil's design are exactly the same as yours." The two brides now stood together. "Miss, from behind you and Second Miss look almost identical." "I see." Chui'er gripped Xia Mingzhu's hand anxiously. Xia Mingzhu patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, everything is within." "Yes. Now step back. Remember, once I leave the residence, you must leave this place immediately." "All right, Miss, you must remember to come for me." "Of course." While the sisters exchanged quiet words, the Xia clan elder officiating the ceremony had already finished his opening remarks. "Kneel to honor your parents' nurturing grace, 3 kowtows." Xia Mingwei obediently knelt and bowed to the couple above. Xia Mingzhu, however, stood as still as a mountain. "Why does the first Miss not kneel?" "To answer the elder, my birth mother was my father's first wife, who passed away long ago. The current Madam Li is merely a dowry made from my mother's side. How could she possibly deserve a kneel from me?" On this very day, Xia Mingzhu once again brought up Li Wenwen's past as a dowry made, striking a blow directly to her face. Li Wenwen's face flushed red with humiliation. "First Miss, after the late Madam's passing, I did raise you for 5 years. Even without merit, I have endured much toil. Today is your auspicious wedding day. If you refuse to kneel, so be it, but why must you humiliate me in this manner?" Xia Mingzhu's public slap to Li Wenwen's face also brought shame upon Xia Yuanxiao. "Xia Mingzhu, you unfilial girl. You've always been disobedient, and now on your wedding day you dare to speak so rudely before the guests. Today you are to be married off. From now on you are no longer a sheltered maiden. You must learn some decorum. Now kneel down, immediately apologize to your mother, and seek her forgiveness. Otherwise you won't leave this house today." "Huh." Xia Yuanxiao dared to threaten her with this. Xia Mingzhu let out a cold. In one swift motion, she reached up and tore off her red veil, revealing the terrifying face beneath. "Ah! Ah!" A cacophony of gasps and screams rose and fell, taking a long while to subside. Xia Mingzhu was quite satisfied with the reaction she elicited. Since father is so reluctant to see his daughter wed today, then this marriage is off. Xia Mingwei cried out, "Sister, you can't." Li Wenwen pleaded, "First Miss, do not speak nonsense." Hearing that Xia Mingzhu refused to marry both mother and daughter, let out frantic exclamations. Li Wenwen said in a fluster, "My lord, the first Miss is kind at heart, just a little childish and willful. Her mention of her birth mother today is a testament to her pure filial piety. Even if her words were a bit harsh, it is under—" With that, Li Wenwen bowed deeply to Xia Yuanxiao. "My lord, please calm your anger. I beg you to forgive the first Miss just this once for the sake of her auspicious day." Given Xia Mingzhu's stubborn temperament, if she truly called off the wedding, it would be a disaster. Xia Yuanxiao regretted his impulsive words the moment he said them. Thankfully, Li Wenwen provided him an out, which he quickly took. "Mingzhu, since your mother has pleaded for you, I will let this matter slide. But you must not behave like this in the future." Xia Mingzhu remained silent. Xia Yuanxiao, unfazed, continued, "Today is your wedding day. Removing your veil on your own is most improper." Her makeup was truly a sight to behold, the stuff of nightmares, and no one knew which auspicious matron had applied it. As Xia Yuanxiao softened, Xia Mingzhu stopped glaring at him with defiance. When he told her to put her veil back on, she deliberately looked around the room, letting everyone take in her makeup. Finally, she flashed a wide, blood-red smile at Li Wanwen, scaring her so much that she pressed back against her chair, before finally placing the veil back on her head. After this disruption, the ceremony to bid farewell to her parents could not continue, and was hastily concluded. At the Xia residence entrance at precisely the same moment, two identical bridal sedan chairs came to a stop. It was known to all in the capital that Xia Huayu despised Xia Mingzhu, so no one was surprised that he did not come to escort the bride personally. Gu Haosen of the Prince Xinyuan's mansion had been bedridden for a long time, and could pass away at any moment, so it was even less likely that he would come. Thus neither of the two wedding processions had a groom present, only the palanquins and the matchmakers. Soon two brides who appeared to be of large build, and looked exactly alike, were helped to the door simultaneously. Seeing the two nearly identical unmarked wedding processions, everyone was utterly bewildered. The accompanying matron arranged by Li Wanwen for Xia Mingwei stepped forward and asked loudly, "May I ask which of you is the procession from the Weiyuan Marquis mansion? And which one is from the Prince Xinyuan's mansion?" "Our palanquin is from the Weiyuan Marquis mansion. The eldest Miss Xia, the second Miss Xia, please come this way. We are the procession from the Prince Xinyuan's mansion." After confirming the processions, Xia Mingyu's personal maid suddenly slipped. As she fell, she clumsily pulled down the matchmaker beside her. When the matchmaker fell, she in turn dragged another maid. This chain reaction caused a large number of the accompanying maids and matrons to tumble down, except for the brides, who were quickly pulled aside in the panic. Their fall caused a brief commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Mingwei was pulled by her confidant and quietly swapped positions with Xia Mingzhu. After the group had all stood up and tidied themselves slightly, spotting the maid whose headdress had an extra double flower ornament, she immediately supported the other bride's hand and headed towards the palanquin of the Prince Xinyuan's mansion. Meanwhile, He Xiao and Bai Xiao, who had just regained their composure, were urged by the matchmaker to help the other bride into the remaining empty palanquin. The palanquin set off, accompanied by the booming of gongs and the blaring of suona horns heavy with the weight of the 8 bearers. The two brides, seated in their respective grand palanquins, were carried in opposite directions, slowly departing from the Xia Shalong's residence. Having never ridden in a palanquin in either of her 2 lives, Xia Mingzhu found the experience utterly novel. Hiding inside, her heart pounding with anxiety, she eventually tore off her red veil, lifted a corner of the curtain, and peered out furtively at the common folk lining the streets to offer their blessings. Today the Prince Xinyuan's mansion had prepared 3 large baskets of copper coins in advance, scattering them along the route, causing the delighted citizens to scramble for them. Such a lively scene was absolutely impossible in the apocalypse. Watching this, Xia Mingzhu was itching to join in. If it weren't for her current inconvenient situation, she would have really loved to go and partake in the fun. The palanquin swayed along until after about half an hour it finally arrived at the gates of the Prince Xinyuan's mansion. Beneath a plaque bearing black characters on a gold background stood a vermilion gate, flanked by 2 stone lions with red silk tied around their chests, looking both mighty and imposing. The palanquin landed at the mansion's entrance. According to tradition, the next step was for the groom Gu Haosen to kick the palanquin door and then lead Xia Mingzhu through the main gate and over the brazier. But even though the palanquin had arrived, the groom was nowhere to be seen to receive the bride and escort her into the mansion. Inside the Prince Xinyuan's mansion in Gu Haosen's courtyard, Gu Haosen, lying in bed, was seized by a violent fit of coughing before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. After his personal attendant served him tea to rinse his mouth, he helped him lie back down gently. This had become a frequent occurrence over the past 2 months. When Gu Haosen first started coughing up blood, each episode had thrown the entire household into a state of panic. But now, with him spitting blood every few days, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Lying in bed, listening to the faint sound of suona horns in the distance, a wave of sorrow welled up in Gu Haosen's heart. The grand matriarch of the Prince Xinyuan's mansion, his good grandmother, disregarding his frail health, had already sent 3 waves of people to urge him to come out and perform the wedding ceremony. Yet with his body in this state, he could hardly even stand, let alone go through with the rites. He was truly willing, but physically unable. The Princess of Xinyuan was also enraged by the grand matriarch's excessive behavior. Clutching her chest in pain, a sharp pang of heartache nearly stole her breath away. Why? Why does she insist on this? She knows full well that Xiner's body can't withstand such strain, so why does she force him to go and fetch the bride personally? I have already yielded to her wishes by letting Shiner marry that disreputable second Miss Xia, so why does she still have to be so— The princess, nearly incoherent with rage, wiped her tears and poured out her grievances. Seeing his mother weep for him, Gu Haosen felt a deep sense of guilt. Mother, my Shiner, my precious heart. Let grandmother nag all she wants. As long as you are well, my son, you don't have to go through with this wedding today. The princess, heartbroken over her chronically ill son and furious with her overbearing mother-in-law, no longer wished to play the part of a virtuous daughter-in-law, as the grand matriarch demanded. Gu Haosen also harbored resentment towards the grand matriarch. However, for the sake of his father's plans, it was not yet time to have a falling out with that old crone. Cough, cough, cough. Mother, the second Miss Xia has already arrived at our doorstep. This marriage was personally arranged by grandmother. It's not as simple as my son deciding not to go through with it just because he wants to. The princess knew this reasoning well in her heart, but how could Gu Haosen in his condition possibly perform the wedding ceremony? But Sheener, your health. Mother, this child of yours can barely stand up, let alone go. How about this? Let second brother stand in for me today and receive his sister-in-law into the mansion to perform the rites. Gu Haojuan, Gu Haosen's younger brother, was 20 years old this year and had been married for 2 years. The princess and Gu Haosen's gazes both fell upon him. Second brother, would you be willing to stand in for your elder brother in the ceremony? Gu Haojuan nodded in agreement. Elder brother, rest assured. I will go right away and welcome my sister-in-law into the mansion. That's good. Second brother, hurry and change your clothes. Don't keep your sister-in-law waiting. Gu Haojuan bowed and took his leave. Gu Haosen then looked towards the princess. Cough, cough. Mother, you should also go to the wedding hall and take a seat to avoid grandmother's reproach. But, mother, this is just an old ailment of mine. He'll be fine for now. You can go with peace of mind. All right. Knowing that she could delay no longer, the princess of Zhenyuan simply tidied herself up briefly and hurried off to the wedding hall. In the wedding hall, the grand matriarch of the Prince Zhenyuan's mansion was seated solemnly in the place of honor. The chair on the left was empty, reserved for the Prince of Zhenyuan. Upon arriving, the princess took her seat in the chair next to the grand matriarch. The hall was already packed with guests, all eagerly waiting for the appearance of the sickly groom and the plump bride. As time passed with no sign of the couple, the guests began to whisper amongst themselves. After the palanquin had been parked at the main gate of the Prince Zhenyuan's mansion for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xia Mingzhu, who was dozing off inside, finally sensed the palanquin being given a light kick. Then the curtain of the palanquin was lifted and the matchmaker bent down to enter, supporting Xia Mingzhu by the arm as she stepped. The matchmaker thrust a red silk ribbon into Xia Mingzhu's hand with a large flower tied in the middle. The other end of the ribbon was hidden by her bridal veil, allowing her only to see the lower half of a red robe and a pair of black boots embroidered with gold patterns. Xia Mingzhu thought, this man walks with steady, unhurried steps, showing no sign of weakness. He is definitely not that sick. Held by that person, Xia Mingzhu stepped over the brazier, a ritual meant to ward off evil spirits and pray for a thriving future, then planted her feet upon the transmission mat. Having never been married in either her previous or current life, Xia Mingzhu found the entire experience utterly novel. The two of them walked side by side toward the wedding hall. Inside the crowded hall, incense and candles had already been lit. Seeing the newlyweds finally enter the hall, the presiding official immediately proclaimed, I hereby declare the harmony of heaven, earth, and man, the union of yin and yang. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. After the simple and swift process, Xia Mingzhu was escorted by maids to Gu Haosen's courtyard in the rear. Gu Haosen's courtyard was festively decorated today, with large red 11 characters pasted on doors and windows and red silk draped over trees and rockeries. Apart from the ailing Gu Haosen himself, the entire courtyard was indeed brimming with joy. The bridal chamber was set up in the room adjacent to Gu Haosen's main dwelling. Xia Mingzhu was helped into the bridal chamber by the maids and seated on the bed. Then all the maids and elderly attendants, with bored and restless Xia Mingzhu, was left alone in the bridal chamber. She sat upright for nearly half an hour, yet no one came to attend to her. It seemed the surprise of lifting the veil would likely be wasted. After enduring the heavy veil and the weighty ornaments on her head for so long, Xia Mingzhu's neck ached unbearably. She yanked off the veil with one hand and swiftly removed all the glittering head ornaments. Earlier that morning at the Xia residence, she had eaten only from her own spatial storage. A lunch had been equally simple. After all this commotion, by now she felt her stomach growling again. Xia Mingzhu's eyes swept across the bridal chamber. The large red dragon and phoenix wedding candles illuminated the room brightly. Apart from the decorative items, everything had been replaced with festive red. Searching the entire room, she found only a pot of cold tea and a plate of hard pastry on the table before her. Today was her own wedding day, yet the bride herself had not even a sip of hot tea to drink. It seemed the bride was not particularly welcome. Very well then. Today no one would enjoy a good meal. Xia Mingzhu quickly shed her eye-catching bridal robe, put on a dark-colored outfit, bolted the bridal chamber door from inside, and slipped out through the back window. Though dusk had fallen, the sky was not yet fully dark. Moreover, Xia Mingzhu was unfamiliar with the layout of the Zhenyuan prince's mansion, so after a few leaps, she was already on the rooftop. Standing on the roof, she carefully observed the mansion. Before long, she spotted a spot where smoke was continuously rising. She descended cautiously from the roof, using the trees for cover and her keen senses to avoid the mansion's guards. In no time, she reached the spot where the smoke had been. It was indeed the main kitchen. Inside, people were bustling about, and maids carrying dishes came and went in an endless stream. The enticing aroma of food made Xia Mingzhu swallow hard. On such a joyous day at the prince's mansion, delicacies from land and sea were indispensable. Many of the dishes were utterly unheard of to Xia Mingzhu, a bumpkin from the apocalypse. After the wedding ceremony, guests were led to their seats by servants. The main kitchen was also ready to serve the banquet. For today's feast, the steward had specially ordered 8 large stoves to be built behind the main kitchen. They were used exclusively for steaming lamb trotters whole chickens. But in the blink of an eye, when the kitchen helpers looked away from the fire, the steaming baskets that had been lined up on the outdoor stoves were gone. Where had they all gone? Those steaming baskets contained all the steamed dishes and stewed soups for today's banquet. The kitchen helper guarding the baskets was terrified and let out a wailing cry. Everyone in the main kitchen, including the serving maids except for 2 who were busy with their hands, ran out to see the commotion. Such a bizarre incident was utterly incomprehensible. Out of curiosity, a crowd began helping the kitchen helper search for the missing steaming baskets. But they were doomed to find nothing. After searching around outside without success, they returned to the main kitchen. All the tables that had been laden with dishes were now gone, and the few people who had not gone out were lying on the floor in a deep sleep. At that moment, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Is this a ghost? Everything is gone. What are we going to do? The main kitchen was robbed right under our noses. Will we be beaten to death? It's over, all over. Head steward, what should we do? In the main kitchen, a group of people were running around in panic. Some trembling with fear, some wailing, some scratching their heads in desperation. Just then, because only 2 or 3 dishes had been served from the continuous flow of the banquet, the Princess of Jinan had to send her trusted nanny Qian to urge the kitchen to hurry. Head steward, what is going on in the main kitchen? The guests outside are waiting for their dishes. What are you dawdling about? The head steward with her big round face looked at Nanny Qian as if she was about to cry. Nanny Qian, it's not that we don't want to serve the dishes. We simply can't serve them now. What do you mean you can't serve them? Weren't the dishes supposed to be prepared 3 days in advance? Nanny Qian, we did prepare 3 days in advance. Just a quarter of an hour ago, all the dishes we had prepared were right here. But a quarter of an hour ago, our prepared dishes were stolen. Nanny Qian was utterly incredulous. The head steward, you must be joking. Nanny Qian, if I Wang Ho Hot am lying to you, may I die a miserable death. Since the head steward Wang Ho Hot had sworn such a dire oath, Nanny Qian had no choice but to believe her. Very well, head steward. Even if a few prepared dishes were stolen, it's not a big deal. The guests outside are still waiting. Now quickly pick out a few dishes that weren't stolen and send them out. Not stolen. Send them out immediately. This time the head steward could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Nanny Qian, I cannot fulfill this request. We prepared for 3 days and worked all day today. Every single dish we made, just a quarter of an hour ago, was stolen. What? This is absurd. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. Old Madam Qian, puffed up with rage like a blowfish, stormed into the main kitchen. Was this even the main kitchen anymore? It was so spotless that aside from the still-burning stove there was nothing else left. Given how clean it was, even a rat would have to leave behind a grain of rice. Now old Madam Qian was truly panicked. She hurried back to report to the prince consort's wife, the Princess of Jinan, insisting that their mansion's main kitchen had been robbed. That crafty thief had not only stolen all the food, but had also taken everything else. The pots, pans, bowls, dishes, tape. The face she had managed to save at the Xia minister's residence was finally lost here at the Prince of Zinan's mansion. Xia Mingzhu returned home with a bounty, leaving the mess behind for whoever might deal with it. She retraced her steps, slipped back into the bridal chamber through the back window, changed into her wedding dress, and then took out a bowl of lightly scented stewed bird's nest and a plate of hibiscus cakes to fill her stomach. As for the more fragrant delicacies, she dared not eat them until the dead of night. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye an hour had. After eating her fill, Xia Mingzhu lounged on the bed, and before she knew it, she had drifted into a deep slumber. Just as she was smacking her lips, savoring the memory of the food, she suddenly heard a noise from the doorway. Fortunately, she had unlatched the door bolt upon her return. Hearing the sound, now she quickly sat up straight and placed the red veil back over her head. Xiaoyue, the personal maidservant of the Princess of Jinan, bowed to Xia Mingzhu. This servant Xiaoyue greets the young madam. The old madam and the princess request your presence. All right. Since Xia Mingzhu's veil had not yet been lifted, Xiaoyue personally supported her as they walked out. They wound their way through the mansion's corridors for over 15 minutes before finally arriving at a modest reception hall. Xia Mingzhu, still under the veil, could not see anyone and was too lazy to offer any salutes. Led by Xiaoyue, she sat down on a stool near the entrance. She heard a gentle female voice speak angrily. This matter is truly absurd. Since you discovered the brides were swapped, why didn't the Weiyuan Marquis residents immediately exchange them back? Instead you wished to let the mistake stand. A soft, effeminate male voice responded. Xia Mingzhu recognized it. It was Xia Huayu. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The brides were swapped because during today's wedding procession the eldest and second Miss Xia were dressed almost identically. Princess of Jinan, even if the Miss Xia sisters were dressed alike, what of their close personal attendants? Could they not distinguish their own mistresses? Xia Huayu, what Your Highness says is true. Such an error should never have occurred today. It's just that I heard a small mishap occurred at the Xia residence's gate while the brides were being escorted into the palanquins, which led to the 2 young ladies boarding the wrong ones. Because the 2 young ladies were inadvertently mixed up, they themselves didn't notice, and neither did we. So after welcoming the bride back, we immediately performed the bowing ceremony and sent them to the bridal chamber. The princess of Jinan nearly laughed in anger. What a flimsy excuse. Xia Huayu continued. After the ceremony, I entered the bridal chamber with the bride. It was only when I lifted the veil of the second Miss Xia that I realized the brides had been swapped. At that moment I wished to exchange them back immediately. However, the second Miss Xia stated that since she had already performed the ceremony with me, she was my wife. She declared that a woman cannot marry twice, and if I insisted on exchanging her for the eldest Miss Xia, she would rather die to prove her resolve. After I finally managed to calm the second Miss Xia, I came here with my parents to discuss the matter with the Prince of Zenin's residence, and we also invited the Xia family to join the discussion. What a show of a woman cannot marry twice. At this moment the princess of Jinan felt only a profound sense of sorrow, and her son, so handsome and elegant, was already gravely ill. She never imagined that even trying to find him a bride to ward off his illness would lead to being schemed against. Her anger surged upwards. Discuss. Marquis of Weiyuan, Minister Xia, how do you propose to resolve this? Let me hear. Xia Yuanxiao was the first to speak. Your Highness Marquis, my Xia residence sent off 2 daughters in marriage today. Once a woman is married, she is like water thrown out. Her affairs are no longer the concern of her natal family. Princess of Jinan, Minister Xia, are you saying that it no longer matters to you whether your 2 daughters are married to the Prince of Zenin's residence or the Weiyuan Marquis residence today? Xia Yuanxiao, yes. Princess of Jinan, Marquis of Weiyuan, what do you have to say? Marquis of Weiyuan, your Highness, this matter should have been simple to resolve. We could have simply exchanged the 2 young ladies. But now the second Miss Xia insists that she has already bowed to heaven and earth with my son and wishes to remain faithful to him for life. Thus this matter is difficult to handle. The Princess of Zenin's gaze upon the Marquis of Weiyuan was exceptionally cold. The Marquis of Weiyuan felt a chill run down his spine under her stare. Your Highness, the highest authority present in this room is the old madam of the Prince of Zenin's residence. Perhaps we could ask her to make a final decision on this matter if you agree. Princess of Jinan thought to herself that old crone would love nothing more than to see my son humiliated. How could she possibly speak in his favor? Before she could object, a sharp acerbic female voice reached Xia Ming's ears. I believe that uniting 2 families is a most joyous occasion. Today the 2 families inadvertently swapped brides, and since they have already bowed to heaven and earth and entered the bridal chamber, the ceremony can be considered complete. Since they have become husband and wife through this twist of fate, it can be considered a match made in heaven. Given that the second Miss Xia has already set her heart on the young Marquis, Xia, why not simply let the mistake stand? The Princess of Jinan retorted, what a wonderful notion of letting the mistake stand. The old crone was going too far, siding with the Weiyuan Marquis residence and trampling her son's dignity underfoot. The Princess of Jinan could no longer contain herself. Mother, you privately arranged for this Xia girl to be Xiner's bride. Although I was displeased with her background, I accepted it, thinking you had Xiner's best interests at heart. But now you wish to hand over the bride you chose for Shiner to someone else. Such blatant favoritism towards outsiders truly... The old madam was furious that her daughter-in-law dared to defy her in front of outsiders. Shi, you are insolent. Everything I do is for Xiner's good, and yet you cannot tell right from wrong. Think about it. The second Miss Xia has already bowed to heaven and earth with the young Marquis Xia and entered the bridal chamber. Moreover, she has pledged her life to him, threatening to die if she is not with him. Do you expect me to ruin a marriage for Xiner's sake and become a villain who separates a loving couple? The old crone's arguments were cogent and well-founded, but every word she uttered was in defense of Xia Huayu. The mother-in-law loomed like a mountain overhead, and the weight of filial piety pressed down upon the Princess of Jinan, leaving her gasping for breath. Her eyes reddened and she choked out, Mother, you only think of fulfilling the marriage between the heir Xia and second Miss Xia, but have you ever considered the grievances of my Shiner and eldest Miss Xia? Xia Mingzhu, who had been sitting in a corner like an invisible figure, was finally mentioned by the Princess of Jinan. The old crone's voice, as cold and venomous as a serpent, directly summoned Xia Mingzhu. Eldest Miss Xia, what are your thoughts on this matter of swapping marriages? Xia Mingzhu rose, and facing the direction of the voice, brushed her sleeves. Honored nobles, please hear me. Mingzhu knows she is coarse and unsightly, merely a willow in plain guise, unfit for grand occasions. Indeed, she cannot compare to my second sister's beauty and talent, so it is only natural that the heir Xia would disdain her. By a twist of fate, the wrong bridal sedan led to my second sister, and the heir Xia worshipping heaven and earth, and she has since set her heart on him. Today Mingzhu can only renounce the betrothal and make way for their happiness. Xia Mingzhu's words struck a chord with everyone except the Princess of Jinan. However, this matter has indeed wronged Mingzhu, as my sister forcibly took my fiancé of many years. Therefore, if Mingzhu is to willingly relinquish the betrothal to the Marquis of Weiyuan and accept this marriage to the Prince of Zenin's mansion, it is only reasonable to request some compensation, is it not? The Princess of Jinan was so furious she could not speak. She had argued in vain, gained nothing, and now even this Xia Mingzhu, a weak-willed coward, only cared about petty gains. The old madam, however, was quite satisfied with Xia Mingzhu's proposal. In this affair the Prince of Zinan's mansion was indeed a victim, and since the Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion wanted to keep Xia Mingyue, it was only right that they compensate Xia Mingzhu, who would be left to live in widowhood. Xia Yuanxiao sat aside uninvolved without a word. He had long known that Xia Mingzhu was not to be trifled with, so he had immediately declared his refusal to meddle. The Marquis of Weiyuan and his son Xia Huayu exchanged glances. The Marquis gave a slight nod, and Xia Huayu understood his father's intent. Eldest Miss Xia, this whole situation arose from a twist of fate. Second Miss Xia has also said that a good woman does not marry two husbands since she has already worshipped heaven and earth with me. Given the circumstances, it is only fitting that the Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion offers you some compensation. Then Mingzhu thanks the heir Xia in advance. As for compensation, I want the Cheong Yao Rouge shop in the west of the city, the Yunkalai Tavern in the south, and the Hot Spring Estate, 10 li east of the city. Anger flickered across the faces of the Xia father and son. She had indeed chosen all the profitable enterprises of their mansion. The Marquis of Weiyuan glared at Xia Mingzhu with a menacing gaze, but unfortunately, she still wore her bridal veil and did not receive his threat. Eldest Miss Xia, you are opening your mouth so wide, are you not afraid of choking and bursting your stomach? Rest assured, noble sir. Look at my physique. Broad-minded and stout, I can digest anything I consume. Xia Mingzhu's words caused the tight-lipped princess of Jinan to curl her lips slightly. This daughter-in-law did not seem as foolish as she had thought. Xia Huayu, however, was infuriated by Xia Mingzhu's claim of being broad-minded and stout. Eldest Miss Xia, let me be clear. It is reasonable for you to seek compensation for the grievance you suffered. But what you demand is too much. The Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion will never agree. Xia Mingzhu let out a cold laugh. How is it really too much? With less than 100,000 taels of silver and properties, you can secure a rightful wife for the heir Xia, who shares his affections. How is that not a bargain for your mansion? To spend 100,000 taels to bring Xia Mingyue into the Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion, that unchaste, low-born, plain-tempered, and irritable woman, was she worthy? Xia Huayu was so enraged he wanted to storm out. But remembering the dowry worth several 100,000 taels, he forced himself to endure. Hell, less than 100,000 taels in properties to secure a rightful wife who shares his affections. You certainly have a sharp tongue, eldest Miss Xia. I cannot comply with this request. Xia Mingzhu, it's only a compensation of 100,000 taels. Why such a strong reaction, heir Xia? Could it be that the rumors are true, that your mansion is so impoverished it cannot even produce this paltry sum? A paltry 100,000 taels. Xia Huayu ground his teeth in hatred. Of course the Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion can afford such a sum. But even this paltry 100,000 taels would sustain our entire household for several years. And I merely worshipped heaven and earth with second Miss Xia by mistake. Why should I spend this paltry sum to compensate you, eldest Miss Xia? Xia Huayu paused, as if making a decisive resolution. If you insist on forcing me to pay you 100,000 taels before you will voluntarily renounce our betrothal, then I would rather give up this union with second Miss Xia today, and marry you, eldest Miss Xia, into my mansion instead. So Xia Huayu was willing to abandon Xia Mingyue for the sake of silver, and even consider taking Xia Mingzhu as his wife. Such shamelessness was beyond anything Mingzhu had ever encountered, and she was thoroughly disgusted. Oh, so you mean to say that for this paltry 100,000 taels you are now willing to forsake Xia Mingyue, who has already worshipped heaven and earth with you, as your wife? Xia Huayu, do not twist my words, eldest Miss Xia. It is your exorbitant demands that force me to choose this path. Xia Mingzhu, what a pity for such a fine match. Xia Huayu, stop your hypocrisy, Xia Mingzhu. Had it not been for your greed, why would I have abandoned second Miss Xia, who has already worshipped heaven and earth with me? Xia Mingzhu shook her head in disagreement. Heir Xia, you are mistaken. The honored nobles here have heard clearly. I was willing to bear the grievance, renounce the betrothal, and make way for you and my second sister. It was you who, unwilling to part with a paltry 100,000 taels, voluntarily gave up on my second sister. At the words paltry 100,000 taels, Xia Huayu was so furious he nearly spat blood. The princess of Jinan, however, felt a sense of relief after hearing Xia Mingzhu's words. I can testify that what eldest Miss Xia said is true. Xia Mingzhu nodded slightly toward the princess of Jinan. Thank you, your highness, for bearing witness for me. Xia Mingzhu said, thank you, young lord. I was willing to relinquish the marriage contract to allow you and my younger sister to be together, but since you have already made your choice, I shall not force the matter. Father, I have a request. Once you leave the Prince Zenon's mansion, please take the servants to the Marquis Weiyuan's residence. Bring back my sister, who has already bowed to heaven and earth, and entered the bridal chamber with young Lord Xia, along with the legitimate son of the young Marquis that she now carries in her womb, back to the Vice Minister's mansion. A legitimate son of the young Marquis of Weiyuan. What a bombshell! Xia Mingzhu's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. Xia Huayu's handsome face turned deathly pale, and he began to stammer. Xia Mingzhu, you speak nonsense. The princess of Zenon's eyes gleamed with excitement as she sprang to her feet. Miss Xia, is what you have just said true? Your Highness, I witnessed and heard this with my own eyes and ears. It is absolute. If any of you doubt my words, simply summon my sister and have a physician take her pulse. The truth will be revealed. Indeed, a simple pulse check would confirm the matter. Xia Mingzhu could not be lying. Looking at Xia Huayi's guilty demeanor, everyone understood everything. The princess of Jinnan glared at them furiously. Very well, Marquis Weiyuan, Vice Minister Xia. You have done wonderfully. Since Xia Huayu and Xia Mingwe have already been involved, even conceiving a child in secret, why didn't your two families simply unite? Why drag our Prince Zenon's mansion into this muddy affair? You even contrived a scheme of swapping brides to deceive us all. Do you truly believe that just because my husband the prince is currently away from the capital, you can treat our mansion like a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Your insolence is beyond bearing. I shall report this matter to the emperor first thing tomorrow morning and seek justice for— The princess of Zenon's accusations rang out. Xia Yuanxiao was completely dumbfounded. He truly knew nothing about the illicit affair between Xia Mingwe and Xia Huayu. The old madam's lips curled into a faint smile before quickly suppressing it. She had merely spent some money to arrange a marriage for her grandson, as she never anticipated it would escalate to this point, though she was rather pleased with the outcome. As for the instigator Xia Huayu, under the prince's furious accusations his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground kowtowing and begging for mercy. The bewildered Marquis Weiyuan meanwhile wore a grim expression. Seeing his son's reaction, he understood everything. Forced by circumstances, the Marquis Weiyuan had no choice but to lift his robes, kneel before the princess of Jinnan, and beg for forgiveness. This matter could be seen as either trivial or grave. At its most benign, it was merely two young people who, overcome by love and unable to restrain themselves, had secretly borne a forbidden fruit. At its most severe, it was a deliberate act of deceiving the royal family, attempting to hide the truth and pass off one thing for another. With one misstep, their marquisate could be stripped away entirely. Your Highness, I was truly unaware of the details of this affair. But now that the deed is done and the mistake is made, I beg for you. Our Marquis Weiyuan's mansion accepts any punishment you deem fit. I only ask that you show mercy and permit my son to marry second Miss Xia, for she is already carrying my son's child. Huh. Marquis Weiyuan, you dare ask me to bless their union? When your mansion and the Xia family conspired together to deceive us, did you give any thought to the dignity of our Prince Zenon's mansion? Now that your schemes have been exposed, where do you find the audacity to ask for my blessing? The Marquis Weiyuan persisted. Your Highness, it is true that my son has committed a grave error. However, if second Miss Xia is found to be with child, their affair must have begun before the betrothal was sealed between the young prince and her. This matter is not solely the fault of my mansion alone. Vice Minister Xia's family is equally responsible. Xia Yuanxiao, who had been cowering silently in a corner, felt his legs buckle as he was called out, and he too knelt down. I beg your Highness to see the truth. I was completely in the dark about this. All matters pertaining to the betrothal were handled by my concubine Lady Li. She has managed my household affairs for years. Mingyue is her own daughter, and it was she alone who orchestrated all these plans. I was utterly unaware of the details. The Princess of Jinnan retorted. Marquis Weiyuan, Vice Minister Xia, one after another, you both claim ignorance. Do you expect our mansion to simply swallow this humiliation today without recourse? Your Highness, the deed is already done. Since second Miss Xia is with child from our mansion, it is out of the question to reverse the marriage or send her back. Today's transgression is my son's fault, and our Marquis Weiyuan's mansion is willing to offer compensation to your household for this grievance. As he spoke of compensation, the Marquis Weiyuan's heart bled. He knew that without a substantial payment this affair would never be resolved. It was all that wretched son's fault, unable to control his own desires, philandering around without cleaning up his own messes. And that shameless little vixen Xia Mingyue. Not only did she seduce his son, but she also got herself pregnant, giving the Princess of Jinnan this leverage. Xia Yuanxiao, upon hearing the Marquis' promise, could only hold back his bitter tears and prepare to part with a significant sum. I was unaware of this matter, but it arose from my failure to govern my household properly. Now that it's too late to change, I too must offer compensation to the Prince Zenon's mansion. The Princess of Zenon's gaze was icy as she slowly swept her eyes over the three men. By tomorrow this incident would be the talk of the town. Their mansion would become the subject of gossip for a long time to come. Though their household wasn't wealthy, the tarnished reputation of the prince's mansion could hardly be mended with a few paltry trinkets or a pittance of silver. She pondered for a moment about to speak, but was preempted by the old madam. Shi, since the grave mistake has been made, and both the Marquis Weiyuan and Vice Minister Xia are willing to offer compensation, you should let the matter rest here. Mother, Shi, one should be lenient whenever possible. As the princess of a vassal state in the Tianshan Empire, your every word and action reflects the dignity of the royal family. You must learn to be magnanimous and forgiving. But, as the saying goes, a prime minister's heart is big enough to sail a boat in. As a member of the royal family, do you not possess even that much tolerance? The Princess of Jinnan was so infuriated she couldn't speak. But since it was the old madam of the mansion who had spoken, and with the prince away, she couldn't very well defy her. I shall settle this matter today. Each of your 2 households will compensate our Prince Zenin's mansion with 100,000 taels of silver, and this affair will be closed. Do you both agree? The 3 kneeling men remained silent. The old matriarch narrowed her murky eyes, a flash of malice gleaming within them. Or perhaps you would prefer that I of the Jinnan Prince's mansion petition the throne and request His Majesty to arbitrate this matter personally. The Marquis of Weiyuan sighed inwardly, resigned to the fact that his silver was doomed today. But the betrothal gifts had already drained the mansion's coffers. This time the 100,000 taels would have to come from elsewhere. The Marquis of Weiyuan thanks the old matriarch for her magnanimity. The 100,000 taels will be delivered shortly. Xia Yuanxiao thought, damn it, another 100,000 taels gone. But that fool Li Wenwen's private stash is substantial. I can probably squeeze out a bit more from there. This official is also willing to compensate. We thank the old matriarch for her leniency. With nearly 200,000 taels of silver about to flow into her coffers, several times more than the betrothal gifts she had sent out, the old matriarch was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. Vice Minister Xia, this official is present. Your mansion's eldest daughter was swapped at birth. She has already bowed to heaven and earth with my grandson and entered the bridal chamber. What are your intentions regarding this matter? Old matriarch, this official has said before, a married daughter is like water poured out, gone for good. Since she has already bowed to heaven and earth with the young prince of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, she is now a member of the Jinnan Prince's household. From this day forth in life, she belongs to the young prince. In death, she is his spirit. She has no further connection to the Xia mansion. What a heartless Vice Minister Xia was indeed. Xia Mingzhu had always known his character. The others, however, upon hearing Xia Yuanqiu's callous words, felt a surge of displeasure towards him. The old matriarch declared, very well. From this moment on, Xia Mingzhu, the eldest daughter of the Xia mansion, is the lawful wedded wife of my grandson Gu Haosen. Tomorrow I shall send someone to the magistrate's office to amend the name on the marriage certificate. Xia Mingzhu, forgotten once again, stood until her ankles ached. Her status was finally settled. However, the compensation had been paid, but it had all gone to the Jinnan Prince's mansion. This point left her somewhat dissatisfied. And then there was the matter of her dowry. The Princess of Jinnan seemed to read Xia Mingzhu's mind like a book, for she brought it up just as the thought crossed her daughter-in-law's mind. Mother, since you have acknowledged Mingzhu as Xiner's wife, your daughter-in-law will not contest it further. However, the compensation silver from those 2 families must be given to Xiner and Mingzhu, for they are the ones who have suffered the grievance today. The old matriarch retorted, they have indeed suffered a grievance, but the reputation of my Jinnan Prince's mansion has also been tarnished. That compensation is for the Jinnan Prince's mansion regardless. Whether it goes to the communal coffers or directly to them, it matters little. They will spend it anyway. The Princess of Jinnan thought bitterly, hey, you old hag. You've held the purse strings of this mansion your whole life. If my son and daughter-in-law ever see a tenth of the silver that passes through your hands, I'd consider you generous. Mother, this compensation must be given entirely to Xiner and his wife. Otherwise your daughter-in-law would rather defy you and make a trip to the palace to beseech His Majesty for justice. The old matriarch's venomous gaze clashed with the Princess of Zenin's icy stare. After a moment the old matriarch spat out hatefully, fine, have it your way. There's no need for you to constantly threaten me with the palace. Your daughter-in-law wouldn't dare. Hearing that the matter was settled, everyone began to take their leave. Finally Xia Mingzhu spoke up. Honored guest, Mingzhu has one more matter to raise with the Marquis of Weiyuan and Vice Minister Xia. Since Mingzhu is now a daughter-in-law of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, shouldn't the dowry and accompanying maids that were mistakenly sent to the Marquis of Weiyuan's residence be returned? The Marquis of Weiyuan and his son thought we paid 100,000 taels. Did we do it for the dowry or for that unchaste and contemptible wretch, Xia Mingwei? Xia Yuanxiao thought, I've already sunk 200,000 taels into this mess. If you take the dowry back too, am I supposed to just not live anymore? The Marquis of Weiyuan, his son, and the old matriarch all remained silent, their gazes fixed on Xia Yuanxiao. They had already received word from Li Wenwen Xia Mingyue that she was absolutely certain she could keep all the dowry. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Xia Yuanxiao, with trembling hands, pulled a document from his bosom. Old matriarch Princess Marquis, please take a look. This is a document signed by both my daughters the day before they were married in my residence in the presence of several elders of the Xia clan. The document explicitly states that the dowry follows the married daughter. Once it enters the husband's household, it shall not be reclaimed for any reason whatsoever. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. The Marquis of Weiyuan and his son felt a great weight lift from their shoulders. Only the Princess of Jinnan let out a cold snort. How you've certainly planned this well. A group of grown men joining forces to bully my daughter-in-law Mingzhu, a helpless young lady from a good family. I wonder where you find the audacity. The document Xia Yuanxiao produced was indeed crystal clear regarding the ownership of the dowry. With such a long list of witnesses attached, the Princess of Jinnan, despite her resentment, was forced to concede. Since everything is now settled, all of you may take your leave. As for the compensation agreed upon earlier, I will give you 1 day. If I do not see the compensation by the end of that day. The princess left her threat hanging heavily in the air. Though she didn't finish her sentence, her meaning was clear to all. The Marquis of Wei Yuan and the others took their leave, hurrying out of the mansion. The old matriarch, having enjoyed the spectacle, returned to the inner courtyard with satisfaction. In the modest room, only the princess of Jinnan and Xia Mingzhu, who still wore her bridal veil, remained. Looking at her new daughter-in-law, who was rather large in stature, the princess felt a throbbing headache coming on. Xia, since you have already married my son, you are now my daughter-in-law and the heir princess of the Jinnan prince's mansion. Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. Now Xia, my Ziner's health is not good. You are aware of this, correct? Your daughter-in-law is aware. Then I will speak plainly. As long as my son's health does not improve, you may have to live as a widow in all but name. The princess of Jinnan paused deliberately after her statement, waiting until she was sure Xia Mingzhu had nothing to say before. Of course, as long as you are willing to live a quiet and honest life with my Shiner, the respect and honor due to you within this mansion will certainly not be lacking. Your daughter-in-law will remember this. Obedient and meek. That was the first impression Xia Mingzhu gave the princess of Jinnan. Xia, this veil of yours. Perhaps you should just take it off yourself. This girl was a bit silly. Did she plan to keep it on her head all day if no one removed it? Hearing the princess of Jinnan tell her to remove the veil, Xia Mingzhu broke into a wide grin. A gentle breeze swept by. The bright red veil fluttered down to the ground. Oh. With the veil gone, Xia Mingzhu's horrifying face was exposed to the air. A ghastly pale face like that of a corpse with thick caterpillar-like eyebrows. Rosy red cheeks like a paper effigy, and a blood-red gaping maw like a gluttonous beast. The face beneath the red veil was so terrifying that the princess consort of Jinnan, who had been eager to catch a glimpse of her daughter-in-law, felt her heart nearly stop. It took a long while before the princess consort, her face blue from holding her breath, finally managed to recover. Xia, sure you. This makeup. Who on earth painted it for you? If Shiner were to see you like this, he would surely be. At the thought of that outcome, a cold sweat broke out on the princess consort's back. Could this be the doing of that old crone aiming to strike at Shiner through his wife? What a venomous scheme. Alas, her mother-in-law's mind was a deep abyss. Dealing with her alone was exhausting enough. Now her son had married such a naive wife, her days ahead would be filled with worry. Enough, you may take your leave. This daughter-in-law bids you farewell. By the way, Xia, sure go wash your face immediately when you return. Never apply makeup so carefully. This daughter-in-law will remember. The princess consort waved her hand feebly, sending a personal maid to escort Xia Mingzhu back. One dramatic scene after another today had left her utterly exhausted. Whatever other momentous affairs might arise, she would first return to sleep. Everything could wait until tomorrow. At the Wei Yuan Xia Mingwei got her wish and performed the wedding ceremony with Xia Huayu. After being led to the bridal chamber, Xia Huayu didn't keep her waiting long. He quickly lifted her veil, and together they drank the nuptial cup of wine. Xia Ming's dowry maid Xiao He Xiao Bai and the others had long been chased out by Xia Mingwei. In the grand red-decorated bridal chamber, Xia Huayu held Xia Mingwei close and planted an eager kiss on her. Husband, this husband still prefers hearing Yuer call me Brother Huayu. Brother Huayu, is Yuer beautiful today? Yuer is beautiful today, but isn't she wearing a bit too much? Brother Huayu, if Yuer didn't dress thicker and resemble my sister more, I wouldn't have been able to marry you smoothly. Yuer's disguise is indeed quite convincing. You know, during the ceremony, I almost thought it wasn't you I was marrying. I was so startled, I nearly called the whole thing off. Good thing you didn't call it off, Brother Huayu. Otherwise your Yuer would have had to marry someone else. Xia Mingyue snuggled in Xia Huayu's arms, her arms looped around his neck, giggling coquettishly. You little vixen, you've been mine for a long time, and you are carrying my rightful heir. Who else would you even think of marrying? Brother Huayu, in this life Yuer is yours in life, and yours in death. In this life Yuer will marry no one but you, Brother Huayu. My good Yuer, you smell divine. Brother Huayu. Be good Yuer, let Brother Huayu cherish you properly. Xia Huayu was quick. In a few moments he had stripped Xia Mingyue down to her underclothes. A sudden gust of cold wind from the window made her shiver, goosebumps rising on her skin. Seeing Xia Mingyue curl up in his arms, Xia Huayu mistook it for shyness. Seized by a sudden impulse, he pressed her down. After their swift and heated encounter with his mind cleared of baser thoughts, Xia Huayu finally remembered the matter of the day. You married into my household by mistake today? Tomorrow if Xia Mingzhu makes a fuss, she will surely demand the return of her Xia Mingyue smiled, pushed Xia Huayu away, and produced her own set of documents. Brother Huayu, look at this. This is something wonderful. As long as I have this, Xia Mingzhu can't take back a single needle from all the dowry brought into the man. After Xia Huayu carefully examined the documents, he was overjoyed. Still fully dressed, he pressed Xia Mingyue down for another round. Afterwards, clutching the documents, he immediately left the bridal chamber to find the Marquis of Wei Yuan. In the bridal chamber, only the disheveled Xia Mingyue was left shivering from the cold. The pampered young lady, unaccustomed to being without maidservants, only managed to get up when the chill became unbearable. Xia Mingyue washed herself briefly with cold water and changed into clean clothes. Time crawled by, and alone in the bridal chamber, each minute felt like an eternity. The room was freezing, and she hadn't had a sip of water or a bite of food since noon. Now exhausted, hungry, and pregnant, she was utterly drained. At this moment, she yearned to see Xia Huayu, to have him by her side. But she knew that he and the Marquis had likely gone to the Jinnan prince's residence. They needed to resolve the day's mistaken marriage. She had to wait for Xia Huayu to bring back good news. Otherwise, even if she tried to lie down and sleep, she wouldn't find a moment's peace. Xia Huayu had left at around 5:30 in the evening, and they didn't return until after 8. Xia Mingyue had been waiting with bated breath, and finally her husband was back. "Brother Huayu, how did things go? Is it all resolved?" "It's more or less settled. But because of that little bundle of yours, our Marquis Manor has to compensate Xia Mingzhu with 100,000 taels of silver." "What? How is that possible? How is it possible?" Xia Huayu suddenly grabbed Xia Mingyue's slender fair neck. "Xia Mingyue, this is all because of you. You're supposed to be a proper young lady, so why were you so shameless, so eager to seduce?" Xia Mingyue sobbed and shook her head. "Xia Mingyue, if it weren't for you seducing me, how could you possibly have gotten pregnant? It's all your fault, you wretch. You got pregnant with a bastard child. Why didn't you secretly get rid of it? You just had to carry that bastard to the wedding, and so carelessly hand the evidence right to Xia Mingzhu." Xia Huayu's filthy words made Xia Mingyue wish she could die from shame. The suffocating grip on her neck was making her. She wanted to argue with him, to tell him she hadn't seduced him, that he had forced her. She wanted to tell him she had only just discovered the pregnancy a few days ago, that she was terrified and didn't know what to do. But no sound escaped her lips. The gradually tightening grip cut off her air, her vision went black, and she knew no more. When Xia Mingyue regained consciousness, it was because of the cold. She was stark naked, discarded on the large red wedding bed. A wave of searing pain in her lower abdomen filled her with terror. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself up, threw on some clothes, and called out for the maids, but no one came. She lay back down for a while, but the pain only intensified. Then she felt a warm, sticky liquid trickle down from beneath her. Clutching her cramping stomach, Xia Mingyue struggled to her feet and shuffled step by painful step to the door of the bridal chamber. She tried to open the door to summon the household physician, but to her horror, she found it had been bolted shut from the outside. Xia Mingyue, unable to open the door, could only pound on it, desperately crying for help. Yet even as she exhausted herself and slumped weakly against the door, no one came to check on her. Today, the maids who had accompanied her as part of her dowry to the Weiyuan Marquis residence were originally Xia Mingzhu's maids. After Xia Mingzhu's wedding ceremony, Xia Huayu had them all locked away separately. Meanwhile, the maids and retainers who were originally Xia Mingzhu's own were still imprisoned at the Prince Sinan's mansion. Thus, Xia Mingyue now found herself with no one to attend to her. Furthermore, Xia Huayu, furious about the child in her womb that had cost the Weiyuan Marquis household a loss of 100,000 taels of silver, had specifically ordered all the servants that no one was to let Xia Mingyue leave the bridal chamber that night, nor were they to bring her any tea or refreshments. Consequently, on her very first day of marriage, Xia Mingyue found herself in a situation where her cries went unheard by heaven and earth alike. As for her groom, Xia Huayu, after having his fill of pleasure in the bridal chamber, he had gone off to his haven of comfort. That courtyard was filled with beauties of all shapes and sizes, their temperaments gentle and endearing. A far more pleasing sight than Xia Mingyue's mournful face. He planned to sleep soundly, and come morning coax Xia Mingyue into handing over her dowry to cover their urgent needs. And then, the Xia residence. When Xia Yuanxiao returned from the Prince Zinan's mansion, he was met with Li Wenwen, whose eyes were swollen from crying. "Husband Wu Wu, it's all gone. Everything is gone." Xia Yunxiao, already simmering with anger from his visit to the prince's mansion, was now confronted with Li Wenwen's mournful face at home. Frustration welled up within him. "What's gone? Li, what are you talking about?" "Wu, husband. Cry, 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 all you know is to cry. On such a fine day you're crying all our good fortune away." Rebuked by Xia Yunxiao, Li Wenwen forced back her sobs and choked out hoarsely, "Husband, after seeing off the guests, thinking of your hard work these past days, I wanted to get some bird's nest from the private treasury to nourish your health. But Wu, when I opened the private treasury, I found that everything inside was gone." Xia Yuanxiao, private treasury. Gone. Whose private treasury is gone? Wu. Husband, that damned little thief. Why does she insist on tormenting me time and again? She stole my jewelry, my silver, my ornaments and paintings. Why does she still refuse to let me be? Husband, you don't know how much worse this damned little thief has gotten. She's cleaned out everything in my private treasury this time. Xia Yuanxiao thought with relief, thank goodness, it's only Li's private treasury that was robbed. He confirmed, Li, are you certain that everything in your private treasury has truly been stolen? Li Wenwen had already soaked through several handkerchiefs with her tears. Husband, I went to the private treasury myself to check. The things. Wu, they're truly all gone. Husband, it's not just my private treasury that's been robbed. Everything in the mansion's main storeroom is gone as well. Xia Yuanxiao felt dizzy. His mind seemed to conjure a hallucination, as if someone was telling him that the mansion's main storeroom had been completely emptied by. How absurd that sounded. The items in the mansion's main storeroom filled every room of an entire courtyard guarded day and night by dedicated personnel. What thief could possibly possess such skill to empty the place in broad daylight amidst a house full of guests without alarming us? If such a person existed, they could no longer be called a petty thief, but rather a master burglar or a phantom thief. Haha, how utterly ridiculous. Li Wenwen woo-woo. Husband, I swear I'm not deceiving you. The mansion truly has nothing left now. Husband, how are we supposed to live, all of us in this household? Yet her husband, frightened by her words, had turned as pale as paper, his clothes soaked with sweat. Xia Yuanxiao shook off the whimpering Li Wenwen and staggered hastily toward his own private treasury. Rushing to the treasury door in one breath, Xia Yuanxiao took the key from his waist. His hands trembling, he finally managed to unlock the door, yet he hesitated to push it open. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. What's meant to be a blessing cannot be a curse. Oh, what's meant to be a curse cannot be avoided. Xia Yuanxiao closed his eyes and pushed the door with all his might. Someone come quickly. The master has vomited blood again. Hurry, get the master inside. Quickly inform the madam and the young master. Hurry, hurry, go fetch the mansion physician. The next day, young madam, this servant Feihua. Young madam, this servant Feifeng. The four maids, Feihua, Feishua, Feiyue, and Feifeng, were all daughters of the prince's mansion's hereditary servants. Young madam, this servant Feiyue will assist you with your toilet. Young madam, this servant Feishua will help you change your Young madam, this servant Feihua. Young madam, this servant Feifeng. The four maids, Feihua, Feishua, Feiyue, and Feifeng, were all daughters of the prince's mansion's hereditary servants. All four were around 17 or 18 years old, dignified in appearance and graceful in demeanor. Each had been personally trained by the princess at her side for years. Yesterday, noticing that Xia Mingzhu had no trusted attendants, she had gifted these four to her. Xia Mingzhu naturally accepted whatever was offered. And so the eldest Miss Xia very naturally had the four of them attend to her. After Xia Mingzhu finished washing and dressing, Feihua, Feishua, Feiyue, and Feifeng accompanied her to the prince's courtyard. The princess of Jinan, lady and elegantly attired, and with a kind countenance, sat in the seat of honor. Known for her gentle temperament, she gazed with soft eyes at her robust eldest daughter-in-law approaching her. Regarding Xia Mingzhu as a daughter-in-law, she felt neither fondness nor dislike. Yet after yesterday's scheme that swapped the brides, she even felt a pang of pity for Xia Mingzhu, who would have to live a life of widowhood after marriage. Thus her attitude towards Xia Mingzhu was relatively amicable. The chair to the princess left was vacant. It was the Prince Zenin. Below the prince, the first position was reserved for the young Prince Gu Haosen, and in the second sat a handsome man with piercing eyes. To the princess' right stood a beautiful young woman of about 20 and a pretty young girl of around 14 or 15 nestled close. Both observed Xia Mingzhu with curiosity. Xia Mingzhu approached the princess, and a maid placed a cushion on the floor, offering warm, fragrant tea. Having done her homework beforehand, Xia Mingzhu obediently knelt on the cushion, took the tea with both hands, and raised it above her. Your daughter-in-law Xia Mingzhu pays respects to mother and invites mother to drink tea. The princess of Jinan accepted the fragrant tea with a smile, taking a delicate sip before returning the cup to the tray. The maidservant retreated to the side with the tray. Lady Xia, you may rise. Xia Mingzhu was helped to her feet by Feishua. With practiced ease, the princess of Jinan slipped a jade-green bangle from her own wrist and reached for Xia Mingz's hand. Her smile froze instantly on her face. The princess glanced at her own slender, delicate wrist, then at Xia Mingz's thick, club-like one. She gave an awkward laugh. Haha, Lady Xia, this bangle is a gift from your mother-in-law. Do accept it. Xia Mingzhu also offered a sheepish smile and lowered her head to receive the gift. Your daughter-in-law thanks mother for the gift. After Xia Mingzhu placed the bangle in her maidservant's hands, a young man nearby rose and bowed deeply to her. Second brother Haojuan greets sister-in-law. A young woman followed Gu Haojuan and curtsied to Xia Mingzhu. Your sister-in-law Ne Lu greets sister-in-law. The pretty young girl also quickly stood and bowed to Xia Mingzhu. Third sister Yunduo greets sister-in-law. Xia Mingzhu returned the greetings one by one. Then from within her sleeve, she produced a pure gold, intricately carved openwork sphere and presented it to Gu Yunduo. She also gave Lu a substantial pure gold hairpin. Finally, she brought out a dagger of pure gold, its scabbard also solid gold, and handed it to Gu Haojuan. These gleaming heavy gifts were all carefully selected by Xia Mingzhu in advance. Second brother, second sister-in-law, third sister, your sister-in-law is a simple person and has nothing truly fine to offer. I give these few trinkets to you. I hope you won't think little of them. If you like them, feel free to admire them. If not, you are welcome to melt them down or sell them as you please. The three of them looked at the heavy solid gold items in their hands, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. The craftsmanship was exquisite, yet the taste was undeniably gaudy, though their weight was certainly considerable. It was clear that this sister-in-law's intentions were sincere when choosing these gifts, even if her aesthetic sense seemed utterly absent. The three tucked away their presents and offered polite thanks. Thank you, sister-in-law. We truly like them. Xia Mingzhu, who had given these pure gold items, was equally resigned. After all, her precious space was without a doubt a jade-devouring beast. every treasure she had ever placed inside that space if it bore even a trace of jade gemstone or agate, no matter how minuscule, had been confiscated by the space itself. Thus her space now contained not a single piece of jewelry set with jade or gemstones. As for ornaments carved entirely from jade, not even a fragment remained. There was, however, an abundance of flawed gold and silver items, enough to fill several baskets. The space also held many vases, scrolls, and paintings, but those were hardly suitable to wear. Therefore, offering gifts crafted from pure gold was her only option. After the exchanges of pleasantries, the princess of Jinan arranged for the morning meal. During the meal, Gu Yunduo kept stealing glances at this sister-in-law, who was rumored to be foolish, fat, ugly, and vulgar. She noticed that apart from being slightly plumper than other young ladies, Xia Ming's features were not at all unattractive. Though some of her table manners were not entirely refined, her actions were not unpleasant to observe. At the table, Gu Yunduo was not the only one observing Xia Ming. Zhu Lu was also secretly scrutinizing this sister-in-law, who had recently topped the capital's gossip charts. By the end of the meal, she had concluded that seeing was indeed believing, contrary to what one might hear. Shortly after they began eating, the princess of Jinan set down her chopsticks. Seeing the princess stop, everyone else followed suit except for Gu Haojuan, who helped himself to another bowl of rice. Xia Mingzhu too had not eaten her fill. Recently, the toxins in her body had been mostly eliminated, and her diligent cultivation had led to a dramatic increase in her appetite. However, as this was their first meeting, she intended to leave a good impression on the Gu family. After the meal, Gu Haojuan took his leave. Originally, the prince and princess of Jinan along with Gu Haojuan all resided in the prince's fiefdom, while the grand matriarch and the young prince Gu Haosen were held in the capital. Because Gu Haosen was gravely ill, the princess had brought Gu Haojuan's family back to the capital. Since his return, Gu Haojuan had spent his days idly passing the time, riding horses, and practicing archery at the military camp. After seeing Gu Haojuan off, the princess of Jinan led her two daughters-in-law and young daughter towards Qian Hall, the residence of the grand matriarch. The grand matriarch of the Jinan prince's mansion, Nego, was actually the aunt of Gu Qingzhou, the prince of Jinan. Since the previous princess had passed away when Gu Qingzhou was very young, her maternal family sent her to become the late prince's second wife. There were three brothers in Gu Qingzhou's generation. The eldest Gu Qingzhou was born to the first princess, the second Gu Qinglin, and the third Gu Qingyan were both born to the stepmother. As the group of women arrived at Qian Hall, they could hear peals of laughter emanating from within before they even entered. After being announced, the princess of Jinan led the three women into the main room. Greetings, mother. Greetings, grandmother. Greetings, princess. After the simple formalities, everyone took their seats. That day was the first meeting between Xia Mingzhu, the new bride, and her relatives, so no one held back, and the entire extended family gathered together. Gu Lu of the second branch remarked, "Oh, so this is the new princess consort Exile has married. Look at that build. TSK. A truly blessed figure." Gu Dong of the third branch added, "Second sister-in-law is right. Our eldest sister-in-law is lucky indeed. A noble lady with such fortune and status as the princess consort is hard to come by. In all the capital, there's probably only this one, and our eldest sister-in-law found her for Exile. Truly fortune favors. Mother-in-law speaks the truth. Even I, your daughter-in-law, envy the princess consort's figure. If I had such a sturdy build, I'd surely give birth to 2 children in 3 years." This young woman who spoke was Zhou, the wife of Gu Haoqi, Gu Qinglin's eldest son. Zhou had been married for 3 years and had finally conceived this year. After the physician confirmed it was a boy, she had become insufferably proud. Xia Mingzhu, the target of their teasing, didn't take their belittlement to heart. After all, a few harsh words were nothing but a minor fleeting irritation. The princess of Jinan, however, turned livid at their words, and even Gu Yunduo looked furious. Gu Qingyan was the most adept at reading the room. Seeing that the princess was about to explode, he quickly interjected to change the subject. All right. You women are always like this, pecking at your food like chicks terrified of gaining weight. And now you're here envying Xin's wife for her good health. I truly don't understand what goes through your heads." The women fell silent to save face, but their contemptuous gazes still lingered on Xia Mingzhu. Their relentless mockery finally began to kindle a flicker of anger within Xia Mingzhu. The grand matriarch, having enjoyed the sight of the princess and her party being put in their place, finally allowed the other 2 branches to greet Xia Mingzhu properly. Xia Mingzhu first paid her respects to the elders. From the couples Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingyan, she received 2 ordinary jade bracelets and 2 pendants of mediocre quality. A plain jade tablet of barely passable quality was the miserly old matriarch's gift to her new granddaughter-in-law. These trinkets could be bought 3 for 10 taels of silver at a street stall. Gifting her such worthless jewelry was not only an insult to Xia Mingzhu, but also a slap in the face of the princess of Jinan. These few pieces of jewelry further soured Xia Mingzhu's impression of the old matriarch's family. Her mood soured when she met her peers. She gave the 5 sons and 3 daughters of those 2 families only 5 thin gold hairpieces and 3 delicate gold bracelets as greeting gifts. These items, with their flimsy craftsmanship and common designs, were far inferior to the gifts she had given to Gu Haojuan Even so, Xia Mingzhu felt she had suffered a loss. But then again, Gu Haosen held the position of both the legitimate and eldest son in the Prince Zenon's mansion. The gifts from Gu Qinglin and his family to Xia Mingzhu were worthless, but her return gifts were equally unimpressive. After the round of gift-giving, the laughter in the room died out completely. Everyone present except for the Princess of Jinan and her party wore grim expressions. The old matriarch was seething with suppressed anger. But with the princess and the new bride present, she couldn't vent her fury and could only dismiss them. Lady, and since Haosen's wife has met the family, you all may retire and rest. This daughter-in-law takes her leave. This granddaughter-in-law takes her leave. The Princess of Jinan lifted the corners of her lips in a slight smile and led her group away with brisk strides. The moment the princess party stepped out, a heated discussion erupted inside. Grandmother, look at this shabby bracelet, it's thinner than my pinky. How could she have the nerve to offer such a thing? Mother, look at this hairpiece, it's so small and flimsy. If you gave this to a servant, they'd complain it wasn't worth anything. Humph, that fat pig is going too far, giving us such rubbish as greeting gifts. She's clearly mocking us on purpose. Mother, didn't you say that fat pig's dowry was worth hundreds of thousands of taels? Giving these to a servant would be embarrassing. How does she have the face to offer them? That fat pig is insufferable. Mother, do you think Anton-La put her up to this to humiliate us? Humph, that woman and has always looked down on us due to her status. But even she wouldn't stoop to such a degrading act. Humph, I think this was orchestrated by her. Otherwise, how would that stupid pig dare? A calculating glint flickered in the old matriarch's squinted eyes. Cough, you're right, these worthless items are truly beneath. Even if Xia Ming's dowry was withheld, she should still have a few decent pieces in her possession. Her actions today were likely deliberate. Without ANS backing, a new bride wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to us. Mother speaks wisely. Grandmother, are we just going to let that fat pig's insult slide because she has Anton-La's support? This insult cannot be so easily brushed aside. Grandmother, how do you plan to deal with her? Today, the Weiyuan Marquis Mansion and the Xia Mansion will send 0 taels of silver as compensation to that Xia Mingzhu. What? 0 taels as compensation? Is she worthy? Grandmother, are you confused? How could you agree to give that money to that fat pig? Mother, 0 taels is no small sum. We can't let that family get off easy. Rest assured. Within 3 days at most, I will make that Xia Mingzhu willingly hand over that silver. Once I have the money, I will distribute all 0 taels among you. This son thanks you, Mother. Grandmother, you are... The princess group moved further away from Qian Hall. Xia Mingzhu could no longer make out their subsequent conversation. However, hearing this much was sufficient. They want my silver. Huh. Let's see who gets the last laugh. After leaving Qian Hall, Lady Lu excused herself and returned to her own courtyard. Gu Yundua was also sent back by the princess to practice her needlework. The princess personally led Xia Mingzhu back to Gu Haosen's courtyard and through its adjoining door. Gu Haosen's personal attendant Gu Zhun had been keeping vigil by the bed. Seeing them enter, he quickly rose to bow. This servant greets the princess, greets the young princess. After leaving Qian Hall, Lady Lu excused herself and returned to her own courtyard. Gu Yundua was also sent back by the princess to practice her needlework. On my poor Sheener. Xia Mingzhu followed the princess' gaze and saw a devastatingly handsome man lying quietly in bed like a sleeping beauty. He had thick, dark, and long eyelashes, porcelain-white skin, and lightly pressed ruby-red lips. The rest of his allure was hidden as he lay unconscious. Nevertheless, Xia Mingzhu had already mentally categorized Gu Haosen as an unseen-a-lifetime, extraordinarily handsome man. Xia, the one lying on the bed. Is my eldest son the heir of the Prince Zenon's mansion and your husband? Now that you are wed, you as his wife must take good care of him and manage his affairs. Xia Mingzhu obediently agreed. This daughter-in-law will remember. The princess fell silent, nearly sitting by the head of the bed, gazing affectionately at her son's peaceful sleeping face. As the princess showed no sign of leaving, Xia Mingzhu could only stand and watch. Meanwhile, at the Weiyuan Marquis Mansion, Xia Huayu, who had toiled hard the night before, slept until early morning before waking. My lord, allow this servant to help you dress. Xia Huayu spread his arms. My lord, will you be having your morning meal here today? No, last night was this lord's wedding night. This morning, I must personally lead your young mistress to serve tea to my father, and very well. But without you here, this servant definitely won't be able to eat. He'll just have to go hungry again. You little minx. Xia Huayu pulled the maid, who was only wearing a belly band, into his arms. His wandering hands soon had her panting and moaning softly. I fed you several times last night, and you cried until your voice was hoarse. How are you still not full? How about this lord rewards you once more right now? Oh my lord, you're so bad. This servant was utterly exhausted last night, and my back and legs are still sore. Please have mercy, my lord, please let me off this once. After teasing the young maid until she begged for mercy, Xia Huayu tidied his clothes and left feeling quite satisfied. What Xia Huayu didn't know was that the moment he left, the maid, who had seemed as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind, instantly straightened her back. The charming maid looked at Xia Huayu's retreating figure with utter disdain. Pa, he's nothing but a useless ornament, all show and no substance. If it weren't for the fact that you are the young master, and I need you for this life of luxury, who would bother serving you? After Xia Huayu left, a figure in blue swayed her hips, and pushed open the door that had just been closed. Sister Honger, I heard you last night from next door. You were certainly loud, and you didn't stop all night. Sister, you're teasing me. You wouldn't believe how. He was with me. Sister, you can laugh at me all you want. That pathetic little thing of his. Besides, when he was in your room, didn't you deliberately cry out at the top of your lungs? Alas, you have a point. We poor sisters are the pitiful ones. After a whole night of his antics, the most exhausted part of us. Sister Laner, I feel so awful. Come with me to my room, and it'll help you. Why not stay here with me, sister? Silly girl, I have a big treasure hidden in my room. Don't you want to come and see? Sister, are you talking about that big tall maid who just arrived? Don't say another word. Just enjoy yourself. Sister, you're so good to me. Xia Huayu left his private garden and went straight to Xia Mingyu's courtyard. The door to the new house was still tightly shut. Someone, greetings, young master. Last night, did any of you open the door to give the young madam food or water? Reporting to the young master, we all followed your orders. No matter how the young madam called out, we ignored her. You did well. Now open the door. The servant obeyed, and the door that had been sealed all night finally creaked open with a groan. The young madam has fainted. There's so much blood on the ground. Seeing Xia Mingyue lying there barely breathing, Xia Huayu was terrified. He hastily called for a doctor. He also secretly sent someone to inform the Marquis and his wife. If something truly happened to the bride on her wedding night, it would be a massive scandal. It would not only become fodder for gossip and idle chatter among the common folk, but would also draw the scathing criticism of the censors, inviting disaster upon the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. Furthermore, the Xia family, as the aggrieved party, would hound the entire Weiyuan Marquis household for justice. By then, the Weiyuan Marquis Manor would not only lose all face, but also incur the displeasure of the Empress, and even the Emperor. The thought of such unbearable consequences made Xia Huayu's legs weak. So Xia Mingyue could not die now. Even if she had to die, it would have to wait a year or two, so she could slowly pass away from illness. Within a quarter of an hour, the Marquis and his wife received the news and arrived at the courtyard almost simultaneously with the doctor. After the doctor took Xia Mingyu's pulse, he walked out to face the grim faces of the entire family. The doctor was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his forehead. Seeing the doctor hesitate to speak, the Marquis impatiently snapped, "Why are you stammering? Speak the truth." Reporting to the Marquis, the young madam has had a miscarriage. The moment they opened the door and saw Xia Mingyu's blood on the floor, Xia Huayu had already anticipated this outcome. Doctor, the miscarriage was caused by overly vigorous marital relations last night. The Marquis glared fiercely at Xia Huayu, this troublesome wretch who only ever caused problems. Doctor, after the young madam began to miscarry, she did not receive timely medical attention, and thus the child was lost. Furthermore, due to excessive blood loss, her body is now extremely weak. Fortunately, she was discovered in time today. Had treatment been delayed by another 1 or 2 hours, she would have been beyond saving. Xia Mingyue had miscarried because of Xia Huayu's lack of restraint and had nearly died because she was forcibly locked in the room without timely medical care. Any single one of these incidents, if leaked, would become a scandal for the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. The doctor took a significant risk in revealing these details. But now that he had been dragged into this affair, there was no way to stay out of it. The doctor chose his words carefully before continuing. Marquis, there is one more thing. The young madam's miscarriage this time, coupled with the delayed treatment, means she may find it very difficult to conceive again in the future. So not only had Xia Huayu caused Xia Mingyue to lose the child, but he had also rendered her infertile. Who knew if Xia Mingyue would go mad when she discovered that all her scheming to marry into this family had resulted in her infertility? The Marquis' face was stern. Physician Lin, do your utmost to treat the young madam. As for her difficulty in conceiving, remember this, it must never be spoken of to anyone else. Physician Lin, this humble one will remember. Physician Lin was led away by a maid to prescribe medicine, leaving only the 3 members of the Xia family in the room. Father, your son knows he was wrong. Before the Marquis could even lose his temper, Xia Huayu had already knelt down of his own accord. The smoothness with which he knelt suggested this was a familiar routine for him. The Marquis pointed at Xia Huayu's nose and cursed in a low, furious voice. You degenerate. You only brought her into the house yesterday, and we haven't even inventoried her dowry yet, and you've already nearly killed her. How many times have I told you to use your brain before you act? The women you've played to death in the past, find their dead. Wrap them in a straw mat and toss them into a mass grave, and it's done. But Xia Mingyue is the daughter of the Xia family, your lawful wife, brought here, with great ceremony, by our Weiyuan Marquis Manor. If you had played her to death in one night, do you have any idea what kind of disaster you would have brought down on us? Father, your son truly knows he was wrong. Xia Huayu displayed a good attitude in admitting his fault. After the Marquis had vented his anger, the Marquis smoothly began to make excuses for Xia Huayu. Marquis, why are you scolding Yuer? If anyone is to blame, it's that one Xia. If she hadn't seduced Yuer before the wedding, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant in the first place. If she hadn't been pregnant before the wedding, no matter how Yuer carried on with her on their wedding night, it wouldn't have cost her half her life. So it was all Xia Mingyu's fault. There was no flaw in this logic. Xia Huayu wholeheartedly agreed. Seeing the mother and son wearing the same expression of him not at fault, the Marquis was so angry he trembled. Xia Huayu, you should be well aware of our household's current situation, right? Yes, father, I know. Good, as long as you know. Not only is the Emperor's side facing a huge deficit, but our own household is also struggling to make ends meet. Marquis Wei Yuan, our household is now facing the urgent need to pay the 100,000 taels of silver as compensation to the Prince Zenin's residence. It must be delivered today. You should be well aware that the entire family is relying on Xia's dowry to fill this void. So no matter what, you must find a way to secure the silver by the end of today. Rest assured, father. Your son knows what to do. I've just inquired, and Xia's dowry maids and accompanying servants were already sent over by the Prince Zenin's residence this morning. Once Xia wakes up, he'll coax her into having her people immediately inventory the dowry. We'll have the silver to send to the Prince Zenin's residence before nightfall. Excellent. Marquis Wei Yuan left with his wife. Xia Huayu then entered the inner chamber and sat down beside Xia Mingyu's bed. The woman on the bed was so pale that her face held almost no trace of color. Even her naturally soft rosy lips had lost their luster. Without her delicate makeup and splendid attire coupled with that bloodless corpse-like face, the more Xia Huayu looked at Xia Mingyue, the more he found her plain and unappealing. After staring for a long while, Xia Huayu even began to wonder if he had been cursed in the past. Otherwise, why would he have inexplicably admired such an ordinary woman? Time ticked by minute after minute. It wasn't until Xia Huayu had eaten a sumptuous lunch and taken a nap that he finally heard the good news of Xia Mingyue waking up. When Xia Huayu re-entered Xia Mingyue's room, he saw her sobbing in her wet nurse's arms, her eyes red from crying. My young lady, your nurse was only away from you for a single day. How did you end up so badly injured? Nurse, last night, I was locked in the bridal chamber all alone. My stomach ached terribly, and I bled so much. I wanted to go out and find a doctor, but the door just wouldn't budge. I pounded on it and screamed, but no one ever came to open it. Nurse, you don't know? Last night, locked in that room by myself, I was cold, hungry, and in so much pain. I bled so much. I felt my body growing colder and colder. I almost thought I would die on my wedding night. Why, nurse, I was so scared. Xia Mingyue sobbed, hiccuping. The wet nurse wiped her own tears. My young lady, you've suffered such injustice. In the Xia residence, you were raised with such pampering. For over a decade, you've never once lacked for servants. Why, nurse, you're right. It's all the fault of this Marquis Wei Yuan residence. They have pushed their bullying too far. How could the young master treat my precious young lady so horribly on their wedding night? Last night was indeed the fault of my Marquis Wei Yuan residence for neglecting the young madam. Xia Huayu stepped into the room with a dark scowl. The wet nurse was startled, trembling in fear. She hastily rose and bowed to Xia Huayu. This old servant pays respects to the young master. A slap landed harshly on the wet nurse's plump, doughy cheek. An instant red handprint appeared on her pale face. Worthless slave! How dare you gossip about my Marquis Wei Yuan residence behind my back? Is this the discipline of your Xia Shalong's household? The wet nurse's legs gave way, and she knelt upright before Xia Huayu. Still not satisfied, Xia Huayu struck her again. You contemptible slave! Now that your young lady is married to me, she is the rightful young madam in my Marquis Wei Yuan residence. Old hag, how dare you call me young master in my own residence? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with the marriage between me and the young man? This heavy accusation pressed the wet nurse to the floor, prostrate and shivering. Please forgive me, young master. This old servant was just distraught over the young madam losing her child, and spoke without thinking. The young master and young madam are a match made in heaven. I am but a lowly servant, unworthy to presume upon your union. In her heart, the wet nurse cursed the duplicitous Xia Huayu, but dared not show a trace of it on her face. It was Xia Huayu who had nearly killed Xia Mingyue last night. How could he still have the audacity to act so self-righteous? She wanted to shout back in defiance, but she was under someone else's roof and had to lower her head. Besides, she was merely an indentured servant bound to Xia Mingyue. If she offended Xia Huayu, given how Xia Mingyue always acceded to his every request, Xia Mingyue would probably sell her off, without Xia Huayu even having to ask. In the Marquis Wei Yuan residence now, the wet nurse knew full well who held the power. Seeing Xia Mingyue's wet nurse bow her head in admission of fault, Xia Huayu decided to let the matter rest. After all, he would still need this wet nurse's help when they inventoried the dowry. Considering this is your first offense, I will spare you today. If you err again, your punishment will be doubled. This old servant thanks the young master. Get out. I wish to speak privately with the young madam. The wet nurse kowtowed to Xia Huayu before retreating from the inner room. On the bed, Xia Mingyue, her face streaked with tears, saw Xia Huayu approach. She turned her body sulkily, deliberately presenting her back to him. You err. Last night was our wedding night. Brother Huayu was too impulsive and ended up hurting you. It was all Brother Huayu's fault. Can you forgive me just this once? You err, I know you're angry with me. But last night I truly did. You err, please just acknowledge me, won't you? You err, do you have any idea how important you are to me? Ignoring me like this truly breaks my heart. You err, please just talk to me. If you're still angry, you can slap me a few times to vent your frustration. Whatever it takes to make you feel better, just name it, and Brother Huayu will agree to anything. Yue. Xia Huayu lowered his posture, offering apology after apology, and gradually Xia Mingyu's heart began to soften. Bearing the pain, she sat up straight and glared at Xia Huayu's handsome face that had haunted her dreams. You say you didn't mean it last night. But you not only knocked me unconscious, you also left me all alone. Tell me, where did you go? Where did he go? He had gone to a brothel, drowning in its pleasures, unable to extricate himself. Where have you forgotten? Last night, I told you that the Prince Zenon's residence demanded 100,000 taels of silver from us to help cover up the fact that you were with child. I left the bridal chamber after our wedding night specifically to find a way to gather the silver. Leaving you alone was a necessity, not a choice. Xia Mingyue vaguely recalled that last night in his fury Xia Huayu had indeed mentioned something about 100,000 taels of silver. The specific reason, however, she could no longer remember. Now hearing Xia Huayu's explanation, his departure did seem to have been justified. Xia Mingyue believed his story. Then let me ask you this, after you left, why did you have the bridal chamber door bolted from the outside? And why did you dismiss all the servants from the courtyard? Xia Huayu let out a long sigh. Sister Yue, my dismissing all those servants was for your own good. For my good, Indeed. You see, the matter of your marriage swap with Xia Mingzhu is not yet known to the outside world. I was afraid that news would leak and jeopardize our wedding, so I dismissed those servants. Xia Mingyue felt a sudden, inexplicable pang of anxiety at the thought of the marriage swap with her sister. Last night, after the wedding night, Xia Huayu had to rush off to deal with this very matter. It seemed only reasonable that he would shut himself away and keep the servants at bay. Thinking of how he had toiled through the night, a wave of guilt washed over Xia Mingyue. She threw herself into Xia Huayu's arms, sobbing. Boo-hoo, Brother Huayu, I'm so sorry. It was wrong of me to doubt you. It's just, last night you left me all alone in that room. I was so scared. Xia Huayu gently patted her back, his voice soft and soothing. The one who should be apologizing is me, Sister Yue. I failed you yesterday. I should have told you before I left so you wouldn't have had to worry or suffer the loss of. At the mention of the unborn child, Xia Mingyu's tears flowed even more freely. Brother Huayu, you don't know. When I woke up last night and couldn't find you anywhere, my stomach hurt so much, and there was so much blood, and I couldn't get the door open no matter how I called. At that moment I was so terrified, and I wished with all my heart that you would just appear. It's all my fault. I caused you to suffer so much, Sister Yue. Brother Huayu, my wet nurse, just told me. Our child. Ooh, don't cry, Yue. Losing the child just means he wasn't meant to be ours. Focus on regaining your strength, and you can give me 7 or 8 more children later. Brother Huayu, you're terrible. I'm still grieving, and you're already teasing me. Teasing you. Surely Sister Yue doesn't want to give Brother Huayu 7 or 8 children. Of course I do. Tears still glistening on her face, Xia Mingyue smiled shyly. Suppressing his disgust, Xia Huayu lowered his head and kissed her cold, pale lips. He kissed her until her mind went hazy, and then finally he broached the real subject. Sister Yue, there's something I find terribly hard to say, but I have no other choice, so I must ask for your help. Xia Mingyue, nestled in his arms, had a rosy flush on her cheeks from their recent intimacy. By now she was completely charmed and disoriented. Hearing that he was in trouble, she immediately pressed him. Brother Huayu, we're husband and wife now, one in body and spirit. Tell me what's troubling you, and we'll find a solution together. Xia Huayu's face was a mask of conflict. After a moment, as if he had made a momentous decision, he spoke slowly. Well, Sister Yue, I'll be direct with you. Because of the marriage swap, and because I want you to stay with me for life, and because of that poor, unfortunate child, the Prince of Zenon's mansion requires us to pay them 100,000 taels of silver in compensation. Our Marquis of Huayuan's mansion is wealthy and certainly has the funds. However, since this whole matter started because of you, my father is furious and has declared that the mansion will not pay a single coin, and I frankly don't have that much silver at my disposal. The mansion refused to pay. Xia Huayu couldn't come up with the money, and all of this was her fault. His words made Xia Mingyu's heart sink with discomfort. Xia Huayu was all but asking her to pay the 100,000 taels herself. Yet when she looked up and met his eyes, which held a mixture of shame and hopeful expectation, she simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. She calculated that Xia Ming's dowry alone was worth at least 500,000 taels. Combined with the gifts from the Xia family and the betrothal presents from the Marquis of Huayuan's mansion, her own dowry was worth no less than 700,000 taels. For Xia Huayu, giving up a mere 100,000 taels was not out of the question. Brother Huayu, as I said, we are one. And since it was my marriage swap with my sister that angered the Prince of Zenon's mansion, since you're short on funds, I can take 100,000 taels from my dowry to cover this immediate need. When you're more financially comfortable in the future, you can pay me back. A flicker of joy passed through Xia Huayu's heart when he heard she would provide the silver from her dowry. But when she said it was just to tide him over and that he would have to repay her, his eyes darkened and his arms tightened around her involuntarily. He stared at the slender neck so close to him, fighting the urge to snap it right then and there. Sister Yue, you are so good to me. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. Marrying the best brother Huayu is the happiest thing in my life. Sister Yue, the prince of Zinan's mansion, requires the silver to be delivered today. So if it's convenient, could you give me the silver a little earlier? Of course, but you'll have to wait a bit. They'll have my wet nurse take the dowry ledger and start an inventory right away. I promise it will be done before dark, and he'll give you items worth the 100,000 taels. Sister Yue, you truly are my Xia Huayu hugged her and stole a few more kisses before leaving satisfied. Xia Mingyue, her emotional wounds soothed, immediately instructed her wet nurse to lead the servants in taking inventory of the dowry. The wet nurse led a group of dowry attendants along with the servants from the Xia household responsible for cataloging the dowry chests into the courtyard. The long line of dowry items was a sight to behold: beds, cabinets, tables, chairs, stools, screens, trunks, dishes, bowls, clothing, and fabrics. Everything imaginable. The large items like the furniture were easy to count. The main task was inventorying the precious antiques, porcelain, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and gold and silver items stored in the trunks and chests. They first checked the total count against the list, and then came the most thrilling moment: opening the chests. They tore off the 2 seals and unlocked a chest. A chest full of stones. They opened another chest. A chest full of dirt clods. They opened yet another chest. A stone block with a smiley face drawn on it. They opened another. All the chests that had contained valuables had inexplicably turned into worthless trash. The nanny, her face deathly pale, collapsed on the ground, her skirt soaked in a large patch of wetness. The others scattered, rushing to report this earth-shattering news to their respective masters. Xia Mansion. Since learning last night that his mansion had been cleaned out completely, Xia Yuanxiao had coughed up a mouthful of old blood and slept all the way until dawn. After a solid night's sleep, he woke up feeling exceptionally refreshed. Early in the morning, he dressed properly and went to court. After finishing his duties, he returned home as if nothing had happened, ate his meal, and went to his study to work. It was as if he had completely forgotten everything that had happened yesterday, until Li Wenwen came whimpering to him. Master, there is nothing left in the mansion. The food and refreshments for entertaining guests yesterday were all bought with the last silver coins I had left. But those ingredients were mostly used up yesterday. Today we can still scrape by somehow. But if there is no income tomorrow, our mansion will run out of food. Master, what are we to do? Xia Yuanxiao frowned, glaring at Li Wenwen in displeasure. Li, I trusted you and entrusted the management of the inner quarters to you, yet you mess things up like this. Master. Li Wenwen was baffled by the scolding. Tears still hung on her face and her eyes were completely bewildered as she looked at Xia Yuanxiao. Master, I am wronged. It really wasn't me who squandered that silver. Li, think of our Xia mansion with the immense wealth accumulated by generations of masters and the million dowry of my late wife. If you hadn't secretly embezzled and squandered, how could my mansion have reached the point of running out of food? Oi. Master. Those riches, even if Li Wenwen squandered them alone for 3 lifetimes, I still couldn't finish them. How can you wrong? Was it not you who misappropriated the silver? It was not me. Then let me ask you, where did all that silver go? Master, have you forgotten? Just yesterday our mansion's main storehouse, your private treasury, my private treasury, and all the kitchens, big and small, were all stolen by that damned little thief. All stolen. Stolen. Gone. Help. The master has spat blood again and again. Hurry, call the mansion physician. Quick, fetch the madam and the young master. You idiot, are you blind? Isn't that the madam on the ground, her face covered in blood? Madam has fainted again and again. Quickly call the physician. Xia Mingzhu knew nothing of the farces at the Xia mansion and the Wei Yuanhou mansion. She accompanied madam and in Gu Haosen's room, watching the sleeping beauty until it was time for lunch before leaving. After seeing off madam, and Xia Mingzhu returned to her room and listlessly slumped over the table. She only perked up when the midday meal was brought in. After the meal, she planned to bring Xiao Chui into the mansion as she had promised the little girl. She had informed madam about this so after lunch Xia Mingzhu changed into a simple, elegant outfit and went out. Originally Feng Hua Shui Yu all wanted to accompany her, but she thought it was too ostentatious, so she ended up only taking Feng Hua. Plump Xia Mingzhu, leading a slender pretty maid, boarded the carriage at the side gate. The wheels rumbled for a full 15 minutes before finally entering the bustling downtown area. Xia Mingzhu ordered the carriage to stop and the mistress and maid got off to walk. As a servant, Feng Hua rarely had the chance to go out shopping, so everything seemed novel to her. But as Xia Momo from the apocalypse, she didn't care much about those curious trinkets. Her favorite thing was browsing the various food. Soon both of them had their hands full of all kinds of delicacies. Feng Hua's hands were completely occupied, but Xia Mingzhu still wanted to keep buying more. Unfortunately, because she had a burden she couldn't shake off, she would have bought a huge stash of food to store in her space. Passing by a tea house, she saw the entrance surrounded by layers of people. Seeing a crowd, Xia Mingzhu led Feng Hua over to join them. A tall, handsome man in a green robe, wearing a mask and holding a folding fan, stood on the storytelling platform. His figure gave Xia Mingzhu a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this person before. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I, Lu Tizui, will tell you a story of a modern-day chinshimi. Good. This Xia Shimi is also a native of the capital, a man of great learning who attends the court daily. Attending court daily. He's an official, isn't he? Xia Shimi's first wife was surnamed Li. Back then Lady Li's mother was from a merchant family and doted on her immensely. Thus Lady Li's dowry was a grand procession of 10 miles comparable to that of a princess. Because he married Lady Li using her wealth to pave the way, and with the support of her family, Xia Shimi was promoted 3 ranks in just 1 year. Unfortunately, Lady Li was unlucky in life. After giving birth to twins a year after marriage, her health began to decline. All household affairs were handed over to her dowry maid, who was also her father's illegitimate daughter concubine, Li Xia's concubine. And this concubine Li of Xia Shimi was quite a formidable figure. The daughter she gave birth to was less than a month younger than Lady Li's twins, and the following year, she gave birth to a son. When Lady Li's twins were 6 years old on the Lantern Festival, the eldest son went out to see fireworks and unfortunately got lost. From then on, Lady Li was bedridden, struggling on for more than 3 years before passing away. The world lamented her untimely death. But that concubine Li was promoted to being a legal wife a month after Lady Li's death by that Xia. I wonder, dear audience, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xia Mingzhu thought, isn't Lu Tizui telling the story of the Xia mansion? The audience, truly a modern-day Xia Shimi, taking all the benefits from Lady Li, but getting together with the dowry maid. Indeed, only a month after Lady Li passed away, he promoted that concubine Li to a legal wife. He truly has no gratitude for her kindness. This story feels like I've heard it somewhere before. How can a person of such bad character like Xia Shimi still be an official? Even if he is an official, he is destined not to be a good one. Lu Tizui go on with the story. In the tray there was a clinking. The servant smiled and poured all the copper coins and small silver ingots from the tray into a box. Iron Mouth Lu thanks all the esteemed patrons for their generosity, Lu Tizui said, clasping his hands in a salute and bowing to the crowd before continuing. Now, ever since concubine Li became the head of the household, the sole bloodline of the late Lady Li, the eldest young lady, has become a pitiful soul. Not only was she banished to a remote courtyard by concubine Li under the pretext of observing mourning for Lady Li, but she was also denied her monthly allowance, new clothes and charcoal for warmth. Her daily meals were even skimped and docked. Take for instance the 1000-wash 100-flavor soup. Do any of you esteemed patrons know what that is? The crowd shook their heads. Lu Tizui continued. What about the beauty-nourishing cordyceps soup? Can any of you guess what that might be? And then there's the youthful, immortal ginseng fruit. Any guesses? These 3 dishes are precisely what the young lady has been eating ever since Lady Li's passing. Despite such grand and elegant names, the gossiping crowd racked their brains, but couldn't guess. As Lu Tizui posed these questions, and no one could answer, the donation tray once again rang with a clatter of coins. Lu Tizui said, "Thank you for the tips, patrons. That 1000-wash 100-flavor soup is merely the leftover dishwater from washing pots, with some brown, oily scum floating on top. As for the beauty-nourishing cordyceps soup, it's made from rotten cabbage leaves and old vegetable stalks boiled in plain water with insects and insect droppings floating in it. And finally, the staple dish, the youthful, immortal ginseng fruit, is made from burnt scraps scraped from the bottom of a wok, mixed with bug-infested flower plant, ash mud, and other such things. All of it is carefully kneaded together to form cornmeal buns, each the size of a fist, meant to stave off hunger for a whole day." As the truth was revealed, the entire tea house erupted in an uproar. The stark contrast between those grandiose names and such inedible slop was simply too much to bear. The patrons exclaimed that concubine Li has gone too far. She squanders Lady Li's money, cherishes her own children like jewels, yet treats the young Lady Li's only child with such cruelty. It's infuriating. My heart aches for that young lady. She should have been living a life of luxury and ease, knowing nothing of the world's hardships. But her fate has been cruel, leaving her in the hands of that venomous woman. The crowd was seething with indignation, every word a condemnation of concubine Li. Xia Mingzhu listened to the story about herself with great relish. At the same time, she became intrigued by Lu Tizui's sources of information. He described everything in such vivid detail, as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. Could he be someone in the know? She truly wished she could lift the mask from his face and see who was hiding beneath. Once the crowd had discussed their fill and made another round of donations, Lu Tizui slammed his gavel, and the tea house fell silent once more. Esteemed patrons, please allow me to continue the tale. The young lattice ordeal finally came to light during a family banquet in the 2nd year after her comingafage ceremony. Forced by pressure from the family elders, the young lady finally moved into a courtyard that didn't leak wind or rain. She could finally eat proper meals and wear clothes that fit her properly. Good. But her good fortune was short-lived. Concubine Li soon devised another venomous plot. She organized a flower-viewing banquet intending to ruin the young lattice's reputation and thereby seize control of the dowry left by Lady Li. That concubine Li deserves to die. There's nothing more venomous than a woman's heart. That poor young lady. Lu Tizui, concubine Li had 2 schemes in place at that flower-viewing banquet. The first scheme, she arranged for someone to push the young lady into the pond so that a certain young master, who stood less than 5 feet tall, was a frequent patron of brothels and was rather unpleasant to look at, could rescue her. The patrons, what a truly vicious scheme. That particular young master. As far as I know, there's only one in the capital who fits that description and has such a reputation. Concubine Li is truly wicked. My heart goes out to that helpless young lady. Lu Tai Zue. But the young lady saw through this plot beforehand. She kicked the male servant who tried to push her into the pond, sending him into the water instead. And since the 5-foot young master had never seen the young lady before, he mistakenly grabbed hold of a rather plump male servant thinking it was her. After he rescued her, or rather him, to solidify the claim of their intimate contact, he not only pressed hard on the servant's chest, but also blew air into his mouth. The patrons, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. That young master is a real character. Could it be that his lack of height has also affected? Am I the only one wondering if that young master and the male servant ended up falling in love? Ahem, my friend, that thought of yours is quite agreeable to me. The crowd was thoroughly entertained, and amidst the laughter and chatter the donation tray rang continuously with the sound of coins. Seeing the generous tips, Lu Tai Zue grinned from ear to ear. After thanking them, he continued, when her first scheme failed, concubine Li devised a second one. When the young lady was alone, she had a maid spill wine on her clothes. Then, under the pretense of helping her change, she lured the young lady to a pre-prepared courtyard. Once the young lady was inside, they locked the doors and windows. When they judged that the aphrodisiac had taken effect, they had a personal maid lead a pre-arranged beggar into the room. Fortunately, the young lady was prepared. As the door opened, she shoved the maid and the beggar inside, shut them in, and left the room herself, locking the two of them together. The drug's effect was so potent that when concubine Li arrived with a group of ladies and young misses along with Xia Shimi and his group, the two inside were still going at it. Concubine Li insisted that the young lady was inside, but to her shock the young lady appeared outside the courtyard fully dressed, and so that flower-viewing banquet with ill intentions ended in a complete defeat for concubine Li. The patrons, this story sounds familiar. I remember now. Hell, I remember too. Lu Tai Zue is talking about what happened in that Xia family's household. That banquet was the famous flower-viewing banquet hosted by that secondary wife, which became the talk of the capital. Huh, what are you all talking about? Yeah, who exactly is this Xia Shimi? How come you all seem to know him? Let me tell you, the affairs of that Xia household spread through every street and alley of the capital a while back. The donation tray clattered. Lu Tai Zue, everything you've told us happened a while ago. It's old news now. Yeah, we've already heard all this. Got anything new? Spice it up a bit. Like the two young ladies from different families who got married on the same day the day before yesterday. If you can spill the inside story on that'll give you a handsome reward. How about it? Lu Tai Zue bowed deeply to the patron, who was holding up a tinsel piece of silver. Thank you kindly, sir. I will immediately serve you the freshest and most authentic inside story. If it's authentic, the reward is yours. If not, I'll tear your stall apart. Rest assured, honorable patrons, Lu Tai Zue declared, every word that leaves my mouth is born of what I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. I never fabricate a single tale. A sharp clap of the gavel rang out. The tea house fell silent. Now, as I was saying, Lu Tai Zue continued, that eldest young lady, when she was but a child, had a splendid marriage arranged for her by Lady Li. But alas, with Lady Li's untimely passing, that splendid match caught the eye of the second miss, the daughter of concubine Li. The groom's family should have come to discuss the wedding when the eldest miss came of age, yet the young man spurned her for her lack of support, and instead took a fancy to the second miss, who was renowned for her reputation. A month ago, the young man's family, facing financial ruin, was forced to come and seek the eldest miss hand in marriage, all for the sake of her considerable dowry. Seeing their prized son-in-law slipping away, how could concubine Li and her daughter simply accept this? So the mother and daughter conspired, and under the second miss name also arranged a betrothal to a noble young lord of high status, though he was desperately ill and bedridden. They even set the wedding for the very same day as the eldest miss. I know of this. Lu Tai Zue speaks of the marriage between the Xia family and the heir of the Wei Yuan marquis and the young prince of the Jinan prince's household. Two daughters of the Xia family married on the same day. One doted upon, one neglected. One weds a healthy and promising young man, the other a consumptive on the verge of death. No matter how you look at it, there's something deeply wrong with their marriages. Lu Tai Zue nodded. Indeed, this patron speaks with great wisdom. On the day of the weddings, as both bridal processions halted at the gate, the two young ladies, dressed in identical attire, walked out together. Just before they were to board their bridal sedan chairs, a slight commotion occurred. The maids and matrons tumbled to the ground, and in the ensuing scramble to avoid them, the two young ladies switched positions. Lu Tai Zue, if what you say is true, then did the Wei Yuan marquis and the Jinan prince's household end up with the wrong bride? No wonder the Xia Jinan and Wei Yuan households all have their gates tightly shut today. Something truly serious. Sending the wrong bride isn't such a great calamity. As long as they can be swapped back in time, it should be fine. That's right, Lu Tai Zue, tell us. Did the two young ladies get swapped back? The clinking of coins sounded as Lu Tai Zue shook his head and sighed. This young master thinks it too simple. Once the bride has been received into the household, has paid respects to heaven and earth, and entered the bridal chamber, swapping them back is no easy feat. Stop being so mysterious and tell us all about it. Lu Tizui said. Honored patrons, listen closely. After the eldest miss entered the mansion, her husband was too ill to rise from his bed, so her bridal veil was never even lifted. As for the second miss, once she entered the mansion, the groom consummated the marriage thoroughly, so the brides could not be exchanged back. Xia Mingyu thought to herself, is Lu Tizui hiding under Xia Mingyu's bed? How does he know such intimate details? Lu Tieju's words sent a wave of shock through the tea house. Isn't that heir of the Wei Yuan marquis going too far? Heir Xie and the second miss were already acquainted. After lifting the veil knowing he had the wrong bride, how could he just let it go on? Are you daft? Isn't it obvious? Indeed. Concubine Li never favored the eldest miss. Why would she marry her to the virtuous and well-born heir Xia, while giving her own daughter to a dying prince to be a widow? From what you're saying, was all this engineered by Concubine Li? Aren't Concubine Li's actions courting trouble with the Jinan princes and Wei Yuan marquis households? Indeed, the Wei Yuan marquis household was supposed to marry a legitimate daughter with a hefty dowry. Now they've got a concubine's daughter with barely any dowry. Will they accept that? And the eldest miss wrongly married to a dying prince to live as a widow. Will she accept her fate? The clinking of silver coins rang out once more. Lu Tieju's smile stretched from ear to ear. Indeed, exposing the secrets of these great households was far more lucrative than serving that old wretch. Now the second miss groom, after hastily consummating his marriage, went straight to his own father, and together they sought out his father-in-law Xiaoshimi. The three of them went to the other household to confess their fault. The details need not be elaborated. In the end, because the second miss had already been intimate with the eldest miss' former fiancé, and was even with child. Xiaoshimi's family and the fiancé's family each compensated the eldest miss with 100,000 taels of silver. However, the eldest miss' dowry valued at 600,000 to 700,000 taels could not be recovered from the second miss due to a document signed the day before the wedding in the presence of the clan's elders. Lu Tieju's words once again stirred the room. Each family paying her 100,000 taels. Heavens, the eldest miss has struck it rich. You're only hearing half the story. The eldest miss' dowry of 600,000 to 700,000 taels was swindled away by Concubine Li. Compared to that loss, she's actually taken a huge hit. That black-heart Xiaoshimi. That malicious Concubine Li. Even after the eldest miss' marriage, they still managed to swindle her for a hefty sum. The eldest miss has suffered such a great loss. Will the Jinan prince's household stand for it? I know a bit about this. Speak up, speak up. The grand matriarch of the Jinan prince's household is not the prince's biological mother. The marriage to the second miss was arranged by her against the young prince's wishes. So you understand now. You mean? The more pitiable and unfortunate the eldest miss is, the more she will earn the grand matriarch's favor. So that's how it is. The clinking of coins sounded again. The patrons, eager for more, were exceptionally generous this time, tossing in several silver ingots. Lu Tizui continued. After promising to compensate the eldest miss with 100,000 taels, the two households departed. But when Xiaoshimi returned to his mansion, he was dealt another heavy blow. A patron asked what happened. Lu Tizui replied, this matter began yesterday morning. In the early morning, the servants of the Xiao mansion discovered that all the kitchens, large and small, had been completely ransacked by petty thieves. With guests already arriving, Concubine Li had to hastily send people out to buy the necessary provisions for entertaining. A wealthy man in fine silks, waving a folding fan, tossed out 2 taels of silver before slowly speaking. I was at the Xia mansion for the feast yesterday myself. I found the food, the wine, the pastries, and even the tableware to be rather shoddy. Now I understand. It was all bought at the last minute. That explains everything. Lu Tizui clasped his hands in a respectful salute to the wealthy Master Fuguei. That evening, after offering his apologies at the southern prince's mansion, Xiaoshimi returned to his residence only to be struck by yet another devastating piece of news. Within his grand storeroom, Lady Li's private vault, and Xiaoshimi's own personal treasury, all the contents had vanished into thin air, despite the doors and windows remaining securely locked and untouched. Overwhelmed by a surge of frantic rage, Xiaoshimi spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Lady Li likewise was seized by such excruciating heartache that she suffered a severe palpitation attack and fainted and had to be carried back to her courtyard. A wave of applause erupted. Well done, well done. This is their just retribution for their evil deeds. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Serves them right, a pair of scoundrels. They deserve this fate. Alas, now that the Xia family has been cleaned out completely, how will they ever come up with the 100,000 taels of silver they owe as compensation to the young lady? As the saying goes, even a rotten boat has 3,000 nails left in it. People like us who can't even earn 1,000 taels a year, why should we worry about their troubles? Isn't that right? For a family like theirs, even if their house is emptied, they still have their fields, shops, and heirlooms. There's no way they'll ever become poor. A mere 100,000 taels can be easily covered by selling off a bit of land to shop, or some antiques and calligraphy. Hearing that Xia Yuanxiao had vomited blood again, and Li Wanwen had fallen unconscious, once more Xia Mingzhu was exceedingly pleased. The only person who could be so intimately acquainted with the Xia family's affairs, and could recount the events concerning Xia Yuanxiao, with such meticulous detail, was someone from his innermost circle. Xia Mingzhu had a good idea who that person was. However, she had no intention of exposing him. After all, the man earned his money through considerable hardship, not only attending to Xia Yuanqiu's needs day and night, but sometimes having to sacrifice something precious of his own. Therefore he had rightfully earned that money. Xia Mingzhu signaled Fei Hua to reward Lu Tizui with 5 taels of silver. As Lu Tizui bowed in Xia Mingzhu's direction, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Then, recalling that he was wearing a mask, and she couldn't possibly recognize him, his tense body relaxed. Lu Tizui thanks this young lady for her generosity. Honored patrons, Lu Tiejua's storytelling session ends here today. May fate bring us together again. Lu Tizui made to leave, but was stopped by a young man in splendid attire. Hold on, Lu Tizui. How may this young master be of service? You only spoke of what happened after Xia Shimi returned home. What about the other 2 families? Lu Tizui gave an awkward smile. Young master, and all you esteemed patrons, the defenses of the other 2 mansions are quite formidable. I haven't yet obtained today's latest news from them. Please forgive me, everyone. If there are any developments, I will be sure to inform you all at the first opportunity. With that, Lu Tizui picked up his money pouch and hurriedly departed. Seeing that the tea house had switched to its regular elderly storyteller, many patrons began to slowly disperse. Xia Mingzhu also led Fei Hua, and the 2 of them left the tea house together. They crossed the bustling market, wove through streets and alleys, and after several twists and turns entered a small lane. There they knocked on the door of a modest 2-courtyard residence. The wooden door creaked open a crack, revealing Xiao Xia's adorable puppy-like eyes. Upon seeing Xia Mingzhu, the little maid flung the door wide open and rushed forward, clinging tightly to Xia Mingzhu's arm, as if she would never let go. "Oh, miss, is it really you? Boo-hoo, Miss Xiao Chui, missed you so much. I was so afraid you'd forgotten about me and left me here to live all alone. Dear miss, have you come to take Xiao Chui away from this place? Let's go right now. I don't want to stay a single day longer in a place without—" Xiao Cui's little mouth chattered on, and on leaving Xia Mingzhu without a single chance to get a word in edgewise. The maid's eagerness to leave was overwhelmingly apparent. She didn't even invite Xia Mingzhu inside to sit down. Instead, she dashed inside like a whirlwind and reappeared in the blink of an eye, a cloth bundle already slung over her back. This impetuous little girl left Xia Mingzhu feeling both amused and exasperated. "Miss, I'm all packed and ready. All right, let's go together. From now on, you'll stay by my side. I'll make sure you live a life of luxury, and in a few years, I'll find you a perfect husband." Hearing that Xia Mingzhu would not only give her a good life, but also find her a handsome and suitable husband, Xiao Xia's face flushed with a deep, bashful blush. Still, she brazenly asked for a reward. "Hee, this servant thanks you for your generosity, miss. Xiao Chui, since you've been released from servitude, you no longer need to call me miss." "Miss," Xiao Chui looked at Xia Mingzhu with tearful eyes. "Is it because I'm no longer a bondservant that you don't like me, or want—" "Miss, I lost both my parents when I was young. It was the madam who took me in. Now in this world you are my only family. If you don't like me anymore, and don't want me anymore, then I couldn't go on living." The little girl's voice grew more sorrowful as she spoke, as if a world of hurt had been unearthed. "Miss, perhaps you should just register me as your slave again. As long as I'm always your maidservant, you'll never abandon me, and you'll never stop liking me." Xia Mingzhu was at a complete loss for words. What on earth was going on inside that little head of hers all day? "Xiao Chui, that's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is now that you're no longer a slave and your name on the household registry has been changed to Xiao Wuxia, you don't have to refer to yourself as a servant anymore, and you don't have to call me miss." "I don't want to." Xiao Chui set her jaw stubbornly, her red-rimmed eyes fixed on Xia Mingzhu. "In front of others, I am Xia Wuxia, the sworn sister of the eldest Miss Xia. But in front of you, I will be your servant Xiao Chui for the rest of my life." What a stubborn little thing. "Oh well, as long as she's happy. All right, as long as it makes you happy, everything is up to you. Now can you stop crying? Miss, you are so good to Xiao Chui." Xiao Chui wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and clung to Xia Mingzhu's arm without letting go. The 2 of them looked as close as a pair of biological sisters. The 2 sisters chatted, walked, and munched on snacks as they went. Fei Hua, following behind them, looked at the pampered Xiao Chui with immense envy in her heart. The bond between mistress and maid was truly wonderful. Though not sisters by blood, their affection surpassed that of countless siblings. To have such a relationship, to have such a mistress, was a fortune she could only envy for a lifetime. The 3 of them returned to the bustling market for a while, and by the time they had their fill of fun and returned to the prince's mansion, it was almost dinner time. Xia Mingzhu brought Xiao Chui back to her own courtyard and settled her in the room next to hers. The little maid still wanted to do as they had in the old Xia residence, with Xia Mingzhu sleeping in the inner chamber while she slept on the small couch in the outer one. Xia Mingzhu refused her unreasonable demand, and Feng Hua Shui, you would never agree either. After all, the outer chamber of the master bedroom was specifically reserved for the personal maids to rest during their night watch. Xiao Shui in her current position was merely a guest staying briefly at the prince's mansion. If she as a guest were to move into the small room where the servants kept their night vigil, what would that look like? Before dinner, Xia Mingzhu went alone to the adjoining room. In her capacity as the wife, she paid a special visit to care for her husband, the sleeping beauty, Gu Haosen. Upon seeing that he was still in that half-dead state, she returned to her own room with peace of mind, and joined her guest Xiao Shui for dinner. That night, Xiao Shui, shameless as ever, managed to squeeze onto the same bed as Xia Mingzhu. The two sisters whispered secrets to each other for nearly half the night. That night, Xia Mingwei wept the entire night, through her eyes swollen into thin slits from crying. She simply could not fathom why the dowry that was perfectly fine at the Xia residence with all its valuables had turned into nothing but rubbish upon arriving at the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. That night, the Marquis of Weiyuan dragged Xia Huayu out of his warm bed of pleasures and gave him a severe lashing with a whip, then made him kneel in the ancestral hall with his wounds still fresh. A young master who did nothing but frequent brothels and proved utterly useless was nothing more than a worthless piece of garbage. That same night, a furious Xia Yuanxiao stormed into Li Wenwen's courtyard and nearly strangled her to death. It was all because of this woman. Had she not abused Xia Mingzhu would never have demanded the return of Li Wenjing's dowry, costing him a full 100,000 taels of silver for nothing. It was all because of this woman's rotten ideas. Had she not arranged for Xia Mingyue to switch marriages, he would not have had to compensate the Jinnan prince's mansion with 100,000 taels of silver. That night, within the imperial palace of Tianshan Kingdom, Ouyang held his beloved consort, Xiangu Ruolin, in his arms, soothing her with gentle words throughout the night. The consort Xian wept for the child she was forced to send away, wept for his incurable body, and wept for his marriage that was nothing. Ouyang gently comforted the woman he loved most. He had failed to give her the highest title, and he had failed to protect the child they shared. He felt guilty toward mother and son, yet he could only continue to let them bear the hardship. That night, a letter proving the Prince of Zenan's treason and collusion with the enemy from the southern border of Tianshan Kingdom was delivered to the capital via carrier pigeon by the Emperor's secret guards. The secret guards' message stated that Gu Chengzhou, seeing the plot exposed, had fled overnight to the southern frontier with only a few of his personal guards. That night, countless people lay awake until dawn. At the Jinnan prince's mansion, the next morning, Xia Mingzhu, who had slept soundly until she naturally woke up, felt as if the sky had fallen upon rising. The Prince of Jinnan had committed treason. In his fury, Emperor Ouyang had directly ordered the Imperial Guard to surround the Jinnan prince's mansion overnight. Treason. That was a crime punishable by the execution of one's entire family and the annihilation of all 9 clans. At the very least, the whole family would be exiled with 3 generations barred from taking the imperial examinations. At worst, the entire household would be thrown into prison, all adult males beheaded, and the women consigned to the Bureau of Music to become government courtesans. This shocking piece of devastating news left Xia Mingzhu so frustrated she felt like she would explode. If she had known the Prince of Jinnan would commit treason and the mansion would be raided and exiled, she would never have swapped marriages with Xia Mingwei. If she had stayed in the capital and entered the Weiyuan Marquis Manor, even if she had to constantly guard against the schemes of the women in the inner quarters and endure the harassment of that disgusting scumbag, that kind of life would still have been far better than being raided and exiled. Just as Xia Mingzhu was feeling disgruntled, several maidservants timidly approached her side. Princess, the mansion is surrounded. What should we do? Feng Hua Shui, and you were all trembling with anxiety. The 4 of them were all family-born servants, their entire families bound by permanent slave contracts tied inextricably to the fate of the Jinnan prince's mansion. Once this ship sank, none of them would escape. Miss, what about you? Xiao Shui also spoke with tearful eyes, clutching Xia Mingzhu's arm and refusing to let go. I don't want to leave you, and I don't want you to be sent to the Bureau of Music, and I definitely don't want you to be exiled. Xia Mingzhu spread her hands helplessly. Sai, I don't want that either. But I've already boarded this pirate ship called the Jinnan Prince's Mansion. What can I do? Xia Mingzhu's words made Xiao Shui cry. Xia Mingzhu asked, Fei Hua, you 4 are all family-born servants. If the mansion is raided, will you all be sold off? Fei Hua replied, Princess, after the mansion is raided, we few along with our families will inevitably be sold off. Fei Yue covered her face and sobbed. Princess, you may not know this, but for servants sold off after their master's household is raided for treason, most official families wouldn't dare to buy them. Fei Shue added, for us sold-off servants, if we're lucky enough to be noticed by some wealthy household that doesn't know our background, and bought to be a maid or a concubine, that would already be considered burning incense in our ancestors' graves for such a good outcome. Fei Hua continued, if our identities were to be discovered, people would surely avoid us like snakes and scorpions. Our final destination would inevitably be sold into those filthy places to become those who are ridden by 1,000 and slept on by 10,000. Fikshu's gaze turned resolute. If I truly have to fall into that den of wolves and tigers, I'd rather hang myself with a white silk ribbon right now. At least it would be an end to it all, and I'd suffer less. The words of the four women voiced the sorrow of all servants. In an instant the senior maids inside the room, and the sweeping maids and matrons outside all burst into a chorus of weeping. Hearts are made of flesh, and their desperate sobs softened Xia Ming's own heart. Although Xia Mingzhu came from the apocalypse and had witnessed much of humanity's ugliness in the base, she had also seen many kind-hearted people. Some were utterly evil, but some were still worth helping. The four maids bestowed upon her by the prince's mansion. She had only known them for 2 days, but their impression on her was rather favorable. So she was inclined to help them. After all, they could barely be considered her own people now. Alright, all of you stop crying. The mansion is only surrounded for now, and nothing has been decided yet. Xia Mingzhu casually offered a few words of reassurance, and then sent the others out of the room. Xiao Chui was kept behind alone. Xiao Chui, you're not part of the prince's mansion. You should be able to leave. Miss Xiao Chui doesn't want to leave you. Xiao Chui, be obedient. Leave the mansion right now. But I can't bear to part with you, miss. Silly girl, have you forgotten how formidable your miss is? Miss martial skills are indeed formidable, but those people, they all have blades. Don't you worry. Your miss abilities are far greater than you think. Dealing with those people will be no problem at all. Xiao Chui knew Xia Mingzhu was skilled in martial arts, but no matter how skilled she was, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. She could leave the mansion right now, but leaving Xia Mingzhu behind all alone, how could she possibly rest easy? Xiao Chui knew Xia Mingzhu was skilled in martial arts, but no matter how formidable she was, she couldn't fight off a crowd alone. She could leave the mansion right now, but leaving Xia Mingzhu behind all by herself, how could she possibly feel at ease? To persuade Xiao Chui to leave, Xia Mingzhu spoke until her throat was parched. Xiao Chui, think about it. Your mistress is so skilled in martial arts that neither men nor women, not even 10 or 8 of them, could ever be a match for me. So whether I end up banished or sent to the Bureau of Music, you must trust me. None of them can lay a finger on me. Mistress Xiao Chui knows you can take on 10 at once, but those in the past were all unarmed. But this time you'll be facing ruthless soldiers who kill without blinking, jailers who delight in torture, and heartless brothel madams. Though Xiao Xia's words were nothing but the truth, they did little more than boost the enemy's morale and deflate their own. Xia Ming's face turned stern. Xiao Chui, sometimes the truth can be quite hurtful, you know. Mistress, I'm sorry. Your mistress here is like a caged bird now, longing to fly but utterly unable to. It's just that she doesn't want to fly at the moment. But you, on the other hand, can choose to leave this man-eating cage whenever you please. Knowing full well this is no place for you, why can't you just be obedient? Xiao Chui bit her lip and stayed silent. Xiao Chui, what do you think of Feng Hua Shui Yue and the others? Those elder sisters are all kind souls. Do you still remember what they just said? I do. Then you wouldn't want to see those 4 sold by the madam to some filthy den, trapped in a living hell with no way out, would you? Xiao Chui shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Chui, be a good girl, and leave the mansion quietly at once. Only if you're safe and free can you have the chance to rescue Feng Hua Shui Yue and the other 3. With red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Xia's gaze swept toward Feng Hua Shui Yue and the others who were eavesdropping by the crack of the door. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Feng Shui mustered her courage, pushed open the door, walked up to Xiao Chui, and dropped to her knees. Seeing Feng Shui kneel, the other 3 followed her inside, and knelt as well. We beg Miss Xia to save our lives. If Miss Xia is willing to save us, we swear to follow you through life and death, and never betray you lest we die a wretched death. Having been knelt to for the first time in her life, Xiao Chui froze for a moment before turning her pleading gaze towards Xia Mingzhu. Mistress, Xia Mingzhu smiled softly, and gently stroked the little girl's stray cowlick. Xiao Chui, for their sake, and for mine, be a good girl, and leave the mansion right now. She leaned down and whispered into Xiao Xia's ear, don't worry about me. Go back to that little courtyard first. I'll come find you tonight. At these words, Xiao Xia's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She asked once more, Mistress, do you swear you won't deceive me? You little rascal, so young yet so clever. Rest assured, this mistress is a woman of her word. A promise once made is as unbreakable as a team of 4 horses. I will never go back on it. Now leave quietly and go wait for me at home. But only to find the right moment to slip out and see you. It might be quite late. No matter how late it is, Xiao Chui will be waiting. Alright then. Oh, and those silver coins you brought in yesterday probably won't make it out with you, but that's fine. I'll personally bring you some silver tonight. Xiao Chui nodded obediently. Once you have money in hand, find a matchmaker in advance. The moment this place is confiscated, you can rush over and buy them out immediately. Then settle down in the capital with a small shop and wait for your mistress to come back in triumph. Got it? Xiao Chui nodded, tears streaming down her face. Yet deep down the little girl had already made up her mind. If Xia Mingzhu were sentenced to exile, she would follow the procession and bribe the guards along the way to ease her mistress' suffering on the road. And if she were sent to the Bureau of Music, she might not be able to get her out, but she could still slip some silver in from time to make her days there a little more bearable. Once her mind was set, Xiao Chui swiftly packed a small bundle. Xia Mingzhu, leading Feng Hua Shui Yue and the other 2, personally escorted Xiao Chui to the mansion's front gate. The main gate was sealed tight, with only a small side door left ajar, flanked by a row of armored soldiers. The gleaming steel blades in their hands were enough to make anyone shrink back in fear at a single glance. Under the watchful eyes of Xia Mingzhu and the others, Xiao Cui shuffled to the small door on trembling legs. Halt! The Jinnan Prince's mansion is charged with treason. No one in or out. Sir? Not. From. The mansion. Xiao Cui was so terrified her voice quivered with shaking hands, she handed over her household registration. The young guard at the door took it carefully, verified the details, and only then allowed Xiao Cui to leave the mansion. However, her little bundle was rifled through by the soldiers who confiscated all the jewelry and silver inside. To ensure nothing forbidden was hidden within her, few articles of clothing were slashed apart one by one. In the courtyard, she still had the rice and flour shed stockpiled a few days earlier, so even if Xia Mingzhu couldn't deliver silver that night, she wouldn't starve for the time being. In the courtyard, she still had the rice and flour shed stockpiled a few days earlier, so even if Xia Mingzhu couldn't deliver silver that night, she wouldn't starve for the time being. After watching Xiao Cui leave safely, Xia Mingzhu made her way to the courtyard of the Princess of Jinnan. The servants there remained relatively composed, though the atmosphere was stiflingly heavy with tension. Walking unimpeded into the central hall, Xia Mingzhu saw the princess holding Gu Yunduo close, both mother and daughter already weeping with red-rimmed eyes. Gu Haojuan sat to one side, his face brimming with murderous intent, while his wife Lu Shi sobbed in choked gasps, barely catching her breath. Xia Mingzhu offered a perfunctory bow. Mother-in-law, I just heard our mansion has been surrounded. Is this? Xia Shi, sit down, and let me explain. Xia Mingzhu obediently took a seat. The Princess of Jinnan ordered the servants to withdraw. Rumor has it that the prince's treason has been exposed, which is why the emperor ordered the imperial guard to surround our mansion. Xia Mingzhu gasped in feigned shock. The prince committed treason. The princess replied, the prince is loyal to the emperor and his country. That rumor must be false. It's only because of this baseless accusation that the emperor has ordered that no one in our household may leave. As she spoke, tears once again rolled down her cheeks. Though I firmly believe the prince would never do such a thing if that crime is forcibly pinned on him. Then for our entire household, at best we face confiscation of property and exile, at worst. The princess turned to look at Gu Haoju in tears, streaming uncontrollably. At worst, all the adult men will be beheaded and the women sent to the Bureau of Music as courtesans. Hearing the fate that awaited them, Gu Yunduo burst into wailing sobs. Lu Shi trembled violently, biting her lip hard, letting her tears fall silently. The Princess of Jinnan adjusted her emotions, wiped away the tears on her cheeks, and continued. Xia, you only married into our mansion the day before yesterday, and have not yet consummated the marriage with my son. The affairs of our household should not burden an innocent like you. So today I, as the princess, make a decision on behalf of my son, and grant you a letter of divorce. With this letter you are no longer a member of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, and you may take your dowry, and leave this quagmire of a place. A pre-written divorce letter was gently placed on the tea table before Xia Mingzhu. Not only did it bear the prince's signature, but also her personal seal, a testament to the prince's genuine consideration for Xia Mingzhu. Xia Mingzhu had never intended to share the fate of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, so she accepted the divorce letter without a word. Seeing Xia Mingzhu silently pocket the letter, the princess' eyes dimmed slightly. Yet she reasoned that Xia Mingzhu, having just married into the household, had no emotional ties to its members. To save oneself when disaster strikes is only human nature. After Xia Mingzhu took the letter, Gu Haoju, and his eyes re-dimmed, also gently placed a divorce letter before Lady Lu. Lady Lu collapsed into sobs. My lord, I do not want a divorce. My lady, it is my lifelong regret that I cannot grow old with you. But given the current situation in the mansion, it is truly unfavorable for you. Take this letter, now we can only save as many as we can. My lord, I do not wish to part from you. My lady, I know your heart, but I cannot bear to see you suffer exile, or be sent to that man-eating Jiaofeng Sea. Having been married to Gu Haojuan for 2 years, Lady Lu had always enjoyed a harmonious relationship with her husband. Even though Lady Lu had been childless for 2 years, Gu Haojuan had never taken a concubine, treating her with the same tenderness as when they first met. Such a good husband was one Lady Lu could not bear to lose. My lord. My lady, under the weight of imperial power, I lack the strength to protect my mother and sister. I only hope this divorce letter can grant you your freedom. My lord. Lady Lu threw herself into Gu Haojuan's arms, weeping heartbrokenly. The princess and her daughter also embraced, shedding tears in sympathy. Xia Mingzhu watched them, their sorrow seemingly unending until they were exhausted. The princess finally remembered to urge them. After all, they would need time to inventory their dowries. The princess feared that delays might invite unforeseen troubles. Taking Gu Yunduo and Gu Haojuan by the hand, she urged her 2 daughters-in-law to hasten out of the mansion. Reluctantly, Lady Lu joined the group as they hurried toward the main gate. But before they reached it, they saw a large crowd blocking the way, shouting loudly. I have already received my divorce letter, and am no longer a member of the Jinnan Prince's mansion. Why won't you let me out? Yes, I too have a divorce letter. I am no longer a Gu. Let me out now. You dogs, move aside. My mistress has divorced, do not trap her in this cursed place. The matron speaks true. My lady has her divorce letter, as she is free. And I am her dowry maid, so I am no longer a gu either. Blades of gleaming steel danced lightly. Blood petals scattered into the air, then fell like speckles on the ground. Ah, my hand. 2 matrons and a maid who had been cursing the young guard were cut down. You prisoners, all of you stay in line. The Jinan prince's mansion is guilty of treason and collusion with the enemy. So the higher-ups have decreed not a single person from this mansion, no, not even a dog that bears the name of Gu, shall be allowed to— Not even a dog that bears the name of Gu. What a ruthless emperor. Amid the crowd blocked at the gate, cries rose and fell, but when the young guard raised his blood-stained blade again, all fell silent. Having witnessed the commotion from afar, the princess of Jinan led her family silently back to their courtyard. Lady Lu clung tightly to Gu Heojin's arm, her tearful, laughing expression pitifully endearing. My lord, it is fate that we shall never be parted. My lady, I have wronged you. No, I feel no grievance at all. As long as I can be with you, even exile to the bitterest cold lands would be sweet to me. She paused, her voice dropping to a low tone. If I am destined to be sent to the Jiaofeng Sea, I swear I will not betray you. I shall take my own life to preserve my chastity. Wanyang. Gu Heojin's voice was choked with anguish. But they were like fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless. The unwavering love moved Xia Mingzhu. Yet she was but an ordinary official's daughter, powerless against the vast imperial. Though she possessed a mysterious space, she had tried and found that she could not put any living thing inside except herself. Thus it was an unsolvable predicament. For now she could only protect herself, as she could offer no other help. Watching the loving couple, the princess let out a deep sigh. Exhausted and weary, she said nothing, merely waving her hand for them to return to their quarters. But before they left, she specifically instructed them to hide some valuables discreetly to serve them in the future. After returning to her courtyard, Xia Mingzhu told her maids to go see their families for the last time. She herself began to wander. As she walked, she approached the mansion's main storeroom. Since the mansion was about to be confiscated, she could not bear to leave its treasures for the rapacious soldiers to plunder. But the storeroom was now under military guard, with soldiers wielding large blades stationed at the entrance. Their steel was not to be trifled with. Anyone else would have given up at such a sight. However, they had encountered Xia Mingzhu with her magical space. Carefully avoiding the guards, Xia Mingzhu circled to the back of the storeroom. After ensuring no one was watching, she entered her space. Using the power of the space, she effortlessly passed through the thick wall and entered the storeroom. Inside, her gaze swept over the dazzling array of treasures. She could hardly name any of them, but they all glittered with splendor likely priceless. Unfortunately, they were all inedible, holding little interest for her. Her spiritual energy spread like water over the treasures, and every item it touched was absorbed into her space. Ever since the last upgrade, Xia Mingzhu's space no longer actively devoured those jade artifacts. The items she stored this time were directly placed into the storage space, and it even took the initiative to categorize them for her. After a few minutes, Xia Mingzhu looked at the storage room that was now covered in a layer of dust, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on her chubby face. She entered the space again, and silently left the empty storage room with the power of the space. It could be said treasures galore upon arrival, mountains of gold, and upon leaving she swept everything clean, leaving behind a full pot of treasures. Xia Mingzhu completed her task, and discreetly concealed her achievements and fame. As for the tightly guarded storage room by the soldiers, the mysteriously vanishing items had nothing to do with her. Xia Mingzhu. With the situation already set in motion, Xia Mingzhu boldly decided to carry out a thorough cleaning of the entire royal residence. This time she was even bolder. She didn't spare anything that could be moved. For instance, the uniquely styled rockeries and pavilions, the precious-looking trees and flowers. As long as there were no people around, she swept everything away. Time flew by quickly, and before long it was noon. However, due to the imminent raid, the officials and soldiers had already entered the residence, ordering everyone except for the elusive Xia Mingzhu to stay in their quarters and not go outside. This command greatly facilitated Xia Mingzhu's cleaning efforts. Everyone was hiding in their little nooks, racking their brains to find ways to stash away some silver for themselves. By the time Xia Mingzhu had joyfully moved away nearly everything she could and climbed back over the wall to her own courtyard, the crown prince led the imperial guard. Upon entering the royal residence, the late-arriving crown prince immediately gathered everyone together and had someone start counting the inventory of the Zhun Nanwang Fu storerooms. Unfortunately, the soldiers who rushed into the various storerooms found them utterly empty. To make matters worse, the intricately designed pavilions and halls in the royal residence, the valuable rockeries, and the precious flowers and trees had also mysteriously vanished. Looking at the traces left on the floor of the storerooms, they confirmed that many items had previously been piled up inside. Observing the uneven large pits in the garden and the still damp soil, they determined that the items had not disappeared long ago. After the soldiers searched the royal residence thoroughly, apart from finding some valuable items in the various courtyards, they found not a single thing elsewhere. This outcome almost drove the crown prince to fury. He had fought hard to secure this lucrative task of raiding the Zhun Originally, he had hoped to acquire a large sum of wealth from the incredibly rich Zhun Nen Wangfu to fill the gap in his private army's training expenses. But who could tell him why in the tightly secured Zhun Nen Wangfu all their storerooms were left so bare that even thieves would leave in tears? In their various kitchens, let alone finding the locked-up delicacies, they didn't even see a trace of ordinary ingredients. Even the garden he had longed to see was inexplicably transformed into a patch of uneven yellow earth. The treasured painting of the autumn waters that the former emperor cherished was nowhere to be found. The set of 12 pieces of jade and luminous bamboo that the empress liked had also vanished. The red silk inkstone that his maternal grandfather, the wealthy Grand Tutor, wanted to win over the left chancellor, along with the white marble glazed pots that the Grand General liked, all had mysteriously disappeared. In a fit of rage, the crown prince drew out his barbed whip from his waist and lashed it mercilessly at the people of the Zhun Nen. He had thought this would be a lucrative task, only to end up with nothing. Gu Haoyun, who stood in front of the Zhun Nen Wang Fei and her companions, was soon whipped into a flurry of cotton. Seeing the cotton clothes torn from Gu Haoyun, a glint of malice flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Someone stripped them of their cotton clothes for this prince. The cotton clothes of the male attendants were all stripped away one by the soldiers. Wearing only their inner garments, they stood shivering in the cold wind. As the male attendants were stripped, the crown prince grinned wickedly and lashed his whip at the fallen Gu Haosun. This sickly boy, who had long been said to be near death, still hadn't died after such a long time. Just as the whip was about to land on Gu Haosun, the Zhun Nen Wang Fei and her 3 sons let out piercing screams. "Don't hit my elder brother. My Shiner. Crown Prince, I beg you to show mercy." Such a frail Gu Haosun could not withstand the crown prince's furious strike. Just in the nick of time, a plump figure rushed forward to block the whip aimed at Gu Haosun with her broad back before it could land. The fabric and the whip tore apart upon contact, and the barbs dragged out cotton from within, swirling in the cold air. Xia Mingzhu herself did not know what had come over her. Originally intending to watch the show, upon seeing the whip that could mar Gu Haosun's visage heading towards him, her body involuntarily lunged forward. Perhaps it was because she couldn't bear to watch the perfect sleeping beauty marred by that hideous whip. Seeing Xia Mingzhu shield Gu Haosun from the whip, the previously tense Zhun Nen Wang Fei sat weakly on the ground. Beside her, Gu Yunduo and Lu Shi were no better off. In contrast, the people from the second and third houses, standing together with the old matriarch, stepped back a few steps upon witnessing the crown prince tormenting the first house. One by one, they even showed expressions of gloating. As fellow captives of the same clan, did they not understand the principle of shared fortune and shared disaster? Xia Mingzhu looked down on such heartless creatures. The weak Zhun Nen Wang Fei, forcing herself to stand up, joined Gu Yunduo, Lu Shi, and Gu Haoyun to stand in a line in front of Gu Haosun. A wall of people shielded Gu Haosun's body tightly. The crown prince grinned devilishly. "What? Zhun Nen Wang Fei, do you dare to obstruct this prince from interrogating the son of the criminal?" "Crown prince, please understand, my son has been bedridden for over half a year, mostly in a state of unconsciousness. Even if the prince truly has some matters to attend to, it absolutely has nothing to do with my Shiner." "Crown prince, you say it has nothing to do with him. Does that mean it truly has nothing to do with him?" The eldest prince leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with his chin slightly raised, his eyes brimming with malice as he regarded the princess of Jinnan and her party. "In my view, the Jinnan prince's household not only harbors treacherous intentions, but also secretly colludes with court officials." His words drained the color from the princess of Xinnan's face. Though the charge of treason against the prince of Jinnan was severe, it had yet to be conclusively proven. Yet for an imperial prince's mansion to secretly ally with court officials and form factions was a grave taboo in the emperor's eyes. If this accusation were to stick, the Jinnan prince's household, which still had a glimmer of hope, would face certain doom. I implore the eldest prince to choose his words with care. Ha, a fine plea for caution. Then, Princess of Jinnan, pray tell me, if your household has not conspired with court officials, how was it that your wealth was so quietly transferred out in advance? The eldest prince did not mention the vanished pavilions, towers, flowers, and trees, for he himself found their disappearance too bizarre and absurd. Unaware of the theft in her mansion, the princess of Jinnan assumed the eldest prince was trying to trick them into confessing. Your Highness, believe it or not, since the mansion was surrounded last night, not a single blade of grass or a single thread has been carried out of these walls. A fine claim that nothing has left the mansion. The eldest prince rose and advanced toward the princess and her party, his gaze venomous enough to make her heart quiver. If that is so, then explain why your storehouses are all empty and every single kitchen in your mansion is bare as well. What say you to that? And what of the precious flowers, rare trees, and the ornately carved pavilions in your gardens? Where have they all gone? Everyone in the Jinnan household was utterly stunned. Had the eldest prince lost his mind? What kind of person would be so utterly deranged? Not only had they emptied every storehouse and kitchen, but even the flowers and trees had not been spared. A bitter smile crept onto the princess of Xinnan's face. She did not doubt the truth of his words, for an imperial prince would not stoop to deceive a mere woman. Yet the matter was simply The princess of Jinnan defended herself weakly. Your Highness, we truly knew nothing of the theft in our mansion. At that moment Gu Yunduo peeked out from behind the princess and whispered, Your Highness, perhaps the theft is connected to the notorious thief who has been making waves in the capital recently. Oh, do tell. Your Highness, have you heard of the theft at Minister Xia's residence? The bizarre consecutive thefts that emptied the storehouse and kitchen of Xia Yuanqio's mansion. The mysterious disappearance of Xia Mingyu's sealed dowry guarded day and night by servants. And the kitchen theft at the Jinan mansion on the day of Xia Ming's wedding. These incidents had become the talk of the capital. Because the thief's methods were so uncanny, appearing and vanishing without a trace, every grand household was now on edge, terrified at the slightest rustle. The eldest prince had naturally caught wind of such extraordinary events. Indeed, today's theft at the Jinan mansion bore a striking resemblance to those previous cases. In fact, the thief's methods this time were even more audacious than before. Seeing the prize that was already within his grasp slip away, the eldest prince grew more furious with every thought. Why did that accursed little thief have to target the treasures of the Jinan mansion instead of anyone else's? The eldest prince's gaze swept over Gu Yunduo's porcelain white face, the prince's still alluring countenance, and Lucifer's delicate pitiable charm. He skipped over Xia Ming's chubby face entirely. A cryptic glint flickered in his eyes. What a silver tongue, what a clever diversion. Little princess, I never realized you were such a female strategist. Since you are so astute, I might reasonably suspect that you harbor a great secret. Meeting the eldest prince's malicious gaze, Gu Yunduo's little face turned pale with fright. She regretted not heeding her mother's advice to stay quiet and not stick her neck out. Sensing the eldest prince's ill intent, the princess of Jinan quickly shielded Gu Yunduo behind her. The eldest prince curled his lips in a sinister smirk, pointing his blood-stained whip at the group of women. Men, strip these women of their thick garments as well. And mind you, when you strip them, search their bodies thoroughly for any evidence of treason. A pack of leering guards, lust gleaming in their eyes, closed in on the women. A commotion soon erupted from the old madam's group, but it quickly subsided under the guards' harsh shouts. On the prince's side, as the guards drew near, a murderous glint flashed across Xia Ming's plump face. That bastard eldest prince had gone too far. If those guards dared to lay a finger on her, she would not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath today. Gu Haojuan was pinned down by two guards, forced to kneel on the cold ground, helplessly watching as they advanced toward his family. His eyes burned with fury. He struggled wildly, only to earn two more vicious lashes from the eldest prince, leaving bloody welts across his back. The guards deliberately slowed their steps, inching closer. Just as Xia Mingzhu was about to strike the princess of Jinan step, she calmly drew a golden hairpin from her hair and pressed it firmly against her own neck. Your Highness, my husband is merely missing and none of us have been formally convicted. His Majesty in his mercy has only ordered our household imprisoned, not immediate execution. As for the theft in the mansion, it truly has nothing to do with us. If your Highness refuses to believe my words, I am at a loss. As the guards closed and the golden hairpin pierced deeper into her skin. Your Highness, you are here today on orders to search the mansion. You may imprison my entire family and ransack every corner of this estate. But if you insist on using this opportunity to humiliate the women and children of my household, then I will have no choice but to shed my blood right here. I would rather die in honor than live in disgrace. I wish only to preserve my chastity and remain true to my husband till the end. The princess of Jinan had already resolved to die. With each step the men took, she pressed the hairpin deeper into her flesh. By now beads of blood had trickled down her neck, soaking the collar of her robe. The princess of Zenin's desperate move left the eldest prince gnashing his teeth in fury. Yet he had no choice but to compromise. When he had sought this assignment, Ouyingjin decreed with his golden words that Gu Qing's family was not to be harmed. The emperor himself had spoken, they must keep the family alive to lure the fugitive Gu Qingzhou. How could the eldest prince dare defy the imperial will? Gu Qingzhou and the princess of Jinan shared a deep, unwavering love, though after years of marriage he had never taken a concubine. Thus this crucial pawn, the princess of Jinan, absolutely must not meet with mishap today. Withdraw, he hissed through clenched teeth. Find two matrons and search every inch of them thoroughly. Remember well, not even a single copper coin on their persons is to be missed. Soon two matrons were brought in who led the princess of Jinan and her three companions into an adjacent room. Those two fierce-faced hags stripped them clean of every ornament in their hair and on their bodies. The banknotes hidden in the princess of Zenin's socks, the gold leaves concealed in Gu Yunduo's waistband, and the gold chain tucked in Madame Lu's undergarment, all were discovered by the matrons. As for Xia Mingzhu, they found not a single coin on her. The group returned to the courtyard. The ornaments stripped from them and the hidden money. The two matrons dared not keep any for themselves, laying everything before the eldest prince. These few ordinary trinkets could not catch his eye at all. He directly bestowed them upon the guards who had failed to strip the prince's clothes, an act dripping with humiliation. Yet the princess of Jinan and her companions did not even cast a sidelong glance at his insult. Gu Yunduo bit her lip, lightly suppressing her fear as she gently supported her mother's arm. Madame Lu trembling hands holding a clean handkerchief carefully bandaged the princess' wound. Only the plump Xia Mingzhu remained in a daze as if lost in another world. When the eldest prince saw her vacant, unfocused eyes, he thought she had been frightened out of her wits. But Xia Mingzhu, far from being present, was wrestling with a dilemma. Should she choose to go to prison with the rest of the household and await the emperor's final decree? Or should she slip away tonight, vanish far and wide with Xiao Chui, and live incognito far from this storm-tossed capital? She was a time traveler with no kin or ties, utterly alone. In this world, in this Tianshan kingdom, the original self had long been deserted by family and had no attachments left. The only bond she, the successor, had was a sisterly affection that had grown between her and the original's maid Xiao Chui. In the Jinan prince's residence, the family of the princess of Jinan was decent enough. If they fell into hardship, and if it were convenient, she might find a chance to lend them a hand. As for the old madame's clan, even if they were dismembered before her eyes, Xia Mingzhu would not so much as furrow a brow. As for the Xiao mansion which had caused the original's death, she had already reduced it to a shambles, negligible now. Thinking of the Xiao mansion, she recalled her sweet sister, Xia Mingyue, the heiress of the Weiyuan marquis, who had married into that house. She was the original's nemesis. Before leaving the capital, Xia Mingzhu still wanted to bid her farewell. Carefully, she sorted through her ties in this world and the unresolved grudges. But the eldest prince, who had come in high spirits, returned downcast. With a belly full of resentment, he led his guards and the accompanying officials back to the imperial palace. He would immediately lodge a complaint before the emperor, demanding an imperial decree to throw the Gu family into the dungeon. Though the Gu family could not be killed while imprisoned temporarily, still it was easy enough to have some of them lose an arm or a leg. As for starving them, allowing them to be humiliated by the lowly jailers, such things were all too common. After the eldest prince departed, all the servants in the Jinan prince's residence were strung together with ropes, called out by name according to the roster, and then led to the slave market. The Gu family members were driven into the horse stable and confined there with heavy guards posted outside. Gu Haosen, still unconscious, was carried on Gu Haojin's back. Xia Mingzhu strode briskly. Entering the stable first, she quickly found a clean spot near the inner wall and swiftly gathered a pile of hay. Because Gu Haojuan had wounds on his back and had to carry Gu Haosen, they were the last to enter the stable. When they walked in, they saw the old madam along with the second and third branches surrounding Xia Mingzhu. Even as a prisoner, the old madam still tried to wield her authority as the household matriarch, demanding that Xia Mingzhu yield the best spot. Make way at once. I am the senior matriarch of the Gu family and deserve the best place. Xia, get out of the way now. A creature from a petty household truly lacks breeding. Xia, you have no sense of propriety or hierarchy. No wonder the Weiyuan Marquis mansion refused to welcome you. The soldiers escorting them crowded outside the stable, craning their necks to watch the scene of the once high and mighty nobles. Quickly they grew engrossed. The once unattainable nobles, now like street beggars squabbling over a patch of straw they themselves would disdain. To witness such a spectacle was enough to brag about for a long time, so they merely watched without intervening. A dragon stranded in a shallow pool is taunted by shrimps. A tiger fallen on the plain is bullied by dogs. This sight made the princess of Jinan and her companions' eyes blaze with fury. Gu Haojuan was about to set down Gu Haosen and rush to thrash a few of his cousins. Just then they saw the notorious fat, foolish, and clumsy eldest Miss Xiao, a smile spreading across her plump face. Huh. Your propriety and hierarchy. I truly don't understand, nor do I wish to. But I trust you'll soon grasp my version of it. As she spoke, Xia Mingzhu slowly raised her fist the size of a sandbag. You little slut, what do you think you're doing? Have you no sense of decency or shame? Don't you know filial piety is paramount? A creature as ugly and coarse as you. How are you fit to enter the prince's mansion? And aren't you going to control your fine daughter-in-law? Look at her. She dares to defy heaven and bully her own mother-in-law. Seeing that Xia Mingzhu not only refused to give up the spot, but also dared to disobey her, the old madam, accustomed to a lifetime of bullying, felt her rage surge higher and higher. As she cursed vigorously, she raised her walking stick and struck at Xia Mingzhu. Naturally, Xia Mingzhu was not about to tolerate it. She grabbed the walking stick with one hand, pulling it toward her as she sidestepped, and with the other hand clenched into a fist, she drove it straight into the old madam's face. Xia Mingzhu's fist slammed directly into the old matriarch's eye, sending stars spinning before her vision as she nearly saw her great-grandmother. Ouch! You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? Are you trying to rebel against heaven itself? After taking the hit, the old matriarch showed no sign of restraint, continuing her stream of curses. Xia Mingzhu swung her fist again, this time aiming straight for the old woman's chattering foul mouth. Too much talk. Foul breath. Annoying. A heavy punch landed precisely on target. The old matriarch reeled backward, and two gleaming white teeth flew in a perfect arc over her head, landing in the filthy, stinking horse urine. Xia Mingzhu moved so swiftly, especially daring to strike the old matriarch directly, that no one had anticipated it. The scene before them stunned everyone, including the guards outside. The old matriarch was steadied by a group of sons and grandsons, preventing her from collapsing. When her teeth flew out, she felt nothing. It wasn't until she stood there blankly for several breaths that the delayed pain in her mouth hit her, nearly causing her to faint. Tears mixed with blood from her mouth smeared across her face. After striking the old matriarch the fierce, Xia Mingzhu raised her fist and blew on it toward the old woman. Now do any of you still want this spot I've claimed? The old matriarch had lived a smooth life, never suffering such humiliation as today. Being mocked by the grand prince was one thing. He was a noble prince she couldn't afford to offend. But this pig-fat Xia Mingzhu and nobody no one wanted. What was she? How dare she raise her fist against her own grandmother and was she tired of living? The old matriarch was furious. She roared indistinctly, Xia Shir and I Shir Fan, Lu Tian Lu Lao, Lao Shan Chi Ji, Che Ji, Diasai Ta. Old hag, what did you just say? Xia Mingzhu was utterly confused. But Gu Qinglin's 2 sons and Gu Qingjian's 2 sons seemed to understand the old matriarch's words. Xia, you are unfilial and dare to openly beat your grandmother. Grandmother, calm your anger, let your grandsons teach this ignorant woman a lesson. As they spoke, they clenched their fists and viciously swung at Xia Mingzhu. The whole day had been suffocating for them, and now they had an excuse to vent their anger on this fat pig. Seeing Xia Mingzhu about to be surrounded by the 4 Gu Haojuan, who had finally snapped out of his shock, hastily set down Gu Haosen and had his mother and sister support her. He clenched his fists and strode toward the brawl, but Gu Qinglin, Gu Qingyan, and 2 other cousins blocked his path. Gu Haojuan's heart was frantic, wanting to charge through. His sister-in-law had just married into the family, only to end up imprisoned after their household was raided. If she were beaten by those people right before his eyes, and his elder brother woke to find he couldn't protect his wife, how guilty would he be? Though Gu Haojuan was skilled, he faced 4 men, and since they were his own kin, he dared not strike with lethal force. So he charged left and right several times, but couldn't break through. Ouch! Stop hitting. Wah! We were wrong. Spare us, sister-in-law. The cries from that side brought their scuffle to a halt. Everyone turned to look. They saw the formerly arrogant Gu Haoqi and his companions now lying on the ground curled up like shrimp, clutching their heads and begging for mercy. As for Xia Mingzhu, who should have been the one beaten, her back remained straight, as ever, not a single strand of hair out of place. The eldest branch thought how his sister-in-law, so formidable. The old matriarch side thought what sorcery did that vixen use. Xia Mingzhu cracked her knuckles. Who else wants my good spot? You, or you? How about all of you come at once? Those she pointed at all stumbled backward in fear. The cautionary examples were still lying on the ground. Who would dare step forward to be beaten? Seeing no one among them could take a hit, Xia Mingzhu's eyes showed a hint of regret. Invincibility, what a lonely thing. My good spot, are you all truly not interested? No, we really don't want it. You claimed it first, so it's yours. How could we dare take your spot? Having finished before she even warmed up, Xia Mingzhu's fists still itched for action. But from the look in your eyes, you don't seem genuinely convinced about me taking this spot, do you? We're convinced. Truly, we're completely convinced. A bunch of spineless cowards. Xia Mingzhu lost all interest in them. Oh, good that you're convinced. But if you ever feel dissatisfied, I'm always happy to have you come and spar with me. No, we wouldn't dare. We're truly convinced. Well, never fight for your spot again. Slap, slap. 2 heavy slaps landed on the faces of Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingyan, who stood in the front row. Get lost. You bunch of cowards. Humiliation and hatred flickered across the faces of the Gu brothers. With Xia Mingzhu's permission, the old matriarch and her group, looking downcast, helped the 4 on the ground to their feet and quickly moved to a drafty corner at the other end of the stable. That spot not only had drafts through the walls, but was also close to the pile of horse manure. Fortunately, it was winter, so the smell wasn't too strong, bearable if they endured it. Mother-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, little sister, all of you come over here. Oh, the stunned Gu Haojuan and the others snapped back to reality at Xia Mingzhu's call. Gu Haojuan carefully picked up Gu Haosen, walked over to the spot Xia Mingzhu had claimed, and gently laid him down on the thick pile of straw. Exhausted, Gu Engshi sat down on the straw beside her eldest son. Her gaze swept over her eldest son unconscious, and her youngest son thinly dressed with wounds on his back, and tears once again rolled down her cheeks. In the stable, aside from the low sobbing, no one had the heart to speak. Xia Mingzhu chewed on a straw, leaning back against the wall, staring blankly at the sleeping beauty, Gu Haojuan. She had secretly used her ability and discovered that in her sleeping beauty husband's blood there were tiny worms so small they were invisible to the naked eye swimming around. On his meridians and internal organs there was also a black substance. Based on her experience, she deduced it was poison. What a pity for such a handsome man. He had been both poisoned and cursed with a goo. The old saying, beauty often meets an untimely, and truly holds. At this thought, Xia Mingzhu's heart was once again tangled in indecision. The great bowtie's poison was troublesome, but within a year or so, it wouldn't claim his life just yet. However, he was deeply poisoned now, the venom having seeped into his organs. If the toxins weren't drawn out, he wouldn't survive more than 3 months, even with meticulous care. Moreover, with the household now confiscated and in ruins, lacking food, drink, and warmth, if she didn't look after him, he might not even last a month. It would be a true pity if such a stunningly beautiful man were to die like this. But if she stayed to detoxify him and remove the poison worms helping him recover fully, she couldn't possibly fly far away. Was this nominal husband of hers truly worth her staying behind? If she chose to leave without her martial might to deter them, those from the old madam's side could easily cause trouble. The great beauty might die the moment she turned her back. But was he really worth it? Even though Gu Haosen was the most breathtakingly handsome man she had seen in her 2 lifetimes. And she did adore his face, longing to hide him away and admire him alone. As Xia Mingzhu remained lost in her thoughts, dusk slowly descended. They had eaten a single meal after waking early and had been detained by noon. Now with night falling, no one had come to bring them food. It seemed they were destined to go hungry tonight. On the other side of the stable, Gu Qinglin's 5-year-old son and Gu Qingjian's 1-year-old granddaughter began to whimper, softly complaining of hunger. Their fussing earned them 2 resounding slaps. With the children's cries silenced, the stable fell quiet once more. Time trickled by. In the dead of night, Xia Mingzhu extended her spiritual sense around the stable, confirming everyone had their eyes shut before slipping directly into her space. What Xia Mingzhu didn't know was that the moment she vanished, Gu Haosen, who had been sleeping all along, opened his pair of glittering peach blossom eyes. Had Xia Mingzhu seen Gu Haosen at that moment, she would have praised him as a true seductive enchantress. After entering her space, Xia Mingzhu used its power to pass through the stable's wall. Once outside the stable, she exited the space, checked that no one was around, lightly leaped onto the rooftop, and carefully made her way towards the alley where Xiao Chui lived. A quarter of an hour later, Xia Mingzhu landed softly in Xiao Xue's courtyard like a great bird. After leaving the Prince Zinen's mansion, Xiao Chui had gone straight home. That evening she ate a hasty bite, and then sat by the oil lamp weeping. How could her beloved young lady, after just one night, become a prisoner accused of treason? If it weren't for that damn Xia Yuanxiao that venomously won with her honeyed words, that shameless Xia Mingwei, how could her lady have fallen to such a state? The more Xiao Chui thought, the angrier she grew. She took out her sewing basket and quickly stitched 3 ugly dolls. Unable to write, she used a burnt stick to draw 3 crude figures on them. When Xia Mingzhu entered the room, she saw Xiao Chui stabbing the dolls with a needle. Stab, stab, stab. Xia Yuanxiao will stab your hands so you can't hold your bowl. Li Wenwen will stab your feet so you trip over yourself. Xiao Mingyue will stab your mouth so it festers and you choke on water. Xiao Chui, is that fun? Seeing Xia Mingzhu actually appear, Xiao Chui threw down the dolls, rushed into her arms, and clung to her, sobbing loudly. Miss, you really got out. Whoa, I was so worried, I thought you were lying to me. Miss, how did you escape? Do you have to go back? Miss, whoa, are you alright? Did they hit you? Did they give you food? Xiao Cui's questions seemed endless. Xia Ming's time was limited, so she quickly interrupted her. Dear Xiao Chui, stop crying for now, and listen to me, okay? Xiao Chui sobbed, wiping her tears. Xiao Chui, I snuck out, and I still need to make a trip to the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion, so I don't have much time. Miss, why are you going to the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion? Since time is short, why don't you skip that, and we leave the city tonight? After leaving the capital, we can find a place where no one knows us, change our names. Xiao Cui's idea was originally Xia Ming's own thought as well. But now for some reason Xia Mingzhu found herself unable to abandon the sleeping beauty in the stable. So this plan could— Xiao Chui, your miss hasn't decided whether to abandon the prince and the others and flee yet, so let's discuss this later. Xiao Chui thought, since my miss is now married, it's only natural she can't bear to leave her husband's family. Xia Mingzhu pulled a stack of banknotes from her bosom, her space roughly 50 to 60,000 taels, she didn't bother counting, and shoved them all into Xiao Cui's hands. Xiao Chui, keep these banknotes safe. Don't worry about me, I have my own plans. Tomorrow morning go find a good matchmaker and buy Fei Xue and the others. If it's suitable, you can buy their families as well. Since they'll be bound as lifelong slaves, there's no fear of them turning treacherous. Also for the servants from the main branch, if it's appropriate, you can buy a few more households. After purchasing them, take them all and leave the capital. Head to Jiangzhou, buy a manor, and settle them there. If there's leftover money, you can buy a few shops to run a small business. From now on, live peacefully in Jiangzhou. Once I'm free, you'll come. Do you understand? Yes, miss, I've got it. Xiao Chui agreed readily, but in her heart, she had already made up her mind. She would follow Xia Ming's arrangements and settle Feng, Hua Shuiyu, and the others. But after that she would return to the— From then on, whether Xia Mingzhu was exiled to a bitter cold land or sent to that corrupt and filthy music ministry, she would stay by her side. After finishing her instructions to Xiao Chui, Xia Mingzhu left the banknotes and departed. One of the main purposes of this trip was to deliver the money to Xiao Chui. Saving the servants was just a casual mention. The second purpose was, of course, to visit her former fiancé's mansion, the Wei Yuan Marquis residence. During past strolls, she had wandered around its exterior. So less than a quarter of an hour after leaving Xiao Chui, she had successfully infiltrated the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion. Unfamiliar with its layout, Xia Mingzhu simply swept up everything she saw as she walked. The path she took was like a plague of locusts. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, otherwise such a bizarre sight would have people screaming about ghosts. As Xia Mingzhu passed by a secluded courtyard, she heard from that pitch-black yard a sound like a female ghost weeping. Even Xia Mingzhu, who was accustomed to unsightly things, felt her hair stand on end from that eerie sound. She quietly slipped into the courtyard, and after straining her eyes in the darkness for a long while, finally discerned a woman inside the room. The woman was curled up on the cold bed, wrapped in a thin cotton quilt, sobbing softly, while muttering curses. "Woo-woo, Xia Mingzhu, that damn slut, why haven't you died yet? Woo-woo, my fine dowry, so many treasures, how could they all be gone? Xia Huayu, you heartless bastard who deserves 1,000 deaths, I curse your entire family to die horribly. I liked you so much, but you sweet-talked me into giving you my body, and even got me pregnant with your child, you lying cheat who will die without descendants. Xiaolang, you brought me into your house with a grand wedding procession. I am your lawful wife, how could you treat me like this for those flashy— sluts, you're all sluts, you'll all die horribly. Xiaolang, why you gidge? Yuer misses you so much. Child, my child. Woo-woo. Damn you, Xia, why you give me back my child? Father, mother, Yuer will be good, please don't be angry anymore, okay? After listening for a while, Xia Mingzhu approached the bed and touched the woman's forehead. It was indeed burning hot. No wonder her words were so incoherent. She was clearly delirious from the fever. Xia Mingzhu rummaged through her space and found a box of fever-reducing pills she had gotten from who knows where. She popped one into the woman's mouth and fed her 2 mouthfuls of warm water. The efficacy of the pill was unknown. Whether it could bring down her fever, Xia Mingzhu had no idea. After administering the pill, she silently slipped back out. She had schemed her way into a good marriage only to end up in such a state. She deserved it. If she survived the night and had to face the raging storm tomorrow with a clear head, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. If she didn't make it through the night, dying would be a mercy. If she went mad, that would be her fate. After leaving the secluded courtyard, Xia Mingzhu quickened her pace and swept through the rear quarters without stopping. Everywhere she passed, every courtyard, big or small, including the servants' quarters, none were spared. It took Xia Mingzhu nearly an hour and a half to thoroughly clean out the Weiyuan Marquis Manor. Apart from the doors and windows that were too cumbersome to move, she left each member of the Xia family with but a single set of clothes to cover their modesty. At the third quarter of the Mao hour, around 5:45 a.m., Xia Mingzhu returned laden with her haul. Xia Mingzhu retraced her steps, finally, using her spatial power to pass through the stable wall. Under the cover of darkness, she first used her spiritual sense to observe the outside, ensuring everyone's eyes were closed before she left the space and revealed herself. What she didn't know was that since she had left the stable, a pair of probing eyes had appeared in the darkness. During the time she was away, those eyes had been fixed on the spot where she had vanished. It was only just now that the owner of those eyes sensed a faint breeze brushing past his face from a spot not far away in the deathly silent stable. The moment he sensed the breeze, he closed his eyes. That was why when Xia Mingz's spiritual sense swept over the people in the stable, she failed to detect that Gu Haosen was already awake. The moment Xia Mingzhu appeared in the stable, she let out a burp. She quickly covered her mouth. Just before returning to the manor, she had enjoyed a hearty meal. A trace of the roast chicken aroma lingering in her mouth drifted right into Gu Haosen's nostrils. Gu Haosen had been unconscious for a day and a night, and since waking he hadn't even had a sip of water. The smell of roast chicken instantly stirred a pang of hunger in his stomach. The gurgling sound of his stomach echoed clearly through the quiet stable, reaching Xia Mingz's. She turned her head, and by the faint moonlight outside saw a pair of bright sparkling eyes staring intently at her. With the recovery of her wood elemental ability, Xia Mingz's vision and stamina were both improving. So in the dimly lit stable, she could still clearly make out the person's face. Perfectly sculpted features paired with eyes as brilliant as stars and a countenance like a banished immortal. It left Xia Mingzhu momentarily mesmerized. He truly was a captivating little demon. For someone with her powerful spiritual sense to be enchanted by him, his face alone certainly wouldn't have been enough. So was there something seriously wrong with this Gu Haosen? Having been in the dark for so long, and possessing eyesight superior to ordinary people, Gu Haosen quickly recognized his first impression of his nominal wife was that she had a very robust build. His gaze slowly traveled upward, and he saw that his new wife had a plump, round moon. Looking closely at her features, if one could set aside the excess fat, she would probably be quite pretty. This woman in both face and figure was exactly as the rumors described. Plump and chubby, her appearance was indeed not very appealing. According to rumors, Xia Mingzhu was plain-looking, foolishly obese, and utterly useless. But Gu Haosen felt that everyone had been fooled by Xia Mingz's stupid and fat exterior. For instance, she had managed to survive to adulthood and successfully marry herself off, all while under the schemes of Li Wanwan and her daughter, and with the connivance of Xia Yuanxiao. For another, she could freely leave the heavily guarded stable without a trace. Her coming and going were both so mysterious. Even on their first meeting, Gu Haosen felt a surge of curiosity towards Xia Mingzhu. The gurgling sound came again. Gu Haosen's lips twitched, and he offered Xia Mingzhu a weak smile. This frail, helpless, pitifully beautiful man directly struck the last vestiges of softness in Xia Mingz's heart. After an intense internal battle that lasted 800 rounds in her mind, Xia Mingzhu finally took out a small paper packet from her sleeve, her space, and handed it to Gu Haosen. Gu Haosen gave Xia Mingzhu a grateful smile and raised his hand to take the packet. But he was already weak from his illness and famished beyond measure so much so that he didn't even have the strength to reach out and grasp the packet. His hand fell limply after rising only halfway. Xia Mingzhu thought truly a delicate and sickly beauty. She resignedly moved closer to Gu Haosen. She gently opened the paper packet, revealing 6 pieces of mung bean cake inside. Xia Mingzhu picked up one piece, glanced at the feeble Gu Haosen, and considered for a moment. Taking pity on him, she broke the cake into 4 small pieces, then pinched one small piece and brought it to Gu Haosen's lips. Before Xia Mingzhu could urge him, Gu Haosen obediently opened his mouth and bit into the mung bean cake. Perhaps because the cake was too dry, he chewed for a long time without swallowing. Xia Mingzhu blinked a few times before remembering to give him some water. Like a magician, she pulled a palm-sized water pouch from her sleeve, uncorked it, and carefully fed Gu Haosen. In the dead of winter, they had been locked in the stable all night, yet the water in the pouch was warm. And that pouch. Even in the darkness, Gu Haosen could see the character Exile embroidered in gold thread on the outside of the pouch. That character was personally embroidered by his own mother when he was a child. As a child, he loved to carry this pouch when going out. After growing up, he treasured it in his private vault. But why was it now on his newlywed wife? Appearing in this stable, Gu Haosen was filled with countless doubts, but he controlled his expression while showing no abnormality. The shrewd and capable Xia Mingzhu had no idea she had already revealed herself to Gu Haosen. She attended to Gu Haosen, making him eat 2 full mung bean cakes and drink half a pouch of water. After he shook his head to indicate he was done, Xia Mingzhu put the remaining cakes and the water pouch back into her sleeve. Having eaten 2 mung bean cakes and drunk water, his stomach now had something in it, and Gu Haosen finally regained some strength. He propped himself up on the pile of straw and slowly sat up. His movements woke Gu Ungshi, who was sleeping beside him. "Shiner, you're finally awake." Gu Ungshi wept with joy. "Shiner, are you cold? Are you hungry? Thirsty? You slept for a whole day and night without eating or drinking not even a sip of medicine. How do you feel now?" Gu Haojuan suppressed the urge to cough and said softly, "Mother, I am neither cold nor hungry, nor do I feel unwell. Please set your mind at ease." "What was Shiner? Our family has fallen to such a state. How can I possibly set my mind at ease? Now we lack food and drink. Over time, even we healthy ones cannot bear it, let alone you with your condition." Gu Haosen sighed. Indeed, his own body was a burden. But since things had come to this, their family could only go with the flow. "It's all because of this useless body of mine that has caused mother—" "Silly child, what are you saying? If it weren't for those black-heart people deliberately harming you, how could your body have come to this?" The two lowered their voices, but still woke up Gu Yunduo and Gu Haojuan and his wife. Last night, Gu Yunduo slept in her mother's arms, hungry, tired, and frightened. She didn't fall into a deep sleep until the dead. Gu Haojuan had lost his winter cotton coat. Lu Shi, feeling sorry for him, disregarded propriety and opened her own thick coat. The couple held each other tightly and managed to get through the night. After being woken, the 3 of them showed joy upon seeing Gu Haosen awake. "Big brother, you're finally awake. You slept another day and night. I was so worried. Big brother, do you feel any discomfort? But now, if you really feel unwell, you might have to endure it. Big brother, whoa. You were asleep and didn't know our home is gone. And that great prince, he's so hateful. When he came to confiscate our property, he whipped second brother and tried to strip us. Big brother, they say our father committed treason. That must be slander, right? Big brother, grandmother was too much. She led second uncle and third uncle, relying on their numbers to bully us, but they were all beaten by sister-in-law." Gu Haojuan and Gu Yundua, as if suddenly finding a pillar of support, spoke one after another, eager to tell Gu Haosen everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Gu Haosen had been intelligent and studious since childhood, excelling in both civil and martial arts. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by villains, turning into a frail invalid, but this did not diminish his status in his younger siblings' hearts. Listening to his younger siblings' complaints, a surge of towering fury rolled in Gu Haosen's beautiful eyes. However, that fury flashed and vanished in an instant. After all, he had long anticipated facing all this, and even worse, he had mentally prepared himself. However, that the old madam's family would attack their senior branch on the day of the confiscation was beyond his expectations. For years his father had known that the step-grandmother was not of one mind with them. Yet his father always cherished that faint blood bond and let them off time and again. His father's boundless indulgence fueled the arrogance of the grandmother's family. Over the years, their senior branch, especially his own mother, had suffered many losses at the hands of that old shrew. Gu Haosen, recalling that Gu Yunduo had just said his plump wife had knocked out 2 of the old shrew's teeth yesterday and slapped 2 of the uncles, felt immensely gratified. In the darkness, Gu Haosen tilted his head and accurately found that plump wife, who was pretending to sleep with eyes closed. With her eyes shut and quiet, her facial expression had softened considerably. Though she still had that chubby appearance, after a few more glances, she now looked much more pleasing to the eye than when she was feeding him earlier. Much more pleasing to the eye. Gu Haosen's mental alarm bells rang. Could it be that I like the plump type? Or is it because I've been bedridden for so long that I've seen few normal, slender, beautiful official ladies? So now, looking at the plump Xia Mingzhu, I actually find her delicate and pretty. What a terrifying thought. Gu Haosen shook his head vigorously, trying to shake out that absurd idea immediately. He was the #1 in the capital, proficient in both civil and martial arts, a beloved handsome man. How could he possibly develop feelings for a plump girl he had just met? Absurd. Too absurd. For me to like Xia Mingzhu, the sun would have to rise in the west today. Mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, third sister, my wife. You all suffered many grievances for me yesterday. It is this useless body of mine that has burdened you. I apologize to you all here. As the saying goes, one must bow under the eaves. Now our whole family has become prisoners. Even if we encounter some injustices we have to endure for now, we only need to wait for the day father returns and successfully clears his name. Then those who bullied and humiliated us, the Jinan Prince's mansion, will not spare a single one. Gu Haosen's words were well-reasoned and persuasive, and the 4 members of the Gu family nodded in agreement. Mom, brother, I'll listen to you. Brother, I understand. Shiner, you've just woken up hungry and thirsty. You should speak less and conserve your strength. Yes, brother. After all, when dawn breaks, who knows what awaits our family? Today is already the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. Whether we are to be exiled or sent to that place, the imperial decree likely won't arrive until after the 15th of the first month. Alas, just yesterday our house was raided, and even here in the prince's stables they treat us like this. Who knows what we'll face once we're thrown into the prison? Gu Haojin's words plunged the 4 members of the Gu family into a long silence. Indeed, even before we've been convicted, the eldest prince dares to whip us directly and have our clothes stripped in public. Once we're in prison, even if the eldest prince doesn't act himself, a mere hint from him would be enough for those sycophantic villains to devise all sorts of insidious schemes against our family. If the decree truly doesn't come until the 15th of the first month, will our family even be able to stand here intact? In the suffocating silence, only Gu Haosen, who knew what was happening, and Xia Mingzhu, who could leave at any moment, remained the most composed among the couple. The light outside grew brighter, and the dark stable became considerably more illuminated. Suddenly a series of startled cries came from outside the stable. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Is the red sun rising from the west today? Indeed, it's truly strange. This is wrong, very wrong. In all my years with one foot in the grave, I've never seen the red sun come up from the west. Could it be that we stayed up too late last night, and we're all seeing things? Nonsense. My eyesight is perfect, I couldn't have been. That round reddish thing in the sky is the very red sun we see every morning. But why is it appearing in the west today? Could it be some demon ghost or immortal being used great power to move the sun? Gu Haosen stared intently outside the stable. Could the red sun really have risen from the west today? So is it true that I, Gu Haosen, the most handsome man in the capital, have truly fallen in love at first sight with that plump, ugly Xia Mingzhu? So this is really my type. The shock in Gu Haosen's heart refused to settle. He truly did not want to accept this reality. Just then the soldiers guarding them outside let out another cry of surprise. Hey, that's not right. Look east, there's another red sun appearing. Look at the red sun in the west, its color has faded considerably, turning from orange-red to golden yellow. I think we were mistaken. That thing in the west must be the moon. Right, it was round just a moment ago, but now its color is fading. Now it's only a thin crescent moon hanging in the sky. Few scared me half to death. So it was just the sun and moon appearing together. I nearly thought I was seeing ghosts in broad daylight. But the moon today is still very strange. When it first appeared it was huge, and its color was as red as the sun. Yet at that moment it looked exactly the same. No wonder we thought the red sun had risen from the west. Gu Haosen glanced sideways at Xia Mingzhu, who was resting against the wall, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I knew it. How could the red sun rise from the west? So it was all a misunderstanding. Therefore I, Gu Haosen, the most handsome man in the capital, definitely could not have fallen in love at first sight with that plump girl. The commotion outside finally subsided as the sun climbed high in the sky. In the stable from noon yesterday until now, everyone except for 2 people had neither eaten nor drunk. By now everyone was listless from hunger, unwilling to speak or move, trying to conserve their remaining strength. Xia Mingzhu's group was faring slightly better. They were 6 adults who knew times had changed, and even while starving they didn't complain. But over where the old Madame Gune Lu and her group were, it wasn't so peaceful. Dozens of people were crammed into that tiny space. Both branches of the family, young and old, along with the concubines, were all squeezed together. Last night most of them lacked padded jackets for warmth, so they had to huddle together to share body heat, barely managing to get through the night. It was the end of the year, and the weather was freezing cold. Even healthy adults would struggle to endure a night in a drafty stable, let alone the delicate children and women. When they woke up in the morning, several people over there were coughing. Mainyang, the concubine of Gu Qinglin, held her young son with flushed cheeks, wiping her tears incessantly. Second master, the young master, caught a chill and has a fever from last night. But we're locked in here and can't fetch a doctor. What are we? The youngest son and the eldest grandson are usually the treasures of a family, and Gu Qinglin was no exception. Gu Qinglin pursed his dry lips, stood up, straightened his wrinkled undergarments, and walked proudly to the stable door. Still putting on the airs of the second master of the Jinnan prince's mansion, he looked down his nose at the soldier at the door and said, "You lowly servant. Didn't you hear that my young son caught a chill last night and has a high fever? Hurry up and fetch a doctor to treat him. If treatment is delayed, be careful that I don't have you beaten to death and thrown into the mass grave to feed the wild dogs." The people of the second and third branches, having relied on Gu Cheng's power for years, had done plenty of bullying and oppressive deeds. They looked down on ordinary commoners from the bottom of their hearts. As long as no powerful figures were present, those soldiers were no different from servants in their eyes. Thus, feeling quite pleased with himself, Gu Qinglin continued to put on the airs of a noble lord in front of the officers and soldiers. Unfortunately, he didn't even get to finish his words. Slap. A loud resounding slap landed heavily on the other side of his face. It made that side of his face swell up, becoming symmetrical with the other half that Xia Mingzhu had slapped. After being slapped, some sense was finally knocked into Gu Qinglin's head, and he realized with a shock that times had changed. He clutched his stinging face and stumbled back several steps. When he looked at the soldier again, the arrogance in his eyes had been replaced by fear. The soldier pointed at Gu Qinglin's nose and cursed, "You think you're still Master Gu? You're sleeping in a stable now, yet you still act like a noble lord. Ha! You're all prisoners whose family was stripped of everything. You should keep your heads down and suffer less, but instead you dare to bark like dogs. You lords and ladies who bullied the weak and seized what you wanted. Do you really think you can wash away the crime of treason and stand high and mighty again? Haha, that's hilarious. Stop dreaming. Before you know it, you'll be headless ghosts at the market paying for your sins." The soldier's words were a stark wake-up call. Gu Qinglin's mind, frozen, nearly numb, finally snapped into full clarity. He didn't know that the soldier harbored an equal hatred for every noble person of high status. The soldier's younger sister had taken her own life after being seized by the county magistrate's spoiled son. His parents, denied justice, were driven to despair and hanged themselves at the county office gate. Forced into a corner by the magistrate, he had disguised himself as a beggar with a filthy, disheveled appearance. While begging, he saved the life of a strategist serving the Grand Prince. With that strategist's help, he was taken into the Grand Prince's service. And with the Grand Prince's backing, he finally avenged his parent, but because of this, he had come to loathe all those in power. And Gu Qinglin, a prisoner who had fallen from grace into the mud, acting on the Grand Prince's orders, he hadn't taken the initiative to torment them, merely withholding their water and food, a result of his utmost restraint. Yet that fool Gu Qinglin, with his mind still hazy at dawn, dared to swagger over and throw his weight around. The soldier found him more and more insufferable. The soldier's increasingly ferocious glare forced Gu Qinglin to retreat step by step. But the soldier strode into the stable and seized Gu Qinglin as he tried to flee. He rained down a storm of punches and kicks. Gu Qinglin howled in pain. The group around Gu Lushir, however, huddled together like quails, not a single one daring to make a sound. Gu Haosen and his companions naturally witnessed the commotion at the stable entrance. Of course, they merely watched the spectacle in silence, as the two sides had already broken ties the day before. So they chose to stay aloof and unconcerned. The one-sided beating at the entrance lasted for about half a cup of tea. Only when the soldier grew tired did he spit a thick glob of phlegm at Gu Qinglin, kick him once more, and then turn to leave the stable. Even half an hour after the soldier had left, Gu Qinglin still lay on the filthy ground groaning. Seeing that he wouldn't get up, his eldest son Gu Haoqi dragged the third son Gu Haochen, and together the brothers cautiously crept to the entrance. One lifted his head, the other his legs, and they carried Gu Qinglin back. The soldier had beaten him so badly that his face was swollen and bruised, and every part of his body ached. Once he caught his breath, anger welled up inside him. He had risked humiliation to seek medicine for his youngest son, yet none of his family had stepped forward to plead for him when he was being beaten. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and slapped both Gu Haoqi and Gu Haochen, who were sitting nearby. His second son Gu Haoi, who hadn't helped him, received 2 slaps. Even his feverish youngest son got a slap. If not for him, he wouldn't have suffered this beating. As for his beloved concubine who had borne the youngest son, he shoved her to the ground and unleashed a furious flurry of slaps, crackling and popping. He beat the delicate beauty until her face swelled like a pig's head, blood trickling from her nose and mouth, until she lay limp on the ground, too weak to struggle. Only then did he stop. Xia Mingzhu watched the petty self-destructive drama with great relish. At the most exciting moments, she even smacked her lips. Gu Haosen too was pleased to see the spectacle unfold. But while watching the drama, he was also covertly observing Xia Mingzhu. So he clearly caught the glint of keen interest in her eyes. When the drama finally ended, that woman Xia Mingzhu even seemed reluctant to see it finish. Truly, what a vicious woman. Still, she had been quite gentle with him. So her little bit of malice was something he could tolerate after all. Suddenly Gu Haosen raised his hand and slapped himself. What am I even thinking? That woman is fat and ugly, and I don't like her. Whether she's vicious or not has nothing to do with me. Xia Mingzhu had long noticed Gu Haosen's sneaking glances at her. A beauty was a beauty. No matter the angle, he was a feat, especially this sickly beauty before her, who carried an added fragility that invited tenderness. The more Xia Mingzhu looked, the more she adored him. But of this fondness, only about 30% was her own genuine affection. The remaining 70% felt strangely inexplicable to her. That feeling was oddly familiar. It was like the rare accompanying skill charm rumored to awaken in psychics. That legendary skill could unconsciously charm those around you, inspiring heartfelt affection from them. In the apocalypse, she had heard that the female base leader of Qingqing base had countless admirers, and her accompanying skill was indeed related to charm. Xia Ming's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Guhausen. But this was not the apocalypse. Could things like psychic powers truly exist in this world? Xia Ming's gaze was too direct for Guhausen to pretend he hadn't noticed. A thought struck him, and a sly idea formed. He turned his head towards Xia Mingzhu, his crowfeather lashes fluttering, a hint of shyness and helplessness in his eyes. My lady needs to relieve himself. After uttering those words, a suspicious blush crept onto Guhausen's pale face. That blush lent him a touch more vitality. But his deliberate mention of needing to relieve himself failed to elicit even a hint of bashfulness on Xia Ming's face. Before Gu Haojuan could offer to assist, Xia Mingzhu had already strode forward, bent down, and scooped Guhausen into her arms. She turned and carried him to a sheltered spot 10 paces away. Even after Xia Mingzhu had carried Guhausen away, Gu Haojuan and the other three still stood gaping, rooted to the spot, in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Xia Mingzhu set Guhausen's feet on the ground, propped him up with one hand under his armpit, and reached for his waistband with. At that moment, Guhausen's jade-like face had flushed a deep crimson. Guhausen had said those words merely out of mischievous intent, eager to see how Xia Mingzhu would react. Yet he never anticipated that Xia Mingzhu would be so utterly devoid of shame. Not only did she willingly embrace a man, but she also dared to pull down his trousers. Did this woman possess no sense of decency or propriety at all? Or could it be that she truly considered herself his wife? At the thought of the latter possibility, a secret flicker of delight stirred within Guhausen's heart. Yet even if she regarded herself as his wife, she could not be allowed to strip him. Guhausen's lowered hands tightened their grip on his waistband. Xia Mingzhu, however, was oblivious to Guhausen's internal turmoil. She simply brushed aside his feeble hands, and with swift efficiency, removed his trousers. In the apocalypse, she had witnessed everything. The streets were filled with naked male and female zombies shamelessly dragging their entrails as they wandered about. During missions while tending to injured comrades, she had seen it all. At the base, she frequently observed women without any means of self-protection trading their bodies to ability users for food. In the apocalypse, rights and music had crumbled and morality had collapsed. Thus, people rarely bothered to seek out secluded spots for their activities. Once, while simply walking through the market, she had stumbled upon 3 separate groups engaged in the act. One group had 7 or 8 members. They were quite adventurous. In the apocalypse, because her family were high-ranking officials at the base and she was highly skilled in combat, no one had dared to set their sights on her. As for her boyfriend, because she didn't want to get pregnant in the apocalypse, she had never allowed him to go all the way. But that's a digression. Let's return to the main topic. So when Guhausen mentioned needing to relieve himself, Xia Mingzhu didn't overthink it. She simply scooped him up and carried him away. And Guhausen, having merely spaced out for a moment, felt a sudden chill on his lower half. Guhausen, and just like that my innocence is gone. After undoing his trousers and freeing the little bird, Xia Mingzhu even thoughtfully lifted the hem of his robe. Husband, didn't you need to go? Your pants are off, what are you spacing out for? Guhausen's face flushed, so red it felt like it might drip. I can't go with you staring straight at me. Xia Mingzhu glanced at the inactive little bird before shifting her gaze to Guhausen's face. Don't you need to pee? Do you need to do the other? Guhausen was mortified beyond belief. Let a bolt of heavenly lightning strike me dead. Xia Mingzhu, however, thought about how weak Guhausen was, and guessed he couldn't squat steadily on his own. So she moved behind him, leaned him against her, then bent down, grabbed under his knees, and squatted, while holding him up like a child being potty trained. Alright, you can go ahead now. Guhausen felt he had never been so humiliated in his entire life as he was today. Hurry up. Even though you're not heavy, my arms are getting tired holding you this long. Oh, don't be shy. I'm only holding you because you're sick. Don't feel pressured. You are the source of my pressure. I'm doing this for your own good. We're prisoners now. If you accidentally soil your clothes, I won't be able to find you clean ones to change into. Guhausen was dying of shame. Under Xia Ming's relentless urging, he closed his eyes in despair, took a long moment to muster himself, and finally managed to take care of business. I'm done. That was quick, so it wasn't the big one. No. Why didn't you say so earlier? I held you for so long my arms are sore. Guhausen was speechless. Xia Mingzhu set his feet on the ground, hoisted up his trousers with one hand, pulled him close to lean his head on her shoulder, and quickly helped him get dressed and tie his sash. She grumbled while she worked. These ancient clothes are so troublesome to put on. Layer upon layer, and you still need to tie a sash. If only there were belts with elastic, that would be so much more convenient. Just pull them up and you're done. Guhausen, feigning unconsciousness with his eyes shut, caught her words. What did she mean by ancient? And what was this elastic she spoke of? After tidying Guhausen's clothes, Xia Mingzhu once again scooped him up in a princess carry and brought him back to his original spot. The other 4 members of the Gu family remained frozen in the exact same postures and expressions as when she had carried him away. Shock. Seeing a ghost. Utter disbelief. Back in the Hay, Gu Haosen kept his eyes tightly shut, silently mourning his inexplicably lost innocence. He, the most handsome man in the capital, had been seen completely bare in this stable today by a woman who was both fat and ugly. And that shameless woman, after he had finished, had even given it a little bounce. He wasn't a child, but she hadn't just looked. She had even touched. Recalling that moment, Gu Haosen felt like dying. Luckily, what happened was known only to heaven, earth, her, and me. Wah, I don't want to live anymore. Gu Haosen's strange behavior was eventually noticed by the other 4 members of the Gu family. Shiner, what's wrong? Brother, your face is so red and hot. Did you catch a chill last night? Mother, what are we going to do? Brother is already so frail. If he gets sick again, they don't even give us food, so there's no way we can get any medicine. Maybe I should go beg the guards. Juna, haven't you figured it out yet? Begging them would just be asking for humiliation. But brother's health. Listening to the worried voices of his mother and siblings, Gu Haosen dared not feign unconsciousness any longer. Ahem, I'm fine. Mother Xiaojun Duoer, don't worry. But your face is so red and hot. It's from embarrassment. It's because I got some exercise just now. I got warm from moving around, that's why my face is hot. Gu Yundwa, brother, you're lying. Gu Haojuan, yeah brother. When you went to relieve yourself, sister-in-law carried you there, and carried you back. Madame Gu was the quickest to catch on, already guessing the reason for her eldest son's red face, and quickly interrupted her second son. Alright, Junior. Your brother said he's fine, so he must be fine. He's only just woken up, so let's not disturb his rest. With his mother's timely assistance, Gu Haosen finally got a moment of peace. He finally had time to continue mourning his loss. The conversation of the 4 Gu family members, Xia Mingzhu, who was outside the situation, did not detect anything amiss. Because in her heart, what she had just done to help Gu Haosen was nothing at all. Time passed, and it was noon again. After a whole day of hunger, the people of the Jinan Prince's mansion finally welcomed their first meal since being imprisoned. A bucket of porridge so thin that it could reflect one's shadow, a basket of shitty yellow cornbread, and a stack of coarse pottery bowls with remnants of cockroach bodies were thrown at the entrance of the stable. Gu Haojuan reacted quickly. As soon as the food appeared, he dashed over with a single stride. Using both hands to push through the crowd, he barely managed to snatch 5 cornbreads. When he brought the cornbreads back and wanted to get some porridge, the basket of cornbreads and the bucket of porridge had all been moved to the midst of Gu Shi and her group. Gu Haojuan was so angry that he wanted to rush over and snatch back their food. However, in the end, he clenched his fists, his eyes red, and returned unwillingly to Gu Haosen's side. Big brother, I'm really useless. The porridge and cornbread were all taken by them. I wanted to retrieve them, but I can't fight them alone. He had thought of asking Xia Mingzhu for help. But Xia Mingzhu stood with her arms crossed, looking like no one should approach. He was afraid in his heart and dared not get close. In the Jinan Prince's mansion, the second young master Gu Haojuan and the eldest young master Gu Haosen had been polar opposites since childhood. One learned everything only half-heartedly, only grasping the surface, while the other learned everything quickly and well. If this had been the Gu Haojuan before he fell ill, he could have easily knocked them all down with one punch each. But as the half-baked Gu Haojuan, if he rushed in, he would definitely not come out without being beaten into a pig's head. So having no ability to retrieve food for his mother and brother, he became so dejected. Looking at his dejected younger brother, Gu Haosen sighed inwardly. This second brother is truly an Ado who can't be propped up. If he were to become emperor someday, could he manage it? But he consoled him, saying, "Second brother, you are not to blame. If anyone is to blame, it's them for showing no regard for blood ties, being heartless and ruthless." Guangxi also comforted him. "Juno, you've already done very well. Besides, you are injured. It's right not to argue with them. But, second brother, you managed to grab 5 cornbreads at once. That's already impressive." Gu Haojuan smiled bitterly. "There are 6 of us, but I only got 5 cornbreads, not enough to share. Second brother, am weak and have little appetite. He'll just take a couple of bites to get by. Second brother, am small and eat little. Big brother, and I can share 1 cornbread. Husband, am not very hungry either. Half a cornbread will fill me up." The whole family of Gu Haosen was humbly yielding to each other. Just then Xia Mingzhu interjected sarcastically, "Stop passing them around. Even dogs wouldn't eat these cornbreads. I don't think you'd want to either. Sister-in-law, why? Here, smell for yourselves. If you're not afraid of being disgusted, you can taste them yourself." Xia Mingzhu's words made the Gu family members feel a sense of foreboding. Gu Haosen picked up a still-warm cornbread and slowly brought it to his nose. There was no aroma of flour, but instead a stench of feces assaulted his nose. Thinking of that possibility, ugh, Gu Haosen threw away the cornbread and turned aside to dry heave. Seeing Gu Haosen's reaction, the others also brought the cornbreads to their noses and sniffed. An unmistakable stench. Ugh, they are going too far. Ugh, why are they treating us like this? Ugh, do they want to starve us to death? Ugh. The 5 cornbreads that Gu Haojuan had struggled to snatch rolled onto. The guards witnessed the entire reaction of Gu Haosen and his family. Seeing that they didn't even take a single bite of the cornbreads they had so carefully prepared, a hint of regret appeared in their eyes. On the other hand, Ghoul Shi and her group quickly divided the cornbreads and porridge among themselves through fierce competition. After all, there were many mouths and little food. They stuffed the food into their mouths before even smelling it. Even if someone noticed a slight oddity, they couldn't bear to spit out the food that was already in their mouths. Seeing that his masterpiece had achieved the desired result, the soldier, who had kicked and beaten Gu Chunlin, walked proudly to the group of Ghoul Shi and others. "Oh, finished eating already. It seems you were very satisfied with today's lunch. The lunch that we guards specially prepared for you was devoured cleanly by you all. It seems our cooking skills are not bad." A lowly soldier dared to be sarcastic in front of her. Ghoul Shi's temper flared up. "You despicable slave, what exactly are you trying to say? Haha, old madam, are you angry?" "Oomph." The address, old madam, made Ghoul Shi feel that the soldier dared not. "A lowly servant like you is worthy of my anger. You overestimate yourself." "Haha, it's good that you're not angry. I came here specifically to tell you something." "What is it?" "I am kind-hearted, so I came to tell you that in the cornbreads you just fought over we specially added a fresh ingredient. Human excrement. You noble people are well informed. You should know what human excrement is, right? That stuff is usually fed to dogs. I never expected that you noble people of the Jinan Prince's mansion would share the same taste as dogs. All love eating shit. Haha, no wonder you can be nobles while we can only be commoners. This taste for eating shit is only fit for you nobles to enjoy. We commoners are not worthy of such pleasure." The soldier left laughing loudly. Ugh, ugh. The sound of vomiting rose and fell lingering in a corner of the stable. On the other side, looking at the shitty yellow cornbreads on the ground, Gu Haojuan and the others were still shaken. Although they were now prisoners, they would rather starve and die of thirst than eat the excrement and urine from a dog's den. Luckily, Xia Mingzhu had discovered the trick in the cornbreads. If they had forced themselves to eat them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Yunduo threw herself into Gu Engshi's arms, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at the cornbreads on the ground. She really felt so hungry, so hungry. Without food, her stomach burned with waves of pain, making her forehead break out in cold sweat. But those things on the ground, she really couldn't bring herself to eat them. Gu Haojuan swallowed hard, struggling to tear his gaze away from the dun-colored cornbread. He gently pulled the frail Gu Luxia into his arms, lowering his voice to soothe her softly. Gu Haosan and Xia Mingzhu exchanged glances. They had both eaten their fill before dawn, so they weren't particularly hungry. Xia Mingzhu had eaten heartily outside, and although Gu Haosan hadn't eaten much, he had been lying down all along, consuming little energy, so he could hold out a bit longer. But his mother and younger siblings hadn't had a single grain of rice or a drop of water for a whole day and night. If it were just today, but if this continued, what should they do? As countless thoughts whirled in Gu Haosan's mind, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he turned his attention to Xia Mingzhu. Though they still had a backup plan, far-off water couldn't quench immediate thirst. "So, my lady," seeing Xia Mingzhu look at him, Gu Haosan quickly put on a weak smile. "Something on your mind, oi? My lady, do you have any food hidden on you?" Facing Gu Haosan's ingratiating smile, Xia Mingzhu once again felt an invisible force luring her to draw closer and grant his request. Xia Mingzhu stared blankly at the stunning face before her, yet her words were merciless. "I have no food hidden on me. My lady, I recall this morning." Xia Mingzhu's dazed gaze suddenly turned icy. "What about this morning? My lord, do speak plainly." Xia Mingzhu swore to herself that if Gu Haosan dared to mention the mung bean cakes she had given him in a moment of weakness that morning, she would not hesitate to become ruthless. There were plenty of other fish in the sea, why cling to this one weed? The coldness in Xia Mingzhu's tone, coupled with her indifferent eyes, sent a shiver down Gu Haosan's spine. He felt that if he dared to expose Xia Mingzhu's strangeness, if he dared to mention how she fed him mung bean cakes and warm water, that heartless woman would surely do something he would regret. He ached for his starving, freezing family, but he dared not gamble on the meager mercy Xia Mingzhu possessed. Xia Mingzhu still retained a trace of softness toward him. If she no longer pitied him, would she vanish from his world? The thought of Xia Mingzhu disappearing from his world suddenly stirred a deep reluctance within Gu Haosan's heart. Whether it was attachment, reluctance, affection, curiosity, or something else, Gu Haosan knew clearly now that he didn't want Xia Ming. "My lady, naturally nothing happened this morning. But now we are trapped with little food and water. I wondered if you might have a way to procure some sustenance. How don't you find that amusing, my lord? The Jinan Prince's mansion has far-reaching connections. If you can't get food, how could I, an unfavored, legitimate daughter of a minister, possibly manage?" Xia Mingzhu's merciless refusal was exactly what Gu Haosan had anticipated. He lowered his lashes and sighed. "Providing for the family should indeed be my duty. Now I've dragged you into hunger and cold. Just now I even asked you to help find food. That was my fault." As he spoke, Gu Haosan's eyelashes fluttered. After a few flutters, a glistening tear appeared on his long lashes. Coupled with his pitiful yet stoic expression, it stirred a pang of tenderness in Xia Mingzhu's heart, making her long to pull him into a warm embrace. Xia Mingzhu certainly didn't want to reveal that she had food, but the wave of sorrow and longing emanating from Gu Haosan cracked the unyielding wall around her heart. Aware of this, Xia Mingzhu immediately turned away and strove to put distance between them. He truly was a bewitching enchantress capable of swaying her emotions so easily. Seeing Xia Ming's resolute refusal and her effort to distance herself, Gu Haosen closed his eyes in disappointment. A little playful act now, and then was just charm. To keep dancing on the minefield would be sheer madness. Time passed, and dusk fell once more. There was no dinner. The imperial decree still hadn't arrived. In the dead of night, sure that everyone was asleep, Xia Mingzhu entered the space and ate her fill. The moment she entered the space, Gu Haosen, who had been feigning sleep, noticed her disappearance. When she reappeared in the stable a quarter of an hour later, as Xia Mingzhu dozed against the wall, she felt someone gently tugging. Xia Mingzhu opened her eyes to Gu Haosen's pitiful face. Something wrong. My lady, I'm hungry. If you sleep you won't feel hungry. My lady, I'm frail and can't stand hunger. You want something to eat? Gu Haosen nodded slightly, making his request cautiously. I recall you had 4 mung bean cakes left this morning. Could you spare me 2? You know I have 4, so why only ask for 2? My lady has also gone hungry all day and needs some food. What if I don't give you any? If my lady is unwilling, they'll manage. I can endure a little longer. Maybe by noon tomorrow they'll give us proper food. And if the noon meal is the same as today's, then he'll keep starving. Perhaps after a long while he'll get used to it. The poor wretch bit his lip, his water-filled eyes on the verge of tears, pitiful and helpless. No matter how Xia Mingzhu looked, she couldn't reconcile the legendary young general adept in both civil and martial arts with this beautiful crybaby before her. The contrast was too great. A flicker of mischief danced in Xia Ming's eyes, and she felt a teasing urge toward the man. She pulled a paper packet from her sleeve and opened it to reveal the 4 mung bean cakes. My lord, look. Seeing Xia Mingzhu willing to produce food, joy lit up Gu Haosen's eyes. Want some? Yes. Then beg me. If you satisfy me, you'll give you all 4. Do you mean it, my lady? Of course. My lady, am delicate and weak. I really can't bear such treatment. I beg you to take pity. Delicate and weak. Can't bear such treatment. Begging her to take pity. Gu Haosen's perfectly normal words paired with his bashful expression and suggestive glances gave Xia Mingzhu goosebumps all over. Who says the ancients didn't know how to flirt? Look at this delicate, sickly, handsome man before her. He could turn even a plea for help into something so ambiguously suggestive. Xia Mingzhu, a straightforward girl, couldn't withstand Gu Haosen's pitiful gaze. She hastily shoved the paper package into his hands and turned away, not daring to look at him again. Gu Haosen, meanwhile, was struck by a wave of revulsion at his own actions. He didn't know what had come over him. Facing Xia Mingzhu, those words had slipped out without a single thought. Even the shy little expression and the captivating glance had appeared with unnerving fluidity. Could it be that he truly had a taste for her? Gu Haosen secretly resolved that once this matter was settled and he recovered from his illness, he would divorce her at the earliest, and then he would immediately marry 10 more delicate, soft, and slender beauties. At least his sacrifice had been worthwhile. Those 4 pieces of mung bean cake were finally in his hands. Gu Haosen gently unwrapped the paper package. After a moment's thought, he tugged at Xia Ming's pant leg, then carefully pinched out a piece of mung bean cake from the package and offered it to her. He speculated that Xia Mingzhu must have already eaten something during her disappearance, but he still had to maintain the proper appearance. It was merely for show anyway, as she certainly wouldn't accept his charity. Madam, this piece is for you. Truly for me. Truly. Gu Haosen nodded emphatically. A mischievous smile spread across Xia Ming's face. She reached out, took the mung bean cake, opened her mouth wide, and stuffed the entire thing in. Gu Haosen was dumbfounded. Why did she accept it? Shouldn't she have refused? Xia Mingzhu chewed and swallowed the cake. As Gu Haosen stared blankly at his empty hand, she asked with a smile, Husband, are you feeling reluctant to part with it? If you were, why didn't you say so earlier? Alas, what a pity. That piece of cake is already in my stomach. If you want it back, you'll have to wait about a day. A day later. Gu Haosen withdrew his hand. Hey, madam, you jest. The pastry was yours to begin with. Even if you ate it all, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit reluctant. Hey, husband, you are so good to me. Since you've said that, I'll go ahead and eat all the remaining pieces as well. Hearing Xia Ming's words, Gu Haosen instinctively tightened his grip on the paper package. Husband, are you reluctant again? If you were, then you shouldn't have said such things to placate me just now. Madam, I truly am not reluctant. Gu Haosen pressed his dry, chapped lips together before slowly extending the paper package he had just clutched close to Xia Mingzhu. He unfolded the paper, revealing the pastries crushed into crumbs by his own excessive force. Xia Mingzhu, who hadn't intended to eat more anyway, pushed them away in disdain upon seeing the pile of crumbs. You've crushed them all. I'm not eating these. Hearing that she wouldn't eat, a look of relief flickered across Gu Haosen's face, as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. A few pieces of pastry could make Gu Haosen's expression shift several times, and Xia Mingzhu found him quite amusing. After teasing him, drowsiness washed over her, and she leaned against the wall to sleep once more. Gu Haosen reached out, pinched a thumb-sized piece of mung bean cake from the package, and put it in his mouth. The cake was still soft and warm with the same texture as in the morning, neither cold nor hard. Gu Haosen was rather curious about how Xia Mingzhu had managed to preserve these pastries. After eating just that small piece, he stopped, and instead woke Guangxi, who was beside him, and handed her the package. Mother, share these crushed pastries quietly among the four of you. Shinar, where did you get this? Mother. Do not ask. Alright, I won't ask. But you are weak and can't bear hunger. Let me keep this little bit for you. Mother, then give it to your wife. She has eaten too. Very well. They'll keep it for you and give it to you when you're hungry. Mother, it's best to eat it all now. Can you be certain there won't be another body search tomorrow? When their household was raided, they had all been thoroughly searched. If these pastries were found, there would be no way to explain it. Wouldn't that be handing a weapon to their enemies? The best course of action was to destroy the evidence and eliminate the threat. Gu Haosen's words served as a warning to Guangxi, and she no longer insisted on keeping the package. In the darkness, she gently woke Gu Yunduo, and the second son and his wife. The four of them shared the crumbs of the 3 mung bean cakes. The paper was torn into shreds, buried in a pit dug in the corner of the wall, and covered with dry grass. The night passed without incident. The next day, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the imperial court had already closed its seals for the new year on the 20th. As the new year approached, Ouyang Zhen in the imperial palace was still far from idle. He sat behind the imperial desk in the study, watching his most trusted ministers argue until their faces were red. The center of the dispute was the group from the Prince Zenin's household confined in the stables. Grand Tutor Fu was the emperor's father. When he brought up the Prince Jinan, who commanded heavy troops, the man who was a thorn in his side and dared to oppose him, his face flushed with excitement. He strongly urged the emperor to immediately have the entire Prince Jinan household accused of treason and colluding with the enemy taken to the execution ground to serve as a warning to others. He wanted that man to suffer unbearable pain, to regret his actions, to be tormented for life, and to see his lineage ended. The emperor thought the grudge between Grand Tutor Fu and the old Prince Jinan and his ambitious schemes are crystal clear to me. But Fu, that old dog, has been entrenched in the court for a long time with deep-rooted influence. For now, circumstances favor him, so he'll let you have your moment of arrogance. Right? Prime Minister Han Wanhai loudly refuted Grand Tutor Fu's proposal as being too hasty. His reasoning was that the Prince Zenin's treason had not yet been conclusively proven. He argued that the prince's household should first be imprisoned and subjected to harsh interrogation. Only after all the facts were sorted out and guilt was established should a punishment be decided upon. Left Prime Minister Tang Qinshan, however, dismissed both their proposals. He believed that convicting the Prince Jinan based solely on a single letter was far too rash. He suggested that the princess and her group should be kept under house arrest until the prince was found before any conclusions were drawn. This time, regarding the Prince Jinan, who had once saved their lives, the two prime ministers were for once not at odds with each other. The emperor thought, my two right-hand men have shown an overly lenient attitude towards the Prince Jinan matter this time. Could it be that they have already formed a secret alliance among the three of them? It seems I must be even more wary of my dear elder brother. Minister of War Guaquanan, whose life had also been saved by the prince, had absolute faith in his character, and therefore strongly supported Tang Qianshan's proposal. Others openly supported Grand Tutor Fu's call for execution at the market, and as many as 5 of them were shouting loudly. The emperor thought, that old scoundrel Fu doesn't put me in his eyes, and even the dogs he keeps dare to act so arrogantly before me. I shall note all your names today. When the day of reckoning comes, not one of you will escape. Those demanding the emperor investigate the truth and clear the Prince Zenin's name were mostly blunt soldiers from military backgrounds. The emperor thought, these military men have strength, but no brains. They are destined to cause no trouble, so I can ignore them. Several court officials, however, proposed, according to the law, that the adult males of the prince's household be beheaded as a public example and the women be sent to the Bureau of Music. The emperor thought, a bunch of pedantic fools, useless for any significant task. I can't even be bothered to cast them a glance. The once orderly imperial study had been turned into a raucous marketplace by a crowd of high-ranking ministers. From the first light of dawn until the sun hung high, they argued, until their faces were flushed and their throats parched. Wu Guangdi, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, who had been standing silently, like a statue, received a subtle signal from Ouyang Zhen. He pushed through the crowd and knelt before the imperial desk. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Rise, my beloved minister. Your Majesty, the Prince of Jinan, is a stalwart minister of our Tianqin. He has shielded the imperial family with his flesh and blood and repelled enemy forces with his bloodthirsty blade. His loyalty to your Majesty and to Tianqin is as clear as the sun and moon. Now to condemn him for treason based solely on a single letter is far too hasty. If without clarifying the facts we execute his family or consign his beloved consort and other women to the Bureau of Music, and should the Prince of Jinan be proven innocent, would that not chill the hearts of loyal ministers? Minister Wu speaks wisely. What does Minister Wu suggest we do in this matter? Your Majesty, for those who threaten the imperial family and harm Tianqin, executing their entire clan is not excessive. However, the case against the Prince of Jinan is not yet conclusive. There is the incriminating letter, but the prince himself is nowhere to be found. Thus it is fitting to imprison the members of the Prince of Zenin's household. Yet to expedite the resolution of this matter, I propose that we exile them all immediately. The road of exile stretches 3,000 li long and arduous. If the prince is still alive, whether guilty of treason or not, he will surely seek an opportunity to meet his family. Therefore let us use the prince's consort and her retinue as bait to lure the missing prince out. Ouyang said, excellent. Your plan aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Bring me writing materials. Grand Tutor Fu was discontented. No beheading, no imprisonment, but direct exile. Would that not spare that family much suffering? Your Majesty, even if we are to exile the Prince of Zenin's household, we should first imprison them, and wait until the new year's official seal is opened before issuing the decree. My mind is made up, Minister Fu, say no more. Your Majesty, this violates the conventions of previous dynasties. Grand Tutor Fu, I said my mind is made. The Emperor's face darkened, and the ministers who had been about to echo Grand Tutor Fu quickly lowered their heads and fell silent. Even Grand Tutor Fu bowed to Ouyang. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness, I overstepped my bounds. Ouyang sharp gaze swept over the courtiers who dared not meet his eyes, and he sneered inwardly. Among this lot not one was trouble-free. Grand Tutor, what crime have you committed? You spoke to me only because you cling to those stale ends. However, I must remind you all, remember, while a new emperor brings new ministers. As long as I sit on this throne, whether you are veterans of 3 reigns or top scholars, everything within and beyond this court is decided by me. Ouyang words were so blunt that many turned pale with fear. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Enough! The year's end is near, you may all return home early today. We shall take our leave. Minister Wu, stay behind, and write the decree on my behalf. According to ancestral rules, the Emperor must not wield the brush after the seal is closed. I obey. Ouyang decisive proclamation left no room for change. Under his dictation, Minister Wu penned the imperial decree. At dawn the next day, the consort of the Prince of Jinnan and her group would be forced onto the long road of exile in the bitter cold just before the new year, in the stable of the Prince of Zenin's mansion. At noon, the delivery was again a bucket of thin porridge and a basket of black cornmeal buns, which looked relatively normal. Before noon, Gu Haojuan had already rushed to the stable entrance to wait. Including today, their group of confined people had gone nearly 3 days without a proper meal. This time, as soon as the soldier set down the basket of buns, Gu Haojuan lunged forward with swift precision. In the crowd, he grabbed 3 buns in one hand, clutched them to his chest, and squeezed out. Gu Yunduo and Lady Lu also struggled with all their might, barely managing to snatch 2 half-bowls of thin porridge. Their group was small. Gu Haojuan had to protect the buns, and the 2 delicate women, being frail, had done remarkably well to secure 2 bowls of porridge amidst the crowd. The 3 carefully carried the food back to their corner. The once round buns had been squeezed out of shape, and the rice grains in the porridge were mostly at the bottom of the bucket, so what they got was little better than plain water. After setting down the food, they did not eat immediately, but carefully inspected everything. Only after confirming that today's food was safe did they place the buns and porridge before Gu Haojuan. Gu Haojuan thought, why give me such an important distribution task? He shrugged helplessly. Today we have exactly 6 buns, so each of us gets 1. There are only 2 bowls of porridge. Gu Haojuan picked up 1 bowl and poured a small portion of the thin porridge into the other. My second brother and I will share this one. You have more people, so you take the other. Is that acceptable, eh? Big brother, I have no objection. I'm fine with it too. The buns were distributed, and the famished Gu Haojuan and the others swallowed theirs almost without chewing. Gu Haojuan picked up his bun, but instead of bringing it directly to his mouth, he broke off a small piece and ate that. As for the porridge, he only took a shallow sip and could not drink any more. He had intended to give the remaining half bun to Gu Haojuan, but Gu Haojuan simply took the bun, did not eat it, and tucked it into his clothes instead. They were no longer free. Food was hard to come by, and days of hunger were sure to follow. So he planned to keep this half bun. Perhaps it might save a life someday. Gu Haojuan finished his own bun in a few bites, and then gulped down the thin porridge that Gu Haojuan had left. Though he was not full, having something in his stomach gave him a bit more strength in his limbs. Xia Mingzhu took the bun without disdain. After all, in the apocalypse, she had eaten far worse while on missions outside the bay. This bun was not only sticky on the teeth, but also carried a musty smell, and was even mixed with sand. It was truly awful. Fortunately, there was no extra ingredient added. Gritting her teeth, she shoved it into her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it with a stiff neck. Gu Haojuan had been watching Xia Mingzhu's every move. He noticed that her expression remained unchanged as she picked up the coarse corn bun, and she showed no sign of disgust upon taking a bite. However, she didn't touch the porridge that had been passed around and sipped by her mother-in-law and the others. He wondered if it was because she refused to drink from a cup that others had used. Or perhaps she simply wasn't thirsty at all. She was truly a strange and unique woman. Despite having the means to acquire far more delicious food, she could still eat these unpalatable meals without a flicker of displeasure. Xia Mingzhu had long noticed Gu Haojuan's covert glances. Let him look, she thought. In the apocalypse, as a 7th-tier wood-type mutated esper at the base, she had long grown accustomed to such scrutinizing stares. Having seen so many gazes, kind, malicious, curious, strange, adoring, loathing, She could tell at a single glance whether someone harbored ill intentions towards her. Unless that person was particularly adept at concealing their emotions like that damned ex-boyfriend and that backstabbing good sister of hers. But looking at the beautiful Gu Haosen before her, his gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of innocent clarity. It was impossible to dislike someone who looked at her like that. Night fell as expected. In the dead of night, when all was silent, Xia Mingzhu once again slipped out of the Prince Zenin's mansion and headed towards the small alley. She found the small two-courtyard house without trouble, but discovered it was completely empty. She pushed open the door to Xiao Xui's bedroom, and the girl was indeed not there. On the table in the bedroom, Xiao Chui had left a letter. When Xia Mingzhu opened it, the first thing she saw was a crude charcoal. The drawing depicted a small figure leading a large group of people. A small house was drawn with an arrow pointing from it to another location where the character for Jiang was written crookedly. The drawing was done by Xiao Chui herself. Xia Mingzhu recognized her handwriting. Judging by the picture, it seemed Xiao Chui had purchased a number of people and following her instructions was leading them towards Jiangzhou. Xia Mingzhu smiled and looked at the drawing again before turning to the next page of the letter. The following page was a proper letter written by someone else on Xiao Xui's behalf. The letter stated that yesterday Xiao Chui had arranged to buy the 4 servants named Feng Hua Shui and Yue along with their families. She had also bought the wet nurse and 2 senior maidservants of the princess, the steward and his family from the main branch, the young master's personal attendant, the servants of the second young master and his wife, the eldest daughter's wet nurse, and the people in her courtyard. She had also purchased Xia Ming's dowry maids, the 2 named He and Bai, as well as the 4 named Heiress and Si, and the gatekeeper woman and the cook. Xia Mingzhu sighed in amazement. Wow, Xiao Chui, this girl, she's practically wiped out the entire servant staff of the main branch. In the letter, Xiao Chui also mentioned that according to usual practice, whether they were to be exiled or sent to the Bureau of Music, their judgment wouldn't be passed until after the new year. So she was taking that large group of people down to Jiangzhou first, and after settling them in, she would rush back before the Lantern Festival. Having received word of Xiao Xui's departure, Xia Mingzhu didn't linger. She made a circuit through the capital casually, selecting a few prominent households. She didn't touch anything else, but specifically went into their kitchens and swept away all the food, not leaving a single grain of rice or a single leaf of vegetable behind. The next day, after having received the report yesterday about the Weiyuan Marquis residence being stripped bare by thieves, the Yamen of the capital magistrate once again received reports from several noble families. For a time, all the wealthy and influential families arranged for their servants and guards to patrol their estates in shifts, staying up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were in a state of panic. But that's a story for later. Having scavenged a good amount of food and enjoyed a hearty meal, Xia Mingzhu leisurely made her way back to the stables of the Prince Zenin's mansion. A familiar breeze brushed past his face. Gu Haosen immediately closed his eyes the moment he sensed it. Sure enough, within 2 breaths, the vanished woman reappeared in the stables. This woman could pass through walls and freely enter and exit this heavily guarded place. Was she a demon, a deity, or simply a folk sorcerer with some remarkable abilities? Gu Haosen's curiosity about the elusive Xia Mingzhu grew even stronger. Just as Xia Mingzhu was drifting off into a half-asleep state, Gu Haosen's stomach let out a timely growl again. Xia Mingzhu opened her eyes and looked over, meeting Gu Haosen's pitiful peach blossom eyes once more. Wife Hua. T. Your husband is feeling a bit thirsty, want some water. Please take pity on me, wife. Damn, this Gu Haosen had figured out without being taught that he needed to pay a price when asking her for things. Wife, your husband feels really terrible, wife. Can you help me? Xia Mingzhu leaned and closed her cool hand, gently caressing Gu Haosen. Husband, why are you so obedient today? Gu Haosen lowered his eyelashes, lightly bit his lip, and then gently rubbed his cheek against Xia Ming's palm. Wife, since I've been so good, could you show me some pity? Even though his appetite was small, in 3 days he had only managed to eat 2 pieces of mung bean cake and a small piece of dark corn bun. Due to years of affliction from the virus and the unbearable hunger, he had become increasingly weak. Just like now, he felt so hungry that his head was spinning. If Xia Mingzhu hadn't appeared, he could have continued to endure. But the moment he saw her return with a faint, enticing scent of food, he felt that if he didn't eat something soon, he would die of starvation and thirst. Gu Haosen's dog-like obedience successfully pleased Xia Mingzhu. This person was not only handsome, but also so well-behaved. Maybe keeping him as a pet in the future wasn't such a bad idea. Xia Ming's fingers slowly traced the contours of Gu Haosen's face. This face was so perfect it was beyond reproach. Thick dark eyebrows, dazzling starry eyes, a straight high-bridged nose, and well-defined lips slightly pressed together. He was truly beautiful. Husband, as long as you stay this obedient from now on, it's not impossible for me to keep providing for you. Wife, don't you worry, I will definitely listen to you from now on for the sake of a single meal. Gu Haosen felt like a little dog wagging its tail, pitifully begging for favor from Xia Mingzhu. Then you'd better remember what you said today, because in my book there is zero tolerance for betrayal and deception. The moment I find out you've betrayed me, sold me out, or done anything to harm me, I swear I'll make your life a living hell. Xia Mingzhu spoke these words in a soft, even tone, as if talking to herself. Yet, Gu Haosen could discern the sincerity and ruthlessness beneath her light-hearted demeanor. He pressed his dry chapped lips together before speaking solemnly. My lady, your husband can swear an oath. If you remain true to me in this life, I shall never betray you. If I, Gu Haosen, ever break this vow, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. My lady, you must believe me. His breath came in short gasps after speaking so much at once. His slightly hoarse voice and low murmuring tone, despite his utmost sincerity, made the oath sound utterly feeble. Xia Mingzhu smiled. She suddenly found her own behavior ridiculous. She had only intended to keep Gu Haosen as a little pet, yet somehow the conversation had drifted to betrayal and deception. It seemed that the betrayal and deceit during the apocalypse's self-destruction had left a deep shadow on her heart. At the memory of that scene, she lost all interest in toying with Gu Haosen. Meeting Gu Haosen's expectant gaze, Xia Mingzhu reached into her sleeve. She rummaged and rummaged. She rummaged and rummaged. This place was unsafe. Strongly scented food certainly wouldn't be appropriate to bring out. Finally, she pulled out a package of osmanthus cakes, a package of spiced dried pork, and a dusty-looking water skin, shoving them all into Gu Haosen's hands. Eat as much as you like, but return what you can't finish. Gu Haosen nodded vigorously. He understood Xia Mingz's concerns. They could be thrown into prison at any moment, so they had to be prepared for body searches at all times. He certainly couldn't hide anything on himself, but the miraculous Xia Mingzhu was a different story. After handing the items to Gu Haosen, Xia Mingzhu leaned against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. Gu Haosen was in better shape tonight than when had woken up the previous night, so he didn't need Xia Mingzhu to feed him personally. Thirsty, he didn't go for the food first, but picked up the bulging water skin. He tried to pull out the stopper. Pull out the stopper. The stopper. My lady, Xia Mingz's pant leg was tugged. She opened her eyes and met a pair of pitiful pleading eyes. You useless little thing. Xia Mingzhu shot Gu Haosen an exasperated glare, took the water skin, and easily popped. She handed the water skin back. Gu Haosen smiled sheepishly. He truly had no strength in his hands right now. Being called useless wasn't exactly an insult. He was even less than useless. Gu Haosen held the water skin with both hands and took a large gulp. The water was still warm. His lady was truly thoughtful. After quenching his thirst, Gu Haosen picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and chewed it slowly. He tried his best not to wake. After all, he couldn't explain the origin of this food. Besides, Xia Mingzhu probably wouldn't want her extraordinary abilities to be known. But despite his caution and quietness, the fragrant aroma of the food still woke Gu Umshi, who was sleeping beside him. That smells wonderful. It smells a bit like osmanthus cake. Could I be hallucinating from hunger? Son. Mother, you didn't wake me. Gu Haosen's heart was torn. He had always remembered the kindness his mother and younger siblings had shown him. If he had food, he would rather go hungry himself than not share it with them. But these things weren't his to give. He wanted to share the food and water with them. But he didn't dare. He stole a glance at Xia Mingzhu. In the darkness, he could clearly see her eyes closed, breathing deeply, seemingly fast asleep. Son, go to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry or thirsty. Half an hour later, Gu Haosen was certain Gu Umshi had fallen back asleep. Only then did he gently place a piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth. The fragrant pastry tasted strangely bitter on his tongue. Gu Haosen ate 3 osmanthus cakes, a piece of dried pork, and drank half the water skin before he finally stopped his stomach. Before waking Xia Mingzhu, he secretly hid 4 pieces of dried pork in his sleeve. Only after making sure they were well concealed did he tug at Xia Mingz's pant leg. Are you full? Thank you, my lady. Xia Mingzhu took back the remaining osmanthus cakes and dried pork, complaining with dissatisfaction. Eating so little, no wonder you're so frail and sickly, like some delicate beauty. Gu Haosen. I may be pretty, but a real man. Fortunately, Xia Mingz's complaint was just a passing remark, and she soon fell back asleep. Only after he was sure she was truly asleep did Gu Haosen sneakily place a piece of dried pork into each of the other 4's mouths. A strip 2 fingers wide and a finger long, not too dried spiced. One piece was far more filling than those black cornmeal buns. As soon as the dried pork touched their tongues, all 4 woke up, but they tacitly chose to remain silent, quietly swallowing them. The pork was delicious, but eating only meat without water made their mouths dry. Gu Haosen couldn't help with that. It was already audacious enough for him to secretly pocket some food behind Xia Mingz's back. He wouldn't dare share the water skin with the others. Otherwise, he was certain Xia Mingzhu would immediately show him the fate of a deceiver. The next day, the 27th of the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, the imperial eunuch arrived at the Jinan prince's mansion with the imperial edict. Before the sun had fully risen, their group was already escorted to the north gate of the capital. They passed through the streets and alleys of the capital. With the new year approaching and the hour still early, they saw few pedestrians on the streets as they left the city, and all the shops were shuttered. At the pavilion by the long pavilion road, other convicts exiled alongside them despite the hasty imperial decree still had a few friends or blood relatives to see them off. But the group from the Jinan prince's mansion was far more miserable. Charged with treason and colluding with the enemy, others were too busy distancing themselves to even think of a tearful farewell. In the end, urged on by the escorting officers, they set off into the biting wind, shackled hand and foot with empty stomachs. Fortunately, before they set out, the officers, perhaps on someone's orders, threw a worn cotton coat to each of those without warm clothes. The coats were tattered and smelly, but they offered some protection against the cold. Who could be so kind? Perhaps some concerned party feared they'd freeze to death before even leaving the capital's borders.